Chapter 1. In Custody. Officer, I swear, I genuinely did not engage in any misconduct. In the interrogation room of the Huan Island Road Police Station, Chen Yan found himself in a silent standoff with a young police officer. The paperwork had been completed, they were merely awaiting the verification of the surveillance footage. The officer remained silent, casting a scrutinizing glare at Chen Yan before focusing intently on the written statement, seemingly attempting to uncover any discrepancies before the monitoring results were revealed. Chen Yan wore an expression of innocence, inwardly cursing the unreliable system that had brought him to this predicament. What kind of absurd system operates without clear instructions? Indeed, Chen Yan possessed a system, but it was not one acquired through reincarnation. It had inexplicably emerged after he was laid off the previous morning. The Daily Fortune System was its name, a dismal contraption that provided him with a piece of information each day, purportedly to guide him towards prosperity. Initially, Chen Yan had believed he might finally escape his monotonous existence. Having toiled as a mere cog in the Tianyuan group for 2 years post-university, his experience had been far from satisfactory. Yet, the presence of the system offered a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. However, every silver lining has its cloud. This system was peculiar after delivering its first fortune-telling message. It responded to all subsequent inquiries with a single cryptic phrase: "A serpent hisses, leaving no footprints." Absurd, utterly nonsensical. Chen Yan was at a loss, but fortunately, following the system's instruction to search beneath the third manhole cover at the east gate of Longton Community, he discovered a USB flash drive. This USB contained account credentials and an astonishing 3,000 bitcoins. Initially, Chen Yan was elated these 3,000 bitcoins were worth approximately 2 billion. Yet, reality swiftly doused his excitement. Upon researching, he learned that China maintained stringent regulations on virtual currencies, with robust tracing capabilities for any funds associated with them. In essence, selling them would undoubtedly lead him to a world of trouble. Unfamiliar with the cryptocurrency market, Chen Yan found himself at a loss, unable to locate any means of converting this newfound wealth into tangible currency, leaving him in despair. Possessing a treasure trove without the ability to use it, why couldn't the system provide something of genuine value? After securely stowing the USB away, perhaps sensing his frustration, the system issued a new fortune notification shortly after midnight. March 23, 2025, today's fortune update: white at 3:06 a.m. Renowned entrepreneur Li Zhiqiu will inadvertently drop a necklace valued at 38 million yuan at a location 335 meters east along Huan Island Road. Initially, Chen Yan was in a deep slumber. It took the system repeating the announcement 3 times to rouse him. Finally, jolted awake by an electrifying surge, he listened intently as the system repeated its notification, invigorating his senses. Wow, this time it seems credible. A necklace worth 37 million yuan, selling it for 20 million would be reasonable. Liquidating this asset was of utmost importance. Chen Yan quickly donned an all-black outfit, complete with a mask and a cap, and pedaled furiously through the night of Xiaohai City. At 3:05 a.m., although it was still a little past midnight, he figured arriving early would serve him well. Around 12:30 a.m., a figure clad in layers of clothing appeared on a bench near the 300-meter mark along Huan Island Road. As the clock approached 3 a.m., Chen Yan was suddenly awakened by the sound of unsteady footsteps. The clattering of high heels echoed from a distance, and, as he turned to investigate, his eyes lit up. What magnificent legs! Dressed in Valentino-studded stilettos and alluring black stockings, they were long and straight, exuding an irresistible charm beneath the streetlights. The length of those legs seemed to surpass even the measure of his own existence. In a short red skirt paired with a chic little dress, the woman named Li Zhiqiu radiated allure, her sophisticated and mature visage reminiscent of a confident femme fatale. However, she appeared somewhat inebriated. Her flush complexion was one thing, but her unsteady gait was another. Casting a glance around, Chen Yan checked the time: 3:03 a.m. She would likely pass by him in about 5 minutes, and the area appeared deserted. It seemed that this woman was indeed the one who had dropped the necklace. All he had to do was wait for her to leave, and then retrieve it. Selling it the next day would yield a fortune. 37 million yuan. Beneath his mask, Chen Yan licked his lips, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Almost there. The woman remained oblivious to his presence, and the coastal breeze intensified, causing her already unsteady steps to falter further. Finally, just shy of 2 meters from Chen Yan, Li Ziqiu appeared to succumb to dizziness, leaning against the ornate railing for support, gasping for breath. The design of Huan Island Road was intriguing, resembling a wooden walkway with gaps that allowed one to see the tumultuous sea below. 304, 305. A sudden gust of wind swept through, tousling her hair and causing her to instinctively tilt her head and shut her eyes. A glimmering necklace caught the light, slipping down her curvaceous back. Here it comes. Chen Yan's eyes widened in shock. He initially planned to let the necklace fall to the ground, intending to collect it after the woman had departed. However, to his dismay, he realized that the necklace was headed straight for the gaps in the wooden walkway. If he did not intervene, it would inevitably plunge into the sea, never to be seen again. With little time for contemplation, Chen Yan sprang from the bench, desperately reaching out to intercept the necklace before it fell. Fortunately, he succeeded. He grasped the necklace firmly. Unfortunately, the location of his grip was on Li Ziqiu's voluptuous backside. Feeling the unexpected pressure, Li Ziqiu jolted awake, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she turned to investigate. At that moment, her stunning eyes met Chen Yan's mortified gaze. I'm terribly sorry, ma'am," Chen Yan stammered, only to be met with a chorus of screams and the wail of sirens as he was promptly apprehended on charges of indecent assault. Throughout the journey to the station, he attempted to explain to the officers that he had merely sought to prevent the necklace from falling into the ocean, insisting he was not a pervert. However, they dismissed his claims, even suspecting him of robbery. Left with no choice, Chen Yan resigned himself to the interrogation. As the clock inched towards 4 a.m., he was ultimately exonerated when the surveillance footage cleared him of wrongdoing. Yet, he could not escape a stern reprimand. While helping others is commendable, one must be mindful of appropriate physical contact. As he exited the station, Li Ziqiu, now somewhat sober, glanced apologetically at Chen Yan, whose expression remained exasperated. I'm sorry. I thought you were genuinely a pervert," she said, her tone tinged with remorse. "Thank you for helping me retrieve my necklace." Although the necklace had returned to Li Ziqiu's possession, the joy had long since dissipated from Chen Yan's heart. Not only had he been wrongfully detained for so long, but the 38 million yuan necklace had also transformed into a crucial piece of evidence for his innocence, now back in its rightful owner's hands, leaving him utterly bereft of fortune. "Enough, ma'am. Please do not judge people based on stereotypes," Chen Yan retorted, gesturing to his masked face. "Am I a pervert simply because I'm wearing a mask and cap? Is contemplating life by the sea at night considered deviant? And is it truly inappropriate to have my hand on your backside?" Li Ziqiu chuckled awkwardly, her delicate arms waving dismissively. Not really. But when you combine those three elements, it does seem a bit suspicious." Chen Yan inhaled sharply, feeling somewhat guilty and unwilling to continue the argument as he turned to leave. "Wait." Li Ziqiu hurried after him, blocking his path, her intentions unclear. Young man, you have helped me immensely, and yet I misunderstood you. How about I treat you to a drink?" "It's so late, but a drink might be nice," Li Ziqiu responded, her tone tinged with nervousness and a hint of anticipation. The business goddess of Shanghai City, typically disdainful of men, seemed to exhibit a touch of shyness in this moment. Silently, she recalled the sensations from earlier. Stripping away the prior context, she began to feel an indistinct tingling, strangely pleasant. Chen Yan, feeling somewhat impatient, thought to refuse the late-night drink, but suddenly, the foolish system began to act up. Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Warning, warning, warning. Fortune moment. Golden legend fortune, MO, fortune moment. The viper flicks its tongue, no footprints, alright. Chapter 2. I don't want to go to work at all. Outside the police station on Huandao Road, there was a street lined with bars. Despite the late hour, the area thrived with tourists, most of whom were young souls seeking romantic escapades. They found a secluded tavern, casually seated, and ordered 2 bottles of champagne at Li Ziqiu's request. After a night of consuming white wine and whiskey, she desired something light to cleanse her palate. "Xiao Chen, What brings you to Huandao Road at this hour? Are you facing troubles? After the drinks arrived, they clinked glasses and took a sip, gradually easing into conversation. Well, if I must speak of troubles, Chen Yan pondered. Being laid off counts as a trouble, doesn't it? Ha! What kind of company lacks insight? Li Jiqiu chuckled lightly, her modest sip of alcohol seemingly reigniting the remnants of her earlier inebriation, causing her cheeks to flush. Ah, no need to mention it. The company is quite large, but filled with mindless drones, Chen Yan replied with a laugh, discreetly glancing at the alabaster expanse of her neck. But what about you, Li Jia? Why are you out here alone by the sea, so late and intoxicated? They conversed freely, having already established a certain familiarity. Oh, it's just for a business deal. But never mind, Li Jiqiu sighed, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Come, let's drink. Chen Yan had no objections. Although he was typically a homebody, uninterested in socializing, he possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol. At least at this moment, overpowering a somewhat tipsy Li Jiqiu did not pose a challenge. In no time, they had consumed over a bottle of champagne, completely awakening the remnants of Li Ziqius' intoxication. Due to the small table and chairs, their legs brushed against each other. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, her long, alluring legs began to sway unconsciously. Through the thin fabric of her pants, Chen Yan could sense an almost imperceptible friction. Was this a seduction? Chen Yan found it hard to believe that a wealthy woman would attempt to allure someone like him, a mere underachiever whose worth barely reached 500. Yet upon meeting Li Ziqius' gaze almost smoldering, was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed a woman behave so provocatively before him, with the exception of adult films. Ugh! Li Ziqius' eyes seemed slightly glazed as she fixed her gaze on him. Xiao Chun, what do you think is the purpose of living? Living? Why? Chen Yan was bewildered. Her sultry gaze made it seem as though she intended to devour him. And now she was philosophizing about life? Perhaps it was futile to reason with a woman who had been drinking. He proceeded to respond accordingly. To live is to have a mouth. Naturally, it is for wealth to live freely and indulgently. Of the 2 bottles of champagne, he had consumed 1.5, yet he felt merely a warmth in his cheeks, his mind clear. Wealth. Indulgence. Hey, hey, hey. Li Jiqiu suddenly laughed, a captivating sound. Xiao Chun, you're not married, are you? Chen Yan shook his head. He hadn't even dated anyone. Despite his handsome appearance, he had always been socially anxious, rarely engaging with others. This situation improved slightly during college, yet he still had minimal interaction with women, despite receiving numerous love letters. Then you're in luck. Sigh. Li Jiqiu sighed, her breath mingling with the scent of alcohol and a hint of floral perfume that wafted into Chen Yan's nostrils. Before my husband passed away, I was always occupied with household matters, friend gatherings, shopping, and so on. I could hardly escape. After he died, I thought I could relax and live my life, but I was instead burdened with the struggle for survival. You have no idea running a successful business can be a torment. Many presume I am a successful woman, with a company of my own, plenty of wealth, and the freedom to live authentically. But what's the reality? Li Jiqiu seemed to open up, pouring out her grievances. Today, I had to entertain clients to close a deal, and tomorrow, I must socialize again for supply quotas. Ugh, they only see me as vulnerable because I lack a man. 1 or 2 of them, all they want is to get me drunk, to sleep with me. Men are all bastards. As she continued, her words became increasingly disjointed, yet her eyes began to well with tears. The image of a beautiful woman weeping, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, would have certainly drawn unwanted attention had it not been the late hour. Li Jia, I'm not a bastard. Please don't cry. Let's drink more. Noticing they were nearing the end of the champagne, Chen Yan called for 2 more bottles, filling Li Ziqius' glass to the brim. The server cast an odd glance at them, walking away yet frequently looking back. This guy is getting a wealthy woman drunk, comforting her, and possibly trying to get in her good graces. Does he not wish to go to work at all? Li Jiqiu, who ran her own company, was accustomed to frequent drinking, thus her tolerance was commendable. However, tonight she had indeed overindulged, leading to a rare state of drunkenness. Perhaps it was the memories of her late husband that stirred her emotions, or perhaps the loneliness that had long festered within her. Whatever the reason, Li Jiqiu took a gulp of champagne and, before Chen Yan could react, seized his hand. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, causing him to halt mid-sip. Xiao Chun, have you ever been in love? With a flirtatious smile, Li Jiqiu caressed his palm, her hands impeccably manicured, smooth and soft. Li Jiai, I have dated. Chen Yan felt flustered. Even the liquid on his lips was forgotten, and he wanted to deny it, but his stammering gave him away. Hee. Xiao Chun, do you know how to kiss? Li Jiqiu seemed to imply something, her red-tipped fingers brushing her lips in a tantalizing manner. Of course I know. Chen Yan recoiled slightly. He indeed knew, but only in theory, having never practiced it. In that moment, his mind seemed to stall. What was Li Ziqia's intention? Was this the fortune moment the system spoke of? No, she appeared to be flirting with him. Oh, does the sister not? No. Li Jiqiu rested her chin on her hand, languidly observing him, her voice soft yet crystal clear. Why don't you teach your sister? What? Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had solved the puzzle. She was indeed flirting with him. Now what should he do? Should he sit beside her or firmly decline? Does this count as selling one's soul? Will she pay me? Will I receive payment or not? Would it be humiliating? Chen Yan was engaged in a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet Li Jiqiu provided him little time for contemplation. With a graceful lift of her arm, she effortlessly pulled him from his seat. As a result of Li Ziqia's tug, he found himself seated squarely upon her lap. Chapter 3. Imported wine. As soon as Chen Yan's bottom made contact with the seat, Li Jiqiu immediately lost control, wrapping her arms around him with wide-open eyes. It was hot, intensely hot. Even through his pants, Chen Yan could feel the warmth radiating from her. Though he was merely 23, in the presence of the 30-something Li Jiqiu, he felt like a tender chick. Prior to this moment, he could never have imagined that a person who prided himself on his extensive experience with films could feel so nervous in real life. In this instant, the budding emotions between them clashed, and it seemed as if music filled the air. In the depths of darkness, a fire ignited, illuminating the darkest corners of the night. Sensing Chen Yan's awkwardness, Li Jiqiu instinctively took the lead, embodying her role as the older sister perfectly. Nearby, a waiter observed the scene, envy etched across his face. How unfortunate that he could not experience such fortune himself. After a while of learning, Chen Yan found himself struggling to breathe, yet he remained undeterred. He finally grasped the true meaning of the so-called moment of great fortune that the ridiculous system had referred to. It seemed that tonight, he was destined to shed the title of a novice. As they gradually pulled apart, Chen Yan initially averted his gaze, but under the tender gaze of Li Jiqiu, he began to free himself. Sister, you are truly beautiful, he sincerely complimented, captivated by her star-like visage. Li Jiqiu was indeed stunning, effortlessly eclipsing most celebrities in terms of grace, beauty, and figure, coupled with her long legs, which seemed to exceed even her own height when she donned high heels. She stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, perfectly proportioned and utterly harmonious. With a soft laugh, Li Jiqiu, enchanted by Chen Yan's praise, replied, Little Chen, have you ever tasted imported wine? Imported wine? Chen Yan was taken aback. Was she referring to foreign wine? I haven't had any. Does Rio count? Of course not. Li Jiqiu playfully tapped his forehead, reminiscent of an older sister teasing her younger brother. This is what I mean by imported wine. With an amused look, she sipped champagne and leaned toward Chen Yan. Gradually, his surprise morphed into realization, leading him to relish the experience. So this was imported wine. Indeed, delightful, rich and sweet. It was clear why the affluent had a penchant for it. Initially, Chen Yan was lost in the lesson, but Li Jiqiu seemed unsatisfied, embracing him tightly and exerting herself. Oh, little Chen, no man is worth anything. Except you, she murmured softly, her shoulders beginning to tremble as she fought back tears. Since time immemorial, a woman has found it difficult to endure, especially one managing such a vast estate alone. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. With a gentle sigh, Chen Yan felt the romantic atmosphere dissipate somewhat, and he tenderly hugged Li Jiqiu, patting her back. It's all right, sister. You don't have to bear such burdens alone. If you're tired, rest. Money is meant to be spent. One must enjoy life. Li Jiqiu suddenly lifted her head, cradling Chen Yan's face in her hands, a dreamy smile lighting up her features. Isn't that what I'm doing now? Amused by her contrasting innocence, Chen Yan laughed heartily, raising a glass. Sister, let us continue drinking. They exchanged glasses, revisiting the lessons they had just studied, ultimately emptying the table of all its wine. Let us go. Li Jiqiu, still somewhat aware, led Chen Yan to settle the bill. For some reason, he felt the cashier's gaze was particularly unfriendly. As they stepped out of the tavern, the sea breeze hit him, sending a shiver down his spine. It was cool and slightly briny. Anyone who has overindulged in drink knows that a gust of wind can either induce nausea or dizziness. Li Jiqiu was no exception. Having drunk quite a bit, she immediately faltered as the wind hit her, collapsing to the ground. Hey, sister, get up, Chen Yan exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yet, her weight was no small matter. Her height added to her substantial presence, making her appear slim yet undeniably heavy. Especially with her alluring figure, her weight was magnified. Little Chen, I feel unwell. As he struggled to support her, he heard her murmur. This left him in a cold sweat. Sister, you may be drunk, but please don't throw up on me. Where do you live? I could take you home. He gently patted her cheek, marveling at its silky smoothness, well cared for indeed. However, there was no time to savor it. Li Jiqiu remained unresponsive, only emitting soft sounds. Ah, great fortune, great fortune. Is this what the system meant? Chen Yan pondered, feeling conflicted. Everything that had just transpired was undoubtedly Li Jiqiu's drunken behavior. What if he took her to a hotel and she called the police tomorrow? After much contemplation, he found no viable solution. Bringing her back to his cramped, messy apartment was out of the question. It was hardly suitable for someone as exquisite as Li Jiqiu. Sister, just hang in there. I'll take you to a hotel. He patted her again, and it seemed she understood as her legs began to support her weight, making it less arduous for him. Fortunately, there were numerous hotels near the bar district, and it wasn't too long before Chen Yan managed to book a room for Li Jiqiu. Upon reaching the room, he laid her gently on the bed, stealing a glance at his bank balance, which barely exceeded 3,000. It was nearing 5 in the morning, and Chen Yan felt utterly exhausted. After removing her high heels, he was momentarily invigorated by the sight of her elegantly wrapped legs. I must not be distracted. I need to sleep. I'm on the verge of collapsing. Shaking off his thoughts, Chen Yan laid down beside Li Jiqiu. He left a small night light on, and it seemed she had already drifted off, her closed eyes fluttering gently, captivating in their beauty. Chen Yan turned to face the sleeping beauty, admiring her flawless skin, which belied her age. This pale complexion was extraordinary. Was it innate or the result of diligent care? It appeared so supple that he wondered if a gentle touch would go unnoticed. Licking his dry lips, Chen Yan found his thoughts drifting back to the earlier moments, unconsciously inching closer to her. As he heard her soft breaths, his heart raced. Little Chen, brother. Suddenly, as he poked her cheek, Li Jiqiu murmured in her sleep, and to his astonishment, she rolled over, her long legs pinning him down. Chapter 4. A special edition exclusively for older sisters? Before Li Jiqiu, Chen Yan unwittingly adopted the demeanor of a young boy. Thus, he found it undeniably essential to heed the advice of his older sister, such as, "Come here, little brother." Perhaps his rationality was not entirely lost, or perhaps his subconscious was at play, but Li Jiqiu found herself deliberately instructing Chen Yan. This spark ignited a fervor in Chen Yan, prompting him to reciprocate with enthusiasm. Go system, the fortune you bestowed is truly remarkable. After 5 hours, Chen Yan finally opened his eyes to a blinding ray of sunlight. Despite the tumultuous events of the night, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. However, while he felt no exhaustion, Li Jiqiu certainly did, as at over 30 years of age. Her stamina paled in comparison to that of the youthful Chen Yan. Gently, she turned over in bed without disturbing the peacefully sleeping Li Jiqiu. As he gazed at the scattered garments on the floor, a wave of emptiness surged within him. When the impulsive madness of drunkenness faded, dawn brought with it a new beginning, perhaps an opportunity that would never arise again. Sighing, Chen Yan stepped into the bathroom to wash away the traces of their passionate escapade. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he closed the bathroom door, Li Jiqiu's beautiful eyes fluttered open. In that instant, Her languorous and alluring maturity radiated fully. Unlike the intimate demeanor from the previous day, the clarity of her expression now bore an air of cold elegance. For years, she possessed a unique trait. No matter how inebriated she had been the night before, her memory remained intact. She never experienced a blackout. Thus, she vividly recalled the wildness of the previous night. This boy, sigh, it seems I've taken advantage. Li Jiqiu mused softly as she sat up and began to tidy her clothes. The stockings, beyond repair, had become mere tattered strips. Her fair and long legs were now fully exposed to the air, presenting a beauty distinct from that of being clad in stockings. Now, well past 10 in the morning, the accumulation of work awaited her attention. Hey, has the contract with Yonla Group been signed? Instruct the procurement department to add 2 more production lines this month. Prepare the remaining suppliers and corresponding lists. I will need them this afternoon. Additionally, let me know if there are any idle positions in our company. She glanced toward the bathroom direction, inquiring of her secretary on the other end of the line. Positions that typically have little to do, just those that interface with me. If none exist, create one. After hanging up, a complex expression crossed Li Jiqiu's face as she bit her lip, involuntarily recalling the events of the previous day. This boy truly was a novice. The first time was remarkably swift, yet the claims of being unable to perform multiple times after drinking seemed disingenuous. This boy was evidently young and full of vigor. Her cheeks slightly flushed, Li Jiqiu resumed her tasks, arranging and managing the day's work. Meanwhile, Chen Yan completed his shower. Lacking a change of clothes, he was left with no choice but to don yesterday's attire. As he stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair, he caught sight of Li Jiqiu leaning against the bed, causing his stride to falter abruptly. Oh no, she is awake. I had hoped to slip away after my shower. What now? In that moment, the atmosphere grew awkward and tense. Chen Yan was at a loss, while Li Jiqiu merely cast a casual glance in his direction before returning to her messages. As his breathing quickened, after a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yan slowly moved his feet, intending to concoct some excuse to make a hasty exit. However, Li Jiqiu spoke first. Little Chen, run an errand for your sister. Huh? Ah, what do you need, sister? Chen Yan trembled, responding with instant nervousness. This is bad, really bad. She remembers my name. Curling his toes into his slippers, Chen Yan wished to vanish into the floor. If they were a typical couple, it might be acceptable. After all, it was their first time, and he wouldn't be so unrestrained. Yet, the peculiarity of the situation was too profound for anyone who hadn't experienced it to understand Chen Yan's current turmoil. Go buy me some medicine. Make sure you don't get the wrong kind, the one for after. Li Jiqiu appeared nonchalant, glancing in her bag before setting it aside, seemingly dissatisfied. She beckoned Chen Yan closer. Come here. Yes. Chen Yan complied, his heart racing even more. Wow, she even knows what kind of medicine. Thank goodness she didn't call the police and accuse me of. Li Jiqiu extended her fair hand towards him, momentarily perplexing him. Hand it over, your phone. Unlock it. Oh, Chen Yan obediently unlocked his phone and passed it to her, feeling akin to a schoolboy caught in a transgression. Li Jiqiu opened WeChat, scanned her QR code, and returned the phone to him. All done. I've added you as a friend and transferred 50,000 yuan. Take this and hurry back. You've got a bit of a backlog, and it's late. I worry about your safety. On his phone, the friend request from Jiqiu had been approved, along with a transfer notification of 50,000 yuan. Chen Yan hesitated. Should I accept? It feels a bit humiliating, akin to a gratitude fee. Not accepting feels equally difficult. All right, just take it. Li Jiqiu, the alluring older sister, discerned his inner conflict and offered gentle reassurance. Since you call me sister, this money is a gift from your sister to her younger brother. Understand? Chen Yan fell silent. Though her words were comforting, the underlying message was unmistakable. You call me sister. I see you as my brother. Such occurrences as last night shall not happen again. Without uttering another word, she turned away, her beautiful eyes glimmering. This boy is surprisingly sensitive. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Last night was a mistake born of my own impulsiveness, and he is merely a victim. Given our significant age difference, it is best to abandon any unrealistic expectations. Meanwhile, Chen Yan awkwardly exited the pharmacy, clutching a box of medicine amidst the staff's suggestive glances, making a beeline for a breakfast stall. His body craved protein intensely. Ding ding, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no trace. Fortune moment reward settlement. Permanent buff. Strength and vitality. As one who experiences great fortune daily, how could one not possess a robust physique? Strength and vitality? Go system, did you mistype? Is it strength and vitality or enhanced health? In a single breath, he devoured 8 tea eggs, causing the elderly vendor at the breakfast stall to gaze at Chen Yan with a mix of astonishment and concern. Has this child never eaten eggs before? Slow down, or I might have to call for help if you choke here. With his mouth still full of eggs, Chen Yan halted mid-bite as the system announcement continued. Permanent buff, extraordinary charm, exclusive edition for those age 30 with a comprehensive score exceeding 90 points, given that the host has completed a golden legendary fortune moment. Automatic reminders will activate upon encountering qualifying individuals. Keep it up, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no trace, huh? An exclusive edition for older sisters? Chapter 5. A gift from Li Jiqiu. No matter how persistently Chen Yan questioned, the system offered no further responses. Oh, except for one. After forcing down 10 eggs to quell his body's craving for protein, Chen Yan took the medicine and headed to the hotel. After all, even if one's ability to produce essence was formidable, it still required the necessary materials, did it not? Throughout his journey, he glanced around, eager to discern what the system's reminder entailed. However, he encountered several attractive women, yet none triggered the system. TSK, how stringent this system is. He knocked on the hotel room door, and heavy footsteps immediately echoed from within. Li Jiqiu was barefoot, seemingly having just taken a shower while Chen Yan was out. Drops of water clung to her fair neck, and her ethereal presence, akin to a blooming lotus, combined with a subtle fragrance, momentarily captivated Chen Yan. Synchronizing with the system's prompt. Ding ding, the serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Li Jiqiu, chairwoman of Qiushui Group, age 36, comprehensive score 93, current status calm, thighs sore, fortune trigger count 1, repeatable for rewards. 3 triggers will yield a grand prize. Come in, Li Jiqiu said, her eyes wide with surprise, interrupting Chen Yan's reverie as she gracefully sat back on the edge of the bed. Chen Yan hurriedly followed, and under the system's reminder, noticed her slightly awkward gait, suggesting discomfort in her thighs. Sister, your medicine. Handing her the medication, he thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Thank you. Li Jiqiu decisively opened the medicine box and swallowed a pill. Under Chen Yan's gaze, she slipped on her high heels, prompting a pang of regret within him. What was he thinking last night to help her take them off? If only he had carried them on his shoulder, it would have significantly increased his speed. Unaware of Chen Yan's flustered thoughts, Li Jiqiu smiled lightly. This young man should be savoring the sweetness of his newfound fortune. It seems I'm not so old. After all, my charm still holds. Little Chen, may I ask you something? Once adorned in her high heels, Li Jiqiu transformed back into the poised and alluring woman, elegantly crossing one leg over the other. Yesterday, you mentioned being laid off. Have you considered what you might do next? Next? Chen Yan pondered, stroking his chin. I haven't thought it through yet. I will see what comes. Well, I have a job opportunity that I wonder if you might be interested in, Li Jiqiu said with a smile, her captivating gaze fixed on Chen Yan, seemingly unfazed by the previous night's events. What kind of job? What's the salary? Are weekends off? Are there benefits? Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback, suspecting that this older sister might be considering supporting him. He wondered what conditions would trigger another moment of fortune with her. Surely it wouldn't be merely a physical arrangement. Yes, all of that. Li Jiqiu seemed unprepared for his inquiries, but it mattered little, as she could dictate the terms of the benefits herself. If you have a driver's license, you could be my chauffeur. If not, how about being a personal assistant? The salary is $10,000 a month, with the highest standard of benefits and 2 days off each week. Li Jiqiu did not wish to assign Chen in a different role. It was simply that her secretary had just informed her that there were no idle positions available in the company that required no work. Thus, She had to create one herself. Coincidentally, her chauffeur had recently resigned, making it convenient for Chen Yan to fill the vacancy. A driver? That sounds great. I have a driver-S license. Chen Yan readily agreed. This offer was nothing short of celestial. 10,000 a month? Such a stroke of fortune was rare indeed. Moreover, remaining close to Li Ziqiu would allow him to explore how to trigger another moment of fortune and see some rewards. He was genuinely intrigued by the notion of the system's grand prize, though it was certainly not merely for Li Ziqiu's physical allure. All right, you can continue to rest. Later, I will pick you up to get acquainted with the company. Li Ziqiu grabbed her bag and was about to leave, casually slipping a card into Chen Yan's hand. This card contains 500,000. The password is the last digit of the card. Don't overthink it. Consider it a gift from me. Without allowing Chen Yan a chance to refuse, Li Ziqiu departed, leaving him stunned, staring blankly at the bank card in his hand. Wow, is this genuine support? Or just a gift? Chen Yan was bewildered, uncertain of how to process it. In that moment, he began to understand why handsome men often gravitate towards wealthy women. Once disdainful of such arrangements, he now found the allure irresistible. Jumping onto the bed, Chen Yan rolled around in sheer exhilaration, intoxicated by the scent lingering in the air. Little did he know, outside the door, Li Ziqiu was equally flustered, her heart racing. She too was puzzled. Their connection could have remained at a mere 50,000 transfer and the arrangement of a typical idle position. After all, even a top male model wouldn't need that much for a single night. Yet, upon returning with the medicine, Chen Yan seemed transformed in her eyes, radiating charm that captivated her heart. This was the fundamental reason she unconsciously elevated Chen Yan's treatment, along with the 500,000. In fact, had he directly asked for any reasonable perks, she might have readily acquiesced. Ah, this is madness, pure madness. Li Ziqiu, how many years apart are you? Don't be so shameless and ruin his future. Leaning against the wall, Li Ziqiu took deep breaths, mentally reassuring herself. All right, I will regard him as just an ordinary younger brother. No more inappropriate thoughts. Resolute in her decision, Li Ziqiu felt considerably lighter in spirit as she elegantly strode away from the hotel, her stunning legs capable of driving any man to madness. In the room, despite having exerted considerable energy the previous night, Chen Yan was far from tired. In fact, he felt an exhilarating urge to howl at the heavens. The bank card appeared to be a specially customized version, easily linkable to payment software. Gazing at the 5-digit balance in his WeChat account alongside the 6-digit sum in the card, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After years of living modestly, he now possessed such wealth, something he had never dared to dream of before. Ha 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 ha. Is this the treatment of a protagonist? Is this the prowess of the system? If he were to meet the system face to face, Chen Yan would undoubtedly shower it with affectionate kisses, all his previous frustrations dissipating into thin air. System, I vow never to curse you again. Ding ding. The serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Chapter 6. The striking contrast of the glasses wearing older sister with newfound wealth, Chen Yan was naturally generous towards himself. He first procured 3 complete outfits online, from head to toe. Ah, the life of the affluent is truly unimaginable. With merely a modest fortune, I would scarcely blink at spending 3,000 on a single ensemble. One wonders what those worth millions or even billions typically wear. Gazing at the items awaiting delivery, Chen Yan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Benny Road, a prestigious brand. Until today, he had not even dared to cast a glance at such luxury. Having acquired clothing, he felt compelled to indulge in other fine goods as well. A folding bike? 14,699? I'll take one. An Alienware laptop? 19,888? I'll have that too. With his phone and computer sorted, Chen Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for what else he desired. A car? Nonsense. Soon he would be the private chauffeur of a beautiful woman. Did he truly need a luxury vehicle? A house? With this sum, it would be embarrassing to even consider it. Better to avoid encountering an arrogant salesperson. After much contemplation, Chen Yan decided to transfer 100,000 to his beloved Wang Ma. Wang Ma was the director of his orphanage, a kind-hearted lady who had been like family to him since childhood. Before long, his phone rang. Xiao Yan, you sent me 100,000? Wang Ma's voice sounded considerably more aged and hoarse than he remembered. Despite its weariness, Chen Yan could discern the joy underlying her words. Yes, Wang Ma. I made a bit of money from small business recently, so I thought I'd send you some. And how are you doing? You've earned a little, but you ought to focus on your efforts. Why are you sending money back to this old woman? Wang Ma's orphanage had struggled to remain open after all the children from Chen Yan's cohort had left, due to a reduction in policy subsidies. Now, Wang Ma was a retired elder living in modest circumstances, without even a pension. Chen Yan felt warmth in his heart. This dear lady, who claimed she was doing well, though, well, the source of his wealth felt somewhat abstract. Oh, it's nothing, Wang Ma. I have plenty of money now. I'm not missing that bit. Spend it as you wish. If you want to find a gentleman to date, go ahead. We can afford a dowry. Don't worry about his kids. We've all grown up. And if you're not interested in dating, why not take a trip, travel around, and enjoy life? With Wang Ma, Chen Yan felt no social anxiety. He spoke freely and comfortably. You little rascal, do you dare tease me about getting old? Be careful, I don't come to Shanghai City with my cane to chase you. Wang Ma laughed, her tone filled with affection. After a few more moments of conversation, they hung up. Chen Yan felt a twinge of melancholy. After acquiring wealth, he suddenly found himself unsure of what to do next. What do the wealthy do with their days? He felt somewhat lost, as his social circle was quite limited, with scarcely any friends in Shanghai City. If he were to speak of friends, they would be the companions from the orphanage, but they were scattered across the world, making reunion difficult. Ah, how foolish of me. I forgot to ask Sister Li how to liquidate my Bitcoin. Suddenly recalling that he possessed a total of 3,000 Bitcoins, Chen Yan bolted upright. Never mind. He would inquire later. For now, he needed to catch up on sleep. It was still early, just past 11. Having indulged in too many eggs for breakfast, Chen Yan wasn't feeling hungry. He decided to extend his hotel stay for another day before settling down for some rest. Life has its hopes, and the prospect of success makes even dreams delightful. In his slumber, Chen Yan found himself battling 800 concubines in an epic showdown, devouring eggs while maintaining his vigor, causing the harem to scatter in disarray. Then, a phone call disrupted his reverie. Ugh, who disturbs my sweet dreams? Bleary-eyed, Chen Yan squinted into the darkness, recognizing it was a voice message from Li Zhiqiu. An involuntary image of her curvaceous form flashed in his mind. She was a significant benefactor, after all. Quickly wiping the drool from his lips, he answered the call. Sisterly, Xiao Chun, I'm downstairs at the hotel. Come out. Let us grab a bite, and then I'll take you to my company. Oh, okay. Chen Yan perked up, quickly rolling out of bed. Before heading out, he made an effort to fix his hair. Not bad, looking sharp. He dashed out of the hotel, contemplating whether to check out. He decided against it, extending his stay until noon the next day. Checking out now would mean a loss. Outside, a wine-red Bentley awaited him, with Li Zhiqiu at the wheel. After greeting her, Chen Yan noticed another passenger in the front seat. Sitting in the back, he couldn't see clearly, but the system provided a prompt. Ding! A viper's tongue flicks, no footprints. M.O. Ran, chairwoman of Tianyuan Group, age, 31, comprehensive rating, 92, current status, agitated. Gasp! His former employer. Chen Yan was taken aback, not only due to the recognition, but also because she was a stunning beauty, rated just 1 point below Li Zhiqiu. However, her style contrasted sharply with Li Zhiqiu's, clad in a flowing white gown adorned with blue accents and delicate white flats. M.O. Ran exuded an air of understated elegance. Sister Li, where are we headed? Chen Yan inquired as the Bentley glided along the dimly lit streets. Let us go have hot pot. It's been ages since I last had it. I've been craving it. Li Zhiqiu struggled to maintain her composure, seemingly apprehensive that M.O. Ran might detect her excitement. What is happening to me? Li Zhiqiu scolded herself internally. She had resolved to remain composed, yet upon seeing him, her heart raced uncontrollably. The tension was palpable, and M.O. Ran, as Li Zhiqiu's close friend, felt no such reservations. Instead, she decided to probe into their relationship. Oh, Zhiqiu, is this your little boyfriend? Where did you find him? I thought you were just home, sleeping off a hangover after not replying to messages late last night. But you were with this young, handsome man at the hotel. Quite the secretive one, aren't you? Tell me, at your age, can you keep up with the energy of a young man? Hee hee. Mo Ran teased Li Jiqiu, her demeanor elegant behind her golden-rimmed glasses. Yet her words were filled with playful provocation, leaving Chen Yan profoundly aware of the contrast. Not just any girl behind those glasses, but a sophisticated older sister. This was indeed intriguing. Chapter 7. The source of a USB drive. Is it Mo Ran? To be honest, Chen Yan had worked at Tianyuan Group for 2 years and had never seen the chairman, Mo Ran. He had initially imagined her to be an elderly businesswoman, but to his surprise, she turned out to be an extraordinarily charming and graceful young lady. As Chen Yan sat in the back seat, listening to the two ladies exchange playful banter, he found himself deep in thought. Encountering Mo Ran did not trigger any system alerts, which suggested that some specific conditions must be met. Could it be that he recalled the sudden invitation from Li Jiqiu for a drink earlier that morning, which had sent the system into a frenzy? Was it necessary for the other party to initiate the invitation? Contemplating this possibility, Chen Yan decided he would seize the opportunity to test it out. The burgundy Bentley radiated opulence under the night sky, causing other vehicles to steer clear, wary of any potential collision. Soon, the trio arrived at a high-end hot pot restaurant. Once seated, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran occupied the same side, while Chen Yan sat alone across from them. The moment they took their seats, the atmosphere shifted. Chen Yan felt a touch of restraint, given the lingering influence of his former boss. In contrast, Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran seemed to be affected by Chen Yan's undeniable charm. Li Jiqiu's cheeks flushed slightly, despite her attempts to suppress it, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Mo Ran. "Hey, Jiqiu, how did you meet Chen Yan? Wow, he's truly captivating. Tell me, how long have you been together? No wonder you didn't even bother with makeup today. You look radiant." Mo Ran teased. A mischievous grin plastered across her face as she leaned in to sniff the air around Li Jiqiu. "Wow, the scent of love is palpable. How shameless." "Shut up, don't say that." Li Jiqiu's ears turned crimson, feeling an unfamiliar shyness that she hadn't experienced in years. It was undeniably awkward. Li Mo Jia, I need to use the restroom." Unable to endure the teasing of the two ladies, Chen Yan made a hasty retreat. Just a few steps away, he could still hear their unabashed laughter. "Is it serious? How many times have you? Wow, he's so charming. I envy you." Shrinking his neck in embarrassment, Chen Yan quickened his pace towards the restroom. A few seconds later, noticing that Chen Yan had distanced himself, Mo Ran lowered her voice and asked Li Jiqiu, "How do you know him? How long has it been? What is your relationship? Honestly, I find him quite appealing." "Please," Li Jiqiu shot Mo Ran a look, a hint of pride emerging on her face. "It's not like I have poor taste. I met him last night after a few drinks." "Wait, you just met him for one night? And you slept with him? Isn't that a bit rash?" Mo Ran exclaimed, incredulous. However, upon reflection, she realized that if it were her who had met Chen Yan after a few drinks, she might have acted similarly. "Rash. I have no husband and no partner. Can I find a boyfriend?" With Chen Yan absent, Li Jiqiu felt more liberated in her conversation with Mo Ran, brimming with confidence. "Besides, I'm beautiful and wealthy. What is wrong with that?" Mo Ran scoffed. "How shameless. Look at your age. You're quite a bit older than him." The two had already exchanged some information prior to picking up Chen Yan, and Mo Ran was well aware of his age. "I'm not like you. I don't have a husband. So what? Lizikiu raturta yelding. And besides, my figure is the most alluring, while yours." She teased, casting playful glances at Mo Ran. Although Mo Ran had a commendable figure, she was not as statuesque or curvaceous as Li Jiqiu. Perhaps this was the reason for her slight inferiority complex. "All right, enough of this banter. After all, we're sisters at heart. You can't just leave me lonely." She added with a chuckle, "Next time, let me borrow your young boyfriend to alleviate my woes." Hee hee hee. Conversations between women often delve into mischievous territories, overshadowing any semblance of decorum. After chatting for a while longer, they finally shifted the topic away from Chen Yan. "Speaking of which, I lost an important flash drive that my daughter was playing with, and now I have no idea what to do." Mo Ran's expression clouded with worry as she rested her chin on her hand, sighing deeply. "Foreign exchange? What kind of foreign exchange is so crucial? How much did you lose?" If it's not too much, I might be able to help, Li Zhiqiu inquired, intrigued. Foreign exchange typically referred to transactions between large companies and foreign entities, rarely circulating domestically. It's a deal with the Mo Le Group, worth over $2 billion. You probably can't resolve it in a couple of days. Mo Ran shook her head. She was well aware of the capabilities of Li Zhiqiu's company, given time. She could certainly manage it, but the urgency of her situation left her with little room to spare. This issue had troubled her for nearly a week, and despite brainstorming countless solutions, none had been fruitful. Mo Jia, what troubles you so? Chen Yan returned to his seat, curiosity piqued. This was not a matter he should have involved himself in. Yet he had overheard Mo Ran mention something about losing a flash drive, and a sudden epiphany struck him. The system indicated that Mo Ran was distressed. Could it be due to this very issue? Without considering whether he could actually assist, he decided to inquire, hoping it might trigger a fortunate turn of events. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Yan's question, Li Zhiqiu furrowed her brow, instinctively feeling that his involvement was somewhat inappropriate, given that he was still a stranger to Mo Ran. However, recalling Mo Ran's unabashed flirting with Chen Yan and his undeniable charm, she quickly relaxed. Mo Ran was similarly taken aback. Typically, someone of her stature would not disclose such matters to outsiders, but Chen Yan was simply too captivating. Ah, little Chen, here's the situation. A few days ago, my daughter misplaced an important USB drive, and despite searching extensively, we found it. It contains something very significant. A USB drive? Chen Yan's heart raced. Could it be that the drive he had discovered, containing 3,000 bitcoins, belonged to Mo Ran? Tentatively, he leaned forward, curiosity ablaze. Is there Bitcoin on it? Bitcoin! Mo Ran and Li Zhiqiu exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock as they exchanged incredulous glances. Have you seen it? Mo Ran implored, urgency evident in her voice. That USB drive is vital to me. If you have any information about its whereabouts, please, I will do anything you ask. Mo Ran was desperate. Chen Yan's accurate mention of Bitcoin suggested he might have encountered the very drive she sought. Please, don't rush, Mo Jia. I did find that USB drive. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Since he had no way to cash it in, he resolved to reveal the truth, hoping it would earn him a favor in return. That USB drive is at my place. Chapter 8. Mo Ran's Reward. 2 women in a tangle your home? Mo Ran's voice rose an octave, drawing the attention of several patrons in the hot pot restaurant. Chen Yan quickly raised his hand to quell Mo Ran's excitement, lowering his voice to recount the events of discovering the USB drive the previous day. Of course, he refrained from divulging any details regarding the system and its motives. As the hot pot arrived, Chen Yan had just finished his explanation, unable to contain her elation any longer. Mo Ran took Chen Yan's face in her hands and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, leaving a delicate pink imprint that exuded a delightful fragrance. Li Zhiqiu, unable to restrain herself, pinched Mo Ran's thigh, eliciting a series of protests. Ouch, that hurts. Little Chen, you need to manage Zhiqiu. She is pinching me too hard. Mo Ran's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her gaze fixed on Chen Yan, unwavering. In that moment, she exuded a captivating charm, seamlessly transitioning from the poised, scholarly demeanor of a bespectacled woman to a strikingly alluring figure. Giggling, Mo Ran teased, Zhiqiu, your little Chen has done me such a great favor. I must express my gratitude. You're not feeling jealous, are you? Li Zhiqiu's forehead twitched with frustration, regretting bringing Chen Yan along for dinner. Though she masked her feelings, pinching Mo Ran's thigh even harder. Deep down, she harbored her own insecurities, acutely aware of her age compared to the youthful Mo Ran. Moreover, she felt somewhat overwhelmed by Chen Yan's youthful vigor. Not jealous. We're good friends. What reason would I have to be jealous? She chuckled. Since your little Chen has helped you so much, you mustn't treat him poorly. With that, she playfully slapped Mo Ran's thigh, producing a crisp sound. 20 billion. How much are you planning to give him? Chen Yan quietly wiped his cheek, still preoccupied with thoughts about the fortune, and waved his hands dismissively at Li Zhiqiu's inquiry. No, I merely stumbled upon it. I'm just glad to assist Mo Jia. Mo Ran shot Li Jiqiu a knowing glance, her fair fingers lightly tracing Chen Yan's pinky, a surprisingly smooth sensation brushing against his leg. Chen Yan's heart raced, realizing the implications of being flirtatious with a woman who had shared a bed with him. Call me Mo Jia, and of course, I want to treat you poorly. Mo Ran's expression turned sultry as she turned to Li Jiqiu. Jiqiu, didn't you mention that little Chen is your driver? How about we jointly hire him as our private chauffeur? Whoever needs him can call, and we can split the salary. 10,000 each, what do you think? Though Li Jiqiu hesitated, considering Mo Ran's circumstances and her own insecurities, she eventually nodded after a moment's thought. That's fine, but it's not enough. That's over 20 billion. Is little Chen so easily satisfied? Chen Yan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Yet the sensation on his leg grew increasingly peculiar, as if Mo Ran had slipped off her shoes and was using her smooth, bare foot. I don't mind. As a younger brother, I should be of service. Oh, what kind of service is acceptable? Just like the one you provided, Jiqiu? Mo Ran teased, her eyes shimmering with mischief. Which one? Chen Yan scratched his head, momentarily bewildered. Had he provided any service to Li Jiqiu? Last night? No. That was Li Jiqiu serving him. All right, enough with the banter. Let us get to the point. Keep this up, and I'll have to tear both your mouths apart. Li Jiqiu interjected impatiently, urging Mo Ran to be direct. All right, you're so eager. With a shift in tone, Mo Ran composed herself. Lil Chen, I want to hide anything from you. The 3,000 bitcoins on that USB drive were intended for foreign exchange transactions by my group. Their total value is approximately over 20 billion. Although you can't liquidate them, they hold immense significance for my organization. Therefore, I decided to offer you a personal reward of 10 million. At her words, Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, eager to respond. But Mo Ran quickly interrupted. Hey, you cannot refuse. Little Chen, I've made it clear. This is a reward. Do you understand? Unless you prefer a personal reward for me instead? That is not entirely out of the question. But my body might not be able to handle it. I might need to hit the gym. Otherwise, even my iron constitution won't suffice. Enough, little Chen, just accept it. Mo Ran, typically so stingy, is being generous. Don't be polite. Seeing Chen Yan's silence, Li Jiqiu assumed he was still hesitant and attempted to smooth over the situation. Reluctantly, Chen Yan nodded in agreement. Thank you, Mo Jia. The trio's hot pot experience was far from cinematic. They indulged in the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. An amusing incident unfolded as Li Jiqiu, sensing Mo Ran's foot playfully teasing Chen Yan, decided to cast aside her usual reserve and kicked off her Valentino heels to join in. Chen Yan, overwhelmed by the unexpected situation, attempted to evade the two women, but the long legs of both ladies made it impossible to escape their playful grasp. In desperation, he abandoned his chopsticks and seized both soft, delicate feet in his hands. Come on, ladies, let us not make a scene. If we don't eat soon, this hot pot will have me marinated. As he spoke, he instinctively tickled the soles of their feet, eliciting laughter from both women. Okay, we'll stop. Don't tickle. Little brother, I'm ticklish. With their feet returned to safety, their faces flushed crimson, Chen Yan sighed in resignation. This relentless allure had no place to hide. Was it too much to ask for a peaceful hot pot dinner? Chapter 9, A Terrible Secret, a delightful hot pot feast, free from the disturbances of the two alluring ladies, allowed Chen Yan to indulge thoroughly. After an hour of feasting, the three of them were left feeling pleasantly stuffed, reluctant to move. Chen Yan had never tasted such exquisite hot pot before, which prompted him to eat a bit more than usual. Meanwhile, Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu, who typically prioritized maintaining their figures, surprisingly consumed double their usual amount today. Perhaps this is the true essence of indulging in beauty. Oh, I'm so full. Mo Ran delicately rubbed her slightly rounded belly, her charming demeanor captivating. Li Jiqiu, with her slightly more matured elegance, possessed a distinctly different allure. Chen Yan excused himself to the restroom and headed to the front desk to settle the bill. After all, having received such generosity without even seeing a USB drive, he felt it was only right to at least pay for the meal. A Upon reaching the front desk, the cashier's total left him astonished. "Sir, your table's total is 86,000. 86,000. Goodness, is this what the wealthy indulge in when dining?" Chen Yan felt a pang in his heart, but proceeded to pay via scan code. Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran were well aware of Chen Yan's discreet intention to pay the bill, and seizing the moment, they engaged in conversation as he was away. "Little Chen is quite charming, isn't he? Are you too sure you're not a couple?" Mo Ran elegantly picked at her teeth, reclining lazily in her chair. "Of course not. We are merely, well, you know how it is. I am the one who takes the initiative, and I owe him." Li Jiqiu recalled the events of the previous night, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy, utterly enchanted. After all, it was her first time. "Wow," Mo Ran gasped, sitting up abruptly. "Your first time? Oh my goodness, Li Jiqiu, how could you say that? Aren't you afraid of lightning striking you? You old woman." Lightning strike me? I have no husband. What's wrong with a little romance?" Li Jiqiu retorted without hesitation, leaving Mo Ran with a complex expression and choosing to remain silent. Mo Ran harbored her own intense feelings, yet she recognized Li Jiqiu's point. She must first resolve her divorce before pursuing Chen Yan. After all, allowing such a splendid young man to slip away to Li Jiqiu would truly be a waste. Not long after, Chen Yan returned to the table, prompting Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu to cease their conversation. "Little Chen, I just discussed something with your sister Li. I believe 1 million isn't quite enough. Later, your sister Li has some urgent matters to attend to at her company, so you should accompany me to the office to select a car for yourself." They had just agreed to gift a car to Chen Yan, but concerned he might refuse, they concocted a pretext. As expected, just as Chen Yan was about to decline, Mo Ran interrupted him. "Oh, you can't refuse. This isn't just a gift. It will also serve as a dedicated vehicle for both your sister Li and me. Do you understand?" Mo Ran smiled charmingly, her demeanor contrasting sharply with Li Jiqiu's mature elegance. Yet her playful smile was equally enchanting. Chen Yan instinctively nodded. "All right." The three of them set off, with Li Jiqiu driving, dropping Mo Ran and Chen Yan off at the Tianyuan Group headquarters before leaving alone. Upon gazing up at the familiar headquarters building, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. "You fired me yesterday? Huh. Today, I have returned with your boss." "Come on, little Chen," Mo Ran giggled, naturally linking her arm with his, her heart racing intensely. After many years, perhaps since her first love during her youthful days, she had not experienced such exhilarating emotions. Chen Yan reignited that feeling within her. They swiped their cards to ascend, and although Mo Ran didn't frequently visit the office, having spent the last 2 years managing the new branch in Shanghai and just returning a few months ago, she wasn't very familiar with this location. The elevator chimed, stopping at the 23rd floor, the executive office level. "Little Chen, let's first go to my office to pick out a car and grab the keys." Chen Yan readily agreed. Though Mo Ran's figure lacked the fiery allure of Li Jiqiu, she was still quite impressive. In the elevator, their close proximity led to unavoidable contact, especially with her maternal physique, causing Chen Yan to become distracted. However, upon entering the office area, Mo Ran restrained herself, releasing Chen Yan's arm to lead the way. Chen Yan, following behind, could no longer resist the urge to admire this elegant woman. Mo Ran's figure was petite compared to Li Jiqiu's curves, yet she still stood among the taller women. Unlike Li Jiqiu's pronounced silhouette, Mo Ran exuded a graceful charm, reminiscent of a pure lotus, enveloped in a delightful fragrance. "Little Chen, the car keys are in my desk drawer. You can choose for yourself. I need to use the restroom first." Mo Ran opened the door to the chairman's office, gesturing for Chen Yan to enter before heading off alone. "Goodness, I overindulge at the hot pot. I need to find a restroom, but I can't do it in the office. What if it tarnishes Chen Yan's impression of me?" Mo Ran glided away like a breeze, her steps light without high heels. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, dismissing any further thoughts, and strode directly to the desk. It was his first time truly experiencing the ambience of a high-ranking executive's office. The office's decor resembled what he had seen on television, perhaps only differing in the subtle fragrance that lingered. Whether it was body scent or aromatherapy, he couldn't tell. As he approached the large desk, Chen Yan settled into the luxurious executive chair, the comfort prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. To his astonishment, the chair even featured a massage function, activating as soon as he reclined. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to enjoy life. He mused privately, then decided not to linger and opened one of the 4 drawers. What he found inside left him utterly stunned. This peculiar object, resembling a quirky egg, looked strikingly familiar. Chen Yan's eyes widened in realization. Wasn't this a commonly seen prop in movies? My goodness! He gasped, hastily closing the drawer, his heart racing. It seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Knock, knock, knock. Is Ms. Mo in there? Just as Chen Yan prepared to open the second drawer in search of the car keys, a sharp female voice accompanied by a knock suddenly rang out. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chen Yan scratched his head and replied, Ms. Mo isn't here. She's in the restroom. Oh, okay, my apologies, huh? A figure abruptly pushed the door open, gazing at Chen Yan. Chen Yan? I thought that voice sounded familiar. You've already been fired. What are you doing in the boss's office? Her tone escalated, sharp and jarring, causing Chen Yan to furrow his brows. Damn it, how could it be this woman? The boss sent me here. Is that a problem? Chen Yan felt an overwhelming disdain for Lu Min, the acerbic administrative manager, who consistently shortchanged lower-level employees, threatening them with layoffs at the slightest inconvenience. Chen Yan was merely 2 minutes late, yet she found herself in a heated argument over a deduction of 3 days' wages, resulting in her abrupt dismissal. The boss? Huh. Chen Yan, what are you to even consider knowing the boss? Do you truly believe the grandiose claims you make about yourself? Lu Min, arms crossed and a smirk upon her face, scoffed at her. Young people like you, who fail to appreciate the opportunities provided by the company and are ungrateful for the cultivation they receive, deserve this lesson in the form of dismissal. To think you would stoop to theft. Encountering me today is your misfortune. Just wait. I shall call the police immediately. Individuals like you, who do not cherish their employment opportunities and lack gratitude towards the company, are simply pathetic. Chapter 10. Am I going back to jail? Me? Stealing? Chen Yan furrowed his brow, incredulously pointing at himself. He never anticipated that this woman, already harsh, would outright accuse him of theft. Huh, don't even think of arguing. With a pathetic employee like you, it's impossible to be in the boss's office. Still want to quibble? Save that for the police. Lu Min sneered as she dialed the emergency number. Hello, I'm reporting a theft. We have a thief at the Tianyuan Group headquarters, yes, on the 23rd floor. Yes, we've managed to detain him. Chen Yan shook his head in disbelief, muttering about the absurdity of it all. Is this floor accessible without a key card? Do you even know the lock on the boss's office door? Think for a second. To steal something, one must first gain entry. He felt a mix of irritation and amusement, knowing that once Mo Ran arrived, things would take a turn. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, he reclined in the boss's chair, propping his feet up. What was there to fear? The USB drive was still in his possession, and he felt entitled to sit down and negotiate with Mo Ran as an equal. Chen Yan, get up this instant. Do you think you deserve to sit in that chair? I suggest you show some remorse. Who knows, you might be out in a year or two. If you break anything, you won't be able to afford the damages. Lu Min, witnessing Chen Yan's refusal to comply, exploded in anger. Unperturbed, Chen Yan shrugged. Oh really? Then we shall wait. Wait for your esteemed boss to arrive, and for the police to show up. The thought of the police made him slightly uneasy, having just been falsely imprisoned the previous night. Yet, the mere thought of Mo Ran bolstered his confidence. Lu Min's shrill voice had already attracted several executives from the floor, none of whom recognized Chen Yan and all of whom believed Lu Min's accusations, hurling insults at him. A few men even rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Quick as a flash, Chen Yan seized a sculpture from the desk and struck it against the table. All right, who wants to go first? His demeanor had shifted. He had little patience for anyone other than the gentle and beautiful women around him. After all, this approach minimized unnecessary social interaction. His assertiveness left the balding, middle-aged men hesitant, exchanging glances as they awaited a leader to step forward. Such was their nature. The more vulnerable you appeared, the more they would bully you. Conversely, when one stood strong, their professional standings seemed to vanish, revealing their cowardice. Hey, you young man, stealing and now threatening violence? Are you hoping to spend your next life in prison? Put down your weapon and surrender the stolen goods. We mean you no harm. We are all directors and managers at Tycoon Group. Don't you dare act recklessly. Loud threats rang out, but Chen Yan merely smirked, content to remain seated in the boss's chair. There was no need for further discussion. He could wait for the police or the arrival of their boss. Oh, Mo Ran, hurry. Don't keep me waiting. I'd rather not return to jail. Wait for the boss. You think you're worthy of seeing him? Everyone, go ahead. Mr. Li, Mr. Wu, Mr. Wong, come on. Step up. With so many of you, how can you fear just one person? Lu Min, gritting her teeth, realized that the crowd was intimidated by Chen Yan. Accustomed to wielding power over lower-level employees, she found herself frustrated and enraged by this unexpected turn of events. It was absurd, such a group of ineffectual men, who boasted their authority in the office, could not even handle one Chen Yan. Fortunately, a few security guards rushed in, parting the crowd. Quick, that's him. Hold him down. He is not just stealing. He is threatening us. Everyone come on. Let us tackle him together. Lu Min shouted. The arrival of the security personnel provided an outlet for their pent-up aggression as they pushed forward, each one more eager than the last. Can you all calm down? I haven't even run away. What is with all the excitement? Chen Yan sighed, standing once more to tap the sculpture against the desk, casting a cool gaze at the encroaching crowd. Don't say I didn't warn you. I have no intention of harming the security guards, after all. They're just ordinary workers making a few thousand a month. What is the point of risking lives? I will only target a few of you. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mr. Chen and Mr. Wu. Oh, and Mr. Wong from the business division. Haha, we've done business together before. And you, Lu Min, what are you hiding from, you old witch? Day in and day out, you gorge yourselves, doing nothing useful, while the higher-ups preach about cutting costs and increasing efficiency. What have you all done? Cut employee costs? Exploit them? Make one employee work as two? And yet, the performance remains stagnant. The market remains closed. While you all continue to line your pockets. Where does all that money come from, you ask? Chen Yan seemed to unleash a torrent of grievances, leaving the security guards exchanging glances. Indeed, since the announcement of cost-cutting measures, half of the security staff had been laid off, and their working hours extended from 3 shifts to 2, often facing penalties that left them in dire straits. Hey, are we going to restrain him? A young guard quietly inquired of the head of security. Let us hold off for now. Wait for the police. Something feels off about this situation. Besides, he.s. right. We're not getting paid enough to risk our lives. He.s. wielding a metal sculpture. One good strike could cause serious harm. With the head guard's words, the other guards abandoned the idea of physically confronting Chen Yan, instead forming a perimeter around him. Influenced by Chen Yan's words, the executives who had gathered felt as if they had been struck, their tempers flaring as they shouted obscenities. Yet Chen Yan remained unfazed. As long as the security personnel didn't interfere, he could simply wait. After sending a message to Mo Ran urging her to hurry, he waited a few more minutes until the police finally arrived. What's going on here? Everyone disperse. A police officer, with a stern expression, pushed through the crowded office. Officer, this guy is threatening us and stealing. Yes, we caught him red-handed, and he refuses to admit it. He is part of a criminal syndicate. One officer held a recording device while the other approached the desk and knocked on it. So what have you done? Is that you? Chen Yan, realizing the police had arrived, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He quickly sent a flurry of messages to Mo Ran, not bothering to look up. However, upon hearing the officer's astonished tone, he curiously raised his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. Good heavens! ISNT that the officer who interrogated me last night. What a coincidence! It made sense. Tycoon Group was located in the same area, so encountering familiar faces was not unexpected. Hello, officer, Chen Yan awkwardly greeted, subtly placing the sculpture back on the desk. Hello, what's so good about this? You explain yourself. The officer shot him a glare and gestured toward the noisy crowd behind him. What have you done? Are you helping others, or are you just being a nuisance? I assure you, I have done nothing. I was merely waiting in this office, and these people, as if on drugs, surrounded me, accusing me of theft. When they threatened me, I had no choice but to prepare for self-defense. Chen Yan replied innocently. However, Lu Min was determined not to let Chen Yan off the hook. She pushed through the crowd and rushed to the police officers. Officers, I'm the one who reported this. He is a thief. You can search him, and you can check the surveillance footage. This scoundrel was just fired yesterday. There is no way he would return to the company. Moreover, this is the boss's office. He has been dismissed. How could he possibly know the boss? He must be stealing something. Officer, please search him quickly. He is undoubtedly hiding stolen goods. Oh, and he has been cursing indiscriminately. Lu Min's urgent remarks prompted the two officers to cast suspicious glances at Chen Yan, as if they were scrutinizing him for any signs of guilt. After observing him for some time without discernible evidence, they proceeded with the routine protocol. Come with us to the station for a statement. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, cursing under his breath, yet again being summoned to the police station. Emoji, please return soon. It seemed as if a mysterious calling had taken effect, or perhaps divine intervention was necessary to underscore the situation's gravity. In any case, what are you all doing crowded here? Please disperse. Why has the police been called? Little Chun, what is going on? Chapter 11. Another encounter? As Chen Yan was about to be taken away, a cold and perplexed voice emerged from the crowd. A graceful figure pushed through the throng. Her first glance directed at Chen Yan behind the office desk. What is happening? Mo Ran wondered, why are there so many people gathered? And police officers and security guards? Is the company haunted? Mr. Mo, this is what happened. Lu Min, quick to act, stepped forward and pointed at Chen Yan. This man is Chen Yan, formerly a sales representative in our department. His work attitude was utterly improper, and I had long suspected his character was flawed, which is why I dismissed him yesterday. I actually caught him trying to steal from your office. After I caught him red-handed, he showed no remorse and even threatened everyone. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Mr. Mo. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and called so many colleagues and security guards to apprehend him, and I reported it to the police. Lu Min shot a fierce glare at Chen Yan, recounting her imagined narrative to Mo Ran. Mo Ran turned to Chen Yan, who merely shrugged and remained silent. Hello, are you the owner here? The police officer, noticing the beautiful and innocent-looking Mo Ran, inquired how she intended to handle the situation. Mo Ran nodded, apologizing. I'm sorry for the trouble. He is my brother. I asked him to wait for me in the office. This is all a misunderstanding. At her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the security guards exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Min, equally shocked, widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just heard. She rushed forward to grasp Mo Ran's hand, urgency in her voice. Mr. Mo, he is Chen Yan, the worthless employee I dismissed. How could he be your? Silence. Mo Ran shot her a fierce glare, contemplating that if the police were not present, she might have slapped her. Seeing this, the police officer, who had met Chen Yan once, cast a deep glance at him and nodded at Mo Ran. Since the owner claimed he was her brother and it was all a misunderstanding, there was no need for further investigation. All right, please refrain from causing misunderstandings that lead to false police reports in the future. It wastes police resources. He directed a warning at the somewhat dazed Lu Min, instructing her to call the front desk and retract the report. As the police made their way through the crowd, Mo Ran rushed to Chen Yan's side, her eyes filled with concern and remorse. Are you all right, little Chun? Did they make things difficult for you? Chen Yan smiled and patted her delicate hand resting on his arm, reassuring her, I'm fine. They didn't have the guts. Yar, I nearly ended up back in prison. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Let us see what excuse you fools have now. Relieved, Mo Ran felt fortunate to have arrived when she did. Had anything happened to Chen Yan, she would have felt guilty, unable to face even Li Jiqiu. With this thought, she turned to the noisy crowd. Aren't you all leaving now? Previously, Mo Ran was a figure shrouded in mystery, with only whispers regarding her circulating among high-ranking officials. Some claimed she inherited her wealth, while others argued she had no understanding of internal management. Yet, one thing was universally acknowledged, her temper and authority. No one dared to oppose this formidable female boss, regardless of who it was. Even her sister-in-law would be severely reprimanded or even dismissed for any wrongdoing. Thus, under Mo Ran's fierce command, the crowd dispersed in haste, including Lu Min, the instigator. Stop, Mo Ran commanded coldly, causing Lu Min to halt in her tracks, trembling as she turned around and dared not look up. Mr. Mo. You just said that little Chen was dismissed by you? Who issued that order? Lu Min felt a chill run down her spine, intending to shift the blame. However, as she raised her gaze, she met Chen Yan's icy stare. I. Stammering, Lu Min could not articulate a coherent response, her face turning pale as she dreaded the thoughts of her impending fate. It's over. Why is Chen Yan? Why is he Mr. Mo's brother? This is the end. Mr. Mo is so furious. I will definitely be dismissed. Where will I find another job that pays tens of thousands a month? Fortunately, I've managed to keep my corrupt dealings within the company well hidden. Let me help you out, Chen Yan scoffed. Of course it's you, Manager Lu. Lu Min's eyes flared with resentment and anger as she shouted, Mr. Mo, you cannot be biased. Chen Yan is always late, slacks off at work, and disobeys his superiors. If he isn't dismissed, how can we maintain employee morale? He is a typical parasite in the company. In her final struggle, she attempted to provoke Mo Rant's unwavering sense of justice. After all, the affairs of the Shanghai City headquarters, including administrative and personnel matters, were merely a matter of submitting a report every year, and no one had ever questioned it. You don't need Mr. Mo to say it, Chen Yan casually interjected, fiddling with his fingers, his tone indifferent. Yes. Always late. Then why don't you pull out the attendance records? Who doesn't know that you, Manager Lu, love to stand at the entrance counting heads 5 minutes early? So, just because you wrote on a report that I was late, that automatically means I was? You've done that plenty of times, Manager Lu. Furthermore, slacking off at work? Perhaps you should check my work records from the past 2 years. Has there ever been a task Chen Yan, failed to complete on time? And as far as I know, Manager Lu. Chen Yan stepped forward, glancing at the silhouettes swaying outside the frosted glass of the office. A derisive smile on his lips. If you randomly impose fines for being late, that money has never appeared in the company's books. I'm curious, where does the money go? This is no trivial amount. In our department alone, with over 100 people, we collect tens of thousands in fines each month. So where does it go? As Lu Min listened, her complexion grew increasingly grim, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Mo Ran's cold gaze observed everything, her heart already aware of the truth. All right, little Chen, no need to engage with her. It's pointless. Since it has affected you, I care little for the rights and wrongs. Your happiness is what matters. With that, Mo Ran gently placed her fingers on Chen Yan's shoulder and turned to Lu Min. Is it? From today onwards, you are dismissed. But do not think this is the end. You will need to cooperate with the company's legal department for a thorough investigation. Understand? If you refuse to cooperate, the legal department will seek an inspection order from the relevant authorities for a forced investigation. Lu Min's face turned ashen, her eyes glazed over, her legs trembling, almost ready to collapse. Also, although I have only recently arrived at the Shanghai City headquarters, do not assume me a fool. It will be best for you to voluntarily disclose all individuals with whom you have a conflict of interest. I might consider leniency, since you are an old member of the group. Otherwise, once I uncover everything, it won't be so easy to settle. Mo Ran's warning gaze swept across the frosted glass, her voice clear and resonant, audible even from outside. She had long intended to cleanse the Shanghai City headquarters of parasites. Otherwise, why would she have come here so suddenly? At this moment, the majority of the executives felt a sudden pang of anxiety, with some even contemplating an immediate escape. However, Mo Ran had long devised a plan to eradicate the parasites within the headquarters of the Shanghai City, initially intending to commence in a few days. Today, seizing the opportunity presented by Chen Yan, she decided to abandon pretense and mobilize all resources at once. She promptly contacted the audit team that had been strategically positioned throughout the company, instructing them to inspect and detain every individual under suspicion. Amidst a wave of despair, Lu Min was escorted out by security personnel. The crowd of executives lurking outside quickly dispersed, some destroying evidence and others preparing to flee. Yet, their plans were thwarted, as the audit team swiftly took control of the entire headquarters building. Little Chen, I never anticipated that you had been working at your sister's company for 2 years and were subsequently laid off. I truly apologize. As a gesture of sisterly remorse, how about I treat you to a couple of drinks tonight? What? Drinks again. Can we not indulge in alcohol every day? Who can endure this? Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Warning, 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 warning. Fortune moment. Golden legend of fortune. Fortune moment. The viper strikes, leaving no trace. All right, emoji. I shall indulge in a couple of drinks. Chapter 12. 12 horizontal and 12 vertical. Fulfilling your first love dream, Chen Yan seemed to have grasped the logic of the auspicious moments. As long as a woman with a satisfactory rating invited him for a drink, it would trigger. Ah, I say, this system must be a wine enthusiast. Chen Yan rolled his eyes internally, speechless. Meanwhile, his body allowed Mo Ran to lead him to the back of the desk. Come, little Chen, she insisted, pushing him into the chair. As he gazed at her curvaceous figure, Chen Yan felt a surge of impulse and directly pulled Mo Ran onto his lap. Hey! Mo Ran gasped softly, seemingly taken aback by Chen Yan's boldness. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively tried to stand up. However, Chen Yan's grip was firm. Her struggles were futile, and she ultimately remained seated. Little Chen, you're so naughty, Mo Ran said, her face still flushed, lightly patting his shoulder in a teasing manner. Yet, Chen Yan merely smiled, responding softly, Sister, you've been the one making advances all along. If I don't reciprocate, it would be impolite. Men are like that. After being tempered by Li Jiqiu, they can mature rapidly, and Chen Yan was no exception. At least with Mo Ran. He felt no shyness. Choosing a car. Mo Ran stammered, her excitement overwhelming, her hands floundering as she rummaged through the drawer. Whether it was a lapse in memory or a misplacement, she pulled open a drawer filled with small toys. Chen Yan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise, his gaze evasive. So, it was fine that he'd secretly seen it, but sister, are you showing this to me to play with? Mo Ran followed his gaze, and in an instant, the smile froze on her face. With a loud thud, she slammed the drawer shut, embarrassment flushing her features. Hee, this drawer doesn't have the car keys? Chen Yan nodded seriously, yes. No car keys, but there are tractor keys. He opened the adjacent drawer, feeling a bit uncomfortable, or perhaps for another reason, causing Mo Ran, seated on his lap, to squirm slightly. It was unexpected. Although Mo Ran's figure was not as voluptuous as Li Jiqiu's, it was still quite ample. Chen Yan chanted silently in his heart, trying to dispel the distracting thoughts amidst the muffled sounds of shouting and crying from the corridor and other offices. With a click, another drawer opened, revealing an array of colorful car keys along with a tablet. Here, little Chen, choose for yourself. She handed him the tablet, her breath warm and her face a deep shade of red. Chen Yan, not daring to meet her gaze, took the tablet and began to examine it carefully. To Mo Ran, his demeanor appeared incredibly innocent and endearing. The tablet displayed numerous vehicles, each accompanied by images. Chen Yan swiped left, noting that even the least expensive options were business vehicles like the Denza D9 and Buick GL8, presumably for running errands. Of course, there were luxury cars as well, ranging from the Mercedes-Benz E-Class to the Maybach and several Audi A6 and A8 models. However, these were all business-oriented. There were no supercars. After much contemplation, Chen Yan selected the vehicle he deemed the finest and most stylish. On a rainy night, on an elevated highway. No, of course not. 12 horizontal and 12 vertical, fulfilling your first love dream. Driving this, I'll bring my first love home. The Audi A8 Horch Edition. Sister, can I have this one? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Mo Ran. Mo Ran chuckled, taking the key from the drawer and placing it in his palm. Of course, little Chen. You have good taste. This is the car I bought this year, and I've hardly used it. Tomorrow, I'll have the company transfer it to you. As she spoke, Mo Ran playfully placed a finger to Chen Yan's lips. Oh, you can't refuse. This is a gift from me and Li Jie. Don't worry, I'll cover my part. Oh dear, then I must take Mo Jie and Li Jie for a few rides. Chen Yan grinned mischievously, making a suggestive pun that left Mo Ran blushing, playfully smacking his chest while calling him a rogue. Let us go. Mo Jie, we should retrieve the USB drive. Now that their relationship as siblings was public, Mo Ran felt unreserved, linking her arm with Chen Yan's as they left the bustling headquarters. The sleek, Jet black exterior of the car gleamed under the lights. The dazzling silver rims and unparalleled luxurious interior made Chen Yan tremble with excitement. Suddenly owning such a magnificent vehicle felt surreal. After calming his nerves, Chen Yan started the engine, and with the roar of the V8, the A8 Horch gradually rolled out of the garage. The drive was remarkably smooth. Even amidst the evening rush hour, the A8 commanded a bubble of space, other vehicles yielding and keeping their distance. Though the car was priced at over $2 million, akin to a Maybach, it represented status and identity, earning respect from all. When he not speak, the car would speak for them. While the tablet displayed ultra-luxury brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley, Chen Yan preferred to choose based on affinity rather than mere price. After some time, gazing deeply into his eyes, Mo Ran finally averted her gaze, pulling down the makeup mirror to touch up her appearance. She sensed that tonight would be a wonderful night. As the A8 Horch slowly entered a rundown urban village, Chen Yan didn't T-drive and due to limited skills and narrow roads, opting instead to park by the roadside. Yeah, it's south not easy to drive in. I'll run in and grab it quickly. Just wait a moment. After saying this, he opened the car door and dashed into the night, leaving a bewildered Mo Ran behind. Glancing at the shabby surroundings of the urban village, Mo Ran frowned. Little Chun's living conditions are so poor? No, I must get him a nice place. It seems the Hongshu Bay in the south of the city is opening tomorrow. I should check it out. No, I've already gifted him a car. I'll make Li Jiqiu pay for it. She snapped a few photos of the outside and sent them to Li Jiqiu along with a message. Can you bear to see little Chun living in such a place? You can tolerate this? Hongshu Bay opens tomorrow. How about a split of 70-30? After a while, Li Jiqiu replied, no need. I'll pay in full. You don't have to contribute. That one do. Little Chun is my dear brother. I must chip in. Think you can monopolize little Chun? Dream on. Chapter 13. Business K? Then let us go to Business K. Revised version. Returning to his familiar yet modest rental apartment, he gazed at the small, worn interior, which, despite its condition, exuded a certain charm and tidiness that left him feeling a twinge of melancholy. Finally, I can move out of here. Although the rent was affordable and the commute convenient, making it the first stop for countless individuals who migrate south, this place seemed to possess an inexplicable magic, amplifying everything to a grand scale. Have you ever heard of cockroaches the size of half a fist? Or witnessed a rat so large it could pin down a cat? Even the occasional appearance of wild snacks, adorned with intricate patterns, would send shivers down your spine. Therefore, unless one was truly strapped for cash, aside from the locals, no one wished to linger here. Chen Yan was no exception. Tomorrow, he would seek a new place to rent, one of higher quality. After all, he was a man with a fortune in the millions. With a chuckle, Chen Yan retrieved a USB drive from his cluttered storage box and happily departed. As for purchasing a home, he was still contemplating, weighing his options carefully. With just over $10 million on hand, acquiring a decent property would leave him with little to spare. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could find himself without funds. He certainly could not bring himself to shamelessly approach wealthy women for assistance. If you give it to me, I'll gladly accept. If not, I have no intention of asking. Rest assured, with the system at his disposal, more wealth would undoubtedly come his way in the future. At that time, he could indulge in a luxurious mansion worth billions. Stepping out of the old rental building, despite the nightfall, he felt an invigorating sense of brightness enveloping him. Upon returning to his car, he handed the USB drive to Mo Ran, who sat in the passenger seat. Sister, this is it. Take a look, he said. Mo Ran eagerly accepted the drive, examining it closely with a radiant expression that was impossible to conceal, nodding vigorously. Yes, this is it. Oh, little Chun, you have truly been a great help to your sister. Unable to contain her delight, Mo Ran playfully pecked him on the cheek, leaving behind a vivid red lipstick mark from her freshly applied makeup. With a sense of satisfaction, she connected the USB to her phone, and upon confirming that the content remained unchanged, she finally relaxed. Chen Yan, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and dismay. Now he bore an imprint on his face. Yet in the end, Mo Ran helped clean it off, subtly licking her lips as she did so. Chen Yan caught this detail and felt a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. Sister, why does it seem like you're wiping off a cake? It feels like you might take a bite at any moment, once again marveling at the powerful allure of charm. Chen Yan inquired, Sister, where now? Now? Mo Ran glanced at the time. It's 8:30. It's neither too early nor too late. Is it too soon to go drinking? She had her own thoughts in mind. Although she had yet to officially divorce her husband, the separation period would soon reach its conclusion in half a month, leading to an automatic divorce. However, even without being divorced, it didn't hinder her from indulging in a delightful encounter. It's a bit early. How about, Sister, I'll treat you to karaoke? Chen Yan suddenly suggested. With the luck he had encountered, the good fortune had already been activated, and it seemed it would only cease the following day when the rewards were tallied. He figured he could do anything in the meantime. He was uncertain about the criteria for the system's reward calculation, but it surely wouldn't be based on the frequency of certain activities during dinner. He had overheard Mo Ran mention that the USB drive belonged to her daughter, who was already married. It was likely just a jest, and he doubted she intended to take things further. It appeared he needed to maintain a respectful distance to avoid being too forward and risking her displeasure. Karaoke? That's fine. Mo Ran's expression conveyed a hint of surprise, instinctively associating it with a business KTV, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. That venue had a particularly suggestive atmosphere, where money could facilitate many things. It seemed that little Chun was quite the character himself. Are we heading to Crown Entertainment or Golden Summit Club? Chen Yan was somewhat taken aback, driving slowly as he asked, Sister, what are those? The names sounded rather inappropriate. You don't know. Mo Ran was visibly astonished. With the concept of business KTV in mind, how could he possibly be unaware of such renowned establishments? I haven't heard of them, Chen Yan admitted, shaking his head, appearing genuinely perplexed, which only deepened Mo Ran's curiosity. Aren't you taking me to Business K? Business K? Chen Yan turned his head. Is it KTV as well? I've never been. I'm not too familiar. You don't know about Business K? Mo Ran was incredulous. Then where do you plan to take me to sing? Chen Yan pointed out the window toward the opposite side of the road. To a casual karaoke place. Sister, haven't you been there? It's economical and practical. His tone was so matter-of-fact that Mo Ran suddenly realized. So that's it. Little Chun must not have lived lavishly before. How could he afford to frequent a business K that cost several thousand for a night? It wasn't he that Chen Yan was stingy. He genuinely believed that KTV referred to those casual establishments where one could sing for 5 hours for just 198, complete with fruit platters and drinks. However, Mo Ran's words piqued his interest in Business K. Sister, what is special about Business K? Mo Ran pondered for a moment. Well, the rooms are larger. There are more people, and the performances are more varied. Besides that, not much else. Of course, the rooms had to be spacious. Otherwise, how could they accommodate the many beautiful women coming and going? As for the performances, those familiar with Business K surely understood. Then let us go to Business K. Otherwise, just the two of us might end up in a particularly small room at the casual karaoke place. Chen Yan occasionally indulged in solo singing sessions to vent his frustrations from work, but each time, the staff would assign him the smallest room upon seeing he was alone, which was quite uncomfortable. All right, Mo Ran forced a smile, feeling a bit exasperated with herself. It seems I might be leading little Chen astray, and so it went. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Chiu Shui Group, I wish for a pleasant collaboration with Xinda Group moving forward. As for the remaining matters, my secretary will handle the details with you. I have other commitments and shall take my leave now. Li Jiqiu exchanged polite handshakes with several middle-aged men, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. After an exhausting evening, they had finally finalized the collaboration with the representatives from Shanghai. Thank you, Miss Li. Feel free to leave. One of the balding, greasy men, despite his flashy attire, wore a lascivious expression, his eyes betraying an unrestrained desire for Li Jiqiu. Though she sensed his gaze, she paid it little mind, having encountered such looks far too often. After exchanging a nod with her secretary, she proceeded to leave with her driver. In the conference room, only a group of legal department personnel and Li Jiqiu's secretary remained, along with the middle-aged men exchanging puzzled glances. Please, you may leave. The secretary gestured dismissively to the legal team, indicating for them to exit. Wait, Secretary Liu, aren't we supposed to finalize the contract? The legal department staff wore uneasy expressions. They had come specifically to process the contract and assess the risk clauses for the company. No need, no need. I'll take a look myself. The collaboration between Xinda Group and us is sincere and professional. Secretary Liu displayed a confident smile and remarked, "After all, I am Manager Li's sister-in-law. Can you not trust me?" The members of the legal department exchanged glances, realizing that not only was Secretary Liu related to Li Jiqiu, but she was also a distinguished law scholar, possessing expertise that surpassed that of some of them. It seemed there was no cause for concern. They were dismissed, perhaps due to the sensitive nature of the collaboration between Qiushui Group and Xinda Group, which was not suitable for their knowledge. Very well. It would be a laborious task for Secretary Liu. With the legal department departed, only Secretary Liu and a few representatives from Xinda Group remained. "Let's begin," she said with a chuckle. Once the legal department was out of sight, Secretary Liu decisively locked the door and retrieved several new contracts from her briefcase. "Let us keep this discreet to avoid early detection. Oh, and remember to calculate my profits." Secretary Liu murmured, "Wretched woman, if you don't earn me money, don't blame me for finding my own way. This is all my brother's enterprise. Why should you, an outsider, monopolize it?" Chapter 14. The tactics of an experienced hand. In a mere half hour, Chen Yan finally grasped the essence of business karaoke. When a row of elegantly dressed young ladies entered the private room and stood before him, he was utterly bewildered. "Hello, boss. Montag he, Hansoma. I'm Xiaoqing, boss. I don't eat cilantro, big brother. I'm Xiaoxiong soft candy mo," ran observed Chen Yan, who was dumbfounded, with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, saying nothing, merely enjoying the spectacle. Chen Yan felt overwhelmed. He finally understood the meaning of business karaoke. It was indeed exceedingly commercial. No, we don't need girls. Just bring us some drinks." He interrupted the diverse introductions of the girls, hastily beckoning the room manager. The manager, slightly taken aback, noted that it was unusual for a man and a woman to come to business karaoke without ordering any companions, but it wasn't unheard of. Most would typically request a couple to enliven the atmosphere. Upon glancing at the captivating M.O. Ran lounging on the sofa, he suddenly comprehended. "Oh, boss, I understand. The handsome group is on its way." With that, the manager waved his hand, signaling the girls to leave, and turned to exit the room himself. "Wait, come back." Chen Yan, exasperated, pulled the manager back. "We don't want either boys or girls. Do you understand? Just bring us 2 boxes of beer. Is that clear? Don't bring anyone." The manager's expression was peculiar, yet he nodded. All right, boss, but if you don't request girls or boys, we will have to charge the room fee, along with the cost of the drinks and service, totaling a minimum of 8,000. Chen Yan didn't wish to engage in further discussion. The absurdity of the situation was giving him a headache. He waved his hand dismissively. 8,000's fine. Just hurry up and give me the beer." "Understood." Guests like Chen Yan were indeed a rarity, coming in without ordering anything, merely to sing and drink. Why bother with business karaoke at all? However, it was quite advantageous, as it saved on labor costs. Upon returning to the sofa area, Chen Yan took a sip of plain water, shaking his head in resignation. "Sister, please stop looking at me like I'm a joke. I didn't know this place was like this." M.O. Ran chuckled softly, her face radiating joy. All right, I understand, but it's no big deal. Places like this are always like that. In the future, when you engage in business dealings, you'll inevitably encounter such situations." As the boxes of beer were brought into the room, the awkwardness dissipated. With a satisfying pop, Chen Yan opened a bottle and raised it in a toast to M.O. Ran. "Sister, thank you for your care. This bottle is for you." Under the sweet, dense gaze of M.O. Ran, Chen Yan tilted his head back and chugged the beer, only to sputter it all out. The unchilled beer as potency caught him off guard, and after a long hiatus from drinking, he found himself spraying it everywhere. Luckily, he instinctively turned his head aside, or else M.O. Ran would have been doused. She erupted into giggles, her laughter like the tinkling of bells, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, as if she had witnessed a delightful spectacle. Chen Yan felt utterly humiliated. This was a significant embarrassment. He was supposed to impress, yet all he could manage was a sputter. Had those video streamers been drinking fake beer? Muttering under his breath, he opened another bottle. This time, he wised up and poured it into a glass, filling it to the brim. Not chugging today, little hero? Mo Ran teased, her laughter bubbling over. No, no. Chen Yan waved his hand in frustration, lifting the glass filled to the top and downing it in one go. Burp even poured into a glass. The carbonation was still intense, and despite consuming it all, Chen Yan let out a long belch. "Haha, let us take it easy, we can savor it," Mo Ran said, seemingly unconcerned about how they drank. Being with Chen Yan brought her immense joy for reasons she could not articulate, as if she had suddenly developed a fondness for this young man. "Quick, let me help you." Seeing the beer splashed on his pants, Mo Ran grabbed a few tissue papers and began to wipe him down without any hesitation. Bending over, she focused intently on her task, clearly aware of Chen Yan's gaze traveling from top to bottom. Blood rushed to his face. Mo Ran exuded a delightful fragrance, unlike Li Jiqiu's, a scent that was undeniably alluring. Their eyes inadvertently met. Perhaps wealthy women do pay great attention to their appearance? Chen Yan pondered this, but with Li Jiqiu in his past, and now Mo Ran before him, he had never seen such exquisite skin. Surely, even celestial beings would envy such beauty. No. In fact, Mo Ran's figure surpassed that of a celestial being. Although she was critiqued by Li Jiqiu for not being as voluptuous, she possessed a captivating softness that seemed to surpass Li Jiqiu, perhaps due to having borne children. One was supple, the other was bouncy, distinctly different yet equally appealing. What further ignited Chen Yan's senses was a small, dark mole. Normally hidden by Mo Ran's attire, her current posture revealed it entirely. It is well known that men are visual creatures, particularly drawn to striking images. A fair-skinned woman with a dark mole on her porcelain skin would undoubtedly pique a man's curiosity. Especially in this extraordinary place, the visual impact was magnified. A tingling sensation coursed through him as he struggled to keep his composure, hoping his nosebleed wound to manifest. Seemingly noticing Chen Yan's unease, Mo Ran stifled a laugh. "Ha! Li Jiqiu, what do you have to compete with? Are you unaware of the powerful allure a married woman holds over a young man? At best, you're merely an older sister, without my unique charm. You'll always be a step behind me, ha ha ha, all right. Little Chen, be careful next time. After all, not every occasion will have an older sister to help you. Clean up." Mo Ran winked at Chen Yan, gradually rising. She deliberately slowed her movements, adopting a languid posture that sent Chen Yan's spirit soaring. "Ah, thank you, sister. Let us sing." Despite possessing an advantage, Chen Yan found himself unable to withstand the seasoned tactics of an experienced hand, diverting his attention to other matters. He wasn't certain of Mo Ran's intentions. Although she appeared remarkably open, he sensed a subtle distance lingering between them, making him reluctant to let loose completely. Of course, it would be best if the sister took the initiative. Chapter 15. Why should he be rewarded? After a lively song, it was only natural to indulge in a bout of drinking. Among those most astonished was Chen Yan. Initially, he presumed that Mo Ran, this elder sister, would possess a moderate tolerance for alcohol. However, to his surprise, the two of them exuberantly consumed 2 boxes of drinks without exhibiting the slightest sign of inebriation. Chen Yan found himself utterly incapacitated, the very thought of the alcohol inducing a wave of nausea. In stark contrast, Mo Ran remained unaffected, her complexion unflushed, her heart untroubled. She and T even made a trip to the restroom, merely gazing at him with a beaming smile. Shaking the dice, Mo Ran playfully inquired, "Shall we continue, little Chen?" Hurrying him along, she added, "Sister is feeling thirsty." Chen Yan fervently waved his hands, shaking his head. No, let us take a break, sister. I can't drink anymore." With a light laugh, Mo Ran replied, "All right, your sisterly will be here soon. Let us rest for a bit." As she spoke, Chen Yan noticed that, unbeknownst to him, their proximity had gradually diminished until they were nearly pressed against one another. The alcohol had heightened his senses. Even the slightest brush of their arms was keenly perceptible in his mind, the softness of skin against skin rendering him dizzy. Li is coming? Upon hearing this news, Chen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Today was a momentous occasion for him and Mo Ran, and, judging by yesterday's events, it should extend at least until the early hours of the next day. If Li Jiqiu were to join them, the dynamic among the three of them could become unpredictable. Yes, she's just finishing up, Mo Ran chuckled. Despite her apparent sobriety, her demeanor had taken on a playful quality, presenting a delightful contrast that captivated Chen Yan. Are you disappointed? She leaned closer to his neck, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. The mingling aroma of her perfume made Chen Yan's neck tingle. And before he could respond, Mo Ran suddenly shifted her position, straddling him with a swift motion. Sister, what are you doing? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. While Mo Ran was undeniably alluring and beautiful, he had no desire to engage in any inappropriate behavior before her divorce was finalized. Oh, little brother, why do you ask what your sister is doing? With her delicate fingers lifting his chin, Mo Ran giggled. Wasn't it you who invited me to sit on your lap? What's wrong? Don't you like this position? As she spoke, she playfully rubbed against him, causing Chen Yan to inwardly exclaim in distress. I just think you have a family. This isn't quite right. Chen Yan internally cursed himself. He lacked this particular inclination, even though most people might not. The mere thought of Mo Ran's married status made his head throb. If it were Li Jiqiu, an unattached woman, he might have already taken charge of the situation. Not quite right. Mo Ran seemed unfazed by Chen Yan's protest, remaining perched on him, laughing brightly. Suddenly, her expression dimmed as she turned back to the sofa, downing 3 strong drinks in quick succession. Exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, perhaps haunted by some unhappy memories, Mo Ran's face flushed, and her gaze grew slightly hazy. However, it was essential to clarify that her state was not one of drunkenness or flirtation, but rather tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chen Yan watched her, awaiting her to share her thoughts. To his disappointment, Mo Ran did not divulge any details regarding her marriage or family, but instead began shaking the dice. Little Chen, truth or dare are you in? After losing twice in a row, the game could only alternate between truth and dare. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wondering what the sister was up to, was she being playful? However, sensing her mood was not the best, he refrained from contradicting her. All right, 1, 2, 3. After a round of play, Chen Yan lost and naturally opted for truth. Given that a dare from someone as uninhibited as Mo Ran could lead to unspeakable situations, he chose wisely. Little Chen, for the first question. Between me and your sister Li Jiqiu, who is more alluring? Mo Ran asked with a smile that could be deemed perilous. Chen Yan's lips twitched. Thankfully, Li Jiqiu was not present, otherwise this question would be as terrifying as running naked through the streets. You both embody different types of allure. If we speak of intellectual allure with a contrasting appeal, then it's undoubtedly you, Mo Jia. Yet if we consider mature charm, that would belong to Li Jia. After careful deliberation, Chen Yan chose to compliment both, hoping to avoid offending either. Fortunately, Mo Ran did not press him further, simply smiling brightly. Clever boy, you pass. Let us go again. Chen Yan exhaled in relief, determination rising within him. Sister, this time I won't let you off easy. 3 6s, 4 3s, 4 6s. Open. As fate would have it, Chen Yan honorably faced his second defeat. Chen Yan felt exasperated. Cursed luck, tricked again. Little brother. It can only be dare this time, Mo Ran smirked, her gaze gleaming with mischief as she surveyed him. You must. Come. Take a whiff of your sister's neck. How does it smell? A dare could be so rewarding. Chen Yan's eyes lit up. Thankfully, it was not an absurd or bizarre request. Mo Ran, like a gentle lamb, had already tilted her graceful neck, her eyelids fluttering shut, waiting for his approach. As he leaned in closer, Chen Yan repeatedly reminded himself that it was merely a dare, just a game. Sorry, ex-husband. As his nose brushed against Mo Ran's cool neck, He inhaled deeply. The scent of Damascus rose was light and romantic, mingling with hints of pure jasmine and hyacinth, both distant and alluring. "How is it? Does your sister smell good?" Mo Ran giggled, her finger playfully tapping the tip of his nose, reminding him of an elegant lady from the old magic city, graceful and enchanting. "Let's go again. I must win at least once against my sister." Chen Yan's competitive spirit surged, fueled by the unexpected reward, determined to turn the tide. No, he was resolute in claiming victory. 3 sixes. Open. I have no. He little brother this time. Why not take a whiff of your sister's leg? Oh dear, yet another delightful reward. Chapter 16. With Li Jiqiu's support, must we dance? Though Chen Yan had the option to choose truth, Mo Ran had already made her request, and opting for a dare would seem rather impolite. "Come on, sister. I shall certainly perform an epic feat." Observing Chen Yan's heroic and passionate demeanor, Mo Ran found herself amused, and the profound sorrow in her eyes diminished significantly. With a swift motion, Mo Ran lifted the delicate hem of her sheer skirt, her fair legs slightly raised, glancing at her own beautiful limbs. "Here we go, smelly little brother." The silky touch was reminiscent of dove, causing Chen Yan to gulp nervously, his hands cradling her thigh as if it were a rare treasure. Just as he intended to lean in, a thought struck him, and he looked up with an awkward smile. Sister, how about you close your eyes?" Mo Ran paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, her thighs quivering with her mirth, which made Chen Yan's heart race. "Wow, the Overlord should recruit you as a spokesperson. So impressive." All right, I see you're shy," she teased, gently closing her eyes. "Now, let us begin." Chen Yan exhaled deeply, nearly emptying his lungs, and then dove in. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled a scent entirely different from before. Intoxicatingly sweet and soft, like a fluffy cotton candy, irresistibly tender. After savoring the experience, Mo Ran swiftly withdrew her leg, playfully tapping Chen Yan's forehead. "You cheeky little brother, your stubble is quite prickly. Next, do you dare to play a bit bolder? What is there to fear?" "Sister Mo, bring it on," Chen Yan declared boldly, slapping his chest, treating it as a reward for himself, unafraid of the challenge. Well, Chen Yan vowed he truly did not wish to lose. He simply did not want to win. Thus, inevitably, he lost again. "Come on, smelly little brother." Mo Ran tugged at Chen Yan's collar, no longer inquiring about his choice, and gracefully stood, leading him towards the restroom in their private booth. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Sister, don't. Please don't. Sister Li is coming." Here, one can imagine the ensuing chaos akin to the epic battle between the Terminator and T-1000, as the restroom echoed with commotion. Li Jiqiu meticulously retouched her makeup in the public restroom before making her way to the booth Mo Ran had reserved, expecting to find the two in high spirits. She was taken aback upon entering to witness their solemn silence. Chen Yan slumped in a corner of the sofa, his expression dazed. If not for his heavy breathing, Li Jiqiu might have believed he had fainted. Meanwhile, Mo Ran lounged lazily on the sofa, skewering fruit from a platter with a toothpick. "Jiqiu is here." Spotting Li Jiqiu, Mo Ran immediately greeted her, prompting Chen Yan to snap out of his stupor, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Sister Li." "Hey." Mo Ran quickly kicked Chen Yan, signaling him to restrain his words, while smiling invitingly at Li Jiqiu. "Come, have a seat. We've already polished off 2 boxes of liquor. You're just in time." Li Jiqiu's eyes glimmered as an instinct told her that the two had likely engaged in something extraordinary. "You little wine drinker, did you get our dear Chen drunk?" she teased playfully, plopping down between them. "Not at all. We were merely playing truth or dare. Little Chen holds his liquor quite well, managing to battle with me." Mo Ran chuckled, unfazed by Li Jiqiu's presence. "Well, I've had my fill. Today, I'll let you have your fun." Chen Yan felt a mix of indignation and humiliation, having just experienced an unprecedented encounter, yet feeling humiliated. "Sister Li, while you were away, Sister Mo poured liquor down my throat. She asked bullying me." The trio shared a camaraderie so familiar that Chen Yan felt comfortable joking. "Oh, so Mo Ran can bully little Chen? Huh? Quite bold of you." Let us see how I'll take my revenge. Lizikius milat finally. The frustrations from earlier negotiations dissipating as she drew closer to Chen Yan. Upon hearing Chen Yan's claim of being bullied by Mo Ran, she eagerly rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. All right, you two want to team up against me? Fine, but if I win, you both must lose together. And it has to be a dare, agreed? Chen Yan was ready to object, but Li Ziqiu was quicker, slapping the table. Fine, I'm not afraid of you. The two women were seasoned opponents in drinking games, often pairing up for merriment, making this behavior quite commonplace. However, this time was distinctly different, as it revolved entirely around Chen Yan. Let us go. The two began shaking the dice. Notably, Li Ziqiu was quite familiar with Mo Ran, winning the first round decisively. All right, little Chen, it's your turn to propose the first dare. Li Ziqiu, brimming with pride, crossed her arms and thrust her chest forward, provoking an eye roll from Mo Ran. Showing off. What is the point? My dear Chen would enjoy my softness far more than your bravado. Chen Yan, his mind a muddled mess, struggled to come up with a request. After a prolonged silence, it was Li Ziqiu who interjected with a suggestion. How about I play a song, and you give little Chen a dance? Huh. Both Chen Yan and Mo Ran exclaimed in unison, their reactions contrasting. Chen Yan was intrigued, while Mo Ran was bashful. What is there to fear, old lady? Dance for little Chen and let us watch. What is the harm? Li Ziqiu was resolute, even selecting a song for Mo Ran. Hurry up, your outfit is perfect for this. What? Are you playing with me? Mo Ran's face flushed crimson with indignation, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she abruptly stood up. Fine, I'll dance. But Li Ziqiu, don't you dare hold back. With a charming smile, she winked at Chen Yan. Watch closely, little Chen. This is for you, Chen Yan's mouth fell agape, having anticipated a simple gathering of drinks and songs, but finding himself entangled in something far grander. Not only was he subjected to Mo Ran's playful humiliation, but now he was to witness a dance? The alluring movements flowed rhythmically with the pulsating music in the booth. Sweet rain descends, intertwining and merging we indulge in innocent indulgences whispers linger enveloping the mountains. P.S. Sweet Rain original by Huangling Tiying Dui Tian lyrics by Daishichi Trisi Xia Fei composition by Fong Max Chapter 17. Madness returns. It must be said that Mo Ran is indeed the epitome of a contrasting woman. Adorned with spectacles, she exudes an air of tranquility and grace. Yet, in her interactions with Chen Yan, she consistently displays a markedly different persona. She embodies an innate charm that is utterly captivating. After her performance, Chen Yan's sage demeanor swiftly dissipated, and he was invigorated once more. As the final notes of the dance faded, Mo Ran cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Yan, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the song's original theme. Charming, yet not provocative. Indeed, her prowess in dance remains undiminished over the years. Li Ziqiu applauded Mo Ran, acknowledging her remarkable skill, undoubtedly honed through extensive practice. Enough chatter. Let us continue. The competitive tension between the two women reignited, poised for a rematch, only to be interrupted by Chen Yan. Ladies, let's not linger and play. It is time to drink. It's nearly 10:30, and we have barely made a dent in the few cases of liquor. I'm quite parched. Do not misconstrue. Chen Yan had no desire to abandon this ludicrous game. After all, the rewards ultimately benefited him. As the effects of the alcohol began to rise, his intention was to first incapacitate Li Ziqiu and then strategically pursue Mo Ran. Having just suffered defeat, he felt an unsettling discomfort. Even more vexing was the realization that his robust stamina, an extraordinary advantage, seemed to falter against Mo Ran's allure. Upon hearing Chen Yan's request, the two women complied without objection, though their gazes were still laden with a charged, pinkish tension. Let us do this, Li Ziqiu proposed. Since you arrived later, I have already shared a substantial amount of drinks with Mo Jia. How about we team up? You can lose twice, and after we finish, we'll call it a loss. Just 1 cup each. Initially intending to suggest a whole bottle, he reconsidered, deciding that 7/10 full would suffice. Li Ziqiu remained sober, while he and Mo Ran succumbed to intoxication first. Giggling, little Chen, It is not that I refuse to team up with you. You should join Jiqiu, and I shall take you both on alone. To Chen Yan's surprise, Mo Ran disagreed, while Li Jiqiu relished the idea, immediately shoving Chen Yan beside her and banging the table, declaring, "You, the drunken fool, could never outdrink me, but now that I have little Chen by my side, let us see who falls first." Chen Yan thought, how did the script deviate? Yet he shrugged off the concern, as the outcome remained the same. He could still aim to outdrink Mo Ran. The air was thick with an ambiguous tension when the two women commenced shaking the dice, only for Li Jiqiu's phone to ring urgently. Initially reluctant to answer, her demeanor shifted upon seeing the caller ID. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the phone and headed to the restroom. "Continue without me. I must take this call." It was evident that it was an important matter. However, as the restroom door clicked shut, Chen Yan turned to Mo Ran, panic etched across his face. Mo, yeah, those items. They are still on the sink, right?" Mo Ran's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth in horror. "Oh no, the battlefield remains uncleaned. This is disastrous. Li Jiqiu will surely find out." While Mo Ran had been earnest in her earlier challenge to Chen Yan, it was merely a post-divorce whim. Though Li Jiqiu herself had claimed her relationship with Chen Yan was platonic, Mo Ran couldn't shake the feeling of being the other woman. As they both fumbled in their anxiety, the restroom door creaked open. Li Jiqiu emerged, an inscrutable expression on her face. The two fell into an eerie silence, unsure of what to say. "You too," Li Jiqiu began, her tone laden with curiosity, tightening the tension in the air. Panic surged within them, fearing an impending inquisition. Although Li Jiqiu was typically amiable, matters of principle could provoke her ire, especially since Mo Ran was her close friend. Mo Ran felt a whirlwind of emotions, regretting her impulsive recklessness. "How did you choose this private room? It is evident that it has not been cleaned. Why did you select it?" "The restroom is absolutely filthy," Li Jiqiu remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice. The two women exhaled in relief. "Well, we didn't use the restroom, so how would we know about its condition? Regardless, we have been here long enough. By the way, what is the matter?" Mo Ran stammered, attempting to deflect, feeling younger and thus more flustered in the situation. Yet, when she noticed Li Jiqiu gathering her belongings, preparing to leave, her anxiety returned. "Ah, my late husband's father has had a sudden medical emergency and is in ICU. I must go check on him. Little Chun, I won't be in Xiaohai City for the next few days. I have to travel to the Magic City. Do remember to think of me." Li Jiqiu wore a slightly gloomy expression. Despite having long been estranged from her husband, she still harbored deep affection for her in-laws, which compelled her to maintain her filial piety. Approaching Chen Yan, Li Jiqiu gently kissed him, then shot a fierce glare at Mo Ran before whispering in Chen Yan's ear, "Little Chen, while you frolic with Mo Ran, do remember to ensure she takes her medicine." With that, she stood and, casting a flirtatious smile at Chen Yan, gracefully departed. "Mo Jia, I shall see Li Jia off." Suddenly, Chen Yan leapt from the sofa, rushing toward the exit of the room. This urgency was spurred by the imminent activation of Li Jiqiu's auspicious moment, a recurring phenomenon that had now presented itself once again. Unlike previous occasions, this time, it bore the promise of a vague task. Warning: auspicious target, Li Jiqiu, auspicious moment imminent. Please do not stray more than 3 meters from the auspicious target. Remain within this range for 30 seconds to successfully trigger. As he observed Li Jiqiu moving away, Chen Yan wasted no time in pursuing her. "Hey, wait for me!" Mo Ran called after him, but Chen Yan had already dashed far beyond earshot. "Really now?" she muttered, feeling a pang of desire to follow. However, as she moved, a sudden cramp in her thigh forced her to grimace and collapse back onto the sofa. "Oh dear, I was too wild earlier. And now my legs are sore from dancing. How unfortunate. My thigh is cramping." Chapter 18, Affection. Both intoxicated Chen Yan caught up with Li Jiqiu, and the two departed from the KTV side by side. Outside, a wine-red Bentley awaited them. Li Jiqiu waved at Chen Yan with a smile. Go on, go on. Mo Ran is still inside." Her tone was remarkably light, betraying no hint of unease. "Li Ye." Chen Yan's expression was somewhat complex as he reached out to grasp her arm. Under her puzzled gaze, he felt a surge of anxiety. Just a few seconds left. What should he say? This is so awkward. Oddly, Li Jie discovered her connection with Mo Ran. Yet why was she not angry? Seeing Chen Yan's demeanor, Li Jiqiu mistakenly assumed he felt guilty for being caught with Mo Ran, warming her heart. This little fellow still cares about me, considering my feelings. Turning around, Li Jiqiu embraced Chen Yan with a gentle smile. All right, don't think too much. Sister knows that if two people are meant to be together, it's all about fate. A person as remarkable as you will encounter many women, not just me and Mo Ran. If we are destined to be, well, before that, let us just be the best siblings, shall we? Though her tone was light, each word struck Chen Yan like a bullet, leaving an unprecedented impression on him. Sister, He attempted to articulate his thoughts, but Li Jiqiu placed a finger over his lips, her enchanting visage radiating tenderness. I'm leaving now. I'll come back to find you in a few days. Moments later, as Li Jiqiu departed in the car, the moment of fortune was finally triggered. Warning. Fortune target. Li Jiqiu. Moment of fortune triggered. Please proceed to the first hospital in Modu, 3rd floor ICU, at 3:30 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Fortune item. Business card. A business card crafted from white leather appeared quietly in his pocket. Chen Yan did not pull out to examine it, but instead fell into contemplation. Since yesterday, his perception of Li Jiqiu had remained focused on physical attraction and monetary rewards, neglecting any emotional considerations. Indeed, subconsciously, the significant age gap felt like a chasm between them. At this juncture, Chen Yan found himself at a loss. System, are you a rich woman system, a fortune system, or some sort of romantic encounter system? This is all so confusing. Chen Yan fumed inwardly, knowing full well the system would not respond. However, venting his frustration brought him some relief. To his surprise, the system indeed provided a response. Ding! Detecting the host's intense emotions, supplementary female affection status updated. Li Jiqiu, affection level 93, intimately close. Mo Ran, affection level 93, intimately close. Please note, upon reaching a maximum affection level of 100, an additional surprise prize will be awarded. Gasp! Chen Yan steps back to the KTV, froze momentarily. He had not anticipated Mo Ran's affection level being so high. But even more astonishing was that Li Jiqiu, having caught him with Mo Ran, still maintained an affection level of 93. Is this the power of charm buffs? How terrifying! Chen Yan recoiled slightly. His first thought, not about fortune, but a vivid imagination of being surrounded by a multitude of beautiful, wealthy women suddenly enamored with him. He feared he might be consumed in an instant. No, I must hit the gym. Without strength, my body cannot keep up. The anticipation of intense future encounters sent shivers down his spine. After all, today he almost faltered under Mo Ran's influence. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts, he stepped into the KTV. Meanwhile, Mo Ran sat alone in the private room, the serene atmosphere prompting her to reflect on the earlier encounter. Cradling her flushed cheeks, her eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Chun is truly astonishing. How infuriating that he surpasses my cherished toys by so much. I wonder what kind of difficult days I've endured before this. Fortunately, she was not too embarrassed. Ouch, my legs ache. This must count as burning out, right? Suddenly, the door swung open, causing Mo Ran to flinch. It was Chen Yan returning. Did you see Li Jiqiu off? Her expression shifted faster than a page turn. The previous look of blissful shyness vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle smile. Yes, I saw her off. Chen Yan nodded and sat beside Mo Ran, pouring drinks for both of them. Sister, shall we continue? Mo Ran chuckled. I may have lost in everything else, but I won't lose at drinking. Let us do this. They resumed their rounds of toasting and singing, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Xiao Chun, Mo Ran, seemingly overcome by the effects of the alcohol, clung to Chen Yan's arm. Having consumed a considerable amount of beer, Chen Yan began to feel the effects. Dizziness washed over him, and nausea gripped his throat. Sister, I feel so dizzy. Those were his last coherent words before his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to slumber. Xiao Chun, Mo Ran shook his unresponsive form, but he toppled over onto the couch. Oh dear, he really is drunk. Biting her finger, Mo Ran inebriated, showcased a charmingly naive demeanor. She attempted to lift Chen Yan, but struggled, her upper body strength insufficient against his weight. After several failed attempts, she managed to shift him slightly, only to lose her balance and be pinned beneath him. "Ah, you little rascal. What am I going to do now?" Ran chuckled helplessly, pushing against Chen Yan in an effort to rise, but her drunken state left her powerless. Straining to reach her phone on the table, she resisted the spinning in her head and dialed. "Hello, at Crown Entertainment. V999 room. Help me." After a fragmented plea, she too succumbed to fatigue, her eyes closing as she drifted into a hazy stupor, emitting incoherent murmurs. Hey, Ranjia, wait for me, I'll be there soon." The urgent voice from the other end of the line pierced through the haze. Chapter 19. Cousin Mo Jiao in a haze. Chen Yan felt a jolt, swaying for what seemed an eternity. Although the commotion was considerable, it did not rouse him from his slumber. Instead, he merely perceived flickers of light behind his eyelids. Within the Jingshui Hua Ting Villa area, despite the late hour of 11 o'clock, the place remained aglow. It appeared that Mo Ran had taken a shower, donning a loose-fitting bathrobe, her eyes regaining a hint of clarity. At this moment, she reclined on the sofa, sipping mineral water delicately. "Ranjia, could you refrain from consuming so much alcohol? You resemble a drunken fool." A voice of complaint drifted from the opposite sofa, belonging to a short-haired girl with a somewhat androgynous appearance, yet possessing an undeniable beauty. Her expression was one of impatience. "I'm not drunk." Mo Ran drained the bottle of mineral water, the capacity of her flat stomach seemingly defying belief. "Not drunk? You're practically unconscious," the short-haired girl exclaimed, rising to point at Chen Yan, who was sprawled on the sofa. "Look, you even brought a man home. Is this appropriate? I mean, if you're going to find a guy, why choose someone so impoverished?" With a single glance, she could tell that Chen Yan was adorned in nothing of value, and she continued her tirade. "Hey, I'm not unconscious. I'm wide awake." Mo ran her fingers through her hair, massaging her scalp, and added, "And what else with this talk of being poor? Little Chun is a genuinely nice guy. Quite handsome, too." "Handsome? Ha! How can someone so destitute be considered handsome?" The short-haired girl crossed her arms and scoffed, striding toward Chen Yan, eager to ascertain just how handsome he truly was. "Honestly, though you're my cousin, your taste is quite questionable." The girl had been too preoccupied with her own concerns to notice Chen Yan's appearance, but her cousin's words piqued her curiosity. Curiosity might be an understatement. She merely sought to refute Mo Ran's aesthetic judgment. While muttering, she pushed Chen Yan's head to one side for a better look. In an instant, she was left speechless. Mo Jiao, just a few months younger than Mo Ran, and having recently crossed the threshold of 30, typically dressed in a neutral style, and possessed a youthful, endearing appearance that belied her true age. She appeared merely in her early 20s, thus falling prey to Chen Yan's charismatic allure. His sharply defined profile, striking features, and inexplicable aura made her heart race, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. "Ah!" Mo Ran chuckled softly. "Little girl, now that you're my sister, how could our tastes possibly differ? Look at you, completely smitten at first glance, aren't you?" Indeed, Mo Jiao was utterly captivated. Having never dated a man and only pursued women, she had resigned herself to a life as a rainbow lady. Yet now, with Chen Yan's presence, she felt her orientation shifting back. "Well, he is not that handsome. Montak yia mutat stupandi," though her flushed complexion betrayed her true feelings. The healthy, sun-kissed skin gleamed with a hint of pink, indicating her embarrassment. Despite her protests, even the still not fully sober Mo Ran could discern the unmistakable signs of her cousin's infatuation, eliciting a melodic giggle. "Haha, you're just being coy, little one. Your feelings are glaringly evident." With her ears aflame, Mo Jiao hurriedly ascended the villa staircase, slamming her bedroom door shut. "Leave me alone. I'm going to sleep." The tremulous shout from behind the door only served to amuse Mo Ran further. It was clear that Chen Yan possessed an irresistible charm that ensnared not only Li Jiqiu, but even Mo Jiao, who had succumbed almost instantly. Mo Ran narrowed her eyes, her curiosity regarding Chen Yan intensifying. She could not fathom it, even after privately inquiring with Li Zhiqiu, who was equally baffled by the inexplicable magnetism that seemed to emanate from Chen Yan. Logically, a penniless young man, no matter how handsome, should not stir any emotions among seasoned women like themselves. They were not the type to be swayed by mere appearances, yet Chen Yan defied their understanding. Possessing an unparalleled aura that ignited a desire to care for him deeply, a thought that lingered stubbornly in their minds. "I'll forget it. I've been strong enough in my life. Why worry now that my heart is stirring?" Rising, Emo ran, placed a glass of water on the coffee table, gently kissed Chen Yan's forehead, and draped a blanket over him before retreating to her own room. It was not that she did not wish to share the sofa with Chen Yan, but she was acutely aware of her lack of self-control in his presence. If they were to sleep together on the sofa, there would undeniably be repercussions, and it wouldn't be fair to disturb her cousin upstairs. As the night deepened into silence, Chen Yan, in a drowsy stupor, suddenly heard the familiar and irritating voice of the system. "Ding ding, the snake is flicking its tongue, leaving no trace. Big fortune moment reward settlement. Daily fortune item, USB, intersects with fortune moment target. Emo ran. Reward critical hit. Item reward. Emo good trust fund. Permanent share of $100 million, $7 million monthly. Item reward. Fortune upgrade card X1, automatically used. Permanent buff reward. Slight increase in charm. As a person of fortune, one must possess a unique aura. Today, March 25th, 2025. Fortune update green-blue. Chang'an row number 25, Sports Exhibition Center, 3:30 p.m. Middle-aged man in a duckbill cap and flip-flops. Chen Yan smacked his lips and turned over, drifting back into a baby-like slumber, completely indifferent to the system's repetitive announcements. Ding ding. The snake is flicking its tongue. The snake flicks its tongue, flicking its tongue, leaving no trace. Impolite, impolite, impolite. Nada Chong. Unable to comprehend snake language. Message has been left. Chapter 20. Who are you? In the early morning, the glaring sunlight caused Chen Yan to furrow his brow as he gradually opened his eyes. His head throbbed painfully and his mouth felt parched. He glanced up and spotted a glass of water on the coffee table, quickly grabbing it and gulping it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Huh, hiss. My head really hurts. What is so enjoyable about this alcohol? I shall never drink again. After shaking his head, he felt somewhat better after downing the water. However, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Where am I? Did I drink myself into oblivion? Last night, I had been drinking with Sister Mo. I must have overindulged. Could it be that this is Sister Mo's home? After surveying the opulent living room, which was quite grand with its crystal chandelier and lavish decor, it was evident that this was a luxurious villa. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 8 in the morning, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. The auspicious moment should have ended by now. What about today's daily fortunes? System, dear brother, where are my rewards? Ding ding, the snake hisses no footprints. Records have been retrieved. Please check them yourself. The semi-transparent box combined with the system's voice filled Chen Yan with excitement. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. Today, the system's tone seemed to carry a hint of emotion, as if it were angry. Regardless, he was eager to see his rewards. With yesterday's experience fresh in his mind, he felt an even greater anticipation. Oh my, $100 million? Dividend rights? Upon comprehending the first reward, Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Just the dividends alone would amount to $7 million every month. How much is that? Many of his friends, like Chen Yan, might not grasp the magnitude of $7 million a month. But upon reflection, dividing that by 30 days, it equates to over $200,000 a day. That was the total of his previous several years' salaries. In a single day, immediately, he checked his phone and indeed found a notification of $7 million credited to his account. Transferred from some trust fund. My goodness. Does this mean I am now earning $80 million a year? Oh yeah. I wonder when the bank will call me asking to deposit my money and offer me gifts. Chen Yan was nearly overwhelmed with laughter, but quickly remembered that this villa was not his territory. He would be quite rude to wake Sister, Emo suppressing his excitement. He noted that there were more rewards in the box and continued to read. A charisma buff, Not bad, quite good indeed. Chen Yan felt a bit carried away. After acquiring the charm buff, he found himself somewhat dismissive of the charisma buff. He glanced further down. The auspicious upgrade card was self-evident and had already been automatically used. More importantly, was today's fortune information. Today's auto show? Middle-aged man? What does that mean, dear brother? Chen Yan was puzzled, hoping the system would provide some clarity. However, the system remained unresponsive, even neglecting its usual catchphrases. Yet, given the system's past tendencies, including the USB incident, Chen Yan instinctively presumed that today's fortune would somehow involve a wealthy woman. But that didn't seem right. A middle-aged man in a baseball cap had no apparent connection to a wealthy woman. Could it be a kidnapping case? Are they asking me to rescue a wealthy lady? A chill ran down Chen Yan's spine, and he realized this theory was indeed plausible, considering the system's track record. After pondering, he concluded that speculating was futile. It would be better to verify today, but he should definitely take something for self-defense. A baton or a stun gun, lightweight and easy to carry, would be ideal to purchase today. Having completed the day's tasks, Chen Yan stood up, stretching his body luxuriously. This enhanced vitality was marvelous. It not only invigorated him, but also made him feel more awake despite the little sleep he had. More so than when he was 18. After a bit of physical activity, a pressing urge for relief began to rise, and Chen Yan hurriedly searched for a restroom. Not being familiar with the layout of the villa, and having never stayed in one before, he wandered around until he finally located the guest bathroom. One of the side effects of this vitality was a genuine waterworks surge. Hiss! Ah, that feels so much better. Chen Yan sighed, nearly bursting his bladder. After finishing, he inadvertently caught sight of the shower in the guest bathroom, and a thought struck him. A shower. He. Little crocodile loves to shower. Unsure what compelled him, Chen Yan, swaying left and right, joyfully stripped off his clothes and dashed into the shower area. Swish the massage shower head made Chen Yan exclaim in bliss. Oh no, I mean, comfort, as he couldn't help but hum a tune. I love showering. Oh, so much. Baby awu, the once tranquil villa began to stir with the sounds of Chen Yan's singing and showering. Mo jiao, furrowed her brow, suddenly sitting up in bed. Who was making such a ruckus early in the morning? Is there a thief? Instantly alert with her Taekwondo black belt skills, she slipped on her slippers and rushed downstairs. The noise was coming from below, seemingly from the direction of the bathroom. Who? Mo jiao descended the spiral staircase, shouting loudly. To be fair, the soundproofing in the villa was excellent for each individual room, but the soundproofing between floors was less than commendable. Despite Mo jiao's loud call, Chen Yan could only make out a faint female voice. Sister Mo is awake? Never mind her, I need to finish my shower. There's much to do today. I need to find a house, go with Sister Mo to view properties. And in the afternoon, I have to go to the auto show. Shaking his head, Chen Yan began to lather shampoo into his hair, creating a frothy mess. Outside, after Mo jiao's loud shout, the indistinct voice suddenly vanished, replaced by the sound of running water. Sister Ran is up so early for a shower? But wait, doesn't her room have a bathroom? Could the hot water pipe be broken? It has been a while since it was last maintained. It must be aging, which is why Sister Ran isn't using it. Since she's showering downstairs, doesn't that give me an opportunity? Cousin, it's been ages since we showered together. A mischievous grin spread across Mo jiao's face as she stealthily approached the bathroom door, softly calling out, Sister Ran. I'm coming inside. A faint female voice suddenly responded, but Chen Yan was too busy dealing with the lather in his hair to hear clearly, thinking he was imagining things. Unperturbed, Chen Yan continued to scratch away. What kind of shampoo is this? So much thick, fluffy foam. Oh no, it's getting in my eyes. Seeing there was no response from inside, Mo jiao chuckled to herself and gently turned the doorknob, slowly pushing the door open. Sister Ran, I'm here. Ah, who are you? Mo jiao's lewd smile froze instantly as she beheld the naked man before her, covered in foam, screaming in panic while clutching her nearly slipping robe. Chen Yan, with his eyes full of foam, could barely see only staring blankly with a head full of question marks. Who are you? Chapter 21. The Tight Pants. Chen Yan was covered in foam, and he immediately discerned that the owner of the piercing scream could not possibly be Mo Ran. Instinctively covering his vital parts, Chen Yan began to shout as well. Hey, who are you? Wait a moment. Let me clear my head first. What are you doing? Ow. As he shouted, a tremendous force suddenly struck his abdomen, eliciting a cry of agony. The cry barely lasted a second, as the unexpected attack caused him to lose his footing and crash down right beneath the shower head. The deluge of water poured over him, rendering him voiceless. Fortunately, the torrent also washed away the foam from his head. Thief! Pervert! Who comes to my house for a shower in the morning? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, you won't know how many eyes the king of hell has. Montak yia. Her leg muscles taut and sculpted. However, this was hardly the moment for admiration. Wiping the water from his face with one hand, Chen Yan successfully revealed his visage, only to be met with the sight of a pair of toned, sun-kissed legs and a glimpse of pink underwear beneath her lifted robe. In that instant, Mo Jiao finally recognized his face just as her foot was about to collide with his head. With a startled cry, it was too late to retract her strength. Just as Chen Yan was about to speak to the short-haired beauty, who bore a striking resemblance to Mo Ran, a heavy impact struck his face. A gasp escaped him, as if a soul had been expelled from his mouth. Chen Yan uttered nothing, rolling his eyes back before collapsing into the water. Mo Jiao, on the verge of tears, gazed at the pale backside being washed by the relentless flow, unsure of how to proceed. Oh no, I completely forgot about the boy I brought back with Ranjia. What should I do? Will he have a terrible first impression of me? Will he consider me an enemy? Chen Yan, if you keep rambling, I might just drown. Fortunately, sensing Chen Yan struggling to breathe, Mo Jiao quickly turned off the shower, hesitating beside his prone form. What should I do? What should I do? I've never seen a boy before. How embarrassing. Should I call for Ranjia? No. That would only deepen the misunderstanding. Glancing at her loose robe, Mo Jiao bit her lip, determination suddenly sparkling in her eyes. It's just a glance, helping you dry off and get dressed. It's just a way to make up for knocking you out. Recently, Chen Yan had been feeling particularly drowsy, often waking up to odd sensations in his body. For instance, right now, he felt a bit sleepy, his neck aching as if he had slept awkwardly. Moreover, it felt as though something was pushing and tugging at him incessantly. Gradually opening his eyes, he beheld a delicate face swimming in confusion. Miss, who are you? Where am I? Ouch, my neck hurts. He rubbed his neck, bewildered, while the girl standing before him, looking apologetic, retreated slightly, sitting on the sofa with a hint of shyness. Strange, was I dreaming? It feels like I just took a shower. Oh, so I haven't fully woken up yet. Muttering to himself, Mo Jiao quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. You were just dreaming. You definitely didn't take a shower. Then, what about my attire? Chen Yan lowered his gaze, noticing the pink teddy bear t-shirt he wore, falling into a contemplative silence. And as for the matching pink shorts, he felt a tightness in his backside, reminiscent of wearing a pair of shrunk underwear. You just sleepwalked. Yes, you must have sleepwalked to take a shower, and somehow ended up in these clothes. Mo Jiao, on the verge of tears, could only fabricate a story. Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly as the fog of confusion began to clear, piecing together the events. So, I was knocked out by a kick, huh? Who are you? Where's this place? His gaze towards Mo Jiao held a hint of suspicion, her resemblance to Mo Ran stirring his curiosity. I am Mo Ran's cousin, Mo Jiao. This is my home. She is probably still asleep. Mo Jiao forced a smile, accurately interpreting the flicker of meaning in Chen Yan's eyes, wishing she could disappear into the ground. What a ridiculous whim. I can't believe I let him wear my clothes, let alone change his underwear. Even if his clothes were soaked, couldn't I just dry them off? This is your home? Chen Yan exhaled, extending his hand. Could you please return my clothes? These are a bit snug. He refrained from mentioning how tight they felt. Your clothes are completely soaked. I put them in the washing machine. They're still drying. Mo Jiao hurriedly explained, hoping to salvage some goodwill from Chen Yan. What I did was truly outrageous. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't feel a shred of guilt for kicking them, let alone washing their clothes. But Chen Yan was different. His looks, the unique aura he exuded, all captivated Mo Jiao Jiao. Stay calm, Mo Jiao Jiao. You must remain composed. Don't let him think you're some sort of lecher. Absolutely not. But he is so handsome. Though perhaps slightly less so than the readers, he is truly captivating. Very well. Chen Yan nodded in silence. His attire, while pink, was of a unisex style and would likely be perceived as trendy rather than feminine. I'll be on my way then. When Mo Jia wakes up, please have her return my call. By the way, did we call for a designated driver yesterday? Chen Yan stood to leave, recalling that they had both consumed alcohol the previous night and shouldn't have driven. No, the car is still at Crown Entertainment. Ah, you're leaving? Don't go. It's almost lunchtime. Let us have a meal together? Chen Yan glanced at the time, noting it was only 9:18. Lunch? Chapter 22. Red Tree Bay Villa. Mojideo, grandson of the Majia clan, heir of the Majia family, unmarried and childless. Age 30, overall score. 90, current status. Excited, anxious. Menstrual pain. In the end, Chen Yan decided to leave first, as the constricting nature of his attire was becoming unbearable. Before departing, he retrieved the business card that Mojideo had taken out for laundry and scrutinized both the card and the appearance of the individual closely. The striking resemblance to Mo Ran was evident, with an appearance that could only be described as exceptionally high in aesthetic value. Her short hair exuded a sense of competence and flair, while her features were exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a character stepped out from a cartoon. Had it not been for the age displayed on the card, one would have easily mistaken her for being merely in her early 20s. Dismissing Mojideo's offer to see him off, Chen Yan hailed a taxi to Crown Entertainment, seeking his own path amidst the chaos. Upon arriving back at the alley near his rented apartment, he hurriedly made his way to gather his belongings. Time was of the essence. There were numerous matters to attend to today. During his journey, Mo Ran had sent him a message indicating that she had awakened and was preparing to view the property. Fortunately, his possessions were minimal. Many of his clothes were unnecessary to take, and he simply gathered small items like chargers into a small bag, completing the task at hand. Exiting the dimly lit rental building, Chen Yan slung his backpack over his shoulder and glanced back one last time. After living in this place for 2 years, he had finally turned a new leaf. He paid the rent monthly for the small apartment, and although he did not know his neighbors, there had been no peculiar or unreasonable incidents during his stay. Tossing his backpack into the back seat, he started the engine and sped off toward the address of the sales office that Mo Ran had sent him, where she would soon join Mojijiao. The Red Tree Bay Villa District truly deserved its reputation as the most luxurious in all of Shanghai City. Upon entering the community, it felt akin to stepping into a verdant forest, with lush greenery and breathtaking landscapes everywhere. What made this community particularly valuable was its unique butler service. Once one became a homeowner, they could indulge in round-the-clock butler services within the estate, fulfilling any request that fell within the butler's purview. Of course, the property fees were not trivial, amounting to an astounding 500,000 annually. Ultimately, one could argue that rather than a butler service, it was more akin to a membership card to an elite club for the affluent. After expressing his intent to view the property at the entrance and registering accordingly, Chen Yan was granted access. Driving an Audi A8, he was not impeded by the gatekeeper's scrutiny. The sales office of Red Tree Bay was constructed with distinctive flair, resembling a grand castle, imposing and magnificent. Upon parking, Chen Yan entered on foot, immediately greeted by 2 exceptionally attractive sales representatives. Clad in uniform attire complemented by sheer black stockings, it was evident that the proprietor had an eye for aesthetics. "Good day, sir," one of the saleswomen approached briskly, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Chen Yan. Although his attire was somewhat avant-garde, the air of nobility surrounding him suggested he was undoubtedly a gentleman accustomed to a life of luxury. This was promising. Hello. Chen Yan momentarily forgot that his charm and noble demeanor were not necessarily confined by any limitations, leading him to feel a touch flustered when approached. The remnants of his social anxiety lingered. "Sir, this way, please." Xiao Dao will provide you with an introduction. After the customary exchange of pleasantries, they found themselves seated in the lounge area, delving into a more profound discussion. Mr. Chen, among the remaining villas, Villa number 6 is undoubtedly the finest. Just take a look at this layout and the exquisite decor, all ready for you to move in with high-end furniture and appliances fully equipped. Xiao Tao settled beside Chen Yan, presenting the portfolio of photographs and floor plans, her form inching closer to him. Don't overthink it. This is purely instinctive behavior, not a result of charm, he reassured himself. However, the subtle contact ignited an unusual sensation within him, making him feel as though what was being presented was not merely the brochure, but rather her very self. What is the asking price for this property? He could not help but inquire, noticing the absence of a listed price in the materials. Mr. Chen, Villa number 6 is priced at 200,000 per square meter. Xiao Dao responded, her tone professional. Additionally, there is a property fee of 500,000 per year. 200,000. Chen Yan inhaled sharply. He had previously considered himself wealthy with an annual income in the tens of millions, yet the price of this one home exceeded his annual dividends. Do you find it expensive, Mr. Chen? Xiao Dao observed his astonishment and responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Please do not misunderstand. First and foremost, our Red Tree Bay's pricing is benchmarked against the prestigious Tang, Chun, Yipin, and Modu, aspiring to create an eco-tourism luxury villa area. Secondly, our villas come with opulent, ready-to-move-in luxury decor, each with a unique style, complete with all household appliances and butler services, truly worth every penny. Moreover, Xiao Dao can personally introduce you to the offerings. She leaned slightly, her upper body weight shifting toward her right side, leaning against Chen Yan. The subtle friction and contact introduced a strong scent of perfume that wafted into Chen Yan's nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. While her physique was decent, her looks paled in comparison to Mo, Ran, and Li Jiqiu, and her heavily made-up face lacked the grace that would merit even the lowest comparison. Coupled with the overwhelming fragrance, it was becoming quite discomforting for him. Discreetly pushing Xiao Dao away, Chen Yan shifted to the side, accustomed to finer tastes, struggling to endure anything less refined. Is it possible to view the property? He asked, not wanting the conversation to stray into irrelevant territory, his tone growing a touch colder. Despite appearing youthful and naive in the presence of Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran, due to a significant lack of experience and the remnants of social anxiety, he had no trouble managing interactions with these young women. Sensing the sudden shift in Chen Yan's demeanor, Xiao Dao noted the chill radiating from him and the distance he had deliberately created, quickly realizing the underlying message. Though a tinge of disappointment washed over her, she swiftly regained composure. The ability to reject her subtle advances indicated that Mr. Chen was undoubtedly a man of experience, perhaps even a well-to-do heir. Mr. Chen, I apologize, but in order to view properties at Red Tree Bay, we require verification of funds. Xiao Tao blinked, conveying her regret. Though this rule seemed rather unreasonable, it was a standard practice within the realm of high-end real estate in the country. Want to see a property? Certainly, but you must first prove you possess the means. Chapter 23. A chance encounter with a friend. Verification of funds? How much? Chen Yan was perplexed. It was indeed his first encounter with such terminology, and while he didn't fully comprehend it, it did seem rather sophisticated. Well, considering our villa's average price of 60 million, we would need at least a 20% verification for the down payment, which amounts to 12 million. Xiao Tao donned a professional smile. Since Mr. Chen did not fall for her underhanded tactics, she resolved to treat him properly. 12 million. Chen Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had that amount in his account. As he retrieved his card, he intended to hand it to Xiao Tao, but suddenly reconsidered, retracting it just as she was about to take it. Wait a moment. It wasn't his money to spend. He ought to consider Mo Ran's opinion first. Better to wait for her to arrive, and they could verify the funds together. Out of respect, Chen Yan decided to wait for Mo Ran before proceeding to view the property. Once she arrived, he figured his involvement would be minimal. Sir, are you? Xiao Tao's outstretched hand hung in the air, astonished. Oh, it's nothing. I just remember friend is coming. I'll wait a bit. Chen Yan waved his hands dismissively, smiling as he explained. However, This scene conveyed an entirely different meaning to Xiao Tao. A friend coming? What did that have to do with verifying funds? Could it be he was short on money? Was his earlier demeanor merely an act? Did he intend to linger here for a complimentary lunch? As a high-end sales office, akin to a 4S shop, they offered client meals during mealtime. Coupled with Chen Yan's demeanor, Xiao Tao immediately categorized him as a con artist seeking a free meal. Indeed, a fraud. Only a true rich heir or a seasoned swindler could project such an air of confidence. With this realization, Xiao Tao's expression darkened. Her demeanor turned frosty as she stood up decisively. Since Mr. Chen is waiting for a friend, he may do so, she stated coldly. Oh, and I fear I must disappoint you. Today is Tuesday, and the kitchen is on a routine break. There will be no client meal. With that, Xiao Tao turned on her heel and left, leaving Chen Yan utterly bewildered. What was that all about? What even was a client meal? Forget her. He decided to play on his phone while awaiting Mo ran. Women could be so slow. They had discussed her getting ready half an hour ago, and she still hadn't departed. After sending a message to Li Jiqiu for updates, he began scrolling through short videos. One couldn't help but note that since acquiring significant wealth, the video app had become more extravagant. Out of 10 scrolls, 6 featured beautiful young ladies dancing in live streams. Such was the joy of the affluent. Chen Yan sighed, appreciating the content as he continued scrolling. However, his ingrained habits prevented him from indulging in reckless spending despite his newfound wealth. Gifting? Not a chance. Unless the system offered him a live stream reward cashback card or something similar, he wouldn't transform into an internet tycoon. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao returned to the front desk, her expression sour, immediately attracting her colleague's curiosity. How'd it go, Xiao Tao? Why did you leave him sitting there? Yeah, that handsome guy looked quite charismatic. What happened? Facing her colleague's inquiries, Xiao Tao waved her hand in frustration. Don't mention it. That person is likely just a pretender. He was about to verify funds, but when he pulled out his card, he took it back, claiming he needed to wait for a friend. Isn't that a classic case of someone trying to scrounge a free meal? Hearing this, her colleagues breathed a sigh of relief, as if the deal falling through was a benefit to them. However, Xiao Tao remained oblivious to this, continuing her complaints. Only a girl standing slightly apart observed Chen Yan with a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. Chen Yan? What was he doing here? They hadn't seen each other for years, and just yesterday, Wang Ma mentioned that Chen Yan had made money and even sent her some. Could it be true? But if he had indeed struck it rich, why was he being labeled as a freeloader by Xiao Tao? Wu Lanxin's thoughts raced, connecting the dots rapidly. Indeed, she was one of Chen Yan's childhood friends from the orphanage. Through years of hard work, she had successfully become the project manager at the Hongshu Bay sales office. Listening to the chattering of her female colleagues, Wu Lanxin frowned and lightly tapped the table. Enough with the noise. A client is a client. Who would dare to mooch off employees' meals? Seriously, who pretends for a free lunch? Use your heads, focus on proper service, and treat everyone equally. I refuse to believe you cannot close a deal. Though she appeared delicate, her reprimand was exceptionally stern. As soon as she spoke, her female colleagues fell silent, refraining from further disparaging remarks about Chen Yan. Wu Lanxin then decisively moved past the front desk toward Chen Yan, casting a sharp glare at Xiao Tao as she walked by. Once Wu Lanxin was out of sight, Xiao Tao finally dropped her fearful fade, glaring at her retreating figure with indignation. Easy for her to lecture us, standing on her high horse, all because of her looks. Who does she think she is? Everyone knows who Wu Lanxin really is. By the way, did you know she has a questionable relationship with Zhou Dong's nephew? Indeed, where there are women, there exists intrigue. As soon as Wu Lanxin departed, the female employees began to gather, gossiping about their project manager. Folding her arms, Xiao Tao gazed at Chen Yan and Wu Lanxin in the distance, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just wait. I'm on the verge of winning over Zhou Dong's son. Once I do, I'll make sure you clean the toilets. Chen Yan was taken aback as Wu Lanxin suddenly sat across from him, her face strikingly familiar. Who are you? Noticing Chen Yan's failure to recognize her, Wu Lanxin pouted, feigning displeasure. Do you not remember me? Chen Xiaoniao. Chen Xiaoniao. That was a nickname from Chen Yan's childhood, derived from an incident at the orphanage, known only to those who had grown up with him. How do you know that name? You are. Wu Lanxin. Chen Yan's astonishment quickly morphed into recognition as he scrutinized Wu Lanxin's simultaneously strange yet familiar face. Indeed, how could you not recognize me after all these years? I even helped you hide your bedwetting secret. As she teased him, her face broke into a radiant smile, and she promptly took out her phone to film a video. Quick, let me capture this moment for everyone to see. Look at the current Chen Yan. He has truly transformed into a handsome man. Chapter 24. Does Wu Lanxin have an agenda towards me? What a dashing gentleman. Please, spare me your teasing. Chen Yan chuckled sincerely. Over the years, he had scarcely kept in touch with his childhood friends, resulting in almost no communication. Encountering Wu Lanxin, this spirited young lady, evoked a sudden joy akin to reuniting with an old acquaintance in a foreign land. The two reminisced for quite some time, conversing from the southern reaches to the northern seas, reflecting on past events and the present. Chen Yan, I heard from Wang Ma that you've been making money. Are you here to buy a house? Wu Lanxin spoke candidly about matters concerning Hongshu Bay. Yes, I am indeed planning to make a purchase, Chen Yan nodded, pondering internally that while he wasn't financing it himself, having his name on the deed still counted as buying a house. Well, it seems you've earned quite a bit. Don't worry, even though you've become quite the affluent individual, I'll still lend a helping hand. I'll negotiate a discount for you, Wu Lanxin said, confidently patting her well-proportioned rear. So, have you set your sights on any particular property? Haha, I appreciate that in advance, Chen Yan replied with a smile. I just looked at the photos and layout of Villa number 6, and it seems quite appealing. I intended to visit the model unit, but my friend will be arriving shortly, so I think I'll wait. Although Chen Yan conversed with Wu Lanxin in a relaxed manner, a subtle air of sophistication emanated from him, which she noticed keenly. Could it be that Chen Yan had truly become a significant businessman? Wu Lanxin felt a flicker of surprise. Thanks to her exceptional insight and formidable work ethic, she had navigated her career smoothly, instilling confidence that she could not be mistaken in her observations. So what business are you in? Wu Lanxin inquired playfully, harboring a hint of ulterior motive. It is well known that most personnel in real estate sales offices are not employees of the developers, but rather agents from sales companies responsible for marketing and sales. The situation at Hongshu Bay was no different. As a project manager, Wu Lanxin had a deeper understanding of the company's current predicament, which was far from favorable. It seemed they had offended a certain financial consortium, resulting in severe business downturns over the past 2 years. The outlook was grim, and she needed to find a new opportunity before the company crumbled. At that moment, the unexpected arrival of Chen Yan sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Chen Yan scratched his nose, uncertain of how to articulate his circumstances. Should he mention his association with wealthy women? Should he speak of windfalls? After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded, I've merely had a stroke of luck and made some small investments. Investments? Wu Lanxin's interest peaked. But before she could probe further, Chen Yan's phone buzzed. Excuse me, I need to take this call. My friends Mo Ran and Mo Jiao have arrived, he said, hastily making his way to the entrance. As he approached, 2 striking figures appeared. Mo Ran, donned in a flowing red gown, complemented by black, red-soled heels, exuded a fresh and regal aura that could make any man swoon. Meanwhile, Mo Jiao sported a contrasting style, with knee-high boots, ultra-short shorts, and a crop top that was quite alluring, her chic bobbed hair framing a face adorned with sunglasses, striking a balance between fierce and charming. Little Chen, Mo Ran naturally linked her arm with his, her smile melting away any frosty demeanor. Montak Yi. Chen Yan inhaled the faint, delightful fragrance emanating from her. Now, this is what I call refreshing, he exclaimed, turning to Mo Jiao, who suddenly appeared shy and averted her gaze. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Chen Yan, memories of his earlier demeanor flooded her mind, causing her ears to flush crimson. Why you? Hello, Chen Yan. Her greeting was barely audible, catching Chen Yan off guard. Hello, he replied, causing Mo Ran to glance curiously between the two. Little Chen, you seem different today, she remarked, observing him closely. Really? I don't think I've changed at all. Chen Yan laughed, aware that the enhancement in his demeanor was due to a subtle aura. However, He was unaware that such an enhancement in one's presence typically requires years of environmental influence to cultivate, making it a rare and profound transformation. Of course, there's a difference. Mo Ran teased, leaning closer to Chen Yan, embodying the essence of a delicate bird, eliciting a twinge of envy from Mo Jiao. Come on, little Chen, be honest. Are you from a prestigious family? Mo Ran's inquiry was not without merit. Chen Yan's aura struck her as distinctly aristocratic, a quality not typically possessed by mere nouveau riche. Thus, she speculated that perhaps he was a scion of a prominent family, experiencing life outside his usual realm. Don't joke around, Mo Jia. As they entered the sales office, Chen Yan noted that Xiao Tao had already given up on pursuing him as a client, and Wu Lanxin was personally attending to them, leading to no sales staff approaching. What a coincidence! Mo Jia, this is my childhood friend, Wu Lanxin. He introduced her to the two ladies. Wu Lanxin observed the two women flanking Chen Yan and was taken aback by the closeness he shared with Mo Ran. The presence of these two women, exuding an unmistakable air of significance, left her astonished. Chen Yan, are you truly just dabbling in investments? Hello, I am Wu Lanxin, the project manager of Hongshu Bay. I will be your host today. Despite her astonishment, Wu Lanxin maintained her composure, ready to introduce the two arriving ladies. However, Mo Ran interrupted. No need for introductions. I'm quite familiar with your development. She spoke dismissively, her tone suggesting that if it weren't for Chen Yan's sake, she would have called the owner of Hongshu Bay directly, rendering the project manager's role unnecessary. Wu Lanxin was momentarily taken aback, her expression awkward. Yet, this was typical of Mo Ran, who often exhibited such behavior, with Chen Yan merely being an exception. All right, then let us proceed to view the properties, shall we? Verification of funds, I presume? Mo Ran said nonchalantly, producing a sleek black card from her bag and handing it to Wu Lanxin. Very well. Please have a seat in the lounge area, Wu Lanxin replied, accepting the card and hastily retreating to the manager's office. Hey, that is my friend. Let's not be so harsh. Chen Yan sighed helplessly to Mo Ran once seated. However, it was Mo Jiao who spoke up on her behalf. Chen Yan, your friend is quite remarkable. From the way she looks at you, I can tell she has an agenda. Although she was unsure of the nature of that agenda. However, Ran Jia has shown considerable grace. Typically, she would merely utter a single word. Roll. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan stroked his chin, pondering, is that truly the case? But I possess nothing. What could she possibly desire? Nothing at all. With a lure akin to that of Tang Seng's flesh. Are you not aware of your own charm? Upon Chen Yan's remarks, the sisters Mo Ran and Mo Jiao exchanged silent eye rolls in their hearts. Chapter 25. A rematch with sister? In the manager's office, Wu Lanxin felt a twinge of nervousness as she held the black card that Mo Ran had given her, preparing to swipe it on the POS machine. This black card, she vaguely recalled, was also possessed by Zhou Dong, the developer, and was said to match the overdraft limit with the total assets of the cardholder. It resembled the seemingly limitless black cards depicted in novels and films, though less extravagant in nature. Nevertheless, it was not something an ordinary person could easily encounter. At this moment, the manager's office was bustling with employees, including Xiao Tao, all eager to witness the prowess of Chen Yan and his companions. Amidst the varying gazes, Wu Lanxin slowly brought the card to the POS machine and swiped it. Beep. The machine announced in a crisp tone, available balance. 396, 855, 533. 00. The sound immediately elicited gasps of astonishment. Goodness. 13 billion. Just how wealthy must one be? 13 billion. Such a sum I have never laid eyes on in my lifetime. It appears this group truly intends to purchase a property. Oh, Xiao Tao, you've missed out on a significant client. Do you regret it? One of the onlookers nudged the stunned Xiao Tao, mocking her. Xiao Tao. The salesperson felt utterly deflated. Just moments ago, she had confidently dismissed Chen Yan as a mere con artist looking to mooch off clients, only to discover he was indeed waiting for a friend and wielding a card flaunting nearly 14 billion in balance. This revelation left her feeling utterly remorseful. Yet, she was no fool. She could hear the sarcasm in her colleague's words. Despite her dismal expression, she was reluctant to admit her misjudgment. TCH. It's not that man Escard. Why are you all so excited? He claims he wants to buy a house, yet a woman comes to verify funds? What do you think? If anyone is truly buying property, it's that woman. That man is merely here to borrow her glory to show off. Xiao Tao seethed, begrudgingly categorizing Chen Yan from a fraud to a pretentious show-off, unwilling to acknowledge her flawed judgment. All right, Xiao Tao, though I understand this is difficult to accept, after all, a transaction of over 100 million would yield at least a 200,000 commission. If you've lost it, there will be better opportunities ahead. I suggest you try to network while they're still here. If they don't buy a house, promoting yourself would be just as splendid. Hee. Her colleagues seemed to offer consolation, yet their glee was evident, prompting Xiao Tao to scoff coldly. Just wait and see. When they actually purchase a house, that man will only be left watching from the sidelines. There's no way he'll have his name on anything. He's merely a facade, trying to promote himself. Bah, let me make this clear. If that man buys a house, I will eat your stockings. Such is the nature of the workplace, forever rife with envy and intrigue. More complicated than a dormitory of girls. After verifying the funds, Wu Lanxin also fell into a brief stupor. Coupled with the earlier intimate exchanges between Mo Ran and Chen Yan, a chilling suspicion crept into her mind. Could it be that Chen Yan was being kept by someone, living off a woman's wealth? His disappointment flickered in her eyes. It seemed her hopes of securing a good position from Chen Yan were dashed. Enough chatter. Those who need to attend to clients, do so. Stop gossiping about colleagues and clients. After reprimanding the noisy employees in the office, Wu Lanxin, disheartened, took the card and made her way out. Stepping outside, she spotted the trio lounging on the sofa, chatting lightheartedly, and suddenly an idea struck her. So what if Chen Yan was living off a woman? Given their long-standing friendship, surely he could help her secure a managerial or vice presidential position with a wealthy patron. Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope as her steps grew lighter, a smile gracing her lips as she approached. Ladies and gentlemen, the funds have been verified. The viewing vehicle is ready. Shall we proceed to inspect the property? Handing the bank card back to Mo Ran, Wu Lanxin spoke politely. Unbeknownst to her, prompted by Mo Jiao's reminder, Chen Yan too sensed something unusual about Wu Lanxin. She seemed to harbor ulterior motives. How I wish I could decipher what women truly think. Chen Yan lamented inwardly as time slipped away. The once naive soul gradually eroded by the trials of life, losing its innocence. Let us go, little Chen, Mo Ran said coldly to Wu Lanxin, then turned to Chen Yan with a radiant smile. The three rose together, following Wu Lanxin out. The viewing vehicle was quite luxurious, likely produced by a high-end automobile brand, gliding smoothly along the undulating forest road. Throughout the journey, Wu Lanxin passionately elaborated on the property. Although she was the site manager and received a share of the total commission, securing a substantial sale would also earn her a handsome bonus. Her desire for wealth rivaled that of anyone else. Mo Ran and Mo Jiao listened half-heartedly, while Chen Yan absorbed every word with keen interest. Buying a house, even though it wouldn't cost him anything, it would still be his property. It was essential to gather as much information as possible, right? He felt no psychological burden regarding receiving a house from a wealthy woman. After all, he had already given away 30 billion in Bitcoin. Was it excessive to exchange it for a $100 million house? As they toured the property, Chen Yan's heart raced with excitement. Goodness, is this truly a residence for top-tier billionaires? It must rival even royal gardens. The vehicle came to a gentle halt before a villa adorned with a private garden. Wu Lanxin exited first, opening the garden gate for the trio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Villa number 6, with a total construction area of 730 square meters, featuring a basement and a 120 square meter underground garage. It spans 4.5 levels and includes an elevator, with a layout of 3 master bedrooms and 3 secondary bedrooms, all tastefully decorated in a luxurious, new Chinese style. Please follow me. Though Wu Lanxin's thoughts had turned impure since learning of Chen Yan's wealth, her professionalism remained undeniable. She seamlessly transitioned from describing the garden to the interior, speaking eloquently and with authority. observing the villa's exquisite decor and layout, comparable to Mo Jiao's. Chen Yan was genuinely impressed. Wow, this villa is absolutely magnificent. What captivated him the most was a fully equipped entertainment room, divided into various functional areas, including a cinema zone, an esports area, and even a billiard table. However, what truly stole his heart was a nearly 20-square-meter heated bath. Just imagine, if he were to soak there with a group of enchanting sisters, or rather, a collection of elegant ladies. Would his prowess be able to keep up? He lingered on the bath momentarily, lost in tantalizing thoughts. Little Chun, do you like this one? Mo Ran leaned closer, a playful smile gracing her lips. If you do, shall we go with this one? Noticing Chen Yan's lingering gaze, she couldn't help but whisper teasingly, "Oh dear brother. Are you hoping for a rematch in the bath with your sister?" Chapter 26. Who Buys the House? The Tour of Villa No. 6 concluded under the guidance of Chen Yan. He unabashedly expressed his admiration for the grand bathing pool to Mo Ran. Although he lacked experience and appeared somewhat naive, the transformation from boyhood to manhood is often swift, most evident in one speech. Upon returning to the sales office, despite the impending chaos within her company, Wu Lanxin felt a thrill at the prospect of closing a substantial deal. In the seating area, suppressing her excitement, she turned to Mo Ran and inquired, "Miss Mo, do we still need to consider this further today?" The professional yet awkward sales pitch slipped out of her mouth at an opportune moment, causing Mo Ran to frown. She had misjudged both the timing and the audience. However, out of respect for Chen Yan, she refrained from voicing her displeasure and instead gestured toward him. "If you wish to know whether to purchase this villa, it is he you should be asking, not me." Wu Lanxin was taken aback, and with Mo Jiao's mocking expression beside her, a cold wave of realization washed over her, extinguishing much of her earlier excitement. It was a grave error. It was clear that Chen Yan was the one intent on purchasing the property. How could she have bypassed him and directed her query to Mo Ran? Yet, Chen Yan remained oblivious, merely turning to Mo Ran and asking, "Is it all right, Sister Mo?" In response to Chen Yan, Mo Ran's demeanor transformed into one of warmth and grace. "If Xiao Chun says it is all right, then of course it is." "Very well," Chen Yan nodded. Looking at Wu Lanxin, "What are the necessary procedures?" "Just an identification card. And will we be paying in full or a down payment?" Wu Lanxin cautiously asked, this time directing her question to Chen Yan. However, it was evident that she had once again misstepped, as the one with the clear intent to purchase was Mo Ran, making inquiries about such a sensitive topic towards Chen Yan rather inappropriate. Indeed, Mo Ran could no longer contain her impatience. "Just take it. Process the full payment without further delay." She tossed the card used for the verification onto the table, swiftly took her identification from Chen Yan, and handed it to Wu Lanxin. Internally frustrated, Wu Lanxin concealed her emotions, bowing apologetically before hastily making her way to the manager's office. "Sister Mo," Chen Yan remarked with a hint of exasperation, "please don't be so fierce. He's a friend from my childhood at the orphanage." All right, I will heed your words. My sister is just a bit irritable," Mo Ran said, lightly stroking Chen Yan's back, catching a vital piece of information from his words. "An orphanage? Could it be that Xiao Chun is a scion of a prominent family, lost and recently rediscovered?" This seemed the only plausible explanation for the noble aura that surrounded him. "By the way, Sister Mo, where shall we dine for lunch? My brother is treating you all." Although a deal worth billions had been negotiated down to just over 100 million, Chen Yan was not one to be stingy, and offering a meal seemed entirely reasonable. "Whatever you say," was Mo Ran's response. "I wish to dine at Yongfeng Pavilion," chimed in Mo Jiao in unison. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Wu Lanxin's hurried entrance naturally drew the attention of the onlooking sales staff, who promptly followed her in, eager to glean the details. "Manager, what's the situation? Are they definitely buying? Is it the man purchasing or the woman? Are you foolish?" If the manager has entered the office, it must be a done deal. Just not clear who is the buyer. Without hesitation, Wu Lanxin approached the computer to draft the contract, disregarding the chatter of her colleagues. Little Peach, arms crossed, scoffed derisively. "Can't you all see that card? Isn't that the one that woman just used for verification? It's so obvious. Does the manager even need to say it? Of course, it's the woman buying the house. Of course, I knew that man was just here to show off. Yet her snide remarks did not garner agreement from her colleagues. In fact, some openly mocked her. Oh my, how well you're doing. Even if you were attending to the man, if it turns out the woman is the one buying, wouldn't that count as your client? Imagine losing out on a 20,000 commission. Such a pity. If it were me, I would treat everyone equally. Little Peach's face flushed with anger as her colleagues continued to tease her. Hey, Little Peach, didn't you say if the man was the buyer, you would eat your stockings? A pragmatic colleague pointed at the identification card lying face down on the table. Indeed, given what she just said, everyone turned to look at that identification card. Little Peach, why not verify? Is that even necessary? This is a foregone conclusion. Little Peach retorted with a cold smile. Well, one cannot be too sure. What if? If I were you, I would rush over and berate that man, warning the wealthy lady about his dubious nature. Who knows? She might be grateful, and you could find yourself in her good graces. As her colleagues jokingly suggested, they did not realize that Little Peach took their words to heart. All right, I shall expose that man's true nature. The disdain and mockery on Little Peach's face morphed into confidence, even a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, as she envisioned herself befriending the wealthy woman. Wu Lanxin, engrossed in preparing the contract, remained unaware of the discussions swirling around her colleagues. However, while she did not hear the chatter, her colleagues did. As Little Peach made to leave, her colleagues hastily pulled her back. Little Peach, we were just joking. Are you really going? Yes, don't do anything rash. They're about to finalize the payment and sign the contract. Plus, think about the rationality of the situation. Please don't interfere. We were merely teasing you. You cannot offend such a wealthy woman. What began as playful mockery turned serious as her colleagues recognized Little Peach's sudden lack of judgment. Little Peach, however, was resolute, shrugging off their concerns. They were right all along. I'm going to warn that lady to steer clear of a pretentious man. How could she possibly blame me? This is an act of goodwill. With that, she strutted toward the seating area, her high heels clicking against the floor, ignoring the futile protests of her colleagues. Let her be. Why is she acting like a lunatic today? Perhaps she's feeling insecure since she didn't clinch the top sales this month, her colleagues sighed, shaking their heads. This situation, whether true or not, whether the man was indeed a pretentious scoundrel, was one that should not be spoken of. Let me see whose identification this truly belongs to. Chen Yan. Little Peach realized she had stepped into a trap. It was indeed that man. No, Mr. Chen was the one purchasing the house. Chapter 27. The evil schemer's efforts pale in comparison to the simpleton's sudden insight. Ah, Jiao Jiao. Do not be deceived by her boyish facade. Her thoughts are indeed intricate. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter, inadvertently redirecting the conversation towards Mo Jiao Jiao. Despite Chen Yan's limited understanding of this somewhat androgynous cool girl, he recognized her as a person with a system score of 90, indicating the potential for a fortuitous moment. Contrary to her outward appearance, Mo Jiao Jiao exhibited a profound shyness, with nothing about her demeanor aligning with the concept of cool. As they were enjoying their conversation, the sudden approach of hurried footsteps drew their attention. Chen Yan looked up, puzzled, only to find the initially unassuming saleswoman, Xiao Tao, striding towards them with a fierce demeanor. She scanned the trio before fixing her gaze on Mo Ran, exclaiming passionately, "Sister, you must not be deceived by this scoundrel. He is problematic, extremely so." The three exchanged bewildered glances, with Chen Yan's expression reflecting confusion, while Mo Ran and Mo Jiao Jiao darkened in countenance. It was one thing for her to approach, but to hurl insults at them, particularly at Chen Yan, was another matter entirely. Yet, Xiao Tao seemed oblivious to their reactions, continuing her tirade with righteous indignation. "Sister, given your status, why would you associate with such a pathetic man? His intentions are far from pure. I'm only looking out for you. You know, he came here pretending to be affluent. This is a respectable place, and he is using your money for his charade. How can you tolerate this?" "Charade? What charade?" Chen Yan was baffled, yet he could discern the disdain laced in her words, causing his expression to sour. Mo Jiao raised an eyebrow, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Mo Ran beside her. Pray tell, what is going on? Mo Ran's cool voice silenced Xiao Tao's vitriol, who now glared at Chen Yan with palpable fury. Sister, you're unaware that this man initially claimed he was buying a house, but when it came time for verification, he retracted his card. He adamantly insisted he was the one purchasing, but in reality, it is you who is buying. Tell me, what kind of man is this? If not a pretender, you must open your eyes. Xiao Tao, akin to a gossip monger, directed her contempt towards Chen Yan, speaking to Mo Ran as if she were an elder advising a young one. The commotion attracted the attention of several sales staff and curious onlookers. Oh, is that so? Mo Ran's expression bore a cold, enigmatic smile, her fingers rhythmically tapping against her thigh. Did your manager not just go to finalize the contract? Did you not notice the name? Unperturbed, Xiao Tao retorted confidently. Is it necessary to check the name? I just saw your card, so of course, I recognize it as your payment card. Therefore, it cannot be this man buying the house. I told my colleagues, it is impossible for him to be the purchaser, otherwise I will eat their stockings. Having said all this, Xiao Tao felt a surge of excitement. Haha, sister, see how I stand up for you? Acknowledging your strength. Do not forget to elevate me as a good sister. However, Mo Ran's reaction was not what she anticipated. Oh, then I kindly ask you to summon your colleagues to witness this. Xiao Tao froze momentarily. Then her face lit up with joy. This was recognition. Everyone must witness her helping Mo Ran confront the scoundrel. All right, good sister, she exclaimed, racing back only to collide with Wu Lanxin, who was arriving with the contract and identification. What is this? Careful, Wu Lanxin admonished, but Xiao Tao brushed past her, heading towards her gathered colleagues. Wu Lanxin frowned at Xiao Tao's retreating figure, contemplating whether to reprimand her, but deciding to wait until after the major client was dealt with. Thank you for your patience. The contracts are all printed and ready. Mr. Chen Yan, here are your documents, Wu Lanxin said politely, presenting the identification and contract to Chen Yan, then holding the POS machine and card, awaiting Mo Ran's signal. No rush. Please take a seat, Mo Ran replied, her demeanor shifting from cold to slightly warm, though Wu Lanxin found that smile somewhat chilling. Is this? As Mo Ran began a phone call, Wu Lanxin felt a pang of unease, wanting to inquire about the situation, but was interrupted by Mo Ran's raised hand. Do not disturb, just wait. Mo Jiao added icily, her words plunging Wu Lanxin's heart into despair as she looked to Chen Yan for help. This time, Chen Yan was genuinely angered. He merely wished to peruse and perhaps purchase a property, yet he was unjustly labeled a pretender. Even if he were, the employees should not behave in such a manner. Opting for silence, Chen Yan relinquished the situation to Mo Ran and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Oh no, could Xiao Tao's recent outburst have offended someone? He vaguely recalled her mentioning something about a scoundrel during the contract signing. Surely, Xiao Tao could not be so unprofessional. Wu Lanxin's mind raced with anxiety as the situation continued to spiral. Suddenly, Xiao Tao returned, this time leading a throng of employees, her voice a cacophony. What are you doing? Xiao Tao, what is this? Wu Lanxin scolded her sharply. What am I doing? I am here to witness Miss Mo tear apart this scoundrel. Xiao Tao proclaimed defiantly, believing she had done nothing wrong. Tear apart the scoundrel? Wu Lanxin laughed incredulously, pointing at Chen Yan. You mean him? Who else? Is there another man here? Xiao Tao crossed her arms, wearing an air of arrogance. Such a man who exploits women, I cannot abide. Wu Lanxin's face flushed with anger, struggling to respond, but was interrupted by Mo Ran. Enough of the noise. Since everyone wishes to see, let us wait a moment. We shall observe. Mo Ran's calm, yet authoritative tone silenced the room, her icy gaze landing on Xiao Tao. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, having concluded his moment of reflection, found himself scrolling through his phone, utterly disinterested. Indeed, the machinations of the wicked pale in comparison to the spontaneous brilliance of the simple-minded. Miss Montag, what about our contract? Wu Lanxin persisted, her voice laced with trepidation. Contract? Haha, just wait. You will soon find out, Mo Ran sneered. All present could sense the gravity of the unfolding drama, anxiety rippling through the crowd, especially among Xiao Tao's colleagues. They had initially come to observe with a sense of detachment, but it was clear now that Xiao Tao's folly would lead to her downfall, potentially dragging them down with her. In an instant, all the employees directed their accusatory gazes toward Xiao Tao. "Why are you all looking at me? Rest assured, I called you here at Miss Mo's behest. Wu Lanxin would not dare to harm you. Once I rise to fame, I will establish my own agency, and you all will work for me at double the salary. There is no need to thank me." Chapter 28. Cost price as time inexorably passed. An unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving all present in a state of trepidation. Many guests who had come to view properties or tour the premises could not help but notice the peculiar scene in the lounge area. After inquiring about the situation, their curiosity piqued. They hastily gathered behind the employees to observe the unfolding drama. Initially, Xiao Tao brimmed with confidence, casting affectionate glances at Mo Ran. However, as time progressed, the cacophony of whispers compelled her to reassess the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on her memories with a calm, analytical mind, she was struck by the realization of the anomaly at hand. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that the incident had transpired, and escape was no longer an option. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she felt trapped. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed, and rather than dissipating, the throng of onlookers only swelled, with even security and cleaning staff joining the ranks of the spectators. Suddenly, a Maybach screeched to a halt at the entrance of the sales department. "Everyone disperse. What are you all doing crowding here? Make way. Mr. Zhou has arrived," boomed a commanding voice from the periphery, as several security personnel formed a barrier to clear a path through the gathering. A distinguished middle-aged man in a tailored suit strode forward, exuding an air of authority, and made his way directly to Chen Yan and his companions. "Long time no see, Xiao Mo. You could have given your Uncle Zhou a heads up. I would have eagerly awaited your arrival at the sales office," Zhou Jianfa remarked jovially, taking a seat opposite Mo Ran while gesturing towards the crowd outside. "What is going on? Why are there so many people gathered?" Upon settling into his seat, Zhou Jianfa's attention was suddenly drawn to the young man seated beside Mo Ran, whose subtle aura prompted a jolt of recognition. Whose young master is this? To accompany Mo Ran, he must possess a remarkable lineage. "Uncle Zhou, had my niece informed you in advance, you would have been none the wiser about the unrestrained slander and fabrications coming from your sales staff at Hongshu Bay," Mo Ran replied, casually toying with her fingernails, appearing to dismiss Zhou Jianfa's presence entirely. "Oh!" Zhou Jianfa's gaze sharpened as it shifted to Wu Lanxin, who stood respectfully nearby. He recognized her as the project manager, known for her commendable work ethic. What transpired? His authoritative tone sent a chill through the air, causing Xiao Tao to tremble uncontrollably. Were it not for the support of her colleagues, she might have crumpled to the floor in abject fear. At this juncture, it was painfully clear to her that she had erred gravely. The formidable presence before her was exacting retribution. "It is as follows, Mr. Zhou." Wu Lanxin, sweating profusely, recounted the entire incident without reservation. At the conclusion, Mo Ran beckoned Xiao Tao forward. "Sister, look around. What splendid weather we have today. So bright and sunny. On such a day, I wish to purchase a home as a gift for my brother, but alas, it seems that even fine weather can be selective. What do you think?" Her words, though seemingly innocuous, dripped with a chilling undertone, obliterating any remnants of Xiao Tao's earlier confidence. "Utter nonsense. This is absolutely outrageous," Zhou Jianfa exclaimed, having grasped the entirety of the situation. Upon seeing Xiao Tao's panicked expression, he slammed his hand on the table and rose from the sofa. You are no longer needed. Apologize to young Master Chen and General Manager Mo at once. Then leave." Xiao Tao, as if granted a reprieve, fell to her knees on the polished floor with a resounding thud. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, young Master Chen and General Manager Mo. It was my gross misjudgment. I will leave. I will leave." There was no room for defiance. As a seasoned real estate salesperson, she was well aware of Zhou Jianfa's reputation. Though he appeared amiable at the moment, the industry knew him as a ruthless figure. Those who crossed him rarely escaped unscathed. "Leave? Huh. It is not so simple, Mo Ran retorted, her eyes glinting with a cold light as she regarded Xiao Tao, who was now desperately begging for mercy. You just stated that if the house were not registered in my brother's name, you would. Xiao Tao trembled violently at the inquiry, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate a response. Speak, Zhou Jianfa thundered, his previously genial demeanor vanishing in an instant, drawing Chen Yan's scrutinizing gaze. I said, if it were in this gentleman's name, I would consume everyone's stockings. Tears mingled with blood from her forehead as Xiao Tao's voice quivered, her appearance a pitiful sight. Chen Yan observed her state, recognizing that she had been thoroughly intimidated. Unable to suppress a shake of his head, he lamented the unfortunate circumstances. She had the potential for a commendable performance, yet she had squandered it all through her own folly, creating a scene so disgraceful. If one must disparage clients, it should be done discreetly. There was no need to incite drama openly. Given the circumstances, Mo Ran directed her piercing gaze towards Xiao Tao's colleagues. You may as well compel her to fulfill her earlier claim. The colleagues exchanged uncertain glances, paralyzed by fear, yet none dared to remove their stockings, unwilling to be the first to cast stones at the fallen. Those who refuse will see your agency expelled from the Hongshu Bay project, effective immediately. Clear out. Zhou Jianfa's voice rang out with authority. He had no fear of Mo Ran, but he owed her family the respect due to them. The incident had unfolded on his territory, and he was obliged to provide a resolution, especially with the enigmatic young Master Chen involved. His company was at a critical juncture in the city of Shanghai, and he could not afford any missteps. Thus, even with his myriad frustrations, he yielded to Mo Ran's demands. Wu Lanxin, adept at reading the room, recognized the dual pressures of Zhou Jianfa's threat and her colleague's reluctance to engage in further humiliation. As the project manager, she understood the necessity of taking decisive action. Suddenly, she ripped a piece from her own stockings, tossing it onto the floor before Xiao Tao. Everyone, follow my lead. With a leader stepping forth, the others quickly complied, each tearing off a piece of their own stockings and discarding them before Xiao Tao, creating a small pile of fabric remnants. Xiao Tao's eyes glazed over as she faced the predatory gazes of Mo Ran, Mo Jiao, and Zhou Jianfa. Summoning her resolve, she grasped the remnants on the ground and stuffed them into her mouth. Ugh, this is truly self-inflicted misery. You would believe it, but I haven't changed my stockings in 3 days. Xiao Tao, clearly overwhelmed, was on the brink of collapse. How could you be so foolish? Her colleagues murmured among themselves, their expressions reflecting disdain. Young Master Chen, are you still upset? Zhou Jianfa and Mo Ran simultaneously turned their attention to Chen Yan, who stood nearby, captivated by the spectacle. Fortunately, I am no longer agitated. Chen Yan gently touched his nose. Indeed, this matter is easily subject to misunderstanding. Xiao Tao's error lies in her excessive imagination, particularly in expressing her unfounded thoughts in front of the client. As long as little Chen is no longer upset, that suffices. Now, regarding villa number 6. Mo Ran cheerfully draped her arm over Chen Yan's shoulder, casting a glance at Xiao Tao, who was being escorted away by security, and casually remarked. This statement appeared to be an inquiry directed at Chen Yan, yet it subtly offered a way out for Zhou Jian, urging him to take action. As expected, the astute Zhou Jian promptly grasped the underlying meaning of Mo Ran's words, a genial smile adorning his face. He chuckled. Does young Master Chen have an affinity for villa number 6? If that is the case, I cannot withhold it any longer. Given the commotion today, it has inadvertently offended young Master Chen. In my opinion, I shall transfer it to you at cost price, totaling 30 million, with the property management fees waived indefinitely. What do you think? Chapter 29. What exactly is my identity? 30 million in cost price. Chen Yan gasped. The profit margins in real estate are rather astonishing. Selling something worth 30 million for over 100 million? Naturally, Chen Yan was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the matter, but Mo Ran surely understood, and even Mo Jiao, who was quietly enjoying the scene, recognized that a 30 million cost price was implausible. Given the quality, land price, and development costs of Hongshu Bay, the cost of Villa No. 6 was at least upwards of 60 million. Zhou Jianfa's motives were twofold. Aside from the favor he was doing, it seemed he intended to use this as a stepping stone to win over the unpredictable Chen Yan. Little Chen, Uncle Zhou has truly invested heavily this time. Mo Ran winked at Chen Yan, urging him to express his gratitude. Thank you. Chairman Zhou, you are indeed generous. Chen Yan immediately understood and offered Zhou Jianfa a respectful nod and smile. Haha, not at all. Young Master Chen, having such an esteemed owner like you at Hongshu Bay brings me great honor. Zhou Jianfa chuckled heartily, seizing the moment to flatter Chen Yan. By the way, may I inquire what business your family is in? Politeness aside, Zhou Jianfa was probing for information. Instead of beating around the bush, he preferred to get straight to the point. Upon hearing Zhou Jianfa's question, both Mo Ran and Mo Jiao turned curious gazes toward Chen Yan. Although Chen Yan had been an orphan in his youth, his demeanor indicated he had long shed that identity and had returned to a family of considerable lineage. Otherwise, how could he exude such an air of noble elegance? However, this question posed a dilemma for Chen Yan. Claiming to be unemployed or a professional gold digger? That would not suffice. He was still young and needed to maintain his reputation. After much contemplation and hesitation, Chen Yan felt conflicted, unsure of what to say. The changing expressions on his face, however, conveyed a different message to Zhou Jianfa and the others. It was already known that prominent families in China often had rules restricting their heirs from fully disclosing their family backgrounds if they had not established careers. Observing Chen Yan's conflicted demeanor suggested he fell under this category. Young Master Chen, if it's inconvenient, Zhou Jianfa began, but was interrupted by Chen Yan's response. Currently, I don't have a formal job. I rely on some investments and a trust fund. After mulling over it, Chen Yan decided to emphasize the trust fund, rephrasing his idleness into a more sophisticated concept. Trust fund? Mo Jiao interjected, as the first heiress of the Mo family. She had a deeper understanding of trust funds than Mo Ran. Which trust fund are you referring to? Zhou Jianfa, equally intrigued, leaned in as Mo Jiao asked on his behalf. One called Mo Gu Trust Fund. Chen Yan replied, awkwardly smiling, relieved he remembered the name. Otherwise, he might have been dismissed as a boastful character by Zhou Jianfa. What? Mo Good Trust Fund? Both Zhou Jianfa and Mo Jiao exclaimed in unison. What's the fuss about? Chen Yan and Mo Ran were baffled, unaware of what had stirred their excitement. Sister, you don't know about Mo Good Trust Fund? Montag exclaimed, playfully slapping Montag Hans Teak. That is the world's leading consortium controlling the Mo Good Trust Fund. Indeed, it is said that this fund requires a thorough examination of the wealth accumulated over 3 generations. If one does not meet the criteria, they cannot entrust their assets for management and investment. Zhou Jianfa added, his face filled with astonishment. And the entry threshold is 300 billion. Upon hearing Zhou Jianfa's figure, Mo Ran furrowed her brow. 300 billion? Surely there are many in our country who could qualify. Even our Mo family could. Sister, you've got the units wrong. Mo Jiao interjected again. 300 billion. In USD. In USD. Mo Ran gasped, turning to the somewhat flustered Chen Yan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wait, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I only have a 100 million USD dividend, right? How did it escalate to a 300 billion USD threshold? Goodness, has everyone lost their minds? Chen Yan's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. Young Master Chen, is it true that you have cooperation with Mo Good Trust Fund? Are they assisting you in managing and investing your assets? Zhou Jianfa's tone turned serious. Although Chen Yan's mention of a name, most were unaware of lent credibility to his claim, he still sought confirmation. It should be real. Chen Yan responded uncertainly, beginning to doubt whether the system was deceiving him. Unlocking his phone, he pulled up the transaction notification on the table, and the 3 of them eagerly began to examine it. Upon seeing that the remitter was indeed Mo Good Trust Fund, they finally believed him entirely. As for the amount, it was inconsequential. The threshold was set, and perhaps this mere 7 million was just a drop in the ocean of daily transactions. Young Master Chen, here is my business card. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Old Zhou. Zhou Jianfa presented his phone back to Chen Yan with utmost respect, handing him a business card with both hands. All right, sure. Chen Yan forced a smile, sensing that everyone seemed to have misconstrued something. Ha ha, what a fortune it is for me, old Zhou, to befriend young Master Chen today. Without further ado, consider villa number 6 a small token of my appreciation. Gifted to you, Zhou Jianfa, in a fit of exuberance, declared, echoing laughter throughout the sales office as he decisively gifted the villa, worth over 100 million, to Chen Yan without charge. This is too extravagant, I can't. Chen Yan was taken aback, feeling the situation spiraling into an even stranger direction. He wanted to refuse, but Mo Ran and Mo Jiao each tug at one of his arms. Little Chen, oh no, my young master Chen. Giggle Uncle Zhou is gifting it to you. Just accept it. Exactly. Chen Yan, how much is this really worth? Accept it with your identity. It wouldn't be excessive to gift you tenfold more. The two women chimed in, solidifying the decision. Zhou Jianfa promptly called over Chen Yan's old friend, Wu Lanxin, to draft a new purchase agreement using Chen Yan's identity card. As for the purchase price, $1. Giggle my little young master Chen, if my company goes under in the future, you must support me. Chen Yan, wait, I can support you. But what exactly is my identity? Can someone please enlighten me? Chapter 30. Zhou Tianyuan in a dim corner outside the sales office. Xiao Tao's face was a horrifying tableau of dried blood and tears. She stood transfixed, her gaze unwavering as she watched Chen Yan and his companions drive away. Vile woman, despicable man, just wait. The words, dripping with anguish, escaped her tightly clenched teeth. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Zhou Xiao, woo. The moment the call connected, Xiao Tao launched into her lament, and the voice on the other end hurried to console her. Xiao Tao, don't cry. What happened? Tell me, and I will help you take revenge. Xiao Tao sobbed, her breath hitching, though she was merely feigning distress. Zhou Xiao, I was bullied by a gigolo, and oh yes, his mistress too. She recounted the events in the sales office, embellishing the tale while omitting any details that might implicate her. In her narrative, she portrayed herself as an innocent victim. All I know is that he purchased villa number 6. Please don't confront them. If they're that wealthy, they must possess considerable influence. A simple tactic of feigned vulnerability made Zhou Xiao seem fervent. Leave this matter to me. Since they're buying a house in my community, it's not a troublesome affair. However, in a few days, I happen to have a banquet in Taigua. You know I dislike strangers. You should bring a friend along to accompany me. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Tao's eyes as she stifled a smirk. Men are all the same, just a little leeway, and they will exploit your every resource. I never expected you to covet my friend too. But doesn't he matter? My friend is even more contemptible. If it weren't for your influence and wealth, with that pig-like appearance, you wouldn't even be worthy of licking my shoes. Having ensnared him, she planned to capture some scandalous photos and videos of their trio, hoping to make them regret it. Ideally, to ensnare them completely. This secret would sustain her for a lifetime. Her malevolent scheme crystallized in an instant. She had not intended to resort to such measures, but the appearance of Chen Yan and his companions had blocked all her avenues, leaving her infamous in the real estate circle of Shanghai City, rendering her unable to seek employment in that domain again. All right, Zhou Xiao, my friend Ping Ping is surely reliable. Just, please take good care of Xiao Tao from now on. After hanging up, Xiao Tao's face twisted into a snarl as she gazed in the direction Chen Yan had vanished. Chen Yan, Mo Ran, Zhou Jianfa, and that wretched Wu Lanxin. Just wait. The humiliation I endured today, I shall repay you all, piece by piece. With a low, furious growl, Xiao Tao dialed another number. Hello, sister. I have successfully attached myself to real estate magnate Zhou Jianfa's son, Zhou Xiao. Rest assured, I will have him bail you out soon. It's just a minor matter with Tianyuan Group, so don't worry. Due to internal restructuring and corruption investigations within the group, Mo Ran had been preoccupied with work. After accompanying Chen Yan to view properties, she had sent the driver to fetch her, leaving the aimless Mo Jiao to keep Chen Yan company. Under Zhou Jianfa's guidance, they toured all the architectural facilities within the Hongshu Bay Villa District, culminating in a banquet at the owner's clubhouse. Come now, Chen Xiao. Let us keep it simple for lunch. During the meal, Zhou Jianfa, his face aglow, raised his glass, dismissing all other matters to entertain Chen Yan. Ah, what a pity my disappointing second son is off gallivanting somewhere. Otherwise, I would have loved to introduce you to. After all, young people have much in common. Chen Yan nodded with a smile. Though he still struggled to comprehend his identity, he accepted this peculiar situation with grace and composure. Ha! Zhou Dong's son must be a remarkable talent. I shall certainly seek to befriend him another day. Oh, Chen Xiao, you flatter me. Despite Zhou Jianfa's age, he dared not assert his status before Chen Yan, repeatedly waving his hands. If only my son had half your capabilities, I would be immensely gratified. Zhou Jianfa laughed heartily, enjoying the praise showered upon him by Chen Yan. He then turned his attention to Mo Jiao. Xiao Mo, how is your father? This address was fitting, as Zhou Jianfa and Mo Jiao's father were old friends. Unlike Mo Ran, who had married outside the family business, Mo Jiao was the heir to the Mo family legacy, making Zhou Jianfa's familiarity with her quite reasonable. He's doing fine. The old man isn't going anywhere just yet. Mo Jiao absent-mindedly fiddled with her black nail polish, her gaze flitting towards Chen Yan, whether intentionally or not. While Chen Yan remained oblivious, Zhou Jianfa observed everything closely, originally intending to introduce his second son to Mo Jiao at an opportune moment. It seemed that would no longer be necessary. In fact, Zhou Jianfa might need to cultivate an even closer relationship with the Mo family. Should the Mo family ally with Chen Yan, their family could indeed become the foremost in Xiaohai City. No, perhaps even the leading family in the entire province. Ha ha ha, Xiao Mo loves to joke. I'll visit your home sometime. That old man hasn't called me in ages. Zhou Jianfa chuckled and, noticing the time, instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. The Hongshu Bay Clubhouse adhered to the highest external standards, whether in dining or entertainment. As an array of exquisite dishes filled the table, Chen Yan's eyes lit up. Wow, these dishes look incredibly lavish. Come, don't be shy. Let's dig in. As Zhou Jianfa encouraged them to eat, his phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I must take this call. Upon seeing it was his secretary, Zhou Jianfa stood and stepped out of the private room. Chen Yan, I want to eat that sweet and sour lobster meat. Can you help me serve some? With Zhou Jianfa absent, Mo Jiao began to reveal her true nature. All right, what's the matter? Speak quickly. I'm entertaining esteemed guests. Zhou Jianfa's tone was noticeably curt, his voice cold. Chen Yan's status was too elevated for him to afford any errors. Zhou Dong, the second young master, is requesting the owner's information. Do you think we should provide it to him? The secretary spoke cautiously, knowing that even the boss's son must not be treated lightly in such matters. What does he want the owner's information for? Zhou Jianfa frowned, puzzled. His second son was notorious for his frivolity, rarely concerned with company affairs, so this sudden interest was perplexing. The second young master mentioned, he wants to see if there are any contacts worth making. The secretary hesitated, as if someone nearby was instructing her on how to phrase it. This boy. Zhou Jianfa chuckled softly in disbelief. Well, it seems he has finally woken up. Very well, grant him access. But do warn him that most of these owners are our connections and resources. He must not offend anyone recklessly. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect him. Seeing his foolish son finally engaging in something meaningful, Zhou Jianfa chose not to delve deeper and readily agreed. Understood. After hanging up, the secretary sighed in relief and handed a stack of documents to the overweight young man beside her. Second young master, here is the information you requested. Zhou Dong specifically instructed you to be cautious and not to offend anyone. The secretary, possessing a striking appearance and an elegant stature, appeared to be somewhat intimidated by the presence of the young Master Zhou heir. All right, rest assured, Zhou Tianyuan chuckled, his fingers akin to stubby radishes, pinching the documents as he seized the opportunity to lean in and plant a forceful kiss upon the secretary's cheek. How dare you, young master? The secretary, flushed with indignation, instinctively took a few steps back, her defenses firmly raised. Come now, it was merely a kiss. What's the fuss about? Zhou Tianyuan smirked lewdly. Surely my father, that old fellow, cannot possibly fulfill your needs? He chuckled mischievously. Well then, I must be off. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us reschedule for another day. Chapter 31. The bodyguard, Zhou Tianyuan, casually sought out a secluded corner of a company and dialed an international phone number. The phone rang for a considerable time before being answered. Zhou Xiao. Without wasting words, Zhou Tianyuan got straight to the point. In a couple of days, I will arrange for 2 young women to go to Thailand. Make sure to contact the buyers in advance. You know better than I how to extract all their worth over the course of a month and then dispose of them. Whether to sell them separately or as a whole is up to you to calculate the profit. Oh, and don't forget to conduct a health check. With that, he hung up the phone, a cold smile flickering across his face. Do they think of me as an ATM? Do they truly believe I am a fool? After all this time, without falling for their tricks, they're now actively jumping into the fire. How amusing. You're nothing but a pig. A pig toyed with at my whim. He glanced at the list in his hand, his thoughts racing. Since Xiaohao mentioned that the owner of Villa No. 6 was a kept man, and a wealthy woman was willing to pay such a high price for the villa, it was clear that there was ample profit to be made. He chuckled to himself. Kidnapping is simple enough. But before proceeding, he decided to investigate whether the owner of Villa number 6 was indeed the kind of man Xiaohao described. For many years, Zhou Tianyuan had maintained a facade of being a wastrel. Yet behind the scenes, he had been involved in numerous ventures, much like his father, always cautious. Sister, does my accumulated wealth over the years not surpass yours? Zhou Tianyuan scoffed under his breath. At the banquet, Chen Yan indulged in his meal, yet his demeanor, enhanced by an air of sophistication, rendered his actions entirely polite in the eyes of others, even imparting a sense of nonchalance. Chun Xiao, so effortlessly charming, truly a dragon among men. Zhou Jianfa bellowed with laughter, finding Chen Yan, the young master, refreshingly down-to-earth, unlike the many scions of prominent families he had encountered, who often carried peculiar eccentricities. Well, it's just average, Chen Yan replied, wiping his hands and patting his stomach, feeling it was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed in years. All right, Director Zhou, I have matters to attend to, so I won't linger here. Noticing that Mo Jiao Jiao had set down her chopsticks and the time was nearing 2 o'clock, he realized it was almost time to prepare for the next engagement. As Chen Yan and Mo Jiao Jiao stood to leave, Zhou Jianfa did not attempt to retain them, instead rising to see them off. After they exited the private room, Zhou Jianfa shook hands with Chen Yan. Chen Xiao, I want to see you off further. In a couple of days, we have a homeowners gathering at Hongshu Bay. I hope you can grace us with your presence. Zhou Jianfa beamed. Chen Yan's status was unparalleled among the homeowners there, surpassing all others combined. If he could indeed invite Chen Yan as a friend, Zhou Jianfa's standing in the business circle of Shanghai City would soar. A gathering? Sure, you have my contact information. Just let me know in advance, and I'll see if I'm free. Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, as he was unoccupied and welcomed the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Excellent. I will ensure a warm reception for you. Zhou Jianfa exclaimed. Mo Jiao Jiao, please assist Chun Xiao carefully. Take your time. With Zhou Jianfa's enthusiastic calls echoing behind them, Chen Yan and Mo Jiao Jiao stepped out of the resplendent clubhouse. Chen Yan, Zhou Jianfa, is not someone to be underestimated. You must exercise caution in your dealings with him. It is said he controlled a significant portion of Shanghai's underground business in his youth, and has only recently gone legitimate. As they settled into the passenger seat, Mo Jiao Jiao whispered her warning. Oh, is he that intimidating? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised but not overly concerned. In this lawful society, there's nothing to fear from him. Have you not seen that he has already cleaned up his act? Even those who were once tyrants must now toe the line. He shrugged, dismissing her concerns. So, where are you planning to go this afternoon? Me? Mo Jiao Jiao shook her head. I have no plans. Oh, then how about we check out the auto show? The auto show? Absolutely. Today, there's a luxury car exhibition at the stadium, featuring the latest high-end brands. Mo Jiao Jiao's face lit up. As a seasoned enthusiast of flashy vehicles, she adored sports cars and motorcycles. She was thrilled to discover that Chen Yan shared her passion, and she wondered if she might have the chance to ride shotgun with him in a race. The thought made her giddy with excitement. Chen Yan nodded. But before that, he had another matter to arrange. Jiao Jiao, do you know where I can hire some bodyguards? Initially, he considered purchasing some personal security equipment, but decided it would be wiser to hire a few bodyguards instead. Bodyguards? Mo Jiao Jiao was taken aback. But upon recalling Chen Yan's status, she quickly understood. Indeed, she had not seen a bodyguard with Chen Yan all day, which was quite unusual. I have bodyguards at home. I can arrange a few to come over, she declared confidently, as they were seasoned professionals she had known for many years, and no ordinary person could approach them. As she sent messages, she asked, would 6 be enough? 6? That should suffice, Chen Yan replied, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. Excellent. I've arranged it. The bodyguards will be waiting for us at the stadium entrance. After finalizing the arrangements, Mo Jiao Jiao wore a smug expression, seemingly seeking Chen Yan's approval. Her demeanor, paired with her androgynous attire, was utterly charming. Thank you, dear Jiao Jiao. Chen Yan expressed his gratitude, playfully pinching her slightly chubby cheeks. You're so annoying. Mo Jiao Jiao feigned annoyance, her face flushing crimson, even her ears turning fiery red. Witnessing this exchange, Chen Yan shook his head with a smile. These two sisters, while sharing similarities, were distinct in their ways. One was pure and alluring, while the other was cool and composed, yet both were easily flustered. The difference was that Mo Ran would blush and flirt back, whereas Mo Jiao Jiao would retreat like a quail. If Chen Yan had to choose one, it would indeed be a difficult decision. He found them both equally endearing. What could he do? Family, I'm anxiously waiting for your responses. Chapter 32. A group of old maids? The sleek Audi A8 sped along the highway, swiftly arriving at the exhibition hall. Outside the venue, a throng of individuals had gathered. Among them were true automotive enthusiasts, photographers, and lecherous onlookers drawn by the allure of the car models. Naturally, the affluent second-generation elites of Shanghai City were not absent. Jiao Jiao. As Chen Yan and Mo Jiao Jiao approached the entrance, a voice called out to them. A group of impeccably dressed young men approached. Upon seeing them, Mo Jiao Jiao instinctively rolled her eyes, her annoyance barely concealed. Are they your friends? Chen Yan inquired, surprised. The young men appeared quite handsome, yet their excessive makeup rendered them somewhat effeminate. Sort of, Mo Jiao Jiao replied, suppressing her irritation. They were a group of former close friends. Oh my Jiao Jiao, it's been days since we last saw you, and you look even more stunning, exclaimed a tall young man in a red suit, playfully patting Mo Jiao Jiao before leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Who is this handsome guy? Is he a 0 or a 1? The others regarded Chen Yan with curious glances and coy postures, leaving him utterly perplexed. Why do they resemble a bunch of old maids? Mo Jiao Jiao exclaimed, pushing the young man away. Stay back. I'm perfectly normal. Normal? Huh. A young man stifled a laugh, delicately brushing back his bangs with an elegant flourish. Don't joke around, Jiao Jiao. Who doesn't he know you? It's impossible for a filthy man to catch your eye. Fuming, Mo Jiao Jiao felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses but restrained herself, considering Chen Yan's presence. Jiao Jiao, who are these people? Chen Yan leaned closer to Mo Jiao Jiao, whispering. They're just some old friends, she replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Seeing Chen Yan's puzzled expression, she reluctantly elaborated. In the past, I liked girls, and they have a particular preference for boys. As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, anxious that Chen Yan might misunderstand her intentions. So we were close friends. You understand, intimate friends. Are you normal now? Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, teasingly. I'm definitely normal, Mo Jiao Jiao retorted, her face flushed as she kicked away the group of lingering young men. I like someone now, a boy. Oh, a boy? Chen Yan smirked, pointing at the group of young men who were now squealing from the unexpected kick. Is it one of them? It's Mo Jiao Jiao's face turned crimson, eager to clarify, but upon meeting Chen Yan's teasing gaze, she realized he was simply toying with her. You're such a pighead. You infuriate me. In her frustration, she stepped on Chen Yan's foot, eliciting a pained yelp from him. Yow! Ouch! Chen Yan hopped around, cradling his foot, resembling a cartoon character in a comical scene. Seeing him in such distress, Mo Jiao Jiao instinctively rushed to help. which inadvertently caused Chen Yan to lose his balance and tumble backward. Oh dear! The onlookers erupted in laughter, their expressions gleefully suggestive. The two found themselves in an unexpectedly intimate position, akin to a perfectly executed Latin dance move, with Chen Yan being the one embraced. Feeling the delicate touch of her hands, Chen Yan's breath quickened as their eyes locked, each equally flustered. Mo Jiao's mind raced, recalling their earlier encounter that morning. Could you let go of me? Chen Yan finally spoke, feeling the strain of the awkward position. His hands, still resting on her slender waist, sent tingles through him. Okay, Mo Jiao stammered, her face aflame, her body radiating warmth as if she had just emerged from a steam bath. Oh, Jiao, you truly are no wonder they say you're normal now. With a handsome guy like this, how could you not be? Ugh, you annoying old maids. Trying to steal my man? Huh? I'm done with you. They bantered, dispersing, leaving Chen Yan and Mo Jiao alone. Don't mind them. They're just a bit peculiar. They're actually quite nice. Mo Jiao attempted to salvage the situation, feeling the tension in the air. Oh, I'm not bothered. Chen Yan quickly replied, inwardly thinking, as long as they don't approach me, it's fine. Are they all rich second-generation kids? Mo Jiao nodded yes. They come from wealthy families. In fact, many affluent households have individuals with such preferences. They're just familiar with each other. You know how it is. Chen Yan was not surprised. He had sensed Mo Jiao's androgynous aura upon their first meeting. He marveled at the potency of her charm, thinking, it's impressive. Even those who are bent can be straightened out. Yet, it was indeed a pity. With Mo Jiao's appealing qualities, it would be unfortunate if other girls didn't appreciate her allure. Beep, broadcasting announcement, Beijing time, 14:55. Please be mindful of the time. Beep. Major mission, White, has been passively activated. Please ensure at least 30% attention in the current venue. Rewards, based on task completion. The serpent flicks its tongue without leaving a trace. Chapter 33. The support of the elder sisters, oh dear. What on earth is this grand fortune task? Chen Yan widened his eyes in disbelief, not expecting such a sudden mission to arise. Ding ding, the snake flicks its tongue, no, footprints, quite amusing. The system chose to respond with a catchphrase rather than a proper answer. Chen Yan stroked his chin, pondering whether the trigger conditions for this grand fortune task were somehow related to the daily fortune information. But that didn't seem right. Why had it not appeared before? Moreover, it appeared that this task also had levels of classification. Confusion settled in. This system is rather absurd, as are the tasks it issues, leaving him utterly perplexed. As Chen Yan's thoughts spiraled, the clock struck 3, signaling the official opening of the auto show. A throng of photographers and journalists armed with long lenses rushed in first, followed closely by a group of eager car enthusiasts and ordinary visitors. Shall we proceed? The 6 formidable bodyguards had long since positioned themselves behind them, and Mo Jiao followed Chen Yan into the exhibition hall, trailing behind the crowd. Hey, aren't you going with your friends? From a distance, Chen Yan noticed the elder sisters casting flirtatious glances in his direction, sending a chill down his spine. They? No way. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. They're here to buy cars, and I'm not in the market for one. Hey, Chen Yan, are you planning to buy a car? Isn't that 8 Hua she cumbersome to drive? Before Chen Yan could respond, Mo Jiao nodded thoughtfully. True. While the A8 is quite prestigious, it's not suited for personal driving. You need a chauffeur for that. It's better to drive a sports car yourself. Her words reminded Chen Yan of the task at hand, which required him to capture at least 30% of the attention here. If we disregard the insane factors, the only way to garner everyone's focus would surely be through purchasing a car. Jiao, may I ask you something? Chen Yan instinctively refrained from addressing her as sister, thus narrowing the subtle distance between them, at least in Mo Jiao's perception. As for Chen Yan, he merely overlooked it. You mean? Mo Jiao flushed slightly, leaving Chen Yan even more bewildered. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Ignoring her reaction, they continued forward. And Chen Yan spoke, say, how much would it cost to acquire all the cars here? Cars. Mo Jiao was taken aback, turning to look at Chen Yan. Are you sure you mean cars, not car models? Of course, cars. Chen Yan was exasperated by her line of thought. Buying a car for attention had nothing to do with car models. Purchasing human beings is illegal. Doesn't she understand that? Well, that would require quite a sum. After some contemplation, Mo Jiao replied, "This auto show features only the most high-end new models. According to prior promotions, the highest priced vehicle is already over 30 million. There are more than 30 models on display, so if we average it at 10 million each, acquiring them all, including various taxes and fees, would easily total over 400 million. She calculated earnestly, genuinely believing that Chen Yan was considering a purchase. Gasp! 400 million. Chen Yan inhaled sharply, having thought his wealth was substantial, only to realize he would need 6 years' worth of dividends just to afford these cars. Well, 400 million may seem excessive, but it shouldn't be an issue for you, right? As Mo Jiao expressed her astonishment, they passed through the security checkpoint, fully entering the exhibition hall. Of course, 6 bodyguards trail behind them. Unlike previous luxury car exhibitions, this year's event imposed no entry barriers or ticket fees, allowing anyone to attend. However, each displayed vehicle was cordoned off with a warning line, set 10 meters away from the crowd. Only those who passed a financial verification could enter the half-meter zone for a closer inspection of the cars and the car models. The financial threshold was set relatively high at 5 million, a barrier sufficient to deter over 95% of visitors. The exhibition hall was spacious. Despite the large number of visitors, it did not feel overcrowded, allowing Chen Yan and his group to navigate smoothly. Before long, they arrived at the financial verification area. As they walked, Chen Yan did not forget the daily fortune hint, yet after covering a considerable distance, he had seen no signs of it. "Let us go in." Mo Jiao tugged at Chen Yan, her excitement palpable. "Hey, slow down." Chen Yan felt overwhelmed, juggling the need to attract the crowd's attention while searching for that elusive target, leaving him in a state of disarray. With Mo Jiao's presence, there was no need for Chen Yan to undergo financial verification, as the costs were calculated per person. With 8 individuals, including the bodyguards, the total would amount to 40 million, an amount Mo Jiao could easily procure. Having successfully passed the verification, Mo Jiao continued to drag Chen Yan deeper into the hall. Jiao, wait a moment." A sudden spark of inspiration struck Chen Yan, and he devised a plan. "What is it? Hurry, my favorite Xiaomi Suchi Ultra is about to appear." Mo Jiao clearly spotted a car she adored, her eagerness evident. Yet she still held on to Chen Yan's hand tightly. "Could you ask your friends to do me a favor?" Chen Yan gestured toward the elder sisters who had already passed the verification and were now browsing the cars. "What kind of favor? I could just let them know, and they'll surely comply." Mo Jiao patted her chest, the tightness of her crop top causing quite a noticeable movement. Can you help me find someone? I don't know who they are, but I have a general idea of their attire. It's a middle-aged man wearing flip-flops and a baseball cap." Chen Yan felt a headache coming on. The system's information was simply insufficiently detailed. Such attire, particularly the flip-flops, was far too common. Moreover, at an auto show, middle-aged men would be plentiful. Most were there to admire the car models. After all, "Oh, all right, I'll notify them right away. They'll surely assist you." Mo Jiao eagerly agreed, immediately pulling out her phone to message her elder sisters. "Make sure they report their location back to the group once they find him. Keep a close watch and wait for me to arrive." Chen Yan hastily added, concerned that the individual might pose a danger, fearing his own matters might inadvertently place others in peril. "Don't worry, they're just flamboyant, not foolish. Just sit back and relax." Mo Jiao gave an okay sign and sent a message to her group. As expected, upon learning it was Chen Yan's request, the elder sisters responded with enthusiasm, each assuring him of their readiness to assist. One or two even inquired if they could add him on WeChat should they succeed. Chapter 34. Gentle as Water. Lu Jasmine, at 15 minutes past 3, with a mere quarter of an hour remaining before the time designated by the system, Chen Yan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. He needed to locate his target male, while simultaneously devising a strategy to capture the attention of the entire venue. Initially, he contemplated asking Mo Jiao to lend him several billion, promising to repay her after purchasing a car. However, the system had not explicitly stated that the rewards would be in cash. While borrowing seemed feasible, he was confident in his charm buff. What if the system's reward did not involve money at all? How could he possibly repay Mo Jiao Jiao? Would he have to return her the monthly dividends over a span of 7 years? Furthermore, the notion of buying every single car in the venue was unlikely to be announced publicly. What if it transpired silently behind the scenes? That would be a tremendous loss. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. Surely, he could not simply stride up and compete with the models for attention, nor could he perform a striptease. The mere thought of the unabashed gazes from the older women sent shivers down his spine. As time continued to tick away, only 10 minutes remained until 3:30. Just as Chen Yan felt utterly lost, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Jiao Jiao. Oh my Jiao Jiao. It's been ages. A professional woman, elegantly attired in business attire and high heels, approached while greeting her with enthusiasm. Sister Jasmine. Montag Yia exclaimed, bouncing in delight and waving at her friend. Chen Yan turned to look, and at that moment, their eyes met, igniting a spark between them. Beep beep. A serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no trace. Lu Jasmine, president of the Shanghai Automotive Industry Association, age 33, overall rating 91, current status, surprised, experiencing first stirrings of affection, favorability, 90 first stirrings of affection directed at him. For a moment, he was taken aback as Lu Jasmine approached him. To his surprise, instead of greeting him immediately, she happily engaged in conversation with Mo Jiao Jiao. Oh, Jiao Jiao, it's been several years. Your style remains unchanged, which isn't good. You must not try to captivate me anymore. Lu Jasmine playfully tapped Mo Jiao Jiao's pert nose with her finger, eliciting a laugh. No way. I'm completely straight now. Sister Jasmine, when did you return to Shanghai? I haven't heard from you at all. Mo Jiao replied, her nose wrinkling adorably, revealing a youthful side to her personality. I just got back from a business trip abroad. Our association is hosting this car exhibition, so I've been quite busy. If I weren't, I would have visited you, and Mo ran sooner, Lu Jasmine said with a warm smile, exuding an aura of maturity and gentle femininity akin to that of a nurturing mother. Is this your boyfriend? After finishing her conversation with Mo Jiao, she politely turned to Chen Yan, her tone imbued with a teasing curiosity. No, Sister Jasmine, don't say that. Mo Jiao blushed, attempting to downplay the situation. Ahem. Hello, Sister Jasmine. I'm Chen Yan. You can call me Xiao Chen. Chen Yan smiled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Having confirmed that he was indeed the object of her interest, the 90-point favorability was no exaggeration. The allure of his charm buff was evidently on the rise. Hello. Xiao Chen. Lu Jasmine felt slightly dizzy. Having never tasted the bitterness of love, she believed she would never develop feelings for anyone. To her astonishment, her childhood friend had introduced her to such a captivating individual. Naturally, her exceptional upbringing and etiquette training prevented her from displaying any overt signs of her flustered state. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yan had already perceived her feelings. Jiao, have you seen any cars at this exhibition that you fancy? If so, I can gift you one. Lu Jasmine said, momentarily breaking her focus on Chen Yan to engage with Mo Jiao once more. It wasn't that she didn't wish to converse with Chen Yan. Rather, she feared that excessive interaction might lead her emotions astray. After all, having never been in a romantic relationship, her knowledge in that regard was woefully inadequate. Yes, the Xiaomi Suchi Ultra. Montag Yia responded excitedly, as she had already planned to purchase it. If Sister Jasmine could gift it to her, that would be even better. The car, originally priced at over 800,000, had now significantly dropped to just over 500,000 at the exhibition. All right then, I'll gift it to you, Lu Jasmine said with a soft smile, her warmth radiating a profound maternal glow. Were it not for Chen Yan's ability to see her status information, he might have mistaken her for a mother of several children. Who would have thought that this exquisite woman was a hidden gem? Thank you so much, Sister Jasmine. Mo Jiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Lu Jasmine's embrace and nuzzling against her. The value of the car paled in comparison to the kindness behind the gesture. Chen Yan, you were just asking me about the possibility of buying every car at the exhibition. Have you made a decision? Mo Jiao turned to Chen Yan after having her moment with Lu Jasmine. Oh, Xiao Chun is considering buying a car? Lu Jasmine's gentle eyes sparkled with interest as she looked at him, her heart fluttering slightly. I'm still contemplating. Chen Yan hastily shook his head, having dismissed the idea of purchasing everything after learning the total cost. It's all right, Xiao Chen. Take a look at the cars you like. Even if you want to buy them all, it doesn't matter. I'll gift them to you. Lu Jasmine's face flushed slightly as the words flowed from her lips, leaving Mo Jiao and Chen Yan utterly astonished. Yet, she appeared completely unperturbed, as if she had merely uttered an inconsequential remark. What? Sister Jasmine, you're being far too generous. Montak Yia exclaimed dramatically, darting her gaze between Chen Yan and Lu Jasmine, before hesitantly asking, do you two know each other? Not at all. Chen Yan and Lu Jasmine responded in unison. Their synchronized reply led Lu Jasmine to shyly lower her head, her mind in a state of turmoil. How could she have uttered such astonishing words? To give away all the cars. Did that mean she was succumbing to the fabled infatuation? No. The books say that if you like someone, you should disregard others' opinions and fully devote yourself. So if Xiao Chen likes cars, what is wrong with gifting him all the cars? After all, it's merely a small sum. Lu Jasmine's self-justification caused Mo Jiao's expression to shift uneasily. Something was amiss. There was something profoundly wrong. Sister Jasmine and Chen Yan. Surely there was something between them. Oh no. Could they be rivals in love? Not that. This was the big sister she had adored since childhood. Chapter 35. Undercover Wu Tianxiong. As Wu Tianxiong stood there, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Having been an undercover operative within the Poison Dragon Gang for 3 years, he had diligently navigated the treacherous waters of the criminal underworld, striving to ascend to the ranks of management in order to dismantle the organization from within. However, he had not anticipated that despite his unwavering commitment, he had been systematically excluded from the inner circle, deprived of any substantial opportunities to engage with the gang's core operations. The tasks assigned to him were trivial at best, amounting to inconsequential errands that yielded no meaningful progress. Today, however, brought unexpected news. He had reached the final assessment phase. Elated at the prospect of leaving behind the perilous life of an undercover agent, he had longed for this moment. Yet, his excitement swiftly morphed into dread. The final assessment was a mission, one that required him to attend a car exhibition in Shanghai City, with the intent of exacting revenge on a veteran police officer who had once played a pivotal role in dismantling the gang's operations. The higher-ups promised that if he succeeded, he would not only gain entry into the core management, but also oversee illicit activities across Asia. Nevertheless, the condition for this opportunity was his successful escape. This revelation struck Wu Tianxiong with profound shock. It was a cunning trap. Should he refuse, the gang would undoubtedly expel him, rendering his 3 years of undercover work futile. Conversely, if he chose to execute the mission, his conscience would torment him for eternity, leaving him in a state of perpetual anguish. In light of this predicament, Wu Tianxiong contemplated a strategy that would allow him to avoid harming the old comrade, while simultaneously evading suspicion from the Poison Dragon Gang. The solution lay in being apprehended at the scene. However, he was not alone. 2 henchmen had accompanied him, tasked with monitoring his actions, making it impossible to send out a warning. Panic surged through him as sweat dripped down his brow. Each step he took in his flip-flops echoed ominously. He needed to remain calm and devise a way to attract the attention of the security personnel to facilitate his own capture. Just as his mind raced with possibilities, he felt a sharp jab in his lower back from one of the henchmen, a menacing glare urging him to hasten. Swallowing hard, Wu Tianxiong gripped the dagger hidden in his pocket, trembling with anxiety. His target stood just 2 paces ahead, engrossed in observing the cars, or perhaps the models. He couldn't afford to overthink it. He had to strike with precision. With gritted teeth, he steeled himself, his face hidden beneath the brim of his cap. contorted with a mix of rage and desperation. He leaned forward slightly, mentally rehearsing the hasty plan he had concocted. A swift stab, leaving the weapon embedded, would enhance his chances of survival. If he could reach the south gate without obstruction, he could escape within 30 seconds. A vehicle awaited him outside. As long as he boarded before 3:31 p.m., he could evade capture. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 3:29 p.m. Time was on his side. He still had a chance. At 3:30, he clenched his jaw, his hand suddenly withdrawing the dagger from his pocket, lunging toward the old comrade before him. "Step aside," a voice thundered, momentarily freezing Wu Tianxiong's arm mid-strike. "Act now," urged the henchman behind him, and a glimmer of hope flickered in Wu Tianxiong's eyes. Had a fellow operative sensed the danger and come to assist him? No, he couldn't break character. He had to follow through with his plan. With a fierce internal cry to hasten the process, he thrust the dagger forward. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him, the force of the impact knocking him to the ground. "Help! There's an armed assailant." The cries erupted around him as bewildered onlookers scattered, chaos enveloping the venue. Finally, a sense of relief washed over Wu Tianxiong. This scenario had shielded him from exposure while sparing his comrade from harm. Yet as he looked up, he noticed the young man who had tackled him was not wearing a police uniform. In a swift motion, the bodyguards sprang into action, pinning Wu Tianxiong to the ground. One of them delivered a swift blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 36. Once again in trouble. "Darling, it's the premiere. Could you spare me a little support, please? I beg you." QEQ. A sudden uproar erupted at the auto show. Initially, many bewildered onlookers fled in terror upon hearing the piercing screams. Yet, before long, a larger crowd gathered, not merely out of curiosity, but fueled by a fervent sense of justice. Such is the spirit of the people of Huagua, despite the initial panic prompting instinctive retreat. Their inherent bravery and sense of righteousness compelled them to rush back towards the source of the chaos. Chen Yan, panting heavily, rose from the ground, where he found a middle-aged man in a cap, brandishing a dagger, lying at his feet. Chen Yan, are you all right?" Mo Jiao Jiao's anxious voice pierced through the crowd, her cool demeanor giving way to a tone filled with concern as she squeezed through the throng. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Why did you run so fast?" she fretted, inspecting Chen Yan for injuries. "I'm fine, really," Chen Yan replied with a relaxed smile, patting his body reassuringly. "See, I'm unscathed. No need to worry." Seeing that Chen Yan appeared truly unharmed, Mo Jiao Jiao finally let out a sigh of relief, her gaze shifting to the middle-aged man on the ground, her expression filled with confusion. What on earth happened? Her eyes seemed to inquire further. Yet Chen Yan chose not to respond directly, opting instead to recount the events that had unfolded. "I had just arrived when I saw this man attempting to stab an older gentleman. It all happened so suddenly that I had no choice but to intervene. Fortunately, the elder was unharmed." He referred to the elderly gentleman present, who, despite being retired, instinctively took charge of the crowd's evacuation. His memories and reflexes from years of service still sharp. Make way, with a perimeter of caution tape. The old gentleman cordoned off the scene and solemnly approached Chen Yan. "Thank you, young man. You averted this incident." Chen Yan nodded, his heart filled with curiosity. "Incident? What do you mean? This was an attempted murder, wasn't it? How could it be considered an accident?" Of course, the elderly gentleman, a former law enforcement officer accustomed to dealing with undercover operations, had already pieced together the situation. This young man before him was undoubtedly a contact for an undercover agent, who, not wishing to expose themselves or harm others, had orchestrated this dramatic scene. "Not at all, it was my duty." Chen Yan scratched his head, feeling reassured by the imposing presence of his bodyguards, bolstered further by several security personnel accompanying Lu Meili, which lent an air of safety to the scene. The sound of sirens pierced the air as police vehicles arrived swiftly, fully armed officers surrounding the auto show. A few uniformed officers made their way through the crowd. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise, not merely due to the commanding presence of a remarkably capable and charismatic woman leading the group, but because he recognized a familiar face among them. "Hello, I am Chen Xiaomei, the director of the Public Security Bureau of Huahai City, South Huandao Road." The leading officer saluted the elderly gentleman before addressing Chen Yan. "Hello, hello." Chen Yan nodded, a system panel suddenly appearing before him. Beep, beep, the viper flicks its tongue, leaving no trace. Chen Xiumei, director of the Huahai City Huandao Road Public Security Bureau, age 37, unmarried, overall rating 90, current status calm. A rating of 90? This implies she too is susceptible to the charm buff. Chen Yan momentarily froze, yet Chen Xiumei, along with her team of officers, did not linger. Swiftly apprehending the unconscious middle-aged man and removing him from the auto show. "Sir, we kindly request that you accompany us for a moment." As the would-be assailant was taken away, Chen Xiumei turned her attention back to Chen Yan. "Me? You want me to come with you?" Chen Yan pointed at himself, bewildered. "Why must I go with you? I just prevented an act of intentional harm. I am not a suspect." Mo Jiaojiao immediately clutched Chen Yan's arm, her voice laced with indignation. "Exactly. I can testify that Mr. Chen Yan acted heroically, not as a suspect." Lu Meili also stepped forward. Though she and T run very fast, she pieced together the sequence of events, and her budding feelings for Chen Yan compelled her to defend him. As the two spoke, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. "Indeed, this young man is not a suspect. You cannot arrest him arbitrarily. I am a witness. I can attest to his character. I too can vouch. I witnessed the entire incident and can assure you he is not a villain." The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, causing Chen Xiumei to feel overwhelmed. Her brow furrowed deeply. Yet, it was Chen Yan who broke the tension first. He raised his hand to calm the crowd and bowed slightly. "I appreciate everyone's goodwill. But you have misunderstood, Officer Chen. My visit is merely to provide a written account of the events that transpired. It is not meant to inconvenience me." "Thank you." Chen Yan's clarifying words significantly elevated Chen Xiumei's regard for him, raising her score to 94, the highest amongst her colleagues. With a smile, Chen Yan addressed Chen Xiumei, the chief with whom he shared a connection. "Shall we proceed, Officer Chen?" Chen Xiumei nodded, though her high regard for Chen Yan remained concealed beneath a veneer of professionalism, her demeanor as still as a placid lake. As they turned to leave, Lu Meili suddenly blocked their path. "Officer, may I request a brief moment?" Lu Meili's expression was slightly apologetic as she quickly sought a microphone. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Meili, and I am the organizer of this auto show, serving as the president of the Huahai City Automobile Industry Association. I believe you all witnessed the sudden attack, yet Mr. Chen Yan bravely stepped forward to prevent a grievous incident. On behalf of the auto show and the Huahai City Automobile Industry Association, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Chen Yan for his courage." As her voice echoed through the venue, thunderous applause erupted, with many who had been unable to reach the crowd now aware of Chen Yan's name through the loudspeaker. Though they had not seen the events unfold, the announcement made it clear he acted heroically. Therefore, I, on behalf of the Huahai City Automobile Industry Association, will present Mr. Chen Yan with 3 of the most expensive vehicles showcased here today. Lu Meili's proclamation elicited not merely applause, but an overwhelming chorus of astonished gasps. Those attending the auto show had a keen sense of the prices of the vehicles on display and the thought of receiving the 3 priciest cars, which collectively approached nearly 100 million, left them in awe. How could one not be astonished? Many lamented their missed opportunity to confront the assailant, wishing they too had been the ones to act valiantly. Soon, the venue resounded with other enthusiastic shouts. "The Automobile Industry Association is incredible. Chen Yan is amazing." Countless voices echoed in affirmation, the clamor resonating throughout the hall. Chen Yan watched the scene unfold, his heart swelling with exhilaration. This was simply splendid. Was this not a delightful surprise? Even without absolute attention, it was at least a solid 90%. It is astonishing how effortlessly these two matters have intertwined. Let us proceed. Observing this scene, Chen Xiumei felt a surge of admiration for Chen Yan, yet the seasoned police officer's instincts still harbored a lingering doubt regarding his innocence. Despite the fact that the moment she laid eyes on him, it was as if she were experiencing the thrill of wielding a firearm and firing for the first time. An exhilarating wave of emotion surged within her. However, As a veteran officer, she had long since cast aside personal sentiments. As the two departed, Chen Yan once again savored the comfort of the police vehicle, while the elderly colleague they had rescued watched them leave, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic and obscure gleam. With Chen Yan's departure, the commotion at the scene had considerably subsided, although many remained engrossed in recounting the recent events. Concerned for Chen Yan, Mo Jiao opted not to linger at the car exhibition, instead deciding to head directly to the police station to wait. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that she had not driven there, and Chen Yan's 8 Hashikawa keys remained in his possession. Just as she was about to hail a taxi, Lu Moli emerged from the exhibition hall. "I understand your concern. Why sneak away alone? Come, I should drive you." Chapter 37. A mobile phone, a list as anticipated. Chen Yan found himself once again in the police station. However, this time was markedly different from the first. He was not invited into the interrogation room. "Officer Li, please take a statement from Mr. Chen," Chen Xiaomei instructed as she led Chen Yan into the Public Security Bureau on Huandao Road. After casually assigning an officer to assist, she departed without a second thought. This left Chen Yan somewhat puzzled. Logically, having been under the influence of a charm buff, Chen Xiaomei should not have appeared so indifferent. Strange. Chen Yan scratched his head as he followed the officer to the recording room. Naturally, he had already devised a comprehensive explanation for his actions, opting to omit any mention of his proactive search for the middle-aged man. Instead, he would merely state that he had fortuitously noticed the man's unusual behavior, prompting his swift reaction. The officer, recognizing Chen Yan as a commendable citizen, regarded him with a newfound respect, demonstrating a notably amiable demeanor. After completing the statement, the officer even extended a handshake before allowing Chen Yan to leave. Phew! Chen Yan sighed in relief, grateful that his good deed had shielded him from suspicion. Otherwise, there were numerous inconsistencies that could have raised questions. Beep, beep, a serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints to be found. Today's fortune has been completed. Automatically acquired items from this fortune. 1 mobile phone, stored in system warehouse, retrievable at any time. Due to your efforts, certain realities have been rewritten. Additional rewards are as follows. A list, stored in system warehouse, retrievable at any time. A list? What kind of list? Moreover, the system automatically retrieved a mobile phone. Chen Yan was left bewildered. These two items seemed rather inconsequential, with green fortune information yielding 3,000 bitcoins. One would expect this blue one to hold greater value yet. Could it be that the phone contained a fortune of billions? A wave of excitement surged within Chen Yan, though he quickly recalled another fact. This system resembled the minor deity found within Yonghe Palace, always offering splendid rewards without regard for their practicality. For instance, the bitcoins and that necklace worth millions were indeed in his possession, yet he could not convert them into cash. Perhaps the mobile phone and the list were of a similar nature. With this realization, Chen Yan's initial excitement began to wane. Nonetheless, this experience had not been in vain. He had met 2 sisters with ratings exceeding 90 and received 3 top-tier luxury cars gifted by Lu Moli. He wondered what kind of cars they were. TSK, TSK, TSK. Carrying this renewed excitement, Chen Yan walked briskly toward the exit of the police station. However, a clear voice halted him in his tracks. "Mr. Chen Yan, could you please come with me?" It was Chen Xiaomei. Instinctively, a wave of tension gripped Chen Yan's heart. This time, it was anxiety. He could not shake the feeling that Chen Xiaomei's gaze was piercing, radiating a formidable pressure. Did she sense something unusual? Despite his inner turmoil, Chen Yan did not dare defy the director. He turned and followed her. "All right, Director Chen." The office of the police bureau director was solemn and imposing. Chen Yan swallowed hard as he entered, only to find Chen Xiaomei seated on the sofa, awaiting him. "Please, take a seat," she instructed, her hands crossed over her knees, her demeanor unwavering. "Is there something else, Director?" Chen Yan inquired, maintaining his composure despite his apprehension. "Mr. Chen Yan, there's no particular matter. I simply wish to converse further." Chen Xiaomei's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of penetrating sharpness flashing across her resolute face as she fixed her gaze upon him. "How did you come to notice the assailant's intentions?" Chen Yan pointed to himself, instinctively responding. I already mentioned in the statement that I was on my way to meet a friend when I inadvertently observed his suspicious behavior. He appeared to be brandishing a knife, prompting me to pay closer attention. You know how it is. In a situation with so many people, if he were to commit an act of violence, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chen Yan nodded. This matter could easily be verified, yet there was no justification for suspicion. After all, he was not a suspect, but a good Samaritan, which complicated any investigative efforts. I understand. Mr. Chen Yan, did you never consider that if the assailant were truly ruthless, he might be injured? Chen Yan chuckled. This question was simpler to answer. I had 6 bodyguards with me. Even if he were formidable, could he possibly overpower 6 bodyguards? Moreover, there were plenty of security personnel present, and in our great nation, there is no shortage of valiant citizens willing to intervene against wrongdoing. His spirited response greatly pleased Chen Yan. Thank you, Mr. Chen Yan, for your selfless bravery. On behalf of all law enforcement officers and the citizens of our city, I extend our gratitude. As she spoke, Chen Yan saluted him formally, startling Chen Yan. I am undeserving of such honor. He stammered, Director, do you have further matters to discuss? If not, may I take my leave? Chen Yan hastily gestured, eager to exit. The aura of authority within the police station was palpable, and few could maintain their composure for long. He was no exception. Very well, Mr. Chen. You may leave at your discretion. Chen Yan's striking gaze shimmered with an enigmatic light, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her natural beauty unblemished by artifice. Chen Yan nodded and prepared to depart. Bang! Just as he had taken a few steps, the previously closed office door burst open abruptly. A figure rushed in, brushing past Chen Yan. As their paths crossed, Chen Yan's pupils dilated, and in an instant of hesitation, he instinctively pivoted and lunged forward. Director, quickly, call for backup. I've apprehended him. With his hands firmly gripping the individual's arms, Chen Yan shouted towards Chen Yan. Let go. Let go. The individual was none other than Wu Tianxiong, the man Chen Yan had brought to the police station. Now, Wu Tianxiong wore a face of resignation, struggling to free himself from Chen Yan's grasp. But the latter's hold was unyielding. Mr. Chen Yan, release him. He is one of our own. Chen Yan seemed unfazed by the scene before her, even displaying a hint of satisfaction and joy on her face. Quickly, get help. Huh? One of your own? Chen Yan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss, still clinging to Wu Tianxiong's back. Indeed, I am also a police officer. Wu Tianxiong sighed, glancing back at Chen Yan with a look of resignation. What exactly is going on here? Are you suggesting that I mistakenly delivered an officer to the police station as a criminal? Not quite. To be precise, you have brought an undercover officer into our midst. Chapter 38. More bodyguards, please. Undercover? Chen Yan sat on the sofa, lost in thought as he gazed at Chen Yan and the fidgety Wu Tianxiong. So, did I do a good deed or a bad deed? Chen Yan was bewildered, his mind consumed by this singular question. It was undoubtedly a good deed, Chen Yan replied with a knowing smile, as if she had read his thoughts. Moreover, it's an exceptional good deed. An exceptional good deed? Chen Yan was even more perplexed. It was well known that the identity of an undercover agent was highly sensitive. Having just drawn his weapon, it was clear that a task was at hand, yet his inadvertent interference had thwarted it and led to Wu's capture. Could this truly be considered a good deed? Sensing Chen Yan's confusion, Chen Yan turned to the helpless-looking Wu Tianxiong. Perhaps you should explain. Wu Tianxiong's frustration stemmed not from being captured, but from enduring an unprovoked beating. He felt fortunate about Chen Yan's unexpected arrival. After this arrest, if he were to be released, he might gain the time needed to genuinely penetrate the core management tier. Upon hearing Wu's narrative of the challenges he faced, Chen Yan's eyes widened in shock. So, my unintentional interference not only preserved your identity, but also spared an innocent person from harm. Furthermore, it might solidify your position and dispel any suspicions from the criminal organization. Chen Yan concluded, feeling as though he had plunged into an ice-cold pool on a sweltering day. Yes, and for that, I sincerely thank you, Wu Tianxiong nodded, albeit awkwardly due to his strained neck. Then I must have accomplished something significant compared to his earlier demeanor. Chen Yan now radiated genuine joy. An undercover agent, a person of great virtue, had been inadvertently rescued by him. System, today a stroke of luck, is remarkable. With this thought, material rewards paled in comparison. No amount of money could rival the value of saving a hero's life. Oh, by the way, will my conspicuous presence attract retaliation from the criminal forces you mentioned? Are their organizations substantial? Chen Yan suddenly recalled scenes from television dramas, where disrupting a gang's plans often led to overwhelming retribution. Indeed, they are substantial. The Poison Dragon Gang's primary base is hidden somewhere in Southeast Asia, and for years, they have lured citizens into despicable human trafficking schemes within our borders. The number of victims has become unquantifiable. As for retaliation, Chen Xiaomei delicately tapped her chin, her expression grave. According to the Poison Dragon Gang's modus operandi, it is possible they will seek revenge against you. Therefore, you must exercise caution during this period. It would be best she paused, and for a fleeting moment, Chen Yan thought he saw a blush on her cheeks. It would be best for you to stay with me. This way, I can protect you while possibly using you as bait to lure them out. Is it really that serious? Do I possess such a function? Chen Yan was astonished, initially believing it to be a trivial act of heroism. But now it seemed to have escalated to matters of life and death. Was this truly as dire as it appeared? Or was Chen Xiaomei simply keen to keep him close? After contemplating this, he only lifted his gaze when Wu Tianxiong was mockingly escorted away by 2 officers. Director Chen, I think it would be best if I didn't stay with you for now. I could simply hire a few more bodyguards. Even if something were to happen, it would be better than putting you at risk. After all, your safety is far more valuable than mine. With that, Chen Yan stood. Director Chen, I'll be leaving now. You should have my number. Feel free to contact me anytime. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed, not glancing back, but instead observing Chen Xiaomei's current emotional state. Disappointment, tension, joy, these 3 states perfectly encapsulated the intricate and contradictory nature of a woman's heart. Until he exited the office, Chen Xiaomei offered no response, which relieved him. After all, a police chief could easily compel him to stay by her side. With her keen intuition, she could uncover his vulnerabilities, especially since he seemed to possess something of significant importance. It would be unwise to hand it over without raising unnecessary suspicions. I must investigate what that phone contains, and that list is equally dubious. The system would not provide me with irrelevant items. That list must be connected to the Poison Dragon Gang. Chen Yan was deep in thought until he stepped out of the police station, where he was met by Lu Moli and Mo Jiao Jiao. Sister Moli, Sister Jiao Jiao. What brings you here? Only when the 2 graceful figures stood before him did Chen Yan snap back to reality, astonished. What's wrong? Are we not welcome? They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Although Mo Jiao Jiao's demeanor was somewhat haughty, her concern was unmistakable. Chen Yan shook his head. No, I was merely acting heroically. How could they trouble me? Speaking of heroism made him wince. Who ever heard of a good Samaritan becoming a target of a criminal organization's vengeance? By the way, Jiao Jiao, do you know of any reliable bodyguard teams? I need something professional and formidable. I want to hire. There was no choice. Only a substantial number of bodyguards could provide him with a sense of security before the Poison Dragon Gang was dismantled. Chen Yan was determined. It was merely a matter of spending money. His life was at stake. A bodyguard team? Mo Jiao Jiao asked, glancing at Lu Moli. Sister Moli, can you offer Chen Yan a discounted rate? Lu Moli smiled gracefully. Oh, he helped tremendously at the car exhibition I organized. How could I possibly charge him? Don't worry, I'll take care of the arrangements. Seeing the puzzled expression on Chen Yan's face, Mo Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. Sister Moli not only deals with car-related matters, but also runs a security company abroad. Her bodyguards are exceptionally skilled and renowned worldwide. If it weren't for the gun control laws in our country, Sister Moli could even provide you with mercenary teams. Wow, that's impressive. Chen Yan gasped, astonished to learn that the seemingly demure Lu Moli had such a wild side. Suddenly, vivid images filled his mind. Lu Moli in an elegant qipao, wielding a large pineapple and firing wildly. He shivered with a jolt, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Moli. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Giggle. I'll be waiting for your invitation." Their light-hearted conversation eased some of Chen Yan's anxiety as they drove away from the police station. In the office, Chen Xiaomei stood by the window, silently observing the trio depart, her heart unsettled. "Report. Director, our in-depth investigation into the Poison Dragon Gang has come to a standstill. Of the 8 undercover agents on our side, aside from Wu Tianxiong, all have been compromised. The Poison Dragon Gang is far too cunning. Any further investigation encounters significant obstacles. Director, what should we do?" An officer from the investigation department entered to report, his face pale. Chen Xiaomei pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "We still cannot penetrate the core management level. There is no way to advance. All our leads and undercover agents have reached a dead end at the periphery. However, one thing is certain. The leader and core management of the Poison Dragon Gang, although their stronghold is in Southeast Asia, are likely located domestically, within the country." Chen Xiaomei's gaze flickered, lost in thought, and she merely waved her hand to signal the other person to leave. Slowly, she turned around, leaning elegantly against the windowsill. "Chen Yan, is your arrival truly a coincidence?" Chapter 39. An invitation from Wulanxin. After spending quite some time at the police station, the car exhibition had already concluded. Notably, the gifts promised by Lu Moli had been arranged and dispatched to Villa No. 6 in Hongshu Bay. What? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? A Bentley Mulsanne? A Koenigsegg Jesko? Chen Yan, seated in the back, could not contain his astonishment at Lu Moli's nonchalant remarks, exclaiming in disbelief. He was aware that the Rolls-Royce Phantom had a base value of 14 million, with the top configuration at the exhibition easily surpassing 19 million. As for the other 2 models, while he recognized the brands from various novels, their worth remained a mystery to him. Yet, if Lu Moli claimed they were among the top 3 most valuable cars, they must be incredibly expensive. Are these truly gifts for me? Chen Yan found it hard to believe. Combined, their value approached a staggering 100 million. How generous of this elder sister. Lu Moli's public declaration could not be false. Could it? Mo Jiao, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and remarked that although she wished to share the back seat with Chen Yan, she restrained herself due to Lu Moli's presence. "We're already on our way to your home, you know." After the exhibition concluded, these 3 cars were sent to Villa No. 6 in Hongshu Bay, which was the address provided by Mo Jiao. This. Chen Yan was so overwhelmed he could hardly articulate his thoughts. The Bentley and Rolls-Royce were undoubtedly business cars, exuding prestige wherever they went. And the Koenigsegg, a true luxury supercar, driving that would undoubtedly attract countless admirers, enhancing his charm beyond that of merely appealing to elder sisters. "Accept it, Xiao Chun, it's perfectly fine. By the way, I'll have Jiao share my contact information with you shortly, so we can become friends. Please send me your documents for the transfer and registration," Lu Moli said while driving. "Okay, sure." Chen Yan nodded obediently. "By the way, Lu Jia, could you possibly take me back to Hongshu Bay? I do like to freshen up after spending time at the station. It feels a bit unlucky. Being from the south, Chen Yan held a slight superstition about such matters and felt compelled to change out of his clothes. Speaking of clothes, a batch of branded items he ordered online had yet to arrive, so it seemed he would need to shop for a couple of outfits tonight. "Ah, Chen Yan, aren't you joining us for dinner tonight?" Mo Jiao, hearing Chen Yan's words, immediately expressed her disappointment. Although he enjoyed the company of beautiful women, he and T had much rest over the past couple of days and had already been worn out twice. Taking a break for one evening didn't seem unreasonable, did it? Let us arrange it for tomorrow instead. Chen Yan smiled apologetically, as he genuinely could only reschedule for the next day, since he had to visit the Magic City the day after. Li Jiqiu still had matters to discuss. All right. Mo Jiao pouted slightly, appearing somewhat unhappy, all of which Lu Moli observed without a hint of subtlety. This Jiao seems to be rather over the top since returning. Does she truly intend to compete with me? Can I even hold a candle to her? What type does Chen Yan prefer? One step at a time. After all, Chen Yan is certainly friendly towards me. What a pity. How did I grow old so quickly? Lu Moli's thoughts swirled as she drove her pink Panamera, gradually coming to a stop at the entrance of the Hongshu Bay Villa area. Without being a resident, even with a car worth over 100 million, the security would not allow her entry. Well then, Jiao Jiao, Lu Jia, I'll take my leave. Let us meet again soon. Chen Yan bade farewell as he opened the door to exit. While Lu Moli could not enter the community, the upscale villa area of Hongshu Bay always had vehicles on standby. After verifying his identity at the security booth, a butler promptly arrived with a golf cart to escort Chen Yan directly to his villa. The dusk at Villa Number 6 appeared even more enchanting than during the day. With swaying tree shadows and a gentle breeze, Chen Yan stood at the villa's entrance, feeling utterly exhilarated. What a delightful sensation it is to possess a grand villa. The distance between each villa was substantial, allowing Chen Yan to exuberantly celebrate without concern for disturbing anyone. Beep beep. The entrance system had recorded all of Chen Yan's biometric information, and upon approaching, the door unlocked automatically. Strolling through the expansive garden he had previously toured, he made his way to the villa's main area. It was undeniable that luxury villas were indeed luxurious. Nearly all appliances and furnishings were voice-activated or sensor-based, eliminating the need for physical buttons. As soon as he stepped inside, all the lights illuminated, bathing the space in a golden glow that left Chen Yan momentarily dazed. This sensation was hardly distinguishable from encountering the most alluring figure, Li Jiqiu. After revisiting his grand villa, Chen Yan selected a set of casual homeware from his wardrobe, opting for the least pajama-like outfit before entering the nearly 40-square-meter grand bathroom for a relaxing bath. Ah, so refreshing. Leaning back in the bathtub, the soothing sensation of the water massage enveloped him completely. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone suddenly interrupted his tranquility. Turning to grab his phone, he was slightly taken aback. It was a message from Wu Lanxin. Chen Yan, are you free tonight? It's been a while. Let us have dinner together. My treat. Chen Yan was surprised. He had shared a close bond with Wu Lanxin during childhood, but they had lost contact as they grew older, with his memories of her remaining fixed in the past. To receive an invitation for dinner after unexpectedly meeting today, he certainly did not harbor any delusions of grandeur, believing Wu Lanxin had developed feelings for him at first sight. Although he considered himself somewhat handsome, he paled in comparison to the dashing young men he imagined were out there. Moreover, she was merely in her 20s, far from being within the age range that would trigger any charm buffs. Initially inclined to decline casually, he reconsidered and deleted the message he had composed. Sure, but I have a small request. Wu Lanxin replied almost instantly. Ha, you've changed quite a bit since we last met. Negotiating over dinner now? All right. What is your request? Chen Yan chuckled to himself, recognizing that his social anxiety was not rooted in deep psychological issues, but rather stemmed from a general disinterest in reaching out to people most of the time. You treat me to dinner, and I'll take you shopping. How does that sound? I happen to need to buy some clothes and other things. At that moment, Wu Lanxin was just about to finish work and was slightly taken aback by Chen Yan's message. She then began to touch up her makeup in front of her colleagues, who looked on with curiosity. Wow, Manager Wu, why are you putting on makeup? Do you have a date tonight? One colleague teased. Wu Lanxin took it in stride, responding graciously. Date? No, just meeting an important client. Remember Mr. Chen from earlier today? He has taken me shopping tonight. In truth, she could have kept that detail to herself, but given that her company was at a critical juncture, she wanted to signal her influence, indicating she had connections that even developers respected. Once she secured a partnership with Chen Yan, she could easily rally several employees to her side. Although these employees are often gossipy and flamboyant, it must be acknowledged that their efficiency in handling tasks is quite commendable. At the very least, they do not adhere to rigid boundaries. Wu Lanxin, being quite cunning, deliberately completed her makeup before responding to Chen Yan. After subtly adjusting the vibrant red on her lips while gazing into the mirror, Wu Lanxin replied, All right, will you come to pick me up later? No problem. Chen Yan responded, and as he concluded his reply, his bath was nearing its end. Just as he stood up to dry himself, the rather peculiar system unexpectedly issued a notification. Ding ding, the serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Host's hidden fortune has been triggered. Hidden fortune has been triggered. Level assessment in progress. Assessment completed. The details of the fortune are as follows. Chapter 40. Supercars and a glimpse into Wu Lanxin's inner thoughts. The clock was ticking, and the stakes were high. Within a mere 3 hours, One must elevate the affection of an individual under 30 to a score of 70, without relying on charm buffs. The reward? A permanent insight buff, granting access to the innermost thoughts of those with a score of 90 or above. As Chen Yan felt a sudden jolt of excitement, he realized that fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Just moments ago, he had been wishing to hear the thoughts of women, and now, the universe had conspired to grant him this extraordinary ability. He hurriedly donned his attire and was about to step out when the phone rang, interrupting his plans. It was the property manager. "Mr. Chen, are you at home? 3 of your vehicles have arrived. If you're not home, shall we store them in the clubhouse parking lot?" What serendipity! Chen Yan rejoiced, having just contemplated hailing a taxi. The cars were being delivered right to his doorstep. After hastily ending the call, he dashed to the entrance of his villa to welcome his prized possessions. In the midst of his excitement, he recalled his 8 Horch still parked at the sports complex. No matter, I shall retrieve it later. It's safe there. As he pondered this, 3 transport vehicles approached along the villa streets, flanked by a chauffeur-driven tour vehicle. The transports came to a halt, revealing 3 cars covered in protective tarps. "These must be my vehicles," Chen Yan thought with delight, silently thanking the gracious Lu Mojing. "Mr. Chen, these are your 3 cars. Please inspect them," said one of the butlers, presenting 3 keys. Another butler, alongside the transport crew, removed the tarps, unveiling the luxurious automobiles. "No need for inspection. Please drive them into the garage." "Ah, but do leave the Koenigsegg out. I wish to take it for a spin." Chen Yan rubbed his hands together, fully embodying the enthusiasm of a young man enamored with luxury cars, particularly supercars. It was a rite of passage to drive one's new toy. "Certainly, Mr. Chen. The license plates for these vehicles have been registered, and you may come and go as you please," the butler replied, donning white gloves before attending to the cars. With the silver shield-shaped key in hand, Chen Yan gazed at the striking black and white supercar before him, nearly drooling with anticipation. "How magnificent!" he whispered, capturing several photos to share with his friends on social media without any filters. Before long, the butlers parked the vehicles and returned the keys for the Bentley and Rolls-Royce. "Thank you. By the way, could I ask a favor?" Chen Yan inquired, just as he was about to slide into the car. He remembered the Horch and thought to ask the butlers if they could fetch it for him. "Mr. Chen, please give your instructions." The butler's impeccable demeanor made Chen Yan suspect they had undergone extensive training. "I have an A8 parked at the exhibition center. The license plate is Shaman A88688. Would you be able to retrieve it for me?" He felt slightly awkward making such a request, knowing it involved a considerable distance. "Of course, Mr. Chen. We would be more than happy to assist you," the butlers replied with a courteous bow. "Ah, well then, I appreciate it. Here are the keys," Chen Yan said, handing over the Horch keys before eagerly entering the Koenigsegg, its carbon fiber doors lifting like wings. The sci-fi interior combined with the thunderous roar of the V8 twin-turbo engine sent Chen Yan's adrenaline surging. "Wow, incredible," he exclaimed, exhilarated by the sheer power of the vehicle. As he gradually pulled away from Hongshu Bay, he was cautious with the throttle. The car's power was overwhelming, necessitating a period of adjustment. Even with a gentle press on the accelerator, the sensation of speed was exhilarating, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Goodness, what car is that? It looks like a race car." The buzz of admiration surrounded him, but Chen Yan was oblivious, lost in the symphony of his engine's growl, drowning out all other sounds. He sighed, accepting that at this price point, a supercar was more than sufficient. He meandered around to familiarize himself with the vehicle before returning to the sales office at Hongshu Bay. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance. With a swift motion, he brought the car to a halt before Wu Lanxin. "Wu Lanxin, hop in." The moment their eyes met, a translucent panel illuminated before him, revealing her details. Wu Lanxin, 24 years old, project manager at Shishing Real Estate for Hongshu Bay. Overall rating, 82. Current status, shocked, jealous, scheming. Current affection, 5. Stranger. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her low affection score. After all, they had grown up together. Such a distant sentiment seemed implausible. Clearly, Wu Lanxin had undergone significant changes. "This car is yours?" she gasped, her astonishment palpable. As an aficionado of luxury brands, she recognized the Koenigsegg immediately. Trembling, she opened the door and slid inside. "Did you really buy this car?" Wu Lanxin asked, her posture unconsciously leaning towards Chen Yan, perhaps due to the discomfort of the carbon seats or the confined space of the supercar. Gazing into her eyes, Chen Yan perceived the complexity of her emotions, prompting him to re-evaluate his childhood companion. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, though it did not reach his eyes, which were tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Who do you think?" he replied, a hint of mystery cloaked in his tone. Chapter 41. Zhou Xiaodo. Chen Yan did not harbor any ill thoughts or suspicions towards his former friends. However, having glimpsed into his own heart, he was not one to compromise his principles. A devoted follower? Not a chance, unless his brother Tongzi were to bestow upon him an astronomical sum. Yet, Wu Lanxin remained oblivious to Chen Yan's inner musings. After awkwardly pulling down the car door, she instinctively adjusted her collar. It was sweltering. "Chen Yan, the air conditioning in this car isn't very cool." "Huh? Hee." Chen Yan chose silence, suppressing a smirk as he contemplated the matters ahead, while deftly maneuvering the vehicle away from the sales office. Gaining her favor seemed implausible, given Wu Lanxin's envious disposition. Even a forced attempt might not yield a satisfactory outcome. Furthermore, he found no need to win her over. Such efforts to curry favor with someone so detached were beneath him. It would be wiser to seek another target for his endeavors. Lost in thought, Chen Yan paid no heed to Wu Lanxin's incessant chatter. Since he could discern the emotional states of the opposite sex, he knew his choice would be simple. Perhaps a naive girl, one who valued material possessions or preferred to remain passive, lacking ulterior motives. Thus, a newfound destination emerged in his mind: Dongxi Road, as a renowned street in Shanghai City. It was bustling with attractive individuals and affluent second-generation heirs, all flocking to shop and socialize. Naturally, many sought to indulge in flirtation as well. "Where are we going? Aren't we eating first?" Wu Lanxin queried, puzzled by Chen Yan's abrupt change of direction, having previously discussed dining at Wanxiang City. "Oh, I just remembered I need to meet a friend on Dongxi Road. Dining can wait. Are you hungry? If so, there are pancakes and spicy skewers along the roadside." Chen Yan appeared nonchalant, yet internally indifferent. "If you want to get out, I'll let you. If not, brace yourself for some discomfort." Wu Lanxin, not one to be foolish, felt puzzled by Chen Yan's sudden coolness, but refrained from probing further, contemplating her next move. "Actually, let us prioritize your business. Yours is more important," she feigned ease with a smile. "Humph, it's already late. The longer you delay, the more time we have to handle things. Just wait once we have dinner and a drink. I'm certain that you, my childhood friend, will feel a spark of interest when I'm inebriated." Her intentions were not to extort money from Chen Yan, but to have him assist her with her career aspirations, which were far from trivial. She desired a position of significance. Having grown up in an orphanage, she never believed in the impossibility of transcending class boundaries, thus forming a peculiar obsession with her career, hoping to ascend from the mundane ranks of society. This notion, one could argue, was profoundly naive. After all, what made her believe that years of effort could surpass the cumulative advantages of generations? The Koenigsegg, a pinnacle of supercars, stood as a testament to wealth and status, while Dongxi Road was a mecca for the fashionable and affluent. The crowd, recognizing the striking vehicle, paused to admire it with envious glances. "TCH, what a bunch of idle dreamers!" Wu Lanxin scoffed in disdain, her expression revealing her contempt. Chen Yan could not help but chuckle upon hearing her remarks. "What is wrong with wanting to relax? Are you implying that I'm one of those idle dreamers too?" Wu Lanxin, visibly flustered, quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean you." "That is not what I meant." To her surprise, Chen Yan interrupted her. "So, are you getting out of the car, or waiting inside?" "What do you mean?" Wu Lanxin was confused. Was he going to attend a business? Should she accompany him, or remain inside? Sitting in a luxury car while being the object of envy was undeniably gratifying. "I'll wait for you inside the car," she decided, settling in. Chen Yan was pleased by her response. "Fine, just know that staying might lead to some embarrassment later." Turning off the engine, he stepped out, leaning against the hood, intrigued by the young women who flocked to take pictures of the car. Soon, a brave girl approached him. "Is this your car?" May I take a photo? Most of those daring enough to approach were confident in their looks, typically scoring between 80 and 89, none surpassing 90. Chen Yan found himself momentarily dazzled by their beauty, many comparable to Wu Lanxin, some even surpassing her. "It's my car. Feel free to take pictures," he replied, nodding. The girl beamed and began snapping away, much to Wu Lanxin's growing annoyance. Can't they see someone is inside? These girls have no boundaries. What was Chen Yan up to? As more girls gathered, Wu Lanxin's irritation escalated. She sent him messages urging him to hurry, contemplating whether to step out. However, upon glancing at her phone, Chen Yan dismissed it, igniting her fury. Unable to comprehend why Chen Yan, her childhood friend, was so dismissive, she fumed silently. At that moment, Chen Yan was preoccupied, shifting his gaze among the status updates. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a girl boasting a score exceeding 90. Zhou Xiaodo, young lady from the Zhou family, age 21, overall rating 91, current status, experiencing menstrual cramps. Feeling curious, affinity 30, acceptable. Behold, a girl with a score 91, a stranger yet possessing an affinity of 30. Stealing a glance at Wu Lanxin, Chen Yan noted her affinity had plummeted to 0. "Ah, so now you resent me? Wu Lanxin, I'm curious about your experiences over the years, but we have become akin to strangers." Approaching the girl named Zhou Xiaodo, he noticed she was petite, only reaching his chest. As she gazed with wide eyes at the all-carbon body of the Koenigsegg, her admiration was palpable. "Hello," a voice called from behind, prompting her to turn, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with an unusual sense of style. "Who are you?" Zhou Xiaodo's voice was melodious and clear, her expression a blend of innocence and curiosity. "You were admiring my car. Can you guess who I am?" Chen Yan chuckled, bending slightly to meet her gaze. "Amiss Zhou, do you know me?" Zhou Xiaodo appeared taken aback, her confusion deepening. "Just consider that I do. So, do you like this car?" Chen Yan laughed, a remnant of his former social anxiety surfacing. However, having been well trained by the sisters, he knew how to pique curiosity. Of course, this car was showcased at the auto show today. Only 2 were available. However, it is rather expensive, and I do not possess such a fortune. Zhou Xiaodo initially appeared exhilarated, yet at the mention of money, she adorably stuck out her tongue. Oh, Chen Yan had not considered much. Zhou Xiaodo had essentially become his target for the evening, prompting him to extend an invitation. "Would you care to take a ride?" "Me? Is that permissible?" Zhou Xiaodo was evidently engulfed in excitement, her safety awareness completely disregarded, her face radiating sheer joy. "Certainly, let us go." Chen Yan nodded and opened the driver's side door. Just as he was about to enter, Zhou Xiaodo's petite figure unexpectedly darted past Chen Yan's arm and settled into the driver's seat. This sudden turn of events left Chen Yan momentarily stunned, while Wu Lanxin in the passenger seat mirrored his astonishment, as did the surrounding young women who had gathered to admire the supercar. Those young ladies were not particularly concerned. They had merely come to see if they could attach themselves to a wealthy heir while snapping a few photos for social media, and upon witnessing the selection, they gradually dispersed. However, Wu Lanxin was different. She stared vacantly at the adorable and well-proportioned Zhou Xiaodo in the driver's seat. "Quickly, let us speed around. I know the perfect spots for racing." Zhou Xiaodo, oblivious to Wu Lanxin's presence in the passenger seat, eagerly urged Chen Yan outside to get in the car. You could drive?" Chen Yan's lips twitched slightly. "Of course I can. Hurry up," Zhou Xiaodo urged excitedly. "Fine, whether bringing someone along or being brought along. The essence remains the same. After all, he needed to usher Wu Lanxin out of the car." With a thud, Chen Yan approached the passenger side, pulled open the door, and waved his hand dismissively at Wu Lanxin, who was still in shock. "Step out. We have matters to attend to." Chapter 42. Alleviating menstrual pain. Wu Lanxin, with an expression of disbelief, pointed at herself. "Chen Yan, you want me to get out of the car?" "Well, what else could I do? This car only has 2 seats. If you don't get out, does that mean I should stay off?" Chen Yan replied, amusement evident in his voice as he leaned against the doorframe. "You." Wu Lanxin was clearly taken aback by Chen Yan's unexpected demeanor. Her proud expression shifted through various emotions. She had never anticipated that Chen Yan would treat her in such a manner. Deep down, she believed he could only look up to her. Who was she? She gestured towards Zhou Xiaodou, who had suddenly appeared. Wu Lanxin's face darkened. Who cares about her? Hurry up and get out. Chen Yan was beginning to lose his patience. Wu Lanxin's emotional state had shifted, in addition to her usual pride. There was now an undercurrent of resentment. It was evident how much she loathed Chen Yan at that moment. All right, fine. Chen Yan, once you're done, remember to contact me. Though Wu Lanxin was seething with anger, she didn't want to show it too overtly, as she still needed Chen Yan to pave her way forward. However, her plans for the evening seemed doomed. Perhaps next time would present another opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yan, while not fully grasping her intentions, had already deduced a significant portion of her thoughts from her emotional state. Watching as Wu Lanxin forced a smile while exiting the vehicle, he was somewhat surprised by her resilience. Disinterested in further conversation, Chen Yan bypassed Wu Lanxin and took his place in the passenger seat. All right, we can go now. Whoa, slow down. Just as Chen Yan opened his mouth, a sudden surge of acceleration hit him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as he instinctively gripped the door handle. Zhou Xiaodou was squealing with delight, her voice mingling with the roar of the engine as they sped down Dongxi Road. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look, that woman was kicked out of the car. Hey, it's embarrassing to fail at courting a rich guy. Is she about to cry? Of course. Being publicly cast out by a handsome and wealthy man is mortifying. Wouldn't you cry? Wu Lanxin's complexion darkened further as she overheard the mocking whispers from the crowd, her fury mounting. Damn Chen Yan, how could he make me look so foolish? Is our childhood bond really gone? No, that can't be. Chen Yan is not the type to treat me this way. Among their friends, he was known for his honesty. He could never harbor no feelings for his childhood companion. Yet, she failed to realize that the issue lay within her own actions. Hey, slow down, slow down. Chen Yan screamed frantically, his adrenaline surging. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodou, a petite figure, was brimming with excitement, her demeanor resembling a porcelain doll. Yet her driving skills were impressive as she maneuvered the car onto a mountain road in no time. Once they stopped by a deserted roadside, Chen Yan was gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat despite the summer heat. Oh my God, he stammered, casting a terrified glance at the exuberant Zhou Xiaodou beside him. Did you take drugs? However, Zhou Xiaodou was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Whoa, this is exhilarating. Don't you feel the thrill? Come on, let us hit the racetrack. I know one in Shanghai City. With a teasing glint in her eyes, Zhou Xiaodou prepared to turn the steering wheel again, but Chen Yan was quick to react, pressing the engine off. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaodou turned in confusion, only to be met with Chen Yan's pale face. Stop. No one can handle your driving. Get out. Chen Yan insisted, pulling open the door to drag Zhou Xiaodou from the driver's seat. Get down, you crazy girl. Who could survive this driving? Hurry. Zhou Xiaodou was fiercely resistant. Having finally gotten behind the wheel of her dream car, she was not ready to give up. She clung to the steering wheel, refusing to budge. One T. Just let me drive 2 more laps. Please, just 2 more. Chen Yan, ignoring her pleas, tugged at her insistently. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaodou winced, her adorable face contorting in pain. What's wrong? Hey, don't pretend. I barely pulled you. Chen Yan panicked, seeing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This was no act. I'm fine. It's none of your business. Ouch. Zhou Xiaodou trembled, waving her hand while clutching her abdomen with the other. In that moment, Chen Yan realized what was happening. It's menstrual pain. Noticing her affection rating had risen to 50, he devised a plan. If he could alleviate her discomfort, perhaps he could greatly enhance her feelings towards him. He felt a surge of triumph and quickly opened his phone to search how to quickly relieve menstrual pain. He found the most liked article, which detailed 2 methods. The first involved pressing the Higu acupoint, located between the thumb and index finger. The second was to massage the Qihai acupoint, situated 2 finger widths below the navel. All right, is it menstrual pain? Let me help you. Chen Yan memorized the steps and rushed to the passenger seat, seizing Zhou Xiaodou's right hand. Zhou Xiaodou's hand was delicate and beautiful, perfectly proportioned and soft like tofu. However, Chen Yan had no time to admire it. As she gasped in surprise, he pressed his fingers firmly on her Higu acupoint. "Hey, what are you doing? Ouch, that hurts!" Zhou Xiaodou cried out, trying to retract her hand, but Chen Yan held on tightly. "Don't move. I'm helping you," he insisted, applying pressure with determination. A slight ache accompanied his pressing, but Zhou Xiaodou found the pain subsiding, allowing her to relax a bit. The discomfort eased, and she felt a flurry of confusion. He's so serious. A devoted guy is quite handsome. Wait, how does he know I have menstrual pain? He seems so familiar with this. Could he be a player? What should I do? I still need to drive his car. The more she thought, the redder her cheeks became. After about 3 minutes, Chen Yan exhaled, releasing her hand. "How do you feel now?" Zhou Xiaodou's face was adorably flushed as she prepared to nod, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen again. "Ouch!" "No, it still hurts," she whimpered. Chen Yan's expression faltered. "Oh, that method didn't work? Let's try the second one." Seeing his efforts had raised her affection rating by 10 points to 60, he was resolute in his actions. "Lift your shirt a bit and lower your pants just a little. Yes, just enough to expose a bit below your navel. Let me see if this works." Chapter 43. Brother Chen. Of course, Zhou Xiaodou would not allow Chen Yan to dictate her actions. However, the intense pain in her abdomen rendered her nearly immobile, prompting Chen Yan to take matters into his own hands. "Wait, what are you doing?" Hold on." In the midst of her astonished exclamations, Chen Yan stepped forward, lifting her small blazer to reveal her flawless midriff. "Don't move, just a moment." Chen Yan's gaze briefly lingered on the pristine skin before he quickly redirected his focus, vigorously rubbing his hands together. After generating heat through his vigorous rubbing, Chen Yan placed one hand just below Zhou Xiaodou's navel. Zhou Xiaodou gasped softly, trembling slightly, unsure whether it was from the contact or the pain. The warmth emanating from his hand spread through her abdomen, and to her astonishment, the excruciating cramps began to subside significantly. "Feeling better?" Chen Yan smiled broadly, looking at the slightly bashful Zhou Xiaodou. "Un little." Zhou Xiaodou's cheeks flushed crimson. How could he still not remove his hand? She felt utterly embarrassed. Naturally, Chen Yan had no intention of ceasing his actions anytime soon, especially with the burgeoning affection level rising. After several repetitions of this action, even Chen Yan began to feel fatigued. "All right, you can stop now." Zhou Xiaodou, feeling much improved, gently pushed Chen Yan's hand away, hastily adjusting her attire. She sat upright, her demeanor adorably earnest. Seeing this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Chen Yan's eyes as he extended his hand toward her. "Let us get acquainted. My name is Chen Yan." "Hello, Miss Zhou." Zhou Xiaodou hesitated for a moment before she lifted her hand to shake his. "Hello, I'm Zhou Xiaodou. How do you know me?" Chen Yan could not possibly explain the reason for his familiarity, nor did he intend to. He waved his hand dismissively. "Just think of me as someone who has quietly observed you amidst the vast sea of people. That is not important. What matters now is, where shall we go? Didn't you mention wanting to run a couple of laps on the track? Shall we go?" At Chen Yan's words, Zhou Xiaodou suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Someone who had silently watched her. Could it be her childhood companion, little brother Chen? But that couldn't be right. Ever since her family left the capital, there had been no news of him. It was so long ago. She could only remember fragments of little brother Chen from when she was 3 or 4 years old. Yet, looking at his features, there was indeed a resemblance. Could he truly be little brother Chen? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Xiaodou abruptly lifted her head, her eyes fixed upon Chen Yan. Her beautiful eyes, filled with shyness, sparkled like autumn waters. In simpler terms, they were brimming with unshed tears, her lips slightly pursed, as if on the verge of crying. What is wrong? Chen Yan was taken aback, not only by her gaze, but also by the sudden surge in affection. How strange. I haven't done anything at all. What is happening? The charm buff should not affect her. Could it be that he was indeed so handsome? Was he beginning to have an effect on young girls? Perplexed, Chen Yan could not fathom it, but seemed to be a fortunate turn of events. So he decided not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xiaodou suddenly lunged forward, enveloping him in an enthusiastic embrace. "Wah, little brother Chen, I missed you so much. Why have you taken so long? Why haven't you looked for me all these years? I thought you had forgotten me. What? What do you mean? Chen Yan was momentarily bewildered, realizing she had mistaken him for someone else. However, seeing the adorable girl crying so fiercely, he could only gently pat her back and offer soft reassurances. There, don't cry. It's all right. I'm here now. It's okay. Zhou Xiaodo wept like a broken faucet, crying for what felt like an eternity before finally calming down. Though she still sniffled. Sniff! Little brother Chen, sniff! You finally found me. Zhou Xiaodo gazed at Chen Yan with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. Ah, yes, it's been quite the challenge to find you, huh? Chen Yan could only chuckle, and with that embrace, Zhou Xiaodo's affection level finally surpassed 89, crossing into the realm of 90. Done. Although it felt a bit like playing with her emotions. He thought it best to leave explanations for another time, as he doubted they would meet again. Just then a loud growl from his stomach echoed in the car. Wiping her tears away, Zhou Xiaodo suddenly smiled brightly. Let us go, little brother Chen. I want to eat barbecue. After that, we can head to the track. How does that sound? Sure. Hey, drive slowly. Chen Yan had no objections, but instinctively gripped the armrest. Zhou Xiaodo nodded vigorously yes. I will drive slowly. With a roar, the engine thundered through the serene mountain roads. Tianyuan Circuit, well known as the property of Zhou Tianyuan, the second son of the Zhou family, is also one of the few professional racing circuits in the country. In the office, Zhou Tianyuan sat at his desk, exhaling clouds of smoke. What? Wu Tianxiong has been arrested. Zhang Maji's phone is missing too. Tell me everything. On the other end of the line, someone recounted the details of the car show. Wait. Zhou Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing a name that sounded somewhat familiar. What did you say the person who took down Wu Tianxiong was called? Chen Yan? He abruptly sat up straight, flipping through the list he had received from his secretary, his gaze honing in on the name of the owner of Villa Number 6. Turning the page, he found a photocopy of Chen Yan SID. Is he a tall, slender fellow, somewhat handsome, with slightly tousled hair, looking to be in his early 20s? Zhou Tianyuan relayed Chen Yan's description to the other party, and upon receiving confirmation, his eyes widened in shock, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Well, so it really is you. Things have just become interesting. Tell me, are you looking for trouble? Muttering to himself, he spoke into the phone. I'll give you 3 days to ascertain this person's daily movements. Within 3 days, I want him captured. After hanging up, he retrieved a satellite phone from his drawer and dialed another number. Hello, inform the legal department to ensure Wu Tianxiong is released. Clear his suspicions? Huh. Clearing his suspicions is merely a facade for the outside world. Once he is out on bail, he'll be dispatched to South America to transport the most dangerous cargo. 1 trip won't yield much profit, but 2 trips will be lucrative. After that, we'll dismantle and sell the parts. After hanging up once more, Zhou Tianyuan rested his chin on his interlocked hands, his expression icy. Chen Yan, Wu Tianxiong. I truly did not expect this. To disrupt the plan and eliminate suspicion in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, you might have successfully deceived them. Initially, my intent was merely to abduct for ransom, yet unexpectedly, you turn out to be an informant. Thus, you must meet your demise, regardless of who you are. Chapter 44. Tianyuan Racing Circuit. As the evening descended, the stars began to twinkle in the sky. The roar of the Koenigsegg echoed through the streets, yet the vehicle did not speed excessively. This was partly due to the congested traffic, and partly because Chen Yan was at the wheel, who preferred a more cautious approach. The two indulged in a hasty barbecue meal, not for lack of desire for a proper dinner, but due to the overwhelming attention drawn by the Koenigsegg, which prompted them to leave swiftly. Following the location shared by Zhou Xiaodo, they made their way directly to the Tianyuan Racing Circuit. Throughout the journey, Chen Yan remained focused on driving, while Zhou Xiaodo, with her sparkling eyes, gazed at him, her face adorned with a sweet smile that made Chen Yan feel a tingle of discomfort. With only 18 minutes left on the task countdown, Zhou Xiaodo's affection level lingered at 92, a perplexity that Chen Yan had yet to dare to explore. The Tianyuan Racing Circuit was not closed for the night. Rather, it was ablaze with lights, hosting an array of luxury cars in the waiting area. The occasional roar of engines could be heard from outside. Upon arrival, Chen Yan halted before the grand gate and turned to Zhou Xiaodo, their eyes locking. Should we stop outside or drive in? Let us drive, and Zhou Xiaodo seemed startled by Chen Yan's sudden gaze, instinctively caressing her abdomen as she spoke softly. Wait, let me call and get the door opened. It's a members-only venue, only accessible during the day unless someone familiar is present at night. As she explained, Zhou Xiaodo retrieved her phone and made a call. Even without speakerphone, Chen Yan could hear the cheerful laughter from the other end. Ha ha, little sister. Why are you calling your brother? Zhou Xiaodo beamed. Brother, I'm at the entrance of your circuit. Quickly let someone open the door. I brought a friend to race a few laps. Bringing a friend? Huh? All right, I'll have someone let you in. After hanging up, Chen Yan looked quizzically at the grand gate. Xiaodo, your brother is the... My brother is the owner. He runs this circuit. Zhou Xiaodo replied with an adorable, naive smile. Could it be your brother's name is Zhou Tianyuan? Chen Yan laughed, thinking the name somewhat juvenile, unlikely to be common. Hey, how do you know? Do you know him? Zhou Xiaodo inquired, her voice tinged with confusion, causing Chen Yan to suppress a smile. Careful now. You might be hitting the nail on the head. Too quickly, the awkwardness was fleeting as the grand gate creaked open, prompting Chen Yan to accelerate into the circuit, where staff guided him to a designated waiting area for racing. Little sister, ha, bringing friends here so late. Father is definitely going to scold me. A hearty laugh accompanied a rotund figure emerging from a hall, to which Zhou Xiaodo dashed into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Tianyuan. Brother, just don't tell Dad, okay? You're the best. Zhou Xiaodo sweetly pleaded, shaking his arm playfully, which elicited a resigned smile from Zhou Tianyuan. All right, I want to tell him. Now, who is this friend of yours? Zhou Tianyuan's calm gaze fell upon Chen Yan as he looked over Zhou Xiaodo. In an instant, his pupils narrowed in recognition. The resemblance was striking. Although years had passed since the official photo, the familiarity was unmistakable. Hello, Brother Zhou. I'm Chen Yan, a friend of Xiaodo's. Chen Yan extended his hand with a smile, yet a hint of unease lingered within him. Why did Zhou Xiaodo's brother's demeanor shift upon seeing him? It seemed somewhat intimidating. Zhou Tianyuan released his sister, maintaining a smile that felt more like a veneer, his gaze towards Chen Yan cold and unyielding, reminiscent of his treatment towards Wu Lanxin. Chen Yan, hello, Zhou Tianyuan's hefty hand reached for Chen Yan's, but his intention was to intimidate. Yet, his grasp met only air as Chen Yan deftly withdrew his hand. Apologetically, Chen Yan replied, My apologies, Brother Zhou. It seems I forgot to wash my hands after using the restroom. I wouldn't want to soil yours. He chuckled, his eyes mirroring Zhou Tianyuan's frostiness. Despite not knowing the source of Zhou Tianyuan's animosity, Chen Yan was undeterred. It's fine, Zhou Tianyuan's plump face twitched momentarily before he redirected his attention to Zhou Xiaodo. Xiaodo, here to race today? But your car has been confiscated by Dad. So, are you driving your brother's car or this young man's? Of course, I'm driving Brother Chen's car. The Koenigsegg Jesko, it's my dream car. Zhou Xiaodo exclaimed, oblivious to the tension between the two men. All right, I'll have someone arrange for you to cut in line. You can go first. Zhou Tianyuan grinned, then turned to Chen Yan. How about we head to my office for a cup of tea and a chat? Sure. Chen Yan shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the shield-shaped key to Zhou Xiaodo. Be careful, all right? He reached out, gently smoothing Zhou Xiaodo's slightly disheveled bangs, causing her to blush profusely. Okay. Brother Zhou Tianyuan watched this exchange, veins bulging on his forehead, fuming inwardly. So this brat dares to flirt with my sister in front of me. Huh? Just wait. I want to let you off easy. Chen Yan was fully aware that his actions were provocative, and he intended them to be. Rotund one, though I know not the reason for your disdain. I shall ensure you are even more displeased. As Zhou Xiaodo excitedly dashed toward the departure area, disappearing from sight, Zhou Tianyuan's tone turned sinister. Chen Yan, is it? This way. Please, once you're in my office, there will be no chance of escape, did you know? My office has a secret passage leading to the outskirts of the city. I'll give you a little welcome before sending you off to Southeast Asia. In this day and age, A person can vanish without a trace weight. Chen Yan shot Zhou Tianyuan a cold glance, refusing to budge as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Jasmine, has the bodyguard team arrived? Good. Send them over to the Tianyuan racing circuit. Yes. I'm here having some fun, oh? You're coming too? That's fine. I'll wait for you all in the lobby with a hint of audacity. Chen Yan hung up and plopped down on a sofa in the lobby, casually shrugging at Zhou Tianyuan. Apologies, I'm expecting someone. Perhaps we'll postpone the tea for later. By some twist of fate, the universe seemed to be aiding Chen Yan. Just 3 minutes prior, Lu Meili had sent in the details regarding the bodyguard team. Only a fool would stroll into your office, knowing you bear animosity towards me. Why would I willingly walk in your trap? You're too hefty. I can't take you on waiting for my bodyguards. Chapter 45. The rising storm. As Chen Yan remained unresponsive, even deliberately discussing the bodyguard matter within earshot, Zhou Tianyuan felt a shiver run through him. This lad possesses an acute sense of vigilance. It appears he must know something. Nevertheless, it matters not. A mere bodyguard is insignificant, and I have my methods. Zhou Tianyuan grinned, thinking, I'll await your completion, Brother Chen, before we convene in my office. Chen Yan fixed his gaze upon the corpulent figure of Zhou Tianyuan, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He could not fathom the venomous malice that the other harbored towards him, merely for accompanying his sister. Clearly, it cannot be solely that. Even a protective brother would not resort to murder over a friend's companionship. Yet, Zhou's eyes conveyed a palpable intent to eliminate him. Reflecting on the day's events at the police station, a bold notion sprang to life in Chen Yan's mind. Director Chen had mentioned the possibility of retaliation from the Poison Dragon Gang. Could it be that Zhou Tianyuan is affiliated with them? However, this did not align with what he had observed about Zhou and his brother. They appeared far from destitute, particularly his brother, who seemed capable enough to manage a racetrack operation. Would a family with such resources engage in illicit activities? Pondering this conundrum, Chen Yan realized his knowledge was scant, and much of his understanding was based on instinct. He resolved to set aside his thoughts, as long as the bodyguards were present. His sense of security would be slightly bolstered. In the solitude of his thoughts, he retrieved the mobile phone that the system had automatically procured for him. The device was antiquated, a classic Nokia without a password, seemingly designated for communication purposes. Upon activating the screen, he found not a plethora of missed calls as depicted in films, but a solitary message. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. Opening the message sent less than 10 minutes prior. Gather at Nanyu Wharf at 11:30 tonight. Nanyu Wharf? Situated in the coastal city of Shanghai, where docks abound. This was a name Chen Yan had never encountered before. It likely referred to a small civilian dock. If members of Chapter 46, the arena of Azura, as Chen Yan meditated with closed eyes, he awaited the system's MVP settlement screen, which finally arrived, prompting him to open his eyes in sheer ecstasy. Setting aside the heart vision buff, a fixed reward he had long coveted, what truly exhilarated him were the additional rewards. A connection card. Such a conceptual item was akin to a nuclear bomb. Just imagine the effects if he were to draw a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the Huagua hierarchy. Forget about Shanghai City. Even in the bustling metropolis of Modu, he could walk with impunity. The only downside was the randomness of the draw. What if luck turned against him and he ended up with a mere county magistrate or village head? That would be a significant loss. In comparison, the entire luxury apartment in Modu seemed slightly less impressive. Wait, how much? An entire building? Chen Yan sprang up from the sofa, trembling with excitement. The housing prices in Modu were astronomical. An entire building must be an unfathomable sum. Moreover, it was a luxury apartment. As far as he knew, Modu boasted another esteemed residence. Dan Yi Bin. This Jing Shui Hua Ting. If it couldn't surpass Tang Chen Pin, surely it was not far behind. Wealth was coming. Wealth was coming, ha ha ha. At 9:20 in the evening, 3 vehicles gradually approached the entrance of the Tianyuan racing venue. One was a striking red Panamera, while the other 2 were fully loaded commercial vans. As the main gate remained closed, everyone disembarked and opted for a walk inside. 12 robust men in black sequentially exited the vehicles, following the 2 sisters. Lu Mei Li and M.O. ran directly into the reception hall of the racing venue. The nighttime reception hall was devoid of staff, as it was primarily frequented by the owners and their friends for leisure. Only a maintenance crew stood by, rendering the space eerily quiet, save for the occasional roar of engines. Oh, and of course there was one figure incessantly murmuring about wealth. Chen Yan. Upon entering the hall, an enchanting voice rang out, "Mo rants." However, Mo Jiao Jiao was quicker, bouncing over to Chen Yan's side and wrapping her arms around him, exhibiting an energy that belied her 30 years. Ah, this is truly enticing. Unlike Li Jiqiu and Mo Ran, Mo Jiao Jiao was incredibly lively, likely due to her regular fitness regimen. Sister Jiao Jiao. Chen Yan managed a sheepish smile. Mo Jia, Mei Li Jia, you all have arrived. Sister Jiao Jiao. Quickly let go. Your sister, who has a connection with me, is watching. Chen Yan internally screamed, feeling as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. However, Mo Ran showed no signs of displeasure, instead smiling at the two. Little Chen, I heard you accomplished something significant today. With graceful steps, Mo Ran, resembling a pure white lotus, approached Chen Yan alongside Lu Mei Li, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. With a soft smile, Mo Ran unexpectedly pinched Chen Yan's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, please stop pinching. Chen Yan yelped, his face contorted in exaggerated agony, pleading for mercy. Feeling brave. Are we? Is playing the hero enjoyable? Mo Ran's smile belied the sternness of her words as she continued to tap Chen Yan's head. Im sorry, moya. I won't do it again. Oh no, my ear's going to fall off. I truly won't do it again. Chen Yan continuously begged for forgiveness until Mo Ran finally released her grip. Next time, be cautious, or I might just snap your ear off. Mo Ran warned with a playful huff. Absolutely not. I would never dare. Chen Yan said, rubbing his reddened ear while awkwardly smiling. Witnessing this scene, Lu Mei Li and Mo Jiao Jiao stifled their laughter. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Yan found himself stunned. The inner voices of these three goddesses echoed in his ears. Mo Ran. Stinky little brother, you worry me to death. Lu Mei Li. Little Chen is quite endearing. It seems the competition is a bit fierce. Besides Jiao Jiao, there's also little Ran. I heard from little Ran that Jiqiu is also Mo Jiao Jiao. Oh my, Chen Yan is so handsome. I wonder if sister likes him or just sees him as a brother. Oh well, let's take it one step at a time. Puff. Chen Yan nearly gasped for breath. Suddenly, he realized that the charm buff might not be as advantageous as he had thought. The pressure was immense. What was this? It was the arena of Azura. With these three women present, he dared not show favoritism toward any one of them. Yet, keeping a distance might provoke someone's displeasure. No, this must be maintained. Yes, treat this as a job. They are all the key players in his moment of fortune. At this moment, Chen Yan felt as though he was traversing a precarious tightrope, with chasms on either side. A slight misstep could lead to his demise. By the way, sisters, would you like to take a few laps? I have some matters to discuss with the owner over here. Chen Yan recalled the plan he had just devised, which was not suitable for the three of them to witness. Only the bodyguards were needed. Taking laps? Sure. Mo Ran replied. It's been a while since I raced. Let's go for it. I think so too. I just parked a few cars here, enough for us to drive, said Mo Jiao Jiao, her excitement evident. I'll sit this one out. It's hard to race in high heels. Perhaps one of you could take me along? Lu Mei Li offered a serene smile. She was not fond of racing, but since Chen Yan intended to send them off, she would step away for a bit. Let's go, Mei Li Jia. You can ride with me. Montak Yia exclaimed. Sister, how about a race? Let's bet on who is faster. Mo Ran, who was not as demure as she appeared, welcomed the challenge, and when her sister issued the provocation, she was more than willing to engage. All right, what shall we wager? Let's bet. Let's bet that the loser has to wash Chen Yan's underwear for a week. Mo Jiao Jiao proposed after a moment of contemplation. Wait, why are you betting that I have to wash your underwear? What a ridiculous wager. Chen Yan protested, bewildered. All right, it's settled. Let's go. Mo Ran chuckled, nodding. Today, let me show you that the sister always outshines the younger one. Hey, you really agreed? What are you doing? Chapter 47. Who are you, after all? As the three women departed, Zhou Xiaodo had yet to return. Some may misunderstand the situation, thinking that a lap around the track takes merely a minute or two, and that it is excessive for him to still be absent after running a dozen laps over half an hour. However, that is not the case. Running on the track necessitates meticulous attention to the vehicle's condition, which involves comprehensive inspections, tire changes, and the infusion of various fuels, among other preparations. Indeed, preparing for a single lap can take at least half an hour, if not an hour. Naturally, the drivers will not remain idle during this time. They will strive to record and familiarize themselves with the road conditions. Consequently, Chen Yan harbored no concerns about Zhou Xiaodou returning to witness the confrontation between himself and her brother. His plan was quite straightforward: to provoke and infuriate Zhou Tianyuan, compelling him to act and creating the illusion that his bodyguard was merely defending himself. Subsequently, he would seamlessly place the list and phone in the other party's office, ensuring that the arriving police would discover them. Clearing his throat, Chen Yan stood before the 12 bodyguards. "Well, it is clear that you are here to protect me, correct?" "Absolutely, Mr. Chen." The bodyguards, having been informed in advance by Lu Moli, responded promptly. "Excellent. Unfortunately, we won't have time for your introductions today. We shall save that for another occasion. I should mention that while Sister Moli may have discussed your compensation, I'm not concerned about that. Every individual who follows me will receive full benefits and a monthly salary." Chen Yan intended to present compelling terms to encourage their unwavering commitment to his protection, but faltered upon mentioning the salary, as he was unaware of the typical monthly pay for bodyguards. May I inquire what your standard monthly salary is?" "Mr. Chen, our salary is set by Director Liu, which amounts to 30,000 per month," replied the lead bodyguard standing at the forefront. "Very well, that is inconsequential." Chen Yan waved his hand, internally cringing at the thought, but maintaining his composure. "I shall offer you 60,000 per month. Ensure my protection. This is not mere empty rhetoric, understood? This is a personal offer, and my life depends entirely on your diligence." Chen Yan spoke earnestly, and there was no doubt he would follow through. After all, even with the monthly dividend from his fund reaching 7 million, allocating a few hundred thousand for bodyguard salaries was a trivial expense. Consider it a form of indulgent spending following his newfound wealth. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, with us around, you will not sustain even the slightest harm. Indeed, protecting Mr. Chen is our mission. We are committed to fulfilling it." These bodyguards, each forged in the crucible of war abroad, were undeniably fierce characters among mercenaries. Yet, they all expressed profound gratitude for the additional terms Chen Yan had proposed. After all, as a certain saying goes, who would choose to be a mercenary if not for financial necessity? Seeing the bodyguard spirits lifted and their reliability apparent, Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, we may soon face our first danger. I hope everyone is alert. Let's go." With a grand gesture, he led the 13 figures toward Zhou Tianyuan's office. Meanwhile, within Zhou Tianyuan's office, 5 individuals stood quietly behind an opaque screen, each gripping a handgun. Their cold, steely expressions revealed that they were no strangers to firearms. Zhou Tianyuan had already observed everything unfolding outside through the surveillance. There are many of them. What does it matter? A shot for each, and they shall all perish." Zhou Tianyuan sneered, slowly savoring a puff of a cigar. He had not anticipated that this young man would be acquainted with the eldest daughter of the Liu family. While he would naturally be wary of her, given her connections to formidable armed forces abroad, he thought, "This is Huagua. What can you do to me? Besides, you are oblivious to my involvement." His eyes glinting with malice, Zhou Tianyuan quickly masked his sinister expression as he observed Chen Yan's group arriving, adopting a cold smirk as he seated himself on the sofa, waiting patiently. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, Chen Yan was preparing to enter, even politely knocking on the door. "Come in," Zhou Tianyuan replied with a cold smile, anticipating that he would rise from the sofa and move toward the corner of his desk, signaling the gunman behind the screen to spring into action and unleash a barrage of gunfire. All he needed to do was feign the role of a hapless owner surviving a robbery. Creak! The office door slowly opened, revealing not Chen Yan, but a bodyguard who had taken the precaution of entering first. "I thought it was late, and Boss Zhou would have returned home to rest. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me to brew tea." following the few bodyguards into the spacious office. Chen Yan maintained a facade of playful banter while his eyes scanned the surroundings intently. Of course, his bodyguards were equally vigilant. Calmly seated across from Zhou Tianyuan, Chen Yan watched as the latter presented a steaming cup of tea before him. "Come, Brother Chen, do sample my tea." Zhou Tianyuan's jowls quivered as he gestured invitingly. Chen Yan lifted the cup, inhaling its fragrant aroma before setting it down again. "Boss Zhou, this tea smells delightful, though I hesitate to taste it for fear of burning my mouth." "Oh, Brother Chen, are you implying something?" Zhou Tianyuan's smile was strained as he pointed to the tea. "Such fine tea is best enjoyed while hot. Why hesitate? I fear what may lurk within." Chen Yan chuckled. "Perhaps a dragon, or even a poisonous one." The quiet laughter fell upon Zhou Tianyuan's ears, causing his expression to stiffen suddenly. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Zhou Tianyuan feigned confusion, but his heart was brimming with murderous intent. Indeed, he realized that Chen Yan was aware of his secrets. Who is he? After all, no matter, it is of no consequence. If you die here, it matters not who you are. Do you truly not comprehend? Chen Yan reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he brandished a sheet of paper, shaking it lightly. "Allow me to read it to you. The first person, Allison. The second, Alu. The third, you, Zhou Tianyuan. The fourth, Li Saigao. The fifth." "Enough!" Zhou Tianyuan bellowed, slamming a hand upon the coffee table with a force that made it tremble, leaning forward with a chilling glare fixed on Chen Yan. "Who are you, after all?" Chapter 48. Bandit versus Bodyguard. Despite the incomplete reading of the list, the four names already revealed much. Zhou Tianyuan's expression twisted with rage as he cast a furtive glance at the bodyguards surrounding the sofa and spoke menacingly. "Who exactly are you?" He was already well aware of the other three names on the list. The leader of the Poison Dragon Gang, also known as the Boss, Chen Yan. It seems he came prepared, perhaps having thoroughly investigated every detail of my Poison Dragon Gang. Zhou Tianyuan felt a throbbing pain at his temples, momentarily uncertain of his next move. "Who am I?" "Ha ha!" Chen Yan neatly folded the list and tucked it into his pocket, clad in Mo Jiao's attire. While it appeared inconspicuous to others, it was ultimately a feminine cut with shallow pockets, making it convenient for him to later dispose of this evidence. "I am Chen Yan, an orphan. The fact that you know this means you've done your homework, haven't you?" "So what do you mean?" Zhou Tianyuan, now thoroughly agitated, wore an increasingly terrifying grimace. Chen Yan merely smirked disdainfully. Unperturbed by the tension, he casually extracted a cigarette from the box on the coffee table, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke into Zhou Tianyuan's face, a blatant provocation that successfully incited Zhou Tianyuan's fury. Seizing Chen Yan by the collar, Zhou Tianyuan's forehead bulged with veins, and his massive fist was poised to strike, yet he hesitated. The bodyguards surged forward, ready to intervene, but Chen Yan raised a hand, signaling them to hold back. Had Zhou Tianyuan made a move, they would have rushed in. "By the way, let me share a little secret." Chen Yan leaned in, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, drawing closer to Zhou Tianyuan's ear. "Your sister is quite enticing. You're asking for death." As a fiercely protective brother, Zhou Xiaodou was his one vulnerability, and no one was allowed to tarnish her honor. Chen Yan's words ignited the spark of fury within him. With a powerful swing, Zhou Tianyuan's fist hurtled toward Chen Yan's abdomen. "Mr. Chen, watch out." He had intended to provoke his opponent, hoping for a few harmless blows to justify self-defense. However, Zhou Tianyuan's punch was far too forceful. Fortunately, the bodyguards reacted swiftly, intercepting the blow just in time. The other bodyguards were not mere spectators. With their comrade engaged, they could not afford to remain passive. They rushed forward, overwhelming Zhou Tianyuan and pinning him to the ground with a flurry of hands. "Whoa, so fierce." Chen Yan narrowly dodged the blow, his heart racing with relief, though he found himself encircled by the remaining bodyguards. Observing the chaos unfold, he quickly concealed the list and his phone within the cushions of the sofa. "Chen Yan, you coward, let me go." Zhou Tianyuan roared, pinned to the ground, his voice a cacophony of rage. "Beep. Warning. Host has intervened in a critical event." triggering a major fortune task. The Viper flicks its tongue, no footprints. Major fortune task. Blue, please attempt to intervene in this critical event and create a significant impact. The task reward will be calculated based on the magnitude of the impact and the host's level of involvement. What? Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the daily fortune reward supposed to be linked only to lovely ladies? How can it? Beep. The Viper flicks its tongue, no footprints. Well, asking is futile. Initially, he planned to leave the evidence hidden safely, but now the system was compelling him to participate. The crucial evidence was left by him. How could that count as significant involvement? As Chen Yan pondered, he expected the system to remain silent, yet it continued to provide information. Beep. The key items, phone, and list can contribute 30 to the host's involvement. Estimated reward value, 60 to 80 million. Wow, that's quite a sum. Chen Yan's left eyebrow twitched as he ignored Zhou Tianyuan's incessant roaring and prepared to call the police. Just as he reached for his phone amidst the bodyguards, a thunderous shout erupted from behind the office partition, and several burly men burst forth. Turning to look, Chen Yan's pupils dilated in horror. Those dark, ominous objects sent a rush of adrenaline through him. Guns. They had guns. The bodyguards reacted with remarkable speed, immediately recognizing the presence of firearms. Years of experience as mercenaries propelled them into action. Most drew their batons, crouching protectively in front of Chen Yan, while two others hoisted Zhou Tianyuan from the ground, restraining him from behind. Stay put. Drop your batons. Get on the ground. Quickly. You think you're invincible? The armed men brandished their weapons, shouting fiercely at the bodyguards, but their threats bore no effect. Don't make any rash moves. If you dare to shoot, I'll snap his neck. A bodyguard tightened his grip around Zhou Tianyuan's neck, the pressure causing Zhou Tianyuan, who had been shouting in anger, to fall silent, his face reddening as oxygen dwindled. The two sides stood at an impasse, and Chen Yan turned to Zhou Tianyuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhou Tianyuan, I've heard your Poison Dragon gang is formidable abroad, yet here you are, audacious enough to wield firearms within the borders of Hua country. You truly have a death wish. At that moment, Zhou Tianyuan found himself unable to retort, his oxygen-deprived state rendering him helplessly speechless. Hadn't they agreed on a signal? What were these fools doing rushing out? 3 minutes earlier, behind the partition, the bandits, listening to the commotion outside, began to converse. Brother, it seems the third master is in trouble. Do you think he can handle it? I reckon we have enough firepower. Why not just charge out and take them out? A middle-aged man with a menacing scar on his face remained composed, his eyes glinting. Not so fast. The third master said to wait for the signal. If we rush out now, we'll ruin his plan. But he always likes to engage in banter before sending us to deal with someone, relishing in their despair and helplessness. It's perplexing. We'll see what happens. They had initially thought everything was under their third master Zhou Tianyuan's control, but the more they listened, the more they sensed something was amiss. Does it seem like the third master is being subdued? What should we do? Should we go rescue him? The group exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared resolve in the other's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the scarred man made a decisive gesture. Forget it. If we don't act soon, our third master might just be killed. Brothers, remember, don't shoot. We need to rescue the third master first. Charge. Chapter 49. The softness of the police sister Chen Xiaomei pressed the horn multiple times at the entrance of the Tianyuan racetrack, but the usually responsive owner or staff seemed to have vanished today. If it weren't for the roaring engines echoing from within the track, she would have thought it was closed for the day. Frowning, the image of a young man unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. She contemplated calling to inquire about his evening plans, yet her finger lingered hesitantly above the call button, unable to press it. Sigh. Chen Xiaomei, stop overthinking. You are not suited for each other. Taking a deep breath, she had initially come to unwind, yet her mood had only soured further. Feeling perturbed, she opened the door of her Ferrari 488, her yoga outfit accentuating her perfect figure as she gracefully walked into the racetrack. As a distant descendant of the Chen family from the capital, she was affluent and had a penchant for the thrill of racing. Thus, she was quite familiar with the Tianyuan racetrack, having deposited $2 million into a stored value card here. She sauntered into the reception hall, where the silence was palpable, albeit punctuated by indistinct sounds that made her halt instinctively. Frowning, she listened intently for a while, but the distance rendered the words unclear, save for the unmistakable intensity of their argument. "Is anyone there?" Chen Yan called out, but her voice echoed in vain. "What is going on? Has the owner had a falling out?" She recognized the owner, having had brief conversations with him as a valued client. He was the son of a well-known local entrepreneur, Zhou Jianfa, plump, affable, yet insincere, exuding a chilling vibe that repelled her. With light steps, she cautiously approached the owner's office, relieved that her snug yoga outfit allowed for unobstructed movement without a sound. The only downside was its constricting fit. Soon, she found herself at the door of the office, where she could clearly hear the shouts and curses within without needing to press her ear against the door. "Don't move. Put down the stick. Get on the ground. Hurry up. You're not afraid of dying, are you? Don't make any sudden moves. If you dare to shoot, I will break his neck." As she listened to the chaotic scene unfolding, Chen Yan felt her body tense up. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to call for backup, only to remember that her yoga pants had no pockets, and her phone was left in the car. Damn it! With the situation escalating and firearms, prohibited items, present, what should she do? Should she return to fetch her phone? Who knew what might happen by the time she got back? No, I can't wait any longer. Clenching her teeth, she resolved in an instant, forcefully pushing open the door and shouting, "Don't move. Police!" Her high ponytail swayed vigorously with her sudden movement, the door crashing open with a dull thud. Chen Yan's breath quickened as her gaze swept across the silent office, freezing when it landed on a somewhat familiar face, her pupils dilating in shock. "Chen Yan, what is he doing here?" Those bodyguards are protecting him, and the person being restrained is the owner, Zhou Tianyuan. On the opposite side, 5 guns swiftly pivoted towards the intruding Chen Yan. Chen Yan, equally surprised, turned to see her. Before he could even call the police, they had arrived. Was there an undercover officer here? Upon recognizing her, astonishment flooded his face. "Director Chen, what brings you here? Lower your weapons," she commanded firmly. "Listen, drop your guns and crouch down. Everything will be dealt with leniently. Anyone attempting to flee will not escape. The area is surrounded by police." Chen Yan's voice resonated with authority as she sought to intimidate the 5 armed men. Carefully edging closer to Chen Yan. "Director Chen, how did you?" Chen Yan questioned, his gaze scrutinizing her form-fitting yoga outfit. Chen Yan felt a flush creep to her cheeks, but ignored him, whispering urgently, "Quick, give me your phone to call for backup." "Lady, didn't you just say the police are surrounding the place?" Chen Yan's initial delight at the prospect of police intervention quickly turned to confusion upon her request for backup. "Stop wasting time." As the 5 armed men hesitated, thrown off by Chen Yan's unexpected entrance, they recognized her as a prominent figure in the police force of Shanghai City. However, Zhou Tianyuan, red-faced with anger, shouted, "Don't believe her. There are no police." With his words, the tension escalated further, each side brimming with suspicion. "What should we do, boss? Should we still rescue Third Master?" "Third Master said there are no police, so should we. Go for the rescue or not?" The 2 henchmen hesitated, realizing that the presence of a renowned police chief complicated matters immensely. Killing civilians was one thing, but a police chief? This case would haunt them wherever they tried to flee. As the leader of the gang, having served the Long Dragon Gang for many years, he was usually unscathed due to his decisive nature, but now he found himself weighing his options. "No, with the police here, we cannot get involved any further. I'll shoot out the chandelier. You all retreat through the secret passage." Whispering just loud enough for his men to hear, the scar-faced leader suddenly bellowed, "Move." At his command, chaos erupted as everyone sprang into action, some grabbing batons, others seeking cover. Chen Yan barely had a moment to react before a bodyguard lunged at him, dragging him toward the office exit. However, he instinctively grasped Chen Yan's hand, pulling her along. Bang! Everyone expected a violent confrontation, but instead, a single gunshot rang out, plunging the office into darkness. "Mr. Chen, protect Mr. Chen. Find cover. They're shooting. Confirm positions and prepare to counterattack." The office descended into chaos. the lack of visibility heightening everyone's instinct for survival as they scrambled for shelter. Only Zhou Tianyuan's face contorted with rage as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Those worthless fools, abandoning me like this? Haha, good. Luckily, I have a backup plan. With the turmoil, the bodyguards restraining him loosened their grip, granting him the opportunity to reach beneath the sofa. You didn't see this coming, did you, Chen Yan? We shall meet again under different circumstances. With a successful fingerprint scan, Zhou Tianyuan smirked as the floor beneath him suddenly flipped, swallowing him whole and sealing shut in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his rotund figure vanished entirely from the darkened office. On the other side, Chen Yan was pounced upon by the bodyguard, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and he inhaled sharply, instinctively pushing upwards with both hands in an attempt to dislodge the bodyguard pressing down on him. However, to his surprise, he encountered only softness. Was the bodyguard's chest so yielding? Could this truly be muscle? Chen Yan pondered, suspecting he had been accompanied by a faux bodyguard, and instinctively squeezed. Yet, the moment he lifted his gaze, he felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Oh my, the policewoman. Chapter 50. Once again, trouble awaits, Mr. Chun. Are you all right? The anxious words of the bodyguard interrupted the intimate moment between the two. Chen Shumei hastily leaped away from Chen Yan, flustered as she scrambled to pick up his phone to call for help. Yet, Chen Yan could clearly see her futilely swiping across the phone screen. Unable to make the call, the fleeting sensation of softness between his fingers vanished, leaving Chen Yan feeling a profound sense of loss as he rose to his feet, waving his hand to reassure the concerned bodyguard. It's fine, I'm all right. You go help inside. Director Chen, please call for backup and stop pressing random buttons. Chen Yan's reminder jolted Chen Shumei into action. Oh, right, she muttered, dialing the number while turmoil churned within her. How infuriating, Chen Shumei. What on earth are you thinking? He must have just accidentally touched you. Why are you reacting so dramatically? A mere boy. And you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Just finished showering, and yet. Fortunately, her strong self-control kicked in, and despite the chaos in her heart, it did not hinder Chen Shumei from performing her duties. Initially, it seemed to be just a trivial dispute, and the dispatch center was unhurried. However, upon realizing it was a personal call from the police chief indicating armed robbers, the response was remarkably swift. Not only did the police convoy arrive promptly, but even the SWAT team was deployed, surrounding the Tianyuan racetrack tightly. This all transpired within a mere 5 minutes. During that time, Chen Yan's bodyguard had thoroughly ransacked the office, relaying information about the armed robbers and Zhou Tianyuan's disappearance. Director Chen, I can assure you that Zhou Tianyuan is in league with those robbers. They were summoned by him to deal with me, but they did not anticipate the professionalism of my bodyguards. Furthermore, he even mentioned the Poison Dragon Gang. I have reason to suspect a connection between Zhou Tianyuan and the gang. Perhaps you should search the scene carefully to uncover any critical clues. Chen Yan succinctly laid out the situation, ensuring to include a reminder. Chen Shumei nodded gently, suggesting, let us discuss this further when we return. And besides, she cast a glance at the extravagant lineup of bodyguards and added, bringing so many bodyguards seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? I was concerned Zhou Tianyuan might have ulterior motives. Chen Yan sheepishly rubbed his nose, offering a sheepish grin. Indeed, reflecting on the events of the evening, it was evident that to those unaware of the complete picture, many aspects appeared illogical. Damn it, another trip to the station. Chen Yan's head throbbed. This would mark his third visit to the station in just 3 days since acquiring the system. Was there some kind of fate binding him to the police station? Before he could dwell on it further, the police officers surged in. Chen Shumei directed them to swiftly initiate their investigation, sealing off both the office and the interior of the Tianyuan racetrack. This commotion naturally affected Mo Ran and her companions, including Zhou Xiaodo, who had rushed back. Little brother Chen, what happened? Where's my brother? Zhou Xiaodo clung to Chen Yan's arm, her voice laced with confusion. Her action caused the atmosphere to freeze, with all the older sisters present eyeing her warily. Particularly, Mo Jiaojiao, with her protective nature, could not tolerate anyone outside their circle getting too close to Chen Yan. Hey, Little sister, if you're looking for your brother, go find him. What is the point of grabbing on at Chen Yan? Mo Jiaojiu stepped forward with a sarcastic tone, unyieldingly wrapping her arms around Chen Yan's other arm. Zhou Xiaodo was an AV. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, her cleverness and pride could not be masked. With wide, innocent eyes, she asked, "Auntie, who are you? Are you little brother Chen's aunt?" Chen Yan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the tension in the air as Mo Jiaojiao's grip on his arm tightened ominously. "Auntie." Mo Jiaojiao's cold laughter pierced through the atmosphere. "Did you just call me Auntie? Well, you don't look young, so calling me Annie isn't wrong. I'm quite polite about it." Zhou Xiaodo nodded innocently, her words further provoking Mo Jiaojiao. "You." Just as Mo Jiaojiao was about to explode in anger, Mo ran and Lu Moli stepped in to defuse the situation. "All right, little sister, we have matters to attend to. Why aren't you at home? It's late, and your family must be worried." Mo Ran spoke elegantly, her smile still intact. "Wait, little brother Chun, is this your aunt or your great-aunt?" Zhou Xiaodo innocently asked, delivering a shockingly bold statement. At this, Mo Ran froze, her smile freezing on her face. Chen Yan could see the veins popping on her forehead, her hands trembling. He desperately wished to escape. Fortunately, just as the Mo sister seemed ready to erupt, Chen Xiaomei finished her instructions and stepped in. "Mr. Chen, please come with me for a moment to take a statement and detail the situation." "Sure, let us go. Should I drive, or will you?" Chen Yan nearly burst into tears of relief as he quickly distanced himself from the others, following Chen Xiaomei. Chen Xiaomei, puzzled, wondered, what is with this sudden increase in my allure that he is so eager to accompany me? She felt a slight blush rise as she said, "Let us take my car. Follow me." "All right." Chen Yan promptly complied, turning back with an apologetic glance. "Sorry, sisters, I need to go take a statement. It's getting late, so you all should head back to rest." "All right, Zhou Xiaodo, you should go home as well. No fighting." Seeing Chen Yan's hurried departure, Mo Ran and Mo Jiaojiao called out, "Hey, little brother Chen, what's going on?" However, Chen Yan was too preoccupied to respond, simply trudging along behind Chen Xiaomei. TSK. Mo Jiaojiao shot an irritated glance at Zhou Xiaodo before pulling Mo Ran and Lu Moli away. "Sister, let us go." The bodyguards also departed, needing to regroup at the police station to await their employer, Chen Yan's return for continued protection. Only Zhou Xiaodo remained, standing amidst the police barricades, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Brother, what on earth happened? She wasn't foolish. She had overheard the police mentioning her brother's name, and worry began to gnaw at her. Moreover, Chen Yan's figure lingered in her mind. "Little brother Chen, did you have a conflict with my brother?" Seated in the passenger seat of a striking red Ferrari 488, Chen Yan was taken aback. "Director Chen, is it customary for police chiefs to be this wealthy?" "Surely not." Chen Xiaomei smiled lightly. "You're overthinking it. Although I hold the position of chief, my salary is modest. However, my family's circumstances are quite decent. Purchasing a car is well within my means. The dowry my family prepared for me is at least 50 million. Chapter 51. A physical examination? Chen Xiaomei's face flushed crimson, fortunately concealed by the dim light within the car. She found herself perplexed as to why she had so suddenly broached the subject of dowries. Director Chen's dowry is indeed quite substantial. Chen Yan retracted his neck, unsure how to respond. Naturally, Chen Xiaomei was aware that she had spoken out of turn, and thus, an awkward silence enveloped them. Before long, a striking red Ferrari 488 halted before the entrance of the Public Security Bureau on Huandao Road, and Chen Xiaomei led Chen Yan inside. That night, the bureau was in full operation, leaving only a few officers on duty. Contrary to Chen Yan's expectations, Chen Xiaomei did not escort him to the recording room, but instead headed straight to her office. Once inside, Chen Yan felt a slight release of tension and plopped down onto the sofa. Chen Xiaomei exhibited no reaction. In fact, ever since their unexpectedly intimate encounter, her tolerance for Chen Yan had markedly increased. It was likely that even if Chen Yan were to suddenly embrace her now, she would merely lower her head in bashfulness and then deliver a playful punch. "Chen, I'll just call you Xiao Chen," Chen Xiaomei said. placing a bottle of mineral water before Chen Yan as she took a seat opposite him. After shedding her professional attire, Chen Yan was struck by the exquisite contours of her figure, accentuated by her yoga outfit. She appeared fit and healthy, possessing a subtle yet powerful physique that perhaps stemmed from years of training. Even without a bra, she remained poised and firm. "All right, Director Chen, whatever you say." Chen Yan diverted his gaze, forcefully banishing distracting thoughts from his mind. Chen Xiaomei, perceptive as she was, could not have failed to notice his gaze. Had it been anyone else, she would have acted swiftly, but in the face of Chen Yan's almost imperceptible admiration, she found herself secretly delighted and instinctively straightened her posture. "So, what was the conflict between you and Zhou Tianyuan?" she inquired, activating a portable recording device. "Well, it's likely because he is overly attached to his sister," Chen Yan replied, rubbing his nose, a subconscious gesture indicative of his inclination to embellish. "His sister, Zhou Xiaodou, invited me to the racetrack. Perhaps due to this, he developed a disdain for me and became quite aggressive. Being young and having encountered similar situations in the past couple of years, I took precautions and brought my bodyguards along. I initially thought he just wanted to intimidate me, or at worst, give me a beating, but he was quite direct. He intended to kill me. Luckily, you arrived in time, and with my numerous bodyguards, nothing untoward transpired." As Chen Yan recounted his experience, Chen Xiaomei frowned slightly, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate what it was. "You mentioned earlier that Zhou Tianyuan was involved with the Dulong gang. What is the situation there?" "Ah, now we're getting to the crux of the matter." Chen Yan took a deep breath. "I tend to be quite cautious. After entering his office, I leaned against the wall and eavesdropped a bit. The office had mediocre soundproofing, and I vaguely heard mentions of the Dulong gang, the third in command, and something about a list. So, I suspect he might be a member of the gang. Otherwise, why would he have armed subordinates to rescue him?" After listening, Chen Xiaomei pondered for a moment before turning off the recording device. At that moment, a notification sound from the system chimed in. "Ding ding, the snake has struck. No footprints left behind. Major event, blue. Intervention has concluded. Rewards are about to be calculated." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was taken aback, internally lamenting. "What? How can it be over? We've barely scratched the surface." "Ding ding, host, do not be bewildered. The event has reached its peak impact, and you have no further opportunities for intervention. Calculating rewards." This revelation caused Chen Yan to regain his composure. Reflecting on the situation, he realized it was indeed true. Zhou Tianyuan and those thuggish accomplices had vanished, and he had no chance to involve himself further. Ever since he had subtly alerted Chen Xiaomei moments ago, he had effectively withdrawn from the matter. Thus it was natural for the event to enter its conclusion phase. He was left wondering how much his contributions would yield in rewards. Observing Chen Yan lost in thought, his expression shifting, Chen Xiaomei grew concerned. She rose and sat beside him, her slightly cool palm resting against his forehead. "Xiao Chen, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself earlier? Or are you just startled?" Chen Yan jolted back to reality, instinctively grasping her cool hand, only to realize Chen Xiaomei's cheeks were flushed, allowing his warm hand to envelop her delicate wrist, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. "Ah, my apologies, Director Chen," he stammered, hastily retracting his hand. It would be quite the scandal to behave inappropriately in the director's office. To his surprise, Chen Xiaomei gently shook her head, her expression earnest. "Xiao Chen, just now I bumped into your chest. Did I hurt you?" "And no, it's nothing. Just a minor bruise, I assure you," he quickly waved off, even patting his chest to emphasize his well-being. However, the moment he did so, a sharp pain shot up his spine, causing him to grimace. "Hiss, see, you're clearly injured. Lift your shirt so I can take a look," Chen Xiaomei urged, her concern intensifying as she reached for his clothing. Wait, Director Chen. It's really nothing. I just bumped into something, I think." Chen Yan panicked, perceiving Chen Xiaomei had suddenly transformed from a stern, no-nonsense director into a captivating enchantress. "Don't move, let me see. I have medicine. I need to assess the severity of your injury. If it's not serious, I can tend to it. Just be obedient." Chen Xiaomei's cheeks burned, yet her hands moved with determined swiftness, pulling up Chen Yan's shirt without hesitation. "Oh my, Truly not, ding ding. The snake has struck. No footprints left behind. Fortune moment. Fortune moment. Golden legend, fortune moment. What? This can trigger too? What on earth is the mechanism behind this? Chen Yan's facial muscles twitched as he took a deep breath, closing his eyes and steeling himself. He reclined on the sofa. Come on, Director Chen, feel free to examine. But be gentle, please. Chapter 52. High favorability brings trouble. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Chen Xiaomei, though somewhat anxious and trembling, gazed with concern at Chen Yan beneath her. Chen Yan bit his lip tightly, slowly shaking his head. No, it doesn't hurt. Director, you can apply a little more pressure. Then, I shall indeed apply more force. Chen Xiaomei's eyes held a hint of determination as she gradually exerted more pressure. Chen Yan's body suddenly quivered, causing Chen Xiaomei to gasp in surprise and tumble off him. Well, in truth, they were merely applying medication. At that moment, Chen Yan's shirt had been lifted, revealing large bruises on his chest, while Chen Xiaomei diligently tended to his wounds. Director, are you all right? Noticing Chen Xiaomei had fallen off the sofa, Chen Yan immediately expressed his concern. I'm fine. Phew. Thankfully, the medicinal wine didn't spill. Chen Xiaomei, clutching the glass bottle, rose from the floor, still holding a piece of gauze. Come, let me apply more. This medicinal wine was given to me by my master. It works wonders for treating bruises. Dipping the gauze into the medicinal wine once more, Chen Xiaomei continued to apply it to Chen Yan's chest. The extensive bruising caused sharp pain upon contact, and Chen Yan inhaled sharply, grateful for the cooling sensation of the medicinal wine, which somewhat alleviated his discomfort. Beep. The serpent flicks its tongue. No footprints. Task completion. Blue. Contribution. 36. Available reward options. Choose one: personal, business, cash. Host, please make your selection. Enduring the simultaneous sensations of coolness and searing pain in his chest, Chen Yan finally found a distraction. Brother Tongzi, is the personal reward a buff trait? Beep. No comment. Please choose independently. Host. The system remained as unyielding as ever. Chen Yan sighed, enduring the continuous stings and chills from Chen Xiaomei's ministrations as he contemplated his current options. Among his personal buffs, he possessed charms and grace, alongside an insightful ability, enabling him to navigate the social world effortlessly. As for cash, the over 10 million he had on hand was ample for indulgence. Not to mention the luxurious apartment he had just acquired in the metropolis, boasting a net worth exceeding 100 million. However, his business acumen was rather shallow. Aside from a fixed monthly dividend, he was essentially idle, lacking any commercial assets. It shall be business then. Without hesitation, he chose this option, driven by dual considerations. On one hand, idleness and languishing in frivolity was undesirable. It was better to find something to engage himself with. On the other hand, acquiring a company could provide a plausible explanation for his inexplicably vast wealth. Beep. Reward selection confirmed. Business direction. Acquiring reward. Acquisition complete. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the reward. Skyline MCN Company. Current market value. 130 million. What the heck? An MCN company? A wave of discontent surged within Chen Yan. Not excitement, but disdain. Brother Tongzi, who would regard such a trivial thing? Who doesn't know that internet companies are rife with inflated values? What use do I have for this MCN company? Today it's worth over 100 million. Perhaps tomorrow it will dwindle to mere tens of millions. Chen Yan felt utterly exasperated. He had calculated every possibility, yet never anticipated the system would bestow upon him such a worthless entity. Ouch! Perhaps his nerves had flared, or perhaps Chen Xiaomei had applied a bit too much force. Suddenly, Chen Yan cried out in pain, propping himself up. Chen Xiaomei, startled by his abrupt movement, momentarily froze, straddling him. Director, perhaps you could get off? Having nearly completed the application of the medicinal wine, he thought she would naturally dismount, yet she remained seated atop him, her full weight pressing down, prompting him to gently remind her. Oh, my apologies, Xiao Chen. Chen Xiaomei finally snapped back to reality, hastily sliding off him, seemingly flustered, holding the medicinal wine awkwardly. She vowed she had never felt so embarrassed in her life. Chen Xiaomei, favorability, 94 goodness. This favorability, instead of diminishing, has only increased. Chen Yan's thoughts wandered. With such high favorability, if he were to act upon Chen Xiaomei, would she perhaps not refuse, but rather reciprocate? Shaking his head subtly, he dismissed the peculiar notion, dressing himself and preparing to take his leave. Director, it's late. I should be going. Huh? Oh, no, wait a moment. Chen Xiaomei, still somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped back to reality and grasped Chen Yan's arm, preventing him from leaving. Is there something else, Director? Though his expression remained neutral, his heart raced with trepidation. Xiao Chun, if you don't let me leave with your favorability, I'm afraid you might keep me here against my will. I. Xiao Chun, I have no other intentions. I merely wish to ask you. Chen Xiaomei lowered her gaze, unconsciously tracing her fingers over his skin. Do you have a girlfriend? I do not. Chen Yan replied awkwardly, not wanting to lose this potential opportunity, nor wishing to deceive her. Perhaps it would be impossible to deceive this policewoman. Then Chen Xiaomei seemed somewhat exhilarated, yet struggled to articulate her thoughts. I. Stammering for what felt like an eternity, Chen Xiaomei found it challenging to voice her feelings, having held a position of authority in the police force for so long. Her reserve and composure difficult to relinquish. After a prolonged internal struggle, Chen Xiaomei simply closed her eyes, wrapping her strong, supple arms around Chen Yan's neck. If words escape me, so be it. If this is to be my end, then so be it. Chen Xiaomei, having rarely experienced such an emotion, thought, why not indulge in madness just this once? In Chen Yan's astonished gaze, Chen Xiaomei, leveraging her weight and strength, pressed him back onto the sofa, straddling his lap. Sister, Director, wait. Chen Yan was utterly bewildered. Indeed, such high favorability in this intimate setting would surely lead to trouble. This policewoman, Director, is truly unaware that she's already in her 30s. Moreover, her physique, so athletic. No. System, what about my moment of fortune? Chapter 53. An odd aroma. Thanks to all my lovely readers for your encouragement and support. Chen Yan finally discerned the distinction between long, athletic legs, robust and well-proportioned, and delicate, fair legs. The latter merely left one feeling fatigued, while the former could nearly suffocate one with their strength. Although Chen Xiaomei was unmarried and childless, lacking in romantic experience, perhaps due to her advancing age, she had skipped the phase of adaptation. In the usually austere office, chaos ensued as the two of them created a mess, with various small items scattered across the floor. Chen Yan felt a reluctance to move, even lacking the strength to open his eyes, merely lying supine on the sofa and whispering softly. Chen Xiaomei, appearing unfazed, sat on the floor before him, leaning against his head and covering his mouth with her hand. Little Chen, let us pretend this never happened. It was my impatience. She was not foolish. Her keen perception allowed her to detect Chen Yan's reluctance and hesitance. Despite her fondness for him and her willingness to give her all, she ultimately did not wish to place him in a difficult position. After all, he was still in his early 20s, while she was approaching 40. Director, Chen Yan recognized the melancholy woven into Chen Xiaomei's words, a sentiment that even the strongest of psychological fortitude could not entirely mask. Yet, he had no intention of establishing any relationship at this moment. Having acquired wealth without indulging in sufficient pleasures was one matter. But he had begun to grasp the nature of this peculiar system. It was all about interacting with beautiful women. How could he ever find a girlfriend? With a silent sigh, Chen Yan laboriously rose from the sofa, dressed, and departed. The quiet office still lingered with the faint scent of the aftermath of turmoil. Chen Xiaomei gazed at Chen Yan's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Chen Xiaomei, how could you be so impulsive? Oh, well, it can serve as a memory. A sudden rush of affection had momentarily overwhelmed her, marking her first experience with such emotions. Little Chen, you should be a gust of wind, and I should be a fleeting dream. Why hasn't he emerged yet? TSK, does it really take this long to take a statement? Mo Jiao felt a pang of impatience, It was nearly midnight, and Chen Yan had been at the police station for almost 2 hours. She had considered rushing in a search for him, but was halted by the duty officer, who denied her entry. Why don't you ask a friend? What if Chen Yan has been wronged? Unable to contain herself, Mo Jiao tugged at Mo Ran's hand, her face a mask of worry. Mo Ran, equally troubled, sensed that something was amiss. It was indeed unusual for a statement to take this long. Let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't show in 10 minutes, I'll ask Uncle Li. With her influence in Shanghai City, it would be easy to pull some strings, though she typically had no need to do so. Lu Meili stood in silence, embodying the calm demeanor of an older sister, composed and tranquil. As time trickled by, it swiftly approached midnight. Just as Mo Ran prepared to make a call for assistance, a figure stealthily slipped out of the police station. It was Chen Yan. Ah, sisters, you're all here. Chen Yan awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, his expression somewhat unnatural. Chen Yan, why did it take you so long to come out? Did they give you a hard time? Was there an incident? Upon seeing Chen Yan, the 3 older sisters rushed toward him, their faces filled with concern. It's nothing, really, just a lot of details to record, which took some extra time. In truth, Chen Yan had emerged 20 minutes earlier, but he was drenched in sweat, disheveled, and exuding a noticeable scent. Coming out in this state would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the 3 seasoned women. Although he had not established a relationship with them, he prided himself on being a discreet man, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was a public restroom outside Chen Xiaomei's office, and given the current temperature, it was quite suitable for a cold shower. Seizing the chance, Chen Yan locked the door and hastily rinsed off, leaving his hair only slightly damp. Little Chen, did you break a sweat? Is it hot inside? Mo Ran queried, a smirk playing on her lips as she detected something amiss. Being somewhat experienced, she understood more than Lu Meili, despite being younger. However, she felt no concern. After all, Chen Yan was free to make his own choices, unbound and without constraint. That can't be right. With this weather, they must have air conditioning inside. In contrast, Mo Jiao and Lu Meili were less perceptive, playfully ruffling Chen Yan's hair in confusion. No air conditioning, no air conditioning. It was cool in the evening. Let us not dwell on it. Montakie, can you give me a ride back to the track? My car is still there. Chen Yan keenly noticed the teasing glint in Mo Ran's eyes, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy, much like a cat caught in a clandestine act. He simply wished to leave as soon as possible. All right, let us get in the car. Mo Ran saw no reason to decline. The hour was late, and while they all had their feelings and intentions toward Chen Yan, no one wished to be too overt about it. Even the most spirited among them, Mo Jiao, was no exception. Mo Jiao was the first to seize the opportunity to sit beside Chen Yan in the back seat, chattering incessantly throughout the ride. Chen Yan, lost in thought, could only respond with vague affirmations. It wasn't he that the earlier incident had affected him greatly. After all, Mo Ran had been even more audacious the night before. Merely a bit of turbulence, nothing significant. His distraction stemmed from the impending moment. It was almost midnight. The system was due to refresh the luck information. Ding, the Viper strikes. No footprints to be found. Luck information updated. Today as fortune green, 3. 26 luck information. At 9:15 a.m., the top lawyer of Huagua, LV Chunxiao, will inadvertently leave behind notarized documents worth 380 million at the first hospital of Modu. Good heavens! Directly appearing in Modu? Chen Yan was astounded. Did the system know he intended to travel to Modu to seek out Li Jiqiu, from whom he had received no news for 2 days? Yet, the timing seemed rather premature. Disregarding Mo Jiao's incessant chatter beside him, Chen Yan immediately pulled out his phone to check for flights. Unsurprisingly, every flight for tonight and the following morning was fully booked, including business and first-class seats. Wow. Are there really that many people heading to Modu? The earliest flight available was at noon, which was clearly too late to meet the indicated time for the luck information. Hey, Chen Yan, what are you looking for? Are you heading to Modu? Mo Jiao leaned over, peering at his phone in curiosity. Chen Yan, why do you smell so fragrant? And their essay, rather peculiar aroma. Chapter 54, A Chaotic Heart in Borrowing a Private Jet. as I felt a sudden rush of perspiration. Akin to the panic of being caught playing with a forbidden toy as a child, cold sweat trickled down my brow. Just as I was stammering, Mo Ran, the driver, promptly came to my aid. I can smell it too. It seems Director Chen has the same scent. It must be from the aromatherapy in her car. I cast a grateful glance at the ever-resourceful Mo Ran, nodding in agreement. Yes, it was indeed the fragrance from her vehicle. What a peculiar aroma. Mo Jiao murmured before curiously inquiring, "You Haven team mentioned. Are you heading to the magical city?" "Yes, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow morning. But I've run out of tickets." I lamented, feeling distressed about how I would manage to arrive by 9 o'clock. "No tickets? Let me check." Mo Jiao snatched the phone and quickly confirmed the unfortunate news before tossing it back to me. Just then, a message from Chen Yan popped up on my screen. "Little Chen, I apologize for my abruptness. Please remember to wash up. It seems you've gotten quite a bit of blood on you. In a couple of days, once Zhou Tianyuan's case concludes, I'll notify you for dinner." Phew. Thankfully, Mo Jiao was quick with her phone. What a hassle. I replied to her while typing a response to Chen Yan. "Dear Sister Qiumei, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. Rest assured, I haven't taken it to heart. I've already washed off the blood at the bureau. Let us arrange to meet in a few days." Setting the phone down, I exhaled a sigh of relief, as the message had effectively dismantled the barrier between us. However, I couldn't help but wonder why Chen Yan was so proactive. The thoughts of an older sister are indeed inscrutable. "Little Chen, is there an urgency? Would you like to use my private jet?" At that moment, Lu Meili spoke up. "A private jet?" I was taken aback. This concept was utterly foreign to me. Of course, Mo Jiao realized. How could I forget that Sister Meili owns a private jet? We could be airborne by tonight and reach our destination in just 2 hours. That sounds wonderful. Is it convenient for you, Sister Meili? With that kind of a dress, what could possibly be inconvenient? Don't worry. Let Mo Ran take you home to pack, and we shall depart immediately. Lu Meili's genuine laughter resonated with joy at the prospect of assisting me. Yes, I nodded, relieved and grateful. Having a wealthy benefactor truly had its advantages. What I thought was a lost opportunity had transformed into a fortunate windfall. Yet, I couldn't shake off the thought that, according to the system's usual tendencies, obtaining this favor might not be as straightforward as it seemed. It appeared that the esteemed lawyer, Lu Chunxiao, might concoct some complication. Nonetheless, I felt no aversion towards this. I had grown accustomed to it. After all, who wouldn't appreciate the comforts provided by an affluent benefactor? Indeed, it was apparent that those frequently surrounded by wealthy patrons understood my sentiments perfectly. Throughout the journey, our conversation was subdued, yet the atmosphere buzzed with unspoken thoughts. The exuberant Mo Jiao's inner musings echoed like a relentless barrage in my ears. I wish I could accompany Chen Yan to the magical city. What if he falls for some enchanting beauty out there? Ugh, Dad. Please don't make me attend tomorrow's gala. It's such a hassle. I long to go to the magical city, but the gala is of utmost importance, and Dad is abroad. What to do? Though my expression remained calm, I sensed that if Mo Jiao's thoughts were personified, they might just erupt into chaos. In contrast, Lu Meili and Mo Ran's musings were comparatively tranquil. Lu Meili, he finally made an impression on little Chen. He certainly doesn't seem like someone in need of transportation. Perhaps this act of kindness will endear him to me. Such a pity I'm tied up these days. Otherwise, I would genuinely enjoy accompanying him. Mo Ran. I'll inform the secretary to cancel the meetings and official duties for the next couple of days. And I'll expedite the collaboration with a few enterprises in the magical city by freeing up 2 days. I can complete my work in 1 day and spend the other day with little Chen. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. No, I mustn't be so childish at my age. It's perfectly reasonable to spend a day resting in a hotel with little Chen, right? Chen Yan. How is it that hearing their inner thoughts is even more exasperating than not hearing them? At least Mo Jiao wouldn't be heading to the magical city. Upon further reflection, I confirmed that Lu Meili and Mo Ran were indeed going, along with Li Zhiqiu, who had already ventured to the magical city on an assignment, and the imminent encounter with the illustrious lawyer Lu Chunxiao. How do those who cling to wealthy patrons endure such chaos? The mere thought of the impending turmoil sent shivers down my spine. Say, system, how about we negotiate? I've amassed some wealth and assets. While they may not be abundant, they are sufficient for a joyful life. How about you release me from this binding? Beep. A serpent's tongue flicks, leaving no trace. Detection of host desire to disengage from the system. Proceeding with final confirmation process. Please confirm if you wish to disengage. Once disengaged, all system-bestowed benefits will be revoked. Revoked? I was taken aback. It seemed the system indeed possessed such a function. Will my enhancements be rescinded as well? Beep. They will certainly be reclaimed. Furthermore, the burdens incurred from the enhancements will revert to your originally frail body. Please confirm if you wish to disengage. Why would I disengage? I could part with anything, but I absolutely cannot relinquish my enhancements. With resolute determination, I declined. When will my fitness journey commence? My body may be able to endure, but it is growing weary. Chapter 55. El Chunxiao, the aircraft, gracefully sliced through the inky sky, taking off smoothly. Surprisingly, although Mo Ran and Lu Moli were also headed to the Magic City, they did not accompany Chen Yan. Instead, they planned to depart from Shanghai City the following day after attending to official business. The enormous Gulfstream G550 had been transformed into a lavish interior, resembling a luxurious airborne villa, complete with a bedroom, leisure area, and shower facilities. After being settled in by the accompanying crew, Chen Yan began to explore the sumptuous surroundings. He mused that if an apocalypse were to occur, this plane would undoubtedly transform into a mobile shelter in the sky. Bouncing on the soft bed, he couldn't help but marvel at the opulence. He had once believed his wealth was astounding, yet he realized his perspective had been somewhat limited. Just moments ago, when he inquired about the cost of the aircraft from a strikingly beautiful crew member, the answer left him astounded. 900 million. This did not even include the expenses for the entire refurbishment of the aircraft and the crew's annual expenditure, which reached several million. My goodness, to spend millions without any endeavor is indeed a staggering thought. Chen Yan reflected on how poverty truly constrains one's imagination. Having enjoyed a refreshing shower, Chen Yan donned a bathrobe and held a glass of red wine, gazing at the night sky outside while secretly marveling at his fortune. There was no rush. He had only recently acquired the system, yet he had already reaped billions in returns. Given time, he was certain he would be wealthier than nations. Although he felt a twinge of envy, Chen Yan was not envious in a negative sense. After all, he possessed the system, and such riches would eventually be his. He pondered whether it would be his own fortune or that of a multitude of wealthy women surrounding him. A knock echoed on the door of the small bedroom. It was the alluring crew member. "Mr. Chen, would you like a midnight snack?" The beautiful blonde, with striking blue eyes, appeared to hail from Eastern Europe but spoke fluent Mandarin. "No, thank you," Chen Yan replied, not feeling hungry. Then, "Mr. Chen, do you require anything else?" The beauty paused, then casually unbuttoned 2 buttons of her blouse, exposing a considerable expanse of fair neck and collarbone. "Wow, such fairness!" Chen Yan gasped inwardly. What was with this sudden display? His eyes widened. He had never encountered the allure of foreign beauties in such proximity before. No, it's unnecessary," he stammered, firmly convinced that this was not arranged by Lu Moli. While he found her enchanting, he still chose to decline. The system had not issued any prompts. She was either too young or lacked the requisite rating. Furthermore, Chen Yan's discerning eye could distinguish beauty, while this woman was indeed attractive. She could not compare to Mo Ran and her companions, falling short by a significant margin, perhaps akin to Wu Lanxin's level. "All right, Mr. Chen," the beauty responded, somewhat surprised. Typically, the crew was tasked not only with managing the aircraft, but also with attending to Lu Moli's guests. The nature of Lu Moli's family's business often necessitated such measures for balance and transparency, and nearly all guests accepted this arrangement. Chen Yan's refusal was a notable exception. "Then, you may rest, Mr. Chen," she said, departing and leaving Chen Yan alone in the bedroom once more. Feeling somewhat bored, he idly scrolled through his phone and opened the chat interface with Li Jiqiu. Since her departure to the Magic City, he had not heard from her again. He wondered if there were any trouble she was facing. He recalled that Li Ziqiu had gone to the Magic City due to her father-in-law's sudden hospitalization. Regrettably, he did not know any doctors and was uncertain of the precise nature of her task. From his clothing, he retrieved a simple white business card, emblazoned with just a name and a phone number, John Arthur. Another foreigner, lacking a phone number, only an email? Quite mysterious indeed. Pushing the thought aside, he reclined on the bed. Now that the flight had entered a stable cruising phase, there was no need for a seatbelt. He could move about freely. Given the long-distance flight, with over 3 hours remaining, he decided to rest for a while. Chen Yan was quite busy that night. As the official notary lawyer for the Magic City, she was diligently drafting the auction notarization for a small piece of land on the outskirts. Under normal circumstances, drafting a notary for such a minor parcel would not require her expertise. However, this occasion was different. The land in question had a unique attribute, being the private property of the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan. Though small, it was undeniably a one-of-a-kind piece of private land in all of Huagua. This land was part of an auction in collaboration with the Jiangnan Tycoon Zhongweigua and the Magic City government, who promised to donate the entire auction proceeds to impoverished areas in the northwest. Those familiar with land auctions understood that such matters, particularly those intertwined with the government and prominent private entrepreneurs, were laden with complexities. Thus, Chen Yan willingly took charge. After typing the final character on her computer, Chen Yan exhaled deeply, massaging her sore neck as she gazed out the window. It was already dawn. After double-checking her work, she would take a break. The land auction was scheduled for the afternoon, allowing her time for a cervical therapy session in the morning. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the computer screen, so engrossed that she did not notice her assistant entering. Sister Chen Yan, the assistant called, gently placing a cup of coffee on Chen Yan's desk. Have a cup of coffee to perk you up. Oh, thank you, Chen Yan replied, her gaze still glued to the screen, merely acknowledging her assistant's gesture. The assistant pulled up a chair beside her. Sister Chen Yan, what makes this land so special? The starting bid is 50 million. It's even smaller than my apartment complex. Logically, the Magic City was not lacking in residential, commercial, or industrial land, so the scarcity of this particular plot seemed unfounded. Upon hearing her assistant's musings, Chen Yan couldn't help but pause, her eyes momentarily weary. Taking a sip of coffee, she turned to the eager in turn and smiled, as lawyers. We must ensure that every situation has its reasons. This land, though just over 2 acres, commands a starting bid of 50 million for reasons unknown to the average person. The wealthiest man in Jiangnan, Zhongweigua, is quite a formidable figure. He is reportedly over 90 years old. I have interacted with him numerous times. Although he is elderly, he remains astute, albeit a bit superstitious. A flicker of memory passed through Chen Yan's eyes. Her rapid rise in recent years was not only due to her own capabilities, but also to her collaborations with the Zhong family. Superstitious? It's quite normal for an elderly man to have such beliefs, but what does that have to do with the land? The assistant was puzzled, unable to connect the dots. Indeed, there seems to be no direct relation, yet earlier this year, Mr. Zhong consulted someone for divination. He claimed this land conceals a dragon pearl, capable of attracting a true dragon. As he has no sons, only a daughter born late in life, rumored to possess the fate of a heavenly dragon pearl, it is only natural that he would be drawn to such thoughts. If this land truly attracts a dragon, then the dragon will undoubtedly be captivated by his daughter. In that case, the vast Zhong family enterprise will not falter in her hands. Chapter 56. Arrival returning home at 3:30 in the morning, Chen Yan, though physically exhausted, possessed an undeniable vigor. She hastily shed her garments and seized a toy from the bedside table, dashing into the bathroom. This was her unique method of alleviating fatigue. As a top-tier lawyer, she found it difficult to relate to ordinary people, and with age against her, forming deep connections proved challenging. She once set an impressive record of attending over 800 blind dates in a single year, yet her striking beauty and maturity could not eclipse her formidable aura. Each male suitor departed within a minute, unable to withstand her presence. As for dating, Chen Yan's pride forbade her from engaging in such degrading pursuits. The pressures of life weighed heavily upon her, leaving her with no choice but to entertain herself with toys. A melodious tune echoed through the bathroom. By 4 o'clock, the Gulfstream G550 had already landed at the airport in Shanghai. With no further flight obligations, and Chen Yan being a person of great importance to the owner, Lu Moli, the crew remained vigilant, awaiting Chen Yan's awakening. Having enjoyed a refreshing slumber, Chen Yan awoke with vigor, stretching lazily in bed. The comfort of his rest was palpable. He unfastened the seatbelt that the crew had secured before landing. After changing into fresh attire, he exited the aircraft with his belongings in hand. "Mr. Chen, your hotel accommodations have been arranged, and a car is ready to take you there," a flight attendant said with a polite smile, guiding him. Chen Yan was not surprised. He merely nodded and followed her outside. The aircraft belonged to Lu Moli, so it was only natural that she had prearranged the hotel. It was just past 7 o'clock. He had ample time to grab a bite at the hotel before heading to the first hospital of Shanghai. Seated in the awaiting Maybach, Chen Yan dialed Li Jiqiu's number. "Little Chen?" After a lengthy ring, Li Jiqiu's voice came through, filled with surprise yet tinged with fatigue. "Jiqiu, why haven't I heard from you these past couple of days? Are you well?" Chen Yan inquired with genuine concern. This sister figure, the first to connect with him beyond superficiality, held a special place in his heart. Well, Li Jiqiu hesitated, speaking as if she were a child delivering good news without revealing the bad. "Little Chen, I'll be returning to Shanghai City in a couple of days. Just wait for me. I'll bring you a gift." Be good hearing her voice warmed Chen Yan's heart, and a smile crept onto his face. "Before you send me a gift, let me give you a little something first. Guess where I am? Where are you?" Li Jiqiu responded, puzzled, before suddenly bursting into a scream. "Little Chen, you're in Shanghai? Really?" "Yes." "Jiqiu, we'll meet later. By the way, are you at the first hospital of Shanghai?" Chen Yan chuckled, finding satisfaction in her sudden shift from a poised older sister to a spirited younger girl. Yes, I'm waiting for you," she replied, her excitement evident. But then a faint commotion interrupted their conversation. "Little Chen, I can't talk right now. I have something going on. See you later." "Okay, Chen," Yan ended the call, his brow slightly furrowed. The noise on her end had been unclear, but he caught snippets of phrases like "hurry up" and "transfer your responsibilities." Chen Yan was perceptive enough to surmise that Li Jiqiu was likely facing difficulties. Since the peculiar business card was linked to Jiqiu's tasks, he decided to reach out, despite not knowing who the recipient was. Chen Yan opened his email on his phone, composing a message in English. "Hello." As the Maybach glided through the bustling streets of Shanghai, various architectural marvels and stunning vistas passed by the window. Yet, Chen Yan's mind was preoccupied, refreshing his email repeatedly. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived at the Hilton Hotel, there was still no response. Never mind. Let's take care of the important matters first. Chen Yan resolved to tackle each issue one at a time. "Mr. Chen, your check-in has been completed. Please this way." A flight attendant, likely another guide arranged by Lu Moli, escorted him straight to the elevator. The Hilton in Shanghai towered at 88 floors, a symbol of good fortune and a favorite among business travelers. Chen Yan's suite was the presidential suite on the top floor, and as the attendant opened the door, he was once again taken aback by the grandeur that awaited him. "Wow, so this is real. I can't believe such a large hotel exists." Gazing at the nearly 5-meter wide bed, Chen Yan was astonished. Is this even suitable for couples? It certainly did not seem so. Even 6 people could comfortably fit without feeling cramped. The room's decor, from design to materials, was of the highest quality, with antiques that were rumored to be genuine. "Mr. Chen, do you require anything further?" Anything at all. After bringing him to the hotel, the attendant seemed reluctant to conclude her service and began to make her final efforts. Watching the exotic attendant as she spoke and began to tie her hair, Chen Yan quickly waved his hands. "No, thank you. You've been a great help with the time nearing 8 o'clock and the important matters at hand quickly approaching." Chen Yan felt the urge to experience the essence of exotic allure. "All right, Mr. Chen." The attendant appeared somewhat disappointed, but retrieved a small note with her contact information and placed it on the shoe cabinet. "If you need anything, you can reach me anytime." Okay, Chen Yan's lips twitched at her insinuation, but he pondered when Lu Moli and Mo Ran would arrive. The thought of being caught in an awkward moment by them sent a shiver down his spine. As the heavy door closed behind the attendant, Chen Yan was left alone in the expansive presidential suite. He needed to shower quickly. Rush hour was approaching, and he couldn't afford to be delayed. Hey, this hotel is quite impressive. They even have new clothes in the wardrobe. Let me check the size perfect fit. Chen Yan happily selected a brand new outfit. The brand unfamiliar to him, but clearly of exceptional quality. Meanwhile, Lu Moli was finalizing her work plans for the upcoming days, preparing to send them to her secretary before heading home to gather her belongings and call the plane for departure. Ding ding ding, Mo Ran called. Xiao Ran, what is up? Moli, can I borrow your private jet for a bit? I want to step out this afternoon. Lu Moli's expression stiffened. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran, but I need it this afternoon as well, so I can't lend it to you, Moli. Are you heading to Shanghai? Coincidentally, I need to go there too for some official business. Chapter 57. The peculiar and awkward posture. Although Shanghai is a first-tier city and a financial hub of China, the morning rush hour is truly unbearable. Even with the Hilton Hotel arranging dedicated transportation and seasoned drivers for esteemed guests like Chen Yan, a journey that should take merely a few minutes stretched into nearly an hour. Upon arriving at the first hospital of Shanghai, the clock was inching towards 9. Chen Yan hastily entered, only to find himself engulfed in confusion within the expansive hospital lobby. Hey, could you be a bit more specific about the location? You just mentioned a hospital, but I don't even know anyone here. How am I supposed to find them? Yet the system offered him no response. Frustration welled within him as he scanned the bustling crowd, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. What was he to do? No, that couldn't be right. The system wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for him. Logically, he should be able to locate the person without much trouble. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. His heart's eye buff allowed him to perceive the innermost thoughts of women with a score of 90 or above, given the system's tendencies. The prominent lawyer named Lu Chunxiao should undoubtedly have a score exceeding 90. Moreover, she was a woman over 30. With that in mind, he could navigate swiftly, checking for any heart voices to pinpoint Lu Chunxiao's location. With renewed determination, Chen Yan swallowed hard, bounced on his feet, and began to weave through the hospital lobby. He planned to sweep through the floors systematically. The first hospital was vast, yet he believed he could cover it in about 20 minutes. After a thorough search of the ground floor, he found nothing. The pediatrics department on the second floor was ruled out, and still no sign of her elsewhere. The third and fourth floors yielded no results either. He climbed to the fifth floor, excluding the obstetrics and gynecology ICU, but still nothing. Only the sixth floor remained. Heaving a sigh, he felt exhaustion creeping in. Panting heavily, Chen Yan ascended the stairs, dreading that the moment he left an area, Lu Chunxiao would appear right behind him. But he decided to take a chance. The sixth floor housed the rehabilitation and traditional Chinese medicine departments, adorned with classic decor and sparsely populated. The few present exuded a refined air, suggesting they were predominantly wealthy patrons. Chen Yan hurried through the corridor, drenched in sweat, his hurried demeanor starkly contrasting with the calm of the patients on this floor. Yet, no one seemed to judge him. Despite his frantic pace, he radiated an extraordinary presence. Suddenly, as he passed a treatment room, a faint heart voice resonated. Chen Yan paused, elated. Finally, after such a long search, this must be his target. Lu Chunxiao. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 9:14, perfect timing. With no one at the door of the treatment room, he settled onto a nearby bench, awaiting her arrival. It was indeed rare to encounter someone with a score above 90. He had scoured the entire hospital without success until now. As the clock struck 9:15, the moment indicated by the system, Chen Yan focused intently on the treatment room door. Creak, just as he had anticipated. His heart leaped as the door swung open, revealing a woman in a stylish suit, the epitome of urban sophistication. She stepped out gracefully, her black high heels adding an air of both restraint and allure. As she emerged, Chen Yan dared not breathe, fixated on her silhouette. Fortunately, she seemed oblivious to his presence, or she might have mistaken him for a lecherous onlooker. But his charm buff was still active. Perhaps she would perceive him as a captivating stranger. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lu Chunxiao adjusted her neck, inadvertently dropping a stack of documents from her grasp. Quick as lightning, Chen Yan dashed forward, reaching out to retrieve them. However, fate had other plans. The polished floor of this affluent section was deceptively slick, causing him to lose his footing despite successfully grabbing the documents. "Oh no! Watch out!" he shouted, careening towards Lu Chunxiao, who was several feet ahead. Caught in her thoughts, Lu Chunxiao turned just in time to see something barreling towards her. Before she could react, the impact sent her tumbling backward, landing squarely on top of Chen Yan, who was now sprawled against the wall, drawing the attention of onlookers. "Ouch! Ugh!" Chen Yan groaned, dazed and unable to rise. "Could you please get off me? It hurts." The bruise on his chest, still healing, was now exacerbated by her sudden weight. Fortunately, his bones remained intact. "You, who are you?" Lu Chunxiao stammered, trembling as she shifted to rise, her composure shaken. Despite being a seasoned lawyer accustomed to high-pressure situations, she had never faced such an unexpected encounter. I was just picking something up." Chen Yan managed to sit up against the wall, rubbing his aching chest, grimacing in pain. "You could have just picked it up without crashing into me," Lu Chunxiao retorted, her initial anger dissipating as she took in his expression. Chen Yan, realizing he had no intention of claiming the documents as his own, understood that in a public space like a hospital, where surveillance was omnipresent, he couldn't simply snatch and run. He had already come to terms with the fact that regardless of the system's grand design, he would ultimately reap the benefits. For instance, while he hadn't acquired the necklace worth millions from Li Jiqiu, the experience had yielded far more than mere monetary value. Similarly, the USB drive containing Bitcoin had returned to him in another form. Thus, the value of these documents was trivial. What truly mattered was the enchanting presence of a beautiful woman. Raising his hand, he displayed the stack of papers to the nervously fidgeting Lu Chunxiao. "I shall assist you in retrieving your belongings, Sister LV Chunxiao." Chapter 58. The Awakening of Spring Feelings. L. Chunxiao was not initially focused on the documents in Chen Yan's hands. Instead, her mind was in disarray as she attempted to recall who he was. As an attorney, possessing a sharp memory was essential, allowing her to swiftly retrieve relevant memories. Yet now, she could not place Chen Yan's face at all. "I am Chen Yan." "No, Attorney L, do you still need this document?" Chen Yan retorted, his tone rather curt towards the older woman who had inadvertently sat down heavily beside him. "Document? Oh, right, the document." El Shangxiao exclaimed, startled into realization as Chen Yan interrupted her train of thought. She glanced at her file bag and gasped. "Thank you." She retrieved the misplaced document and felt a twinge of embarrassment as she bent down to assist Chen Yan. However, as she applied pressure to her feet, she let out a yelp and collapsed again, landing atop Chen Yan, who had barely lifted off the ground. Chen Yan instinctively braced himself with his hands, wincing in pain. This time, gone was the innocence of yesterday. The sensation of being overwhelmed by El Chunxiao was palpable. "Ugh, this white shirt is truly thin and lacy, quite delightful," El Chunxiao thought, though the sharp pain in her ankle prevented her from dwelling on the more subtle sensations. "Are you all right?" Chen Yan initially suspected El Chunxiao was merely feigning discomfort due to an attraction to him, but upon observing her pained expression, he realized she was genuinely suffering. "My ankle! I twisted my ankle," El Chunxiao cried out, attempting to move her foot, but the piercing agony radiated throughout her body, rendering her unable to stand unaided. "What should we do now?" Chen Yan surveyed their surroundings. There were few people left, and those who had been watching their antics had wandered off, dismissing them as a playful couple. Finding assistance would be challenging, especially since Chen Yan's hands remained firmly pinned under El Chunxiao. El Chunxiao, oblivious to this predicament, persisted in her attempts to rise. "Shall I help you to the treatment room over there?" Chen Yan suggested, gesturing towards a nearby massage therapy area. "All right, I appreciate it." El Chunxiao felt a flicker of joy at Chen Yan's offer, her frustration over her misfortune dissipating momentarily. In fact, she mused, how fortuitous it would have been if they had both found themselves in a more compromising position. Ugh, what absurd thoughts. El Chunxiao, aside from legal matters, is this what's consuming your mind? She chastised herself, pushing aside her frivolous musings as Chen Yan struggled to rise, relieved that her weight was manageable. With wealth as a powerful ally, the elderly physician quickly attended to Chen Xiao upon recognizing her as a regular visitor. After a thorough examination, the doctor removed his glasses and began typing on the computer, stating, your ankle isn't severely injured. It hurts, but thankfully, there's no fracture. I'll prescribe a spray to ease the pain, and you should rest at home. A crutch would be advisable. But I have something important to attend to. Chen Xiao's face paled. She had a notarization auction scheduled for 10:30, and her presence was mandatory for the public notarization process. I'm afraid you can't go. Even if it's not a severe injury, it will hinder your mobility, the doctor replied, his expression one of faux ignorance. You could have your boyfriend handle it for you. Chen Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, but Chen Yan firmly grasped her waist and pulled her to her feet. Thank you, doctor, he said, dismissing the misunderstanding with indifference. With a valuable notarization document returned, Chen Yan was eager to proceed along the established path to ensure the most reliable returns. This was his hypothesis regarding daily fortunes, which, though requiring validation through experience, had thus far proven true. Wait, Chen Yan. Perhaps it was the exertion of the morning or the discomfort of their tumble, but Chen Yan's pace quickened, leaving Chen Xiao struggling to keep up in her high heels, wincing with every step. Attorney, didn't you say you were in a hurry? Let us hurry. I'll take you there. Despite his irritation, Chen Yan was determined not to miss this opportunity, especially since Chen Xiao was hindered. Chen Xiao yearned to mention that she could simply call her assistant for help, yet the words escaped her. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and she momentarily forgot her age, feeling as if she were back in her youthful days. Can you drive? To the land bureau in the Magic City? Chen Xiao whispered, tacitly allowing Chen Yan to accompany her. Yes, give me the keys. Chen Yan responded, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. The effects of charm and elegance were indeed undeniable. As they moved slowly, Chen Xiao's mind wandered through countless fleeting images, imaginatively replacing the protagonists in those scenes with themselves. Chen Yan, however, remained unperturbed. Despite having shed the title of a novice only days ago, he possessed the resilience and fortitude of a seasoned veteran, having navigated the most tumultuous of experiences. Now, even in the presence of the elegantly dressed Chen Xiao, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Chen Yan, was devoid of feelings unless. Chapter 59. Do I strike you as a wealthy individual? Fortunately, despite Chen Xiao's slow movements, they arrived at the Land Bureau within an hour. After locking the car, Chen Yan supported Chen Xiao, carrying her black high heels in his hand. Her ankle was in such a state that even if the ground was scorching or rough, walking barefoot was her only option. Meanwhile, as Chen Yan held the slightly warm heels, a question arose in his mind that many of his friends might ponder. Do beautiful women's feet emit an unpleasant odor? Whether or not they do, the responses from the ladies would undoubtedly be unanimous. Fragrant, undeniably fragrant. As the scene shifted, Chen Yan and his companion arrived late to a bustling conference room, filled with not only wealthy bidders, but also numerous reporters armed with cameras. After all, the collaboration between the wealthiest man in Jiangnan and the City of Magic to sell land and donate the proceeds for developmental purposes was indeed a significant event. However, only a select few were privy to the underlying motives behind this land sale. Initially, the affluent businessman Zhong Weigua was reluctant to engage in this operation. But given that private land auctions required local government approval and his urgency to find a son-in-law, he had no choice but to orchestrate such a conspicuous and suspicious venture. Lawyer LV, please come this way. A staff member welcomed Chen Yan and Chen Xiao, gesturing for her to ascend the stage. As Chen Yan attempted to follow, he was halted. The individuals on stage are directly involved. You may wait below. The staff member's tone was neutral, showing no preferential treatment towards Chen Yan. Very well, he acquiesced. During their journey, Chen Xiao had briefly explained the day's events, and considering the grandiosity of the occasion, he was somewhat relieved not to be on stage. After casting a glance at Chen Xiao that conveyed, "You handle your business. I'll just observe," he descended to find a seat. On the other side, Though LV Chun Xiao felt a twinge of reluctance to part from Chen Yan, as one of the main figures of the day, she could not afford to be frivolous. Supported by her assistant, she approached the two initiators of the land auction, the venerable Zhong Weigua and the second-in-command of Magic City. Lawyer LV, we've been waiting for you. Zhao Bin, the deputy mayor in his 60s with graying hair, greeted her with a smile. Mayor Zhao, I tripped while walking, but it's nothing serious, LV Chun Xiao replied, maintaining her composure despite Zhao Bin's casual demeanor. She then turned to Zhong Weigua, inquiring, Mr. Zhong, may we commence? Mayor Zhao, shall we begin? Or are there still friends who have yet to arrive? Although Zhong Weigua was advanced in years and somewhat senile, he was still aware of the hierarchy at play. Today, as proceedings were under the auspices of Magic City, and he recognized that the decision-maker was not himself. Despite Zhao Bin being merely a deputy mayor, they were in Magic City, a realm far beyond the reach of business people and lawyers like them. Let us begin, Zhao Bin nodded with a smile, signaling his secretary to proceed. The previously stern middle-aged man stepped forward to address the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. As the secretary spoke on behalf of Zhao Bin, the room fell silent. Even the typically boisterous reporters quieted down. Everyone is likely aware of the details regarding this land auction, so we shall not dwell on them further. I must reiterate that this event is jointly initiated by the esteemed Zhong Weigua and the City of Magic, featuring the auction of Parcel B 20115-380, notarized by lawyer LV Chun Xiao from Chuanqiu Law Firm, with the Magic City Land Bureau overseeing the auction process. The proceeds will be entirely donated to the West. In response to the call for collective support, primarily for poverty alleviation and secondarily for infrastructure development. Now, I invite lawyer LV Chun Xiao to read the notarization, followed by the stamping of the document by Mr. Zhong and Deputy Mayor Zhao. After the secretary outlined the procedure, he stepped aside to allow LV Chun Xiao to take the stage. LV Chun Xiao, holding the notarization document that Chen Yan had salvaged that morning, approached calmly and read the contents aloud. Notary, LV Chun Xiao. Upon signing her name, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The document bore the official red seal, and last night had required her to work tirelessly alongside numerous influential figures for its approval. Time was of the essence, allowing no room for error. Thus, should this document be misplaced, the auction would be rendered impossible. Following LV Chun Xiao's retreat, Zhong Weigua and Zhao Bin stepped forward, signing their names and affixing their official seals to the notarized document, which an assistant then raised for the bidders and reporters to view. Excitement rippled through the crowd. This auction was of profound significance, and most attendees were not merely interested in the land itself. Such a modest plot was of little concern to the entrepreneurs present, nor to Magic City, and could be considered trivial. What truly thrilled them was the opportunity to connect with both Zhong Weigua and the municipal government of Magic City. Some may find this exaggerated, but do recall the infamous auction of a Mercedes-Benz by the renowned Zhou? Now, we shall commence the auction. Please prepare yourselves. The prominent figures descended from the stage and took their seats in the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, the total area of this parcel is 598 square meters, designated for commercial and residential use, with a maximum height limit of 35 stories. The starting bid is 50 million, with increments of no less than 5 million. Let the bidding begin. With the auctioneer's hammer falling, an intense bidding war ensued. 60 million, 80 million, I bid 90 million. Before long, to Chen Yan's astonishment, the price soared to 190 million before showing signs of moderation. Goodness, for less than 600 square meters, such a high price, truly a testament to the wealth of the elite. Chen Yan mused softly, his expression a mix of disbelief. This gentleman must refrain from such comments. These individuals are prominent figures in the business world, and their bids are not made without consideration. A low, smoky voice reached Chen Yan's ears, causing him to turn in surprise. Could it be that he had spoken so softly yet was overheard? But as the speaker came into view, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhong Shuqing, only daughter of the Zhong family, age 35, overall rating, 96, current state. Curious, intrigued, oh my. The highest score in history. Chen Yan was utterly taken aback. Her beauty was a blend of allure and playfulness, exuding a noble aura beneath her subtle makeup, coupled with her unique voice. Even though Chen Yan could not discern her figure, he felt a stirring within. She was the type of woman who could easily captivate one's heart at first glance. I was merely speaking casually. Chen Yan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, recognizing that although her beauty was unparalleled and far superior to other women, now was not the time to focus on her. He needed to carefully consider where his own returns would originate. "Aren't you going to place a bid?" Zhong Shuqi, filled with curiosity, inquired about her father's sudden decision to auction off a piece of land that was considered part of her dowry. However, she held no objections. She had only sneaked over today to see who would purchase this parcel of land. Thus, she concealed herself at the back, where by chance she encountered Chen Yan, a man who captivated her at first sight. "Me? Bid?" Chen Yan chuckled, pointing to his own nose. "Do I look like a man of wealth to you?" Chapter 60, A Gift for Him. Chen Yan spoke with such conviction that it left Zhong Shuqing in a state of bewilderment. "Aren't you here to bid?" "Certainly not. I'm merely an ordinary spectator," Chen Yan replied, not even glancing at her. It seemed that the steadily rising price held more intrigue for him than the striking figure of Zhong Shuqing, who resembled a captivating serpent queen. In truth, Chen Yan was not indifferent to beautiful women. On the contrary, he found them quite fascinating. However, he was determined not to let the allure of a pretty sister distract him from the profits to be gained from this auction. As for El Chunxiao, though she was wealthy, her fortune paled in comparison to that of Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu, capping at a mere tens of millions. Therefore, the anticipated profit undoubtedly lay within this auction. An ordinary person? How could an ordinary person even enter? Zhong Shuqing pondered, gazing at Chen Yan's calm profile, a peculiar sensation rising within her heart. For years, as the sole heiress of a prominent family, born into privilege, no one had ever caught her eye. This circumstance had resulted in her being unmarried at over 30, a rarity among the elite. Countless suitors had sought to attach themselves to the Zhong family, focusing their attention on her as a leftover woman, yet she had shown none a hint of warmth. Yet Chen Yan was different. Beyond a fleeting glance of admiration, there was no other unsavory sentiment directed at him. Zhong Shuqing watched him intently, while Chen Yan marveled at the price on the big screen, which had soared to 350 million. Goodness, how can such a small piece of land fetch billions? What could it possibly be worth? Chen Yan muttered to himself, having known the land was valued at 420 million. Yet witnessing the price surge was an astonishing experience for someone who had never participated in an auction. "Do you want it?" Suddenly, Zhong Shuqing leaned closer and whispered to Chen Yan. "Me?" Chen Yan turned in surprise, quickly averting his gaze. The longer he looked at her, the more he felt a surge of emotions. "Of course I want it. While I think this plot is small, there must be a reason for its high value. Anyone would be tempted by such worth," he candidly replied. Zhong Shuqing's eyes grew distant as she contemplated how this extraordinary man, whose appearance and demeanor struck a chord with her, managed to harmonize opulence with the mundane so effortlessly. "Then I shall gift it to you," she said, her smile blissful. "Gift me? Wait, that can't be." Chen Yan was taken aback. Although he recognized her high social standing as a wealthy heiress, they were essentially strangers. How could he accept such a favor? At the very least, they should get to know each other first. "Mr. Dong from the real estate company has bid 350 million. Is there another bidder?" the passionate auctioneer exclaimed. "This is a private plot of land owned by old Master Zhong, extremely rare, and it presents a chance to build connections with him. Do not miss this opportunity." Naturally, her words were not without purpose, having been sanctioned by Zhong Weiguo. After all, the primary goal was to draw out the true contender. 380 million. Zhong Shuqing raised her hand, her slightly husky yet commanding voice resonating throughout the venue. Instantly, the room erupted in a frenzy. 350 million had been the final threshold for many entrepreneurs, and anyone exceeding it would be deemed foolish. "We've reached the limit. Any more would be a loss." Journalists, upon hearing Zhong Shuqing's bid, turned their attention to her, akin to cats sensing a whiff of fish. "Who is that? Who just placed a bid? Who is so wealthy? Look, isn't that old Master Zhong's daughter? What's happening? Is she inflating the price for her own land?" Many business tycoons turned to glance at Zhong Shuqing, sparking a wave of murmurs. 380 million. Chen Yan was momentarily dazed. Wasn't that the value stated in the documents? Could it be he turned to the serene Zhong Shuqing beside him, her large earrings glinting against her fair neck, provoking his imagination? Oh, this must be the predetermined gain from this auction. I object. The individual who had bid 350 million stood up, shouting, "Old Master Zhong, isn't this an act of collusion? Allowing your daughter to bid is rather inappropriate." His words echoed throughout the auction house, igniting a chorus of discussions among the attendees. Zhong Weiguo's aged face expressed surprise, followed by a hint of resignation as he turned to his daughter. "Daughter, what are you doing? Please refrain from frivolous bidding. This is not a game. If you desire a plot of land, we could select one at home." His tone was filled with a fondness that lacked any reprimand. Initially, it seemed that Zhong Weiguo's intervention would nullify the bid and restart the auction. However, Zhong Shuqing's response astonished everyone. "No, I'm merely bidding normally. Is it forbidden for family to bid? I intend to pay real money, which will not even go to the Zhong family. So what? Moreover, this land was once my dowry, and now I wish to gift it." As she concluded, her tone inexplicably softened, her voice lowering. Yet every word was heard clearly by all present. "What?" Zhong Weiguo was momentarily speechless, pointing at his daughter, trembling slightly. "You daughter, did you say you want to gift it? To whom?" His aged heart raced, a mix of anticipation and worry. Beside him, Deputy Mayor Zhao Bin chuckled, patting Zhong Weiguo on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha, old Zhong, the daughter must be in love. Talking of dowries and gifts, how can you not understand?" Zhong Weiguo ignored him, his gaze fixed upon Zhong Shuqing, whose complexion appeared somewhat unnatural. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the hidden motives behind this land and the contents of that prophecy. "I want to gift it to him." Zhong Shuqing hesitated, pointing towards Chen Yan, before leaning closer and whispering, "Hey, little brother, what is your name?" "Me? I'm Chen Yan," he stammered, feeling the prickling sensation of numerous eyes upon him, an instinct telling him he had unwittingly become entangled in something momentous. "Yes, I want to gift it to him." Chen Yan, Chapter 61. A call from little Azu, yesterday and today brought forth an abundance of delightful gifts. Little Wings is utterly astonished, moi. I shall refrain from lengthy expressions of gratitude in the main text, wishing everyone a pleasant reading experience. Love you all dearly. 3. Chen Yan? Which young master is this? Quick, investigate his background. The surname Chen? Do we have an esteemed family with that name in Magic City? He exudes an extraordinary elegance and a distinctive demeanor, yet his actions seem rather furtive. The crowd below erupted in a cacophony of whispers, leaving Chen Yan feeling as if he were being scrutinized from every angle. Lu Chunxiao naturally took notice of him, her expression frozen in disbelief. How could he possibly know the only daughter of the Zhong family? Indeed, with such grace, he must belong to a family of comparable renown. Alas, this only underscores the improbability of any connection between them. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and a sense of emptiness settled in her heart. Even though she, Lu Chunxiao, was the owner of a top-tier law firm in Huagua, she found herself unable to bridge that insurmountable chasm of social class. Meanwhile, Zhong Weiguo's aged gaze was firmly fixed upon Chen Yan, his demeanor, his nobility drawn to this piece of land, seated beside Shao Qi. Could it be? Zhong Weiguo's heart surged with tumult, instinctively viewing Chen Yan as the true dragon he had been searching for. Yet, the wisdom that comes with age kept him from making a hasty judgment. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to conduct an investigation. "Daughter, are you truly willing to purchase and gift this land to Mr. Chen?" Zhong Shuqing lightly tilted her fair chin, remaining unfazed by the grand spectacle that unfolded around her. Her subtle pride and aloofness were further accentuated. "Of course, if I say I shall gift it, then I shall." As she spoke, she produced her card, waving it at the auctioneer, urging, "Why aren't we proceeding?" The beautiful auctioneer appeared troubled, casting an awkward glance at Zhong Weiguo. Without the elder's consent, she dared not continue. "May I inquire as to why?" Zhong Weiguo's aged countenance twitched, The unexpected turn of events orchestrated by his daughter needed a reasonable explanation, lest it invite ridicule from those who held disdain for the Zhong family. Because he is my boyfriend. In a sudden burst of inspiration, Zhong Shuqing declared, pulling the somewhat bewildered Chen Yan to his feet, as if announcing to all present, Chen Yan is my partner. Thus, I wish to gift him this land, which was originally part of my dowry. A profound silence fell over the room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Even the typically boisterous reporters dared not utter a sound. This was indeed significant news. However, upon hearing his daughter's proclamation, Zhong Weigua's face darkened, his expression a stormy cloud, with his chest heaving in agitation. Many anticipated an outburst from the elder, yet after a tense 10 seconds, Zhong Weigua suddenly broke into a smile, exhaling deeply as he waved his hand. Oh, let it be. My daughter has finally found someone. Please forgive us, he declared. The auction proceeds of 420 million will be fully provided by the Zhong family. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Leaning on his cane, he bowed gently to the crowd, seemingly apologizing while firmly announcing the outcome. Chen Yan was utterly bewildered. The events unfolded too quickly for him to intervene, leaving him to accept a piece of land worth 420 million in mere minutes. Many were dissatisfied, believing this to be a mere farce orchestrated by Zhong Weigua. However, out of respect for the elder and Vice Mayor Zhao Bin, they feigned congratulations with smiles. Chen Yan did not linger until the event concluded, but was instead dragged to the backstage by the alluring Zhong Shuqing. Here, the auctioneer, municipal financial officers, notary Lu Chunxiao, and Land Bureau staff awaited, merely needing Chen Yan's identification and the Zhong family's payment. Mr. Chen, may I have your identification? The staff member requested, beginning to organize contracts and materials. Meanwhile, Zhong Shuqing swiftly paid with her card, directly deducting from the familial card provided by Zhong Weigua. Chen Yan had little to do, merely sitting on a nearby chair, waiting. By the way, Brother Tongzi, why has my perception buff ceased to function? I haven't heard a single thought from Zhong Shuqing. She had certainly met the criteria. Ding ding. Host, this system has automatically filtered out trivial thoughts to prevent you from being overwhelmed. Are you sure you want to hear them? There's an automatic filtering feature. How considerate. Ding ding, indeed. So host, would you like to listen? Chen Yan shrank his neck. Since even the system believed it might be drowned in Zhong Shuqing's thoughts, he certainly had no desire to listen. He resolutely opted out. Although auctions, particularly for land, typically appear excessively cumbersome to the layperson, they truly are quite intricate. However, with the endorsement and preparation of the Magic City government, such complexities were entirely avoided. In less than 20 minutes, after navigating through numerous procedures, a parcel of land officially became part of Chen Yan's assets. Just as Chen Yan prepared to rise and collect the land certificate, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Chen Yan hesitated to answer, but fearing he might miss something, he picked up. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yan? A melodious, youthful voice greeted him, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, transporting him back to the summer of his 18th year. It is. Who are you? Chen Yan swiftly dismissed the nostalgic feelings, asking curtly. Such a delightful voice indicated the speaker was likely under 30. Without the charm buff or goodwill to back her, he harbored no illusions about her intentions. Mr. Chen, I'm so glad to finally reach you. I'm the secretary to the owner of Tianji MCN. You can also call me by my stage name, Little Azu. Tianji MCN? Chen Yan paused for a moment before realization dawned upon him. He had nearly forgotten that he had acquired a company valued at over 1 billion for Brother Tongzi just yesterday, which he had previously dismissed with disdain. Oh, hello. What is the purpose of your call? Please come to the company. Several prominent figures from Yinfu have arrived to discuss potential collaborations for high-quality projects. They have been waiting for you all day. Yinfu? Goodness. ISNT, that the short video app he often browses in his free time? Chen Yan was taken aback. This company was quite remarkable, with countless internet firms relying on it for survival and thriving, its valuation likely surpassing $100 billion. All right, have them wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. He resolved to make the trip, as the necessary procedures were already completed. As for Zhong Shuqing, she could do as she pleased. Oh, and Lu Chunxiao. To be honest, Chen Yan wasn't particularly fond of Lu Chunxiao. While she possessed a rare uniqueness, he felt a certain reverence for her profession. What if romance turned sour, leading her to become a twisted, obsessive figure? Would he find himself trapped indefinitely? Oh, little Azu, could you send me the company address? Chapter 62. Is Chen Yan truly the dragon? Upon ending the phone call, Chen Yan attempted to exit but was promptly obstructed by a gathering of individuals. Although their appearances suggested age, their demeanor exuded an extraordinary grace. Even the cane in one gentleman's hand radiated an air of affluence. Smiling broadly, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Bin. It was none other than Zhong Weiguo. Zhong Shuqi, having settled her payment, approached with a substantial municipal invoice in hand. "Father," she called out coolly, momentarily hesitating before positioning herself beside Chen Yan. Given Zhong Shuqi's considerable height, accentuated by her intricately designed high heels, the two appeared almost equal in stature. "Ha! Might this be Mr. Chen Yan?" Zhong Weiguo beamed, surveying Chen Yan with keen interest. "From a distance, I couldn't discern your features, but now that I see you up close, you are indeed quite the striking figure." With a jovial demeanor, he continued, "It is evident that you, Mr. Chen, possess an exceptional charisma, perfectly matched with my daughter. Additionally, I extend my gratitude for the contributions you and Miss Zhong have made to society. Congratulations, old chap, for finally securing such a fine son-in-law." Zhao Bin chimed in, praising the situation. "As long as the funds reach the municipality, it matters not who acquires the land, for this is an achievement under the banner of our great city, and likewise a testament to my own political prowess. In this era, those in subordinate positions often sought to undermine their superiors." Greetings, Chen Yan, having attentively observed the proceedings, was acutely aware of the significance of the individuals before him, causing him to feel somewhat anxious. Even without full comprehension, the entourage trailing the two men indicated their substantial stature. "Ha, indeed, I am Zhong Weiguo, the father of Shao Qi," he said with a genial smile. Yet Chen Yan felt an increasing chill run down his spine. Goodness, those in the know would assume you two are father and daughter, while the uninitiated could easily mistake you for grandfather and granddaughter. "Hello, uncle, I am Chen Yan." He nearly addressed him as grandfather, but caught himself just in time. However, he refrained from engaging in pleasantries with Zhao Bin, as they were virtually strangers, rendering such interactions unnecessary. "Enough. You all should enjoy your family gathering. I shall take my leave." "Hey, you there, Xiao Wu. Have Mr. Chen's paperwork been processed?" Zhao Bin, eager to usher them out, recognized that it was ill-advised to retain outsiders within the municipal confines. "It's all set," a man assigned to handle the formalities replied. Thus, Zhong Weiguo, along with Zhong Shuqi and their retinue, made a graceful exit, shaking hands in farewell. Chen Yan initially intended to slip away, but was inexplicably pulled along by Zhong Shuqi through the throng, moving towards the exit. Zhong Weiguo remained silent, leading the way until they reached the entrance of the Land Bureau, where he finally halted. "Little Chen, given the age difference, I shall address you as such." The elder's kind smile faded as he scrutinized Chen Yan more intently. "There are matters I must clarify. What is your current standing? And which Chen family do you belong to?" There are many prominent Chen families, yet none in the Magic City, nor even in the entirety of Jiangnan. The most distinguished is the Chen family of the imperial capital. I do not have any significant standing, nor am I affiliated with any prominent family," Chen Yan replied, somewhat helplessly, scratching his nose as he prepared to dispel the misunderstanding before Zhong Shuqi's father. "Zhong Laobo, I shall refer to you as such. For addressing you as uncle feels rather awkward." He opted for candor, letting his noble demeanor radiate with unreserved sincerity, eliciting a slight furrow of concern on Zhong Weiguo's brow. Such poise was not typical of ordinary individuals. Chen Yan undoubtedly possessed a noteworthy background. This incident, in truth, arose from a misunderstanding. Initially, I accompanied lawyer L. Chunxiao to deliver documents, as she had sprained her ankle and was unable to move. Considering my presence, I thought it prudent to remain and observe the proceedings. "Why are you pulling at me?" As he spoke, he felt Zhong Shuqi anxiously tugging at his arm. but he gently brushed her off. This was not due to a lack of sympathy or her insufficient charm. Rather, the magnitude of the situation and the presence of the mayor instinctively prompted him to step back, having only recently been an ordinary citizen. Subsequently, I found myself seated when your daughter, is it? She was beside me, though we had no prior acquaintance. And then she suddenly declared her intention to gift me this piece of land. Can you imagine the absurdity of it all? I am utterly baffled. How about this? Jean Labois, I am willing to cooperate unconditionally in transferring the land to you, but I cannot contribute any funds. Do not expect me to bear any financial burden. He spread his hands in a gesture of frankness, having initially been caught off guard and now unwilling to shoulder any losses himself. If worst comes to worst, consult lawyer L. Chunshao. Surely, she would endeavor to assist me given her high caliber as a top-tier attorney. With that, he maneuvered through the crowd, calling out as he walked, "You have my number. If you wish to follow up, please call. I have some matters to attend to now. Until next time." With that, he dashed out the door, heedless of Zhong Shuqi's cries, and hopped into a taxi that had arrived in response to the commotion. Hey, Chen Yan, don't run away. Zhong Shuqi stomped her foot in frustration, her usual regal demeanor dissipating in an instant as she chased after him. This scene unfolded before Zhong Weigua's cloudy old eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from voicing his myriad questions, instead signaling for the driver to approach. "Xiaoqi, you have indeed been reckless this time. Come, let us discuss this in the car," Zhong Weigua stated solemnly, his voice unrestrained as he acknowledged that Chen Yan had spoken candidly in front of numerous reporters. Given that the truth was already out, concealing it was not in his nature. Ugh, this is infuriating. Zhong Shuqi stamped her heels in irritation, her expression decidedly displeased as she entered the luxurious vehicle alongside Zhong Weigua, who slowly departed. Inside the car, she stared ahead, lost in thought, until Zhong Weigua called her name several times before she snapped back to reality. "Xiaoqi, please tell me honestly, what exactly transpired?" Observing his daughter's pensive countenance, Zhong Weigua had an inkling but sought further clarification. Zhong Shuqi bit her lip, possessing a keen business acumen but limited experience in matters of the heart. After a prolonged pause, a flicker of determination crossed her gaze. "Father, I like him. Although this was our first encounter, the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt as though my heart was being tugged. Akin to countless tickling sensations, it is a peculiar feeling, one I have never experienced before. Yet I recognize it as affection. Moreover," she continued, "I find him to be extraordinary." He did not even glance my way, remaining fixated on the auction stage, as if that piece of land held greater allure than I. Zhong Weigua immediately interjected, his murky gaze suddenly sharpening. "Indeed, so you believe he is special, and you're certain this is love?" As she spoke of Chen Yan, an involuntary smile graced Zhong Shuqi's lips, revealing a side of her that was markedly different from her usual self. Zhong Weigua exhaled deeply, since there were no further unexpected developments at the auction venue apart from Chen Yan. He could be reasonably assured that Chen Yan was indeed the true dragon foretold in the divination. However, regarding Chen Yan's background and family heritage, Zhong Weigua felt it was imperative to be well informed. To aspire to be my son-in-law and inherit the entirety of the Zhong family's fortune, one must possess certain exceptional qualities. Otherwise, I cannot entrust my treasures to you. Chapter 63. Is it comfortable to be with a rich woman? This evening, 2 guests will be arriving at home. Xiaoqi, please bring them over. Since you have a fondness for them, as your father, I cannot withhold my support. However, Zhou Weigua's voice grew increasingly frail, tinged with both worry and relief. Yet, I must take the time to thoroughly assess the situation. Do you understand? Zhou Shuqing's expression brightened, her head nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain, a stark contrast to her mature appearance. Only in front of this doting father would she reveal her youthful side. "Really? Thank you, Dad," Zhou Shuqing exclaimed, excitedly planting a kiss on Zhou Weigua's cheek, her joy palpable as she searched for Chen Yan's contact information on her phone and added him as a friend. Throughout her life, whatever she desired, her father always helped her achieve it, and she naturally believed this instance would be no different. Zhou Weigua looked at his daughter, who was now bouncing with excitement while clutching her phone, a mixture of helplessness and affection in his gaze. He sighed inwardly. The divination had indicated clearly that the true dragon would be drawn to the earth, and due to his daughter's unique fate, she would similarly attract the presence of this true dragon. He could only hope that it was indeed a true dragon and not a malevolent one. Meanwhile, Chen Yan sat in a taxi heading towards the Zhongyuan building, the headquarters of his MCN company. Ding! A new notification pinged on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request from a cartoon avatar named Sexy Mother Cockroach. Yes, that is my WeChat name. Whoa, could that name be any more abstract? Chen Yan chuckled, finding the peculiar title oddly pleasant. Adhering to the principle that such an abstract name must belong to an exceptionally cute girl, he decided to accept the request. Who are you? Chen Yan quickly messaged back, adding a playful questioning emoji. It's me, your girlfriend, replied the mother cockroach, who promptly identified herself as Zhou Shuqing. Chen Yan was taken aback. As expected, she was eager to reach out, wanting to reclaim her territory. His initial excitement dissipated. Although the system allowed him to choose not to return certain gains, it was best to avoid anything he had previously never encountered, like real estate. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly typed a response. All right, Miss Zhou, just let me know when you need me to assist with the transfer paperwork. However, just as he sent the message, a new notification appeared from her, specifically a photo, a selfie. The background revealed a car interior, her expression a delightful mix of charm and playfulness, her long, fair legs elegantly bent on the seat, adorned with black nail polish on her toes. Chen Yan inhaled sharply. The content of the photo was overwhelmingly revealing, suitable enough to grace the cover of a photo album without any edits. She was stunning. The overall composition, combined with her beauty, could easily lead one to mistakenly believe she was an AI-generated perfection if he hadn't witnessed her in person. She was reminiscent of a mythical serpent, alluring yet perilous. When did I say I wanted to reclaim the territory? My father invited you. Come to my house for dinner at 7:30. I'll pick you up, okay? Not reclaiming the territory? Inviting me over for dinner? Chen Yan frowned, instinctively wanting to decline, but great fortune moment. Great fortune moment. Warning, 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 warning. Great fortune moment. Golden legend of great fortune. Great fortune moment. The serpent flicks its tongue, leaving no footprints. Sigh, system, you truly are relentless. With no other options, Chen Yan resigned himself to agreeing. All right, I'll send you my location later for you to pick me up. After responding, he set his phone aside, no longer concerning himself with her. He had quite a bit to accomplish today. Having not eaten since breakfast, he still needed to meet Li Zhiqiu in the afternoon. My days are busier than ever, juggling between wealthy women and official duties. Even the chief has me occupied. Ugh, it's exhausting. Half reclining in the back seat of the taxi, he couldn't help but murmur aloud, Driver, do you think it's comfortable to be with a rich woman? The driver, who had been focused on the road, instantly understood the odd question. Young man, you must be from out of town? Yes, I'm just visiting. No, driver. I'm asking if it's comfortable to be with a rich woman. Chen Yan replied, perplexed by the driver's response. Us outsiders often think wealthy women are wonderful. I often get young people asking similar questions, though they may not be as straightforward as you. They usually want to know where to become male models to earn some money. The driver chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the question, sharing tales of the affluent women in the city who are generous with their spending. But, young people must rely on their own efforts. Chen Yan rolled his eyes, unimpressed by the driver, as commentary. What does that even mean? I can work for wealthy women, can't I? Relying on my intellect to provide emotional value. Isn't that valid? Using my fit physique to offer affectionate services. Is there anything wrong with that? Prejudice. Just societal bias. Noticing Chen Yan's silence, the driver grinned, pleased with himself, believing his sharp words had struck a chord with the young man. All right, young man. Just remember to stay grounded and don't chase after unrealistic ideas. Upon reaching their destination, the driver gradually came to a stop, imparting his final piece of advice in a sage tone. Chen Yan, speechless, paid the fare and lingered for a moment before calling out to the driver. I promise to stay grounded and care for my 6 wealthy women. After all, they provide me with money every day. With that, he swaggered away. leaving an impressive silhouette behind. The driver widened his eyes in disbelief, his lips moving silently. Wait, 6 wealthy women giving him money every day, is that true? Hey, young man, do I have a chance to join you in this line of work? Teach me, please. Chapter 64. A film company on the brink of closure? The Tianji MCN Company, a pioneer in the short video entertainment era in Huaihua, stands as one of the earliest established MCN institutions and remains one of the most venerable. As such, its market value has exceeded 100 million, a staggering achievement in the domestic MCN landscape, especially considering the rapid yet volatile growth within the internet entertainment sector. Upon entering the Zhongyuan building, Chen Yan was greeted by a series of large promotional displays, each featuring a stunning internet celebrity from the realm of short videos. Intrigued, he found himself captivated by the array of beauties, particularly some influencers whose legs he often admired, raising an eyebrow in delight. With a plethora of alluring figures under his banner, he mused, wouldn't it be akin to having a harem of 3,000 beauties? Excitedly, he made his way to the elevator. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Despite the absence of turnstiles at the elevator entrance, special access cards were required for entry to any floor. Following a group of attractive young women into the elevator, Chen Yan pressed the button for the 23rd floor multiple times, only to find that the lights remained unlit. Perplexed, he noticed the card reader below. Realizing he was too late to call Xiao Eizhu for assistance, he found himself awkwardly trapped as the elevator doors closed and began to ascend. The young women continued to glance at him, heightening his discomfort. Should he follow them out? With a forced smile, he approached the nearest girl. Hello. I need to get to the 23rd floor. Could you assist me with your card? The girls were headed to the 8th floor. While Chen Yan could also disembark there and traverse the stairs, he deemed it too cumbersome and decided to take a chance. Sorry, we can't help with that. One girl said apologetically, her large, expressive eyes blinking. Our access only allows us to the 8th floor. Ah, I see. No problem. Thank you. With that, Chen Yan took out his phone to call Xiao Eizhu. Meanwhile, the elevator doors opened on the 8th floor, and adhering to the principle of exiting before others, he followed the girls out. Holding his phone, he surveyed the companies on this level, noticing many individuals packing their belongings. Lufeng Films? Are they going out of business? He pondered. The girls swiped their cards to enter their company, joining the ranks of those preparing for an exit. Chen Yan lowered his phone, realizing Xiao Eizhu had not answered. Perhaps she was occupied. Quickly, everyone. We have only 2 hours to vacate, or our belongings will be confiscated. A voice caught Chen Yan's attention. A middle-aged man with graying hair, carefully placing a box in the corridor, turned to him. Hello, are you with the property management? Rest assured, we will complete our move within 2 hours, the man said, approaching Chen Yan with a hint of deference, offering him a cigarette. No, I'm not with property management, Chen Yan replied, waving his hands. Are you the owner here? I thought all the short video companies were doing well. Upon hearing that Chen Yan was not part of property management, the man visibly relaxed, lighting his cigarette and exhaling slowly. You might not be aware, but our company has always focused on long scripted dramas. This content model was marketable a few years ago, but now, it's a different era. Short video content is the norm, and we have been losing money for quite some time. He exhaled a plume of smoke, glancing at his prematurely graying hair. Have you considered a transition? Chen Yan inquired, intrigued as he was now an MCN company owner himself, and deemed it essential to gather insights. With your experience in video production, it shouldn't be too challenging, right? If it were that easy, I wouldn't be here, the man sighed. You likely don't grasp the stark differences between short videos and long scripted dramas. This sector has little room for survival now. Every few days, another company falls. It's not just us. Countless peers nationwide are facing the same fate. The struggle to pivot is arduous, and halting operations is not an option. We can only persist and hope for a breakthrough, but alas. He shook his head, smoke curling from his lips. Ah. Chen Yan nodded, only partially comprehending. Just as he was about to respond, his phone rang with a call from Xiao Eizhu. I can't chat now. I have some matters to attend to, he told the man. But I'm genuinely interested in your situation. Could you share your contact details? As he answered the call, he spoke rapidly to the middle-aged man, who readily obliged, viewing Chen Yan as a brief outlet for his frustrations. After informing Xiao Aizhu of his location, she soon arrived with a property management employee to escort him. Mr. Chen, a petite figure, sprang into view as the elevator doors opened, her lively JK uniform catching Chen Yan's attention, particularly the charming combination of her shoes and knee-high socks. Clearly, from her voice, she was youthful. Indeed, a legal youth. Xiao Aizhu? Yes, Mr. Chen. Let us hurry. Time is of the essence. She beamed, exuding warmth and familiarity, her twin ponytails bouncing as she moved, leaving Chen Yan with an inexplicable urge to tug at them. Curiosity piqued, he followed her into the elevator. So, Xiao Aizhu, do you all typically dress like this? I mean, without uniforms? Well, Mr. Chen, we are an MCN company. She chuckled lightly, though restrained, mindful of her new employer's presence. All right, that makes sense. There is no need for strict dress codes in an MCN company. Chen Yan realized. By the way, how did you recognize me? Xiao Aizhu could no longer contain her laughter at the question. Mr. Chen, of course, I've seen your photos. You're so handsome and easy to recognize. And you're quite young, aren't you? Have you not interacted much with girls? You seem a bit unsure of how to strike up a conversation. Chapter 65. So many influencer companies. I had a delightful day frolicking in Xiamen. Hee. Rest assured, dear ones, the character of Xiao Dou will not be the protagonist. She is merely a supporting role. So there's no need to harbor disdain for her. And you all, oh, my dear little ones, please refrain from imparting me with bizarre knowledge. You are all such mischief makers. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Aizhu's playful banter, but the evident charm in her demeanor suggested she meant no harm, and thus he felt no irritation. Ding-dong, the elevator doors opened slowly, and Xiao Aizhu, with her twin ponytails swaying, exited while chattering. In a moment, I'll have the property management prepare an ID card for you, so you can access the elevator. Mr. Chen, hurry along. The executives from Yinfu are growing impatient. Chen Yan scratched his head, appearing anything but the typical boss, exuding a somewhat bewildered air as he followed closely behind Xiao Aizhu. The entire building belonged to his company, partitioned into numerous areas veiled by semi-transparent glass, through which the hazy silhouettes of young women engaging in live streaming could be discerned. He even spotted several familiar, beautiful faces passing by, engrossed in discussions about makeup and fashion, to the point where neither Xiao Aizhu nor Chen Yan noticed them. Isn't that Senior Nyo Nan? Oh, and Ma Yumeng. Hiss. Electric Mouse. So this is what she truly looks like. Chen Yan was left momentarily speechless, as he had assumed that most online influencers relied on filters and advanced technology. Who would have imagined that in reality, they looked like this? Well, height aside, it's understood that there is often some discrepancy. Amidst the vibrant clamor of the bustling environment, Xiao Aizhu led Chen Yan into the reception room. Mr. Chen, over here. She swiftly pulled out a chair at the head of the table, signaling for Chen Yan to take a seat before formally introducing him. The three middle-aged men inside, upon seeing Chen Yan enter, quickly wiped away any traces of dissatisfaction from their faces and warmly rose to greet him. This is Mr. Li Wei-Tai, the manager of the marketing department at Yinfu. This is Mr. Lu Gaoda, the manager of the content department. And this is Mr. Yuan Zhou, the vice president of Yinfu. After their introductions, all three men nodded towards Chen Yan with smiles. Although Chen Yan lacked business experience, he was perceptive enough to notice the initial discontent and impatience on their faces. Thus he became fully alert and responded to each of them. Greetings, gentlemen. He awkwardly chuckled, causing Xiao Aizhu's facial muscles to twitch. Boss, what kind of response is that? Are you even a real boss? The executives from Yinfu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. The information they had received indicated that the new owner of Tianji MCN was an enigmatic figure with a profound background, surely a person of great significance. After all, Yinfu had no need to lower themselves to engage with a mere company like Tianji. They were more interested in probing the depths of Chen Yan's character. In the realm of internet business, cultivating allies is always preferable to creating enemies. But who would have thought that Chen Yan's demeanor would shatter the mystique they had constructed around him? Mr. Chen, you truly do have a lot on your plate, remarked Mr. Li Wei-Tai, whose sharp features suggested he was not a particularly amiable individual. Observing Chen Yan's lack of any authoritative presence and his repeated disregard for them, they concluded that he was merely a nouveau riche with a decent family background. Acquiring this MCN company was likely just a whimsical venture akin to selecting a harem, a maneuver not uncommon among certain coal magnates. His mocking tone, laced with sarcasm, did not go unnoticed by his colleagues, who merely observed Chen Yan with a bemused expression. Xiao Aizhu's charming face grew somewhat strained. Although Chen Yan was her new boss, he was still the owner of the company, and the behavior of these three was undeniably disrespectful. To her surprise, Chen Yan merely chuckled and waved dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I just attended an auction earlier this morning, which caused a delay." "Ahem, Xiao Aizhu. Could you please find a restaurant and order us a few dishes? I'd like to have lunch with these three gentlemen." Chen Yan turned his head and instructed Xiao Aizhu. She looked puzzled, wondering why her boss would want to dismiss her. What if she encountered some challenging professional questions later? "Mr. Chen, are you sure you can manage?" she whispered, her face filled with concern. "Of course. Why would I not be able to? These three gentlemen are simply providing us with opportunities. They're all good people," Chen Yan replied, dismissively waving her off. "Go on. Hurry up and order some specialty dishes." With that, he gestured repeatedly, prompting Xiao Aizhu to leave with a resigned expression. Well, whatever the boss says goes. Perhaps he has a deliberate plan in mind. As Xiao Aizhu departed from the reception room, she couldn't help but feel anxious. If she offended these three Influ executives, the resources of their MCN company might suffer a significant decline. Meanwhile, Chen Yan flashed an apologetic smile towards the three men. "Ha ha ha. Please, gentlemen, let us not stand on ceremony. Let us enjoy a meal together." The three exchanged glances, each perceiving a measure of surprise in the other's eyes. Chen Yan's decision to send away his secretary was not only puzzling to her, but also to the three executives. Had he truly grasped everything upon taking over the company? "Mr. Chen, there is no need for formality. We are here purely for business. We represent Influ to discuss matters with your company." Mr. Lu Gao adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. "All right, let us chat," Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the underlying implications. In truth, he held little regard for the Tianji MCN company. He viewed it merely as a practice run in business, considering the abundance of resources at his disposal. After all, think about it. Mo Ran and Li Jiqiu, aren't they both titans of the business world? Surely they would never decline his requests. And if all else fails, he had the formidable Lu Mo Li. Not to mention, he had just encountered Zhong Shuqi earlier that morning and would be dining with her in the evening. Ah, the business realm? A trivial matter indeed. Cough, cough. Observing Chen Yan's self-satisfied demeanor, seemingly lost in thought, Vice President Yuan Zhou cleared his throat. "Mr. Chen, we would like to discuss the future direction and concrete development plans for short videos over the next 5 years. Do you have any unique insights on this matter?" His measured tone interrupted Chen Yan's daydreaming. The future direction for short videos over the next 5 years? Concrete development plans? Chen Yan scratched his head, finding the topic rather profound. Is the current influencer entertainment and live streaming no longer sufficient for growth? Chapter 66. The Precious Pearl Meets the True Dragon. Please refrain from teaching me peculiar knowledge, as I am but a pure-hearted child akin to a delicate white flower. As the grand vehicle gradually approached the towering redwood estate, the residence of the Zhong family, Zhong Shuqi returned home, her demeanor markedly transformed. She radiated an unrestrained joy, tinged with a hint of youthful infatuation. "Little Qi, what has brought about such a change today? You look stunning." Zhong Shuqi's mother, Ji Lanfang, gracefully descended the staircase clad in a qipao. Her features bore a resemblance to Zhong Shuqi's, lacking the indifference of her daughter, yet possessing an innate allure. Her skin, meticulously cared for, remained smooth and youthful, defying her age of over 50, making her appear merely in her 30s. Though her youthful days had passed, she exuded a charm surpassing that of many women in their 30s and 40s. "Mom, it's nothing much." Zhong Shuqi, absorbed in her phone, typed away furiously, her head bowed, a dreamy smile playing on her lips. Zhong Weiguo approached Ji Lanfang, who gently nudged his arm. Old Zhong, what is going on? Your daughter seems quite different today. Different? How so? She's just as infuriating as usual. Zhong Weiguo's face, marked by age, was illuminated with a smile as he affectionately regarded his much younger wife. Ji Lanfang was not Zhong Weiguo's only spouse. He had previously been married twice, both wives having succumbed to complications during childbirth, leaving him without heirs. Only Ji Lanfang had borne him a daughter, making both mother and daughter his treasured gems. Old Zhong, your daughter. She seems to be glowing with health, as if she is surrounded by a faint light. Have you noticed? Yi Lanfang, entwined with Zhong Weiguo, observed her daughter with curiosity, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue. A faint light? Zhong Weiguo furrowed his brow, his gaze intensifying upon Zhong Shuqi. In an instant, he felt a jolt of realization coursing through him, his frail body trembling with excitement. Radiance, radiant indeed. This is the precious pearl encountering the true dragon. It is true, it is true. His voice quivered with exhilaration, reverberating in Ji Lanfang's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. Old Zhong, are you saying the true dragon from that divination has genuinely appeared? Our little Qi truly encountered it. Yes, yes. Zhong Weiguo, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, struck the ground with his cane, summoning the butler. Notify everyone, we are hosting the highest caliber banquet tonight. And prepare a generous gift. I intend to present it to our esteemed guest. Though the butler was perplexed, having served the master for a lifetime without witnessing such fervor, he promptly bowed. Understood, sir. What form should the generous gift take? Zhong Weiguo's pupils flickered with contemplation before he slowly replied. Prepare a dowry of the highest standard. No, not so soon. They are not yet at that stage. Let me think. How about this? One asset in kind, one fixed asset, one in cash, and one in precious metals. Each portion must reflect the full value of the dowry. Off you go. Yes. The butler did not hesitate and turned decisively. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Zhong Shuqi, filled with excitement as she messaged Chen Yan, felt a twinge of frustration. She had sent him no less than 100 messages during the journey, yet none had received a reply. Is he ignoring me? No, I must find him. With a playful pout, she called back the butler, who had just stepped out. Uncle, could you find out where Chen Yan is? I've sent you his basic information and a photo. In her phone, she had fortuitously captured a candid profile shot of Chen Yan. Of course, Mississippi. The butler felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at the peculiar situation, with one searching for a person while the other prepared a dowry. Although merely a butler, he wielded significant influence, having access to most of the Zhong family's resources, making the search for an individual a simple task. Before long, Chen Yan's location and movements were sent to Zhong Shuqi's phone. Prepare the car, prepare the car. I am heading to Zhong Yuan Tower. Zhong Shuqi sprang from the sofa, her high heels clicking rapidly as she dashed outside. Hey, little Qi, where are you going? Ji Lanfang called after her, but Zhong Shuqi, seemingly in a hurry, paid no heed to her mother, who was typically as close as a sister. Will she return for dinner? Ji Lanfang shook her head, bemused. It was the first time she had witnessed such behavior from her daughter. Zhong Weiguo, however, simply patted her waist, understanding that she was off to find Chen Yan. By the way, have your family thoroughly investigated Chen Yan's background? Old Zhong, do you think his family background is inadequate? Nonsense. Zhong Weiguo chuckled. Do I need to consider family lineage for those I choose? I merely wish to understand him better. If there's anything we can do, it's wise to prepare in advance. Come now, our daughter has dashed off. Let's have our meal. Growing old. Missing mealtime makes one quite famished. In the office, Chen Yan and the three executives of Influ exchanged perplexed glances. Mr. Chen, why don't you share your company's future output direction? Seeing Chen Yan struggle to articulate a vision, Yuan Zhou, the vice president, sighed in resignation and shifted the topic. He had concluded that Mr. Chen was entirely unfamiliar with the internet entertainment economy. The future output direction. Perhaps expanding the number of internet celebrities? Chen Yan scratched his head, truly lacking expertise in that area. Mr. Chen, your company is already a leading MCN, far surpassing others in the quantity of internet celebrities. Shouldn't we focus on future growth? Yuan Zhou spoke earnestly, regretting not having joined another MCN company, but alas, he was bound by the CEO's wishes. Oh. Chen Yan nodded, still bewildered. It is essential to focus on the future. And then, silence ensued, as the four men resumed their strange, wordless stares. Wait, Chen Yan suddenly exclaimed. What if we produce some short dramas on Info? Mr. Chen, Yuan Zhou shook his head. In terms of films and dramas, we have already secured the rights to the bestsellers on the market. This avenue may not be feasible. Our model is centered around fragmented, lightweight, and leisure-oriented content. Lengthy dramas do not align with our style. No. I am not referring to traditional dramas. Chen Yan swiftly countered. I mean something that caters to the fragmented, lightweight format. Perhaps something you can watch anytime without needing to think. Let us call it short dramas? Chapter 67. What a predicament. Why are you not wearing a bra, my lady? In the midst of short play, the three executives of the Notes app exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. Mr. Chen, could you elaborate? Lu Gaoda, the petite head of the content department, inquired cautiously. The term novel was foreign to them, and they had never encountered such a concept before. Being content-focused, he had keenly sensed a spark of inspiration within it. Elaborate, you say? Chen Yan stroked his chin. In truth, it was merely a fleeting thought that had not been thoroughly pondered. However, he was not lacking in intellect. Considering the overall compatibility of the Notes app and adopting a user-centric perspective, he swiftly conjured a rough outline. Our Notes app primarily outputs short video content, correct? The three executives nodded in unison, well aware that this was their most familiar domain. I, for one, am not particularly talented, but I do enjoy reading novels, the rather mindless and entertaining kind. I wonder if any of you have indulged? Chen Yan continued, referencing popular tropes such as the Dragon King with a crooked mouth or the God of War returns. I'm familiar with that. I'm currently following the Dragon King saga set in the Flower City. Lu Gaodao exclaimed, excitement evident in his applause, as Chen Yan had struck a chord with his leisure interests. Noticing the peculiar glances from the other two, Lu instinctively retracted his neck, his cheeks reddening. What? Can't a person have hobbies? Can you honestly claim you don't enjoy reading? I don't read novels. Yuan Zhou shook his head repeatedly. I study the spring and autumn annals. Li White asserted with conviction. Please, spare me the pretense. Lu Gaoda inwardly scoffed, then turned to Chen Yan. So, your suggestion is to adapt such works into films? That would be no small feat. They had previously attempted innovation, striving for excellence in every aspect from scriptwriting to acting. Yet it ended with acclaim, but no audience. Chen Yan chuckled at this. Lu, are you perhaps too earnest in your efforts? Have you meticulously optimized every detail? Not exactly to perfection, but we aim for the best. However, the greatest hindrance remains the script. Even when adapting best-selling novels, the core can only reach a certain height, failing to achieve a commendable standard. Lu Gaoda sighed, lamenting how the Notes app had ventured down that path only to falter, spending excessively with no returns. Who could afford to lose money like that? Even a company as sizable as Notes. But I have a fresh perspective. As an avid reader, Chen Yan seemed to possess an innate gift, or perhaps it was merely a spark of inspiration. Regardless, he conceived an entirely different approach. What is the essence of an engaging, entertaining novel? The three peers looked at one another, responding in unison. Entertainment? Precisely, Chen Yan exclaimed, slapping the table. While the thrill conveyed through text might appear foolish or mindless when translated to film, that is precisely the effect we desire. Let us discard notions of an extravagant cast or highly skilled screenwriters. Instead, we shall consolidate the exhilarating elements from these novels. Even if it results in something subpar, it will still provide enjoyment for a portion of the audience, wouldn't it? His words ignited a spark of realization among the three, and they exchanged astonished glances. Why didn't we think of this sooner? For instance, when reading The Dragon King in the Flower City, did we not find it utterly nonsensical? Yet, we couldn't stop reading it, chapter after chapter, right, Lu? Chen Yan directed his query at Lu Gaoda, who instinctively nodded. Indeed, I often critique while reading, only to find the dawn breaking before I realize it. Exactly. If we extract the segments, eliminating any unsuitable or sensitive content, and assemble them into units centered around various points of excitement. We could craft episodes just a few minutes long. This would perfectly encapsulate the fragmented, mindless, and lightweight nature we seek. This, my friends, is the short play I envision. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yan raised his hand theatrically, inviting applause. The trio instinctively clapped, their expressions filled with awe. A novel concept, through Chen Yan's succinct explanation, slowly took shape. This young man should not be underestimated. Ahem, I believe I have said enough. Now that we possess a concept, perhaps our company should consider moving in that direction. Chen Yan secretly sighed in relief, realizing that his spontaneous thoughts had surprisingly coalesced into a coherent idea, allowing him to navigate through the discussion seamlessly. Wait, Mr. Chen, I still have a question. Li White raised his hand, resembling a student eager to ask a question in class. While we grasped the essence of a short play, what about the script and the actors? Acting is not the same as filming videos. It requires a solid foundation in performance. No matter how simplistic the content, poor acting would significantly diminish audience expectations. Do you have any strategies to address these two aspects? As the head of operations, Li White was particularly concerned, knowing that if things went awry, he would be the first to bear the blame. Scripts? That is not a problem. Have you forgotten about your own free novels? The copyrights are all intact, aren't they? Chen Yan replied, somewhat astonished that these three had overlooked such an obvious solution. As for the actors, that is indeed a challenge. Chen Yan pondered for a moment. Let us consider it. The predominant attributes of exciting novels are often mindless and overly dramatic. Why not select a few actors with exaggerated and over-the-top performances? This would align perfectly with the essence of a short play, while giving these lesser-known actors an opportunity to reach a broader audience, potentially even advancing into the entertainment industry through a talent agency. His suggestion struck like a thunderclap in the minds of the three. This. Vice President Yuan Zhou found himself at a loss for words. He felt there must be more complexity to the situation, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Only that Chen Yan's proposal appeared remarkably fitting. The other two shared similar sentiments, gazing at Chen Yan in stunned silence, as if he had merely recounted an inconsequential tale. If this step could be successfully executed, it would represent a qualitative leap for both Notes and Tianji MCN. I've said so much, and I feel a pressing need to relieve myself. Please excuse me for a moment. Chen Yan suddenly felt the urge and hurriedly stood up to leave. By all means, Mr. Chen, we will discuss further in your absence. Creaking open the door, Chen Yan intended to step out, only to be startled by a shadow rushing towards him. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, as a cascade of chestnut curls brushed against his face, and a soft figure collided into him. Instinctively, Chen Yan raised his hands to shield himself from the oncoming person or object, only to encounter an entirely different sensation. Soft and springy like cotton candy, a strikingly alluring yet disdainful face came into view, one that regarded all men as mere insects. Oh no, not this glitch plot again. One Chinchiome was already enough. Now I have to endure another. But truly, my lady, why are you not wearing a bra? Chapter 68. What collision could there be at my fiancé's company? In a swift motion, she retracted her hand, concealing it behind her back, the lingering sensation of fullness still palpable in her palm. Zhong Shuqin donned a petite dress, meticulously hand-stitched from the finest silk, renowned for its luxurious quality, smooth and exquisitely soft. The tactile experience surpassed that of 9,999% of the world's population. Chen Yan, I've come to find you. Initially apprehensive that her abrupt action might incite displeasure in Zhong Shuqin, perhaps even diminish her favor, Chen Yan was taken aback to find Zhong Shuqin unperturbed, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. How did you find me? Hey, who do you think I am? In the vibrant metropolis, locating you is merely a trifling task. Zhong Shuqin replied with a faint smile, which led Chen Yan to perceive her demeanor as rather aloof, reminiscent of a character from a film, a socialite, exuding an even greater elegance. Little did he realize, Zhong Shuqin typically maintained a cool indifference towards most, and a mere smile was something that the second-generation elites of the metropolis could only dream of. Oh, since you're here, wait for me a moment. I urgently need to relieve myself. Chen Yan thought it amusing that she had sought him out with such fervor, as if fearing he would evade the transfer of property. Any twinge of guilt he felt for his earlier flirtation with her dissipated instantly. He brushed past her, hurrying towards the restroom. Zhang Shuqin felt no offense. After all, nature calls. Unconsciously touching her chest, she recalled that fleeting sensation. Her cheeks merely flushed while her ears, hidden amidst her hair, had turned a deep crimson. No wonder she had chosen to wear this outfit unsuitable for undergarments today. It was all to await his arrival. She had foregone a bra, opting instead for 2 delicate, breathable stickers, certainly more comfortable in the sweltering summer heat. Clearing her tangled thoughts, Zhang Shuqin glanced towards the reception area, where her colleague, Xiao Azu, had just arrived. Xiao Azu, arms laden with takeout boxes, was unsurprised by Zhang Shuqin's presence. For the front desk had sought her approval to bring Zhang Shuqin to Chen Yan, given her familiarity with the boss, who was desperately in need of a savior. Xiao Azu began, puzzled, but was interrupted by Zhang Shuqin's gesture for silence. Inside, 3 individuals, including Yuan Zhou, were engaged in a heated debate, seemingly centered around Chen Yan's company. As her future husband, she felt compelled to listen. Meanwhile, Xiao Azu, under Zhang Shuqin's directive, inexplicably chose to comply, remaining silent and leaning against the door to eavesdrop. I propose we establish a short drama group, as Chen suggested, dedicated to reviewing and creating an independent platform. No, I believe we should apply to the board for a new independent app, incorporating promotional ads across all existing apps, and subsequently form all necessary departments ourselves. The board is unlikely to agree. The concept of short dramas is too vague and immature. Both proposals are somewhat impractical without clear projected outcomes. No one dares to ensure returns. In my opinion, it should be left to Chen to spearhead the initial trial. This way, we save all costs associated with the project and can entrap Chen under the guise of collaboration. Ultimately, our loss would merely amount to a slight reduction in traffic costs. Yuan Zhou articulated a well-reasoned perspective. While profits would undoubtedly shrink, if successful, it could pave a new avenue for the platform, enhancing the status of Tianji MCN in the online realm, a true win-win scenario. Naturally, if the project failed, it would be of no concern to them. What project are you discussing? As Zhang Shuqin observed the intensity of their discourse waning, she timely interjected, startling Xiao Azu, who was also eavesdropping. To put it bluntly, such matters were commercial secrets. While she was indeed a friend of Chen, her audacity was rather reckless. Despite her elegant demeanor, the 3 individuals were high-ranking executives at the company. The 3 were acutely aware of the significance of their discussion, and upon hearing the unexpected voice, Libaita Kuldli Inkirat, their gazes fell upon Zhang Shuqin, who approached with a graceful stride, and predictably, they were all momentarily taken aback. Upon their first sight of Zhang Shuqin, Li White and Lu Gaoda found themselves utterly captivated. Perfect, alluring. No, to describe her as alluring would be a disservice. She was enchanting, a figure of unparalleled beauty. Conversely, Yuan Zhou's expression revealed sheer astonishment, an overwhelming shock. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? Yuan Zhou rose swiftly, his face a portrait of respect, unable to meet her gaze, seemingly believing that even his sight would tarnish her purity. Yuan Zhou, is it? Zhang Shuqin delicately tapped her chin, struggling to recall his name. Yes, indeed. It is an honor that you remember me, Yuan Zhou replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he averted his gaze, urgently signaling to his colleagues to maintain decorum. Keep those lascivious expressions to yourselves. The 2 men, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Yuan Zhou's demeanor and refrained from imitating his earlier foolishness. Recognizing the gravity of the situation based solely on her poise and Yuan Zhou's attitude. Heavens, 7 or 8 years ago, you spent half an hour at my home discussing the developmental plans for D Station, and my father took but 10 seconds to decide on investment. To think after all this time, you still remember me. Yuan Zhou was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling in the face of Zhang Shuqin's seemingly casual remarks. He was well aware she was exerting pressure. Though the nature of that pressure eluded him, he sensed its undeniable weight. D Station? Yuan, you are still the proprietor of D Station? The other two were oblivious to the implications, merely expressing surprise. This is not a secret within the board. Do not dwell on it, Yuan Zhou thought to himself, wishing he could silence his colleagues, his teeth clenched in frustration. He then turned to Zhong Shuqin, bowing respectfully. Miss Zhong, I presume you have important matters to attend to. How may we assist you? Has this company offended you? Rest assured, it is but a trivial matter. I shall handle it on your behalf. Zhong Shuqin felt a swell of pride within, though her expression remained composed. Offend? Huh. What offense could there be when I am visiting my fiancé's company? Ah, Chen Yan, my dear, your future wife is here to assist you. Am I not splendid? You must reward me with a kiss later. Oh dear, it seems I'm also rewarding myself. Chen Yan is truly delightful. Chapter 69. In a hurry to reclaim the land. Am I not allowed to have a little temper? What? Yuan Zhou was taken aback. As the vice president of Yinfu, he was acutely aware of the wealth and influence of the Zhong family. They were a business dynasty not listed among the wealthy, yet they surpassed many of those who were. The market value of Yinfu was something the Zhong family could easily purchase multiple times over. The other two, although unaware of the underlying circumstances and not recognizing each other, could already glean much from Yuan Zhou's demeanor, reading the shock in his eyes. The fiancé's company. Could it be General Chen Yan? In an instant, Yuan Zhou grasped the situation. He understood why Chen Yan, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of the internet entertainment industry, remained unfazed and could even articulate concepts regarding short dramas. With such a formidable figure backing him, even if he lacked understanding, assistance would surely be at hand. Is this company of yours acquired? Yuan Zhou inquired cautiously. Yet Zhong Shuqi did not even glance his way, gracefully taking her seat at the main table. Naturally, she would not occupy the primary seat, for she knew it belonged to Chen Yan. Acquired? Ha! My fiancé acts independently. There is no need for my interference. Zhong Shuqi fanned herself with a small folding fan, elegantly resting it against her chin as she spoke. Her demeanor was enchanting above and ethereal below, embodying both the opulence characteristic of the affluent women of Shanghai and the gentle allure of Jiangnan's water towns. Are you representing Yinfu, or have you come from D Station? What business do you have with him? Her inquiry appeared routine, but carried an undertone akin to an interrogation. It was evident that should Yuan Zhou express any criticism or challenge towards Chen Yan or his company, his position, whether at Yinfu or D Station, would be untenable, leading to his potential erasure from the internet industry. This time, I am here on behalf of Yinfu to discuss the future of Yinfu's collaboration with MCN companies and our insights on deeper cooperation. Yuan Zhou stammered, unable to take a seat, as did the other two, who stood behind him, not daring to breathe. The pressure was overwhelming, and to extend an invitation and congratulations to General Chen. Yuan Zhou's mind raced. Their purpose for coming was clear, to assess the new owner of Tianshi. Should he fail to meet the expectations of Yinfu's significant partner, it would inevitably lead to a retraction of resources from all influencers associated with Tianshi. Of course, that could not happen now, even if Chen Yan were a fool. Yinfu could not afford to act rashly. An invitation? Congratulations? Zhong Shuqi crossed her legs, the smooth skin of her thighs subtly visible from beneath her skirt. Yet Yuan Zhou dared not glance even once. How do I even begin? Yuan Zhou exhaled deeply. He had never faced such pressure, even during crucial investment presentations. The congratulations stem from our partnership with Yinfu. As an important collaborator, General Chen, with his promising vision, rightfully deserves an increase in resources across our platforms. Though General Chen might think little of this meager offering, it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill. In his subtlety, he had elevated Chen Yan's status while placing himself and Yinfu beneath him. As for the invitation, it was due to my role as a key decision-maker at D Station. I find General Chen's vision and prospects immensely intriguing and hope for a collaboration between D Station and Yinfu in funding. Upon hearing Yuan Zhou's words, Li White and Lu Gaoda fell into a state of bewilderment. Dude, just invest your own company's money. Why bring Yinfu into this? Representing two companies is a serious violation. They were unaware that Influ had already acquired shares in D Station, granting Yuan Zhou the authority to negotiate under dual identities, as profit would benefit either entity. Yuan Zhou was unconcerned about overstepping. If the board at Influ discovered he had brokered an investment with the Zhong family as son-in-law, they would likely celebrate in triumph. Resource allocation was a given. Even if Influ withheld support, he would still demand it. Regarding the investment, Zhong Shuqi's lips curved behind the fan, casting a vibrant shadow that was both striking and bright. Do you think our son-in-law needs your funding? Her words shattered Yuan Zhou's calculations. His face paled. Indeed, the affairs of the Zhong family could never be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. Outside, Xiao Eizhu stood frozen, having overheard everything. While her arms were burdened with heavy dishes, she was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. My heavens! I had no idea General Chen had such a significant background. I was worried for nothing. It seems Tianchu's MCN company will surely thrive. General Chen is a true magnate. I wonder if my salary might increase? Imagining the prospect of a doubled salary, she couldn't help but smile giddily. Xiao Eizhu, what are you laughing at? The voice startled her, causing her to jump. Looking up, she saw Chen Yan, wiping his hands with a puzzled expression. And no. General Chen, your wife is inside. You should go in. Oh, do you need me to bring the dishes in? Xiao Eizhu stuttered, lifting the dishes in her hands. Of course, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, entering as he continued to dry his hands. Xiao Chen Yan, come here. Upon seeing him return, Zhong Shuqi's demeanor shifted from aloof to vivacious, captivating the three others present, including Xiao Eizhu, with her infectious energy. Why are you here? Chen Yan reiterated the question, taking a seat at the previously occupied main chair. His demeanor was not particularly warm, yet he did not exhibit hostility in front of others, his tone remaining neutral. Well, eager to reclaim the land, am I not allowed a moment of concern or to indulge in a little temper? I came to see you. Zhong Shuqi replied with a smile in her eyes, seemingly unfazed by Chen Yan's slightly indifferent attitude, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Have you not eaten? Xiao Eizhu, bring over the food. You should join us. Chen Yan, unable to tolerate her attention, waved at Xiao Eizhu by the door, then turned to Yuan Zhou and the others. Let us all dine together. Another day, I shall host you for a feast. Yeah, why are you all standing? Gulme, sit down. The three hesitated. Yuan Zhou was observing Zhong Shuqi's expression, while Li White and Lu Gaodao were watching him. Sit down, didn't you hear? Zhong Shuqi's voice turned icy. Chapter 70. Not even wanting shares? A pointed criticism towards Director Liao, who relishes pork belly hot pot, and the troublesome Yu Ji from Tianpeng Mountain. How dare you deliver gifts at 4 or 5 in the morning? You ought to be reprimanded. One must rest during the hours meant for slumber, do you understand? Nonetheless, I still express my gratitude for the gifts from you two rascals, as well as from Dong Gong Yao's precious Aokra Lin, CC's Dear Wang, user 422666141, and the treasured Hu Zhongxian from Lujia Town, truly a loyal fan. Also, to the ones who enjoy Tofu Puff, Huang Zhongqi, and Ping Buzhou, and to all the beloved readers of Xiao Qibong's works. I adore you all, moi. As the group sat down, a sudden silence enveloped them, their movements frantic as they pulled out chairs. On the other side, Xiao Eizhu, initially taken aback, felt a jolt when she caught a glance from Zhong Shuqi, quickly arranging the still steaming meal boxes. Chen Yan looked at Zhong Shuqi with puzzlement. Why did these individuals seem so intimidated by her? Ah, yes, even Xiao Eizhu. Xiao Eizhu dutifully distributed the bowls and chopsticks before opening the meal boxes. Notably, she had taken the initiative to prepare an extra portion of rice, just enough for Zhong Shuqi. After completing her tasks, she prepared to leave, but was promptly called back by Chen Yan. Xiao Eizhu, where are you going? Hurry and eat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned back, waving her hands. No, Chenzong, you all eat, I don't need any. Stop joking. Come and eat. A fierce glare from Chen Yan unleashed an authoritative presence that made the others flinch, though Zhong Shuqi remained unaffected, gazing at him with admiration. Oh, all right. Xiao Eizhu felt no courage to refuse, obediently taking a seat at the long table and picking up a pair of chopsticks, only to find herself awkwardly sitting there. There's no rice left. The others noticed this scene with delight. It was the perfect opportunity to curry favor. Secretary Xiao Zhu, eat my portion. I have a small appetite. You can have mine. I usually don't eat rice. The trio from Yuanzhou rushed forward with a box of rice, leaving her utterly bewildered. No. Get away. Zhong Shuqi gently tapped the table, casting a glance that made the three from Yuanzhou obediently return to their seats in silence. Take it. She pushed her rice towards Xiao Zhu and casually grabbed a small plastic bowl, without hesitation scooping a mound of rice into Chen Yan's bowl. Chen Yan shot her an annoyed look, but said nothing, his stomach growling from hunger. This feast had cost quite a bit, and thankfully it was on the company's account. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken. Hey, in Shanghai, let us come to the office for meals in the future. We get to enjoy good food without spending our own money. He continued to eat with gusto, his hunger intensified by the delicious and pricey dishes. Zhong Shuqi, however, took small bites from the same bowl of rice as Chen Yan, lightly nudging him with her chopsticks. Eat up. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhu and the trio from Yuanzhou finally began to eat, albeit with great restraint, fearful of appearing impolite. As the meal progressed, Chen Yan began to feel somewhat satiated, thus slowing his pace. While eating, he could no longer contain himself. He put down his bowl and looked at Zhong Shuqi. Sister Zhong, why do you keep staring at me while I eat? If it's that important, I can accompany you to sort things out in the afternoon. His helpless tone echoed in the ears of the others, causing them to momentarily freeze. Oh no, there's gossip, the kind we shouldn't be overhearing. They immediately dug into their food, yet their ears perked up involuntarily, savoring the plain rice with great enjoyment. Zhong Shuqi gently nibbled on her chopsticks, her demeanor irresistibly alluring, her eyelashes fluttering slowly. Afternoon? I thought it was evening. Oh, I see. All right, I understand you're in a hurry. Afternoon, it is. Chen Yan was bewildered. Evening? Was the land bureau even open then? What do you mean in a hurry? Are you worried I'll run away if you don't keep an eye on me? Indeed, he had overestimated the influence of good rapport. Despite having over 90 points of goodwill, he still couldn't let go of that piece of land. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm off to the restroom. Chen Yan casually concocted an excuse to leave, and Zhong Shuqi called after him. I'll be waiting here for you. Xiao Chen Yan, upon saying that, she contentedly continued to savor her remaining morsel of rice, treating it like a rare delicacy. Yuanzhou, with a glint of inspiration, swiftly stood up. Miss Zhong, I'll go check on Chen Zhong. You carry on with your meal. Zhong Shuqi ignored him, and Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief as he dashed after Chen Yan. Behind him, Lu Gaoda and Li White followed suit, knowing they had to escape too. The atmosphere was simply unbearable. They all found excuses to get up, and the three soon encountered Chen Yan in the restroom. Gentlemen, what is going on? Are you here for a break too? Chen Yan didn't genuinely intend to use the restroom. He merely found Zhong Shuqi somewhat bothersome and wanted to find out how she managed to handle the property transfer on her own. Haha, Chen Zhong. I apologize for any oversight today. Had I known your identity, I would have required you to come all the way to the company personally. It should have been us treating you. Yuanzhou beamed, as he had successfully engaged Chen Yan, thus fulfilling half of his plan. The two men beside him were oblivious to Yuanzhou's intentions and simply nodded in agreement. My identity? Chen Yan was taken aback, pointing to himself. What identity do I have? Don't joke around, Yuanzhou. I'm just a new little boss of this company. Oh, Chen Zhong, you're being modest. Yuanzhou thought Chen Yan was simply low profile and didn't want to impose his status. He felt slightly moved. We all know that you are the son-in-law of the Zhong family, the heir to the vast family business. His statement was not unfounded. The elite circles of Shanghai were quite aware of this fact. Anyone who became the son-in-law of the Zhong family would inherit its wealth. A statement made by the esteemed Zhong Weigua himself. Chen Yan's eyes widened, incredulity etched on his face. What nonsense! You're saying I'm a son-in-law? Don't spout such absurdities. Chen Zhong, please calm down. I understand your thoughts. Rest assured, we will interact as we ought to. Yuanzhou assumed Chen Yan was merely trying to avoid complicating their collaboration due to his status. Thus, He unveiled his meticulously crafted plan. Chen Zong, my surname is Yuan. You can call me Xiao Yuan from now on. Yuan Zhou's expression turned serious. The offspring of affluent families value propriety above all. In addition to being the vice president of Influ, I also own a company called D Station. I can now represent both Influ and D Station to extend an invitation for a collaboration on a short drama project, and we will bear all investment costs. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, you just said D Station belongs to you? And you're willing to cover the investment for the short drama? Yuan Zhou nodded. That's right, Chen Zong. All investment amounts will be fully covered by our two companies, whether it's tens of millions or billions. We will take on. Chen Yan found it hard to believe his ears. He suspected that either he had lost his mind or Yuan Zhou had. Indeed, regardless of the amount, as long as we can provide it, we shall fully bear the investment, and we only require a modest share of the advertising revenue. We do not even desire any equity. Chapter 71. Seizing the Youth? Thousands of Billions. After a spirited conversation with Yuan Zhou, Chen Yan stumbled toward the reception room. The three of them did not choose to return together. Instead, they hurriedly took their leave, claiming they needed to report back and draft a detailed cooperation plan, as well as liaise with advertisers in advance. For Chen Yan, his task was simply to establish a filming department and submit various budgets as soon as possible. Yuan Zhou had even subtly hinted that he could consider inflating the numbers a bit. Upon returning to the reception room, the disarray on the table had been tidied up by Xiao Azu, leaving only Zhong Shuqing sitting there, idly toying with her hair. Little Chen Yan, shall we go? Upon seeing Chen Yan return, a visible joy lit up Zhong Shuqing's face. Go, where? Chen Yan momentarily failed to grasp the situation, then suddenly realized, oh, it's almost 2 o'clock. You want me to handle the transfer, right? But I have other matters this afternoon. How about we do it tomorrow? He certainly wouldn't forget that he still needed to make another trip to the first hospital, where Li Jiqiu was still on duty. Transfer? Zhong Shuqing's eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and she burst into laughter. Hee hee, little Chen Yan. You really don't think we would reclaim that piece of land, do you? That is my dowry. Since it's given to you, the son-in-law of the Zhong family. How could we possibly want it back? The Zhong family is not that petty. As she spoke, Zhong Shuqing wrinkled her delicate nose, seemingly a bit miffed by Chen Yan's underestimation. Oh, is that so? Chen Yan scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. Then why did you check my location to find me? Naturally. I wanted to see you, Zhong Shuqing unabashedly replied, lacking any trace of girlish shyness, even returning a teasing gaze to Chen Yan. To see me, Chen Yan was not surprised by this sentiment, given the apparent mutual affection. However, he soon discovered a blind spot. Wait a moment, you just said, Zhong family son-in-law. He pointed himself, me? At his words, Zhong Shuqing chuckled lightly, her slender fingers playfully pinching Chen Yan's cheek. Otherwise, if you've taken my land, then you are mine now. Planning to flee? You can't escape. Chen Yan's lips twitched. No way, dear sister. Out of the blue, you want to marry me. Want to marry me? Is that still a thing these days? You can't even forcefully buy things anymore. Did you ask for my consent? Forget it. Anyway, I won't be staying in the city for long. Just a couple of days of fun, then I'll vanish. Later, I'll find an opportunity to sell the company. And voila, we'll be able to live freely wherever we go. As for relying on selling my body to your Zhong family, don't worry. All the vast wealth of the Zhong family will be yours once we tie the knot, just as Chen Yan was secretly calculating. Zhong Shuqing's words echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper. What? Thousands of billions? Seizing youth. Chen Yan intended to mock her, but the number she mentioned kept reverberating in his mind, shattering all his previous plans. What did she mean by selling his body? That was something male models did. What he was doing was contributing his youth. In an instant, it seemed Zhong Shuqing had a misconception, as Chen Yan's gaze toward her suddenly turned resolute, as if he were determined to join a cause. Ahem. Seeing Zhong Shuqing's amused expression, Chen Yan felt a bit flustered, his words becoming tangled. Then he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I admit you possess a certain charm, and your family background is quite respectable, which I find appealing. But I must make it clear, my heart holds ample space dedicated to my country and the people, and I cannot allocate any more to you. Do you understand? Seeing her little man in such a state, Zhong Shuqing was delighted, sensing that Chen Yan's barriers had considerably diminished at that moment. I understand, my husband. Chen Yan shivered at her soft voice, which tickled his heart, perfectly embodying the gentle grace of the Jiangnan waters. Your family runs such a large business. May I ask you something? Quickly dismissing any useless thoughts, he decided to take the opportunity, since he had taken over the company, to seek a bit of personal benefit. Sure, go ahead, Zhong Shuqing replied nonchalantly, unaware that her father, Zhong Weiguo, would likely be torn between laughter and tears upon discovering that his daughter's immense family fortune was destined to bear the Chen surname. If I were to establish a low-budget film production team, including hiring actors and such, what would the budget roughly be? He certainly wouldn't let such a golden opportunity to earn some private funds slip away. You're referring to the project you just discussed, right? Zhong Shuqing was well aware, although Yuan Zhou hadn't specified the details, and she had little interest in them. Yes, it's a short drama project. My idea is to acquire the copyrights of some popular, mindless novels, adapt them into films, and then proceed accordingly. Chen Yan rambled on enthusiastically, despite lacking business experience, his imagination running wild. He even elaborated on the profit model. The more Zhong Shuqing listened, the more her eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Yan's entrepreneurial flair. As Chen Yan spoke until his mouth was dry, he lifted the cup on the table and drained it entirely, only to notice a faint lip print on the rim. Ah, I didn't realize it was yours. Ha! He chuckled awkwardly, his action akin to picking up someone else's sock, epic in its awkwardness. Zhong Shuqing was unbothered, propping herself up with her delicate arms, and gently spoke, if we consider a situation where you have nothing. This level of production team configuration isn't very expensive. At most, it can be managed with 30 to 50 million. How about it? Shall I help you with it? In Zhong Shuqing's eyes, such a trivial matter hardly registered as significant, not even reaching the billion mark. No, I have it all figured out. I plan to handle it myself. Chen Yan was keen to pocket some extra cash. If Zhong Shuqing managed it, he wouldn't earn a single cent. Besides, since it was only 30 to 50 million, getting Zhong Shuqing involved would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. 30 to 50 million? He could report it as 50 million and pocket an extra 10 to 20 million. Wait, hadn't he just met a small company that had gone bankrupt and was being kicked out? If he merged that little company and offered them a symbolic share of the profits, picking up the ready-made deal, earning an extra 500,000 shouldn't be an issue, right? Chapter 72. The Pitiful John Arthur. Alas, I am aware that my writing leaves much to be desired. Yet there are some treasures among you who should direct your ire towards me rather than the protagonist. After all, I am the one who penned him. Oh, heeked. I shall revise the plot elements that many find toxic, and I am even willing to delete them entirely if need be. Love you all. Moi. Given the subpar quality of my writing, there is no need for you to bestow upon me extravagant gifts. A token of your affection that costs nothing will suffice. With such thoughts, Chen Yan could no longer remain seated. He seized a business card and dashed out of the reception room to make a call. Zhong Shuqing, her beautiful eyes glistening, watched Chen Yan's hurried departure with a smile, and she too retrieved her phone to place a call. Hello, old Zhong. You're acquainted with the owner of Influ, correct? Please inform him that any collaboration with Tianji MCN Company, regardless of its form, must prioritize Tianji. Whose company? Your son-in-law's, so stop dawdling and take care of it. Without allowing for a response, she hung up, leaving Zhong Weiguo utterly bewildered. What? Old Zhong, is that you? What company could possibly warrant her attention? The two had just finished their meal and were engaged in casual conversation about Chen Yan when Zhong Shuqing's call abruptly transformed the atmosphere with a flurry of commands. Zhong Weiguo's face lit up with excitement. He felt revitalized. A company named Tianji MCN? I must go directly to the owner of Influ and issue a notification. Tianji MCN? I am aware of that company. It is merely a small internet firm in our city. Why would Xiaoqi be so concerned about this little company? Ji Lanfang remarked, puzzled. Although she seldom involved herself in the family's business dealings, she was fairly well-versed in the local commercial landscape. You may not realize, but despite its size, this company possesses unique qualities. Zhong Weiguo laughed heartily. showing no signs of his advanced age of over 90. "Oh, what makes it so special? Old Joan, you were teasing me. Do tell." Ji Lanfang's intuition warned her that the matter was more complex than it appeared, and seeing her husband so animated, she could no longer hold back, playfully twisting his ear. Though Zhong Weiguo held a prestigious position in the business world, at home, he was under the thumb of his wife, often subject to her playful reprimands. With a yelp, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I will speak. Dear, please release me." Ji Lanfang finally relented, eager to hear what had stirred such urgency in both her husband and daughter. "The company named Tianji was founded by your son-in-law." Zhong Weiguo placed a reassuring hand on Ji Lanfang's shoulder, his tone earnest. "This young man is impressive. His ability to prompt Shao Qi to hastily call indicates he must be facing a significant challenge. Then you must go help him," Yi Lanfang exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. She had yet to obtain Chen Yan's information, believing him to be an ordinary individual, only to discover he operated a company in the city, far beyond her expectations. "Hurry, do not linger." Though she had never met Chen Yan as a future mother-in-law, she felt an instinctual fondness for her son-in-law and urged her husband onward. "All right, I was actually looking for his number. There's been so much going on lately, and I need to assist in locating people." Zhong Weiguo grumbled. "Where have I stored the contact for the owner of Yinfu?" At that moment, John Arthur, the representative of the Mog Trust Fund for the Huaguo region, was busily packing his belongings in a hotel room. Behind him lay a disheveled luxury bed, with 3 beautiful women sprawled across it, blissfully asleep. Shit. With no information other than knowing he is 23 this year, how am I to find this Mr. Chen within just a month? Mr. Chen is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to overlook this. I wonder if the Zhong family will be able to locate him in the remaining days. As he lamented, he secured his suitcase and cast one last glance around the room. Fortunately, the entertainment scene in Huaguo remained quite vibrant. In his final days there, he should pay a visit to the Chen family in the capital. But first, he needed to review the week's agenda. Seated at his desk, John Arthur opened his office notebook and adeptly accessed his email to check for work-related correspondence. As an expatriate of the Mog Trust Fund, his visit to Huaguo was not solely for one purpose. Beyond seeking the elusive Mr. Chen, he had various other matters to attend to, such as banks in the Port District and prominent families in the interior, all part of his itinerary. Who was this email from? He noted that few people had access to his email address, so it was unlikely he would receive junk mail. The only possible senders were internal leaders of the fund or significant clients. Chen Yuluoyan? What a peculiar name. My level 8 Chinese cannot decipher it. Hello? Is this some sort of prank? John Arthur furrowed his brow, irritated by what he deemed a waste of time. Just as he was about to delete the message, a sudden epiphany struck him, causing him to halt his hand. This Chen is indeed the Chen from Mr. Chen. How does he know my email? And why has he sent me a greeting? Could it be that he is the very individual I seek? Has he been aware of my search and reached out to me first? As a brilliant mind adept in finance, his thoughts raced, quickly piecing together various implications. Indeed, Mr. Chen was a person deserving of respect within the trust fund. His influence was immense, and it was reasonable to assume he could easily ascertain that he was being sought after. Perhaps he was concerned that John Arthur might not find him, and thus took the initiative to introduce himself. The more John Arthur contemplated, the more convinced he became of this theory, and his excitement surged, causing him to tremble. He swiftly opened the reply interface, his fingers shaking as he typed a message in Chinese. May I inquire if this is Mr. Chen? Please be sure to reply with your contact information. I am John Arthur, sent by Mog Trust to seek you. With a heart racing in anticipation, he clicked send, his face flushed with exhilaration. He had never felt so embarrassed, not even when his mother finally succeeded in arranging a match for him. Oh, omnipotent Lord, I beseech you to grant the poor John his wish. If I fail to find Mr. Chen, I shall be utterly doomed. Meanwhile, Chen Yan had successfully reached out to the acquaintance he had contacted earlier that morning. Upon receiving Chen Yan's call, the individual could not contain his excitement and exclaimed for quite a while before calming down and agreeing to meet at the company. However, upon checking the time, Chen Yan realized it was already past 2 o'clock. The lunch rush had begun, and he felt an unsettling sense of urgency. He decided to delegate the matter to his secretary and instructed, Xiao Eizhu, please connect with this person. Ask him what conditions are needed for a full acquisition or the establishment of an independent department within our company. Remember to drive the price down. Having hastily conveyed his instructions to Xiao Eizhu, he then called out loudly to the reception area. Ms. Zhong, are you driving? Would you be so kind as to take me to the first hospital? Chapter 73. The Boss Lady? The previous chapter was swallowed. It hasn't been approved yet. Alas, Zhong Shuqi, of course, knew how to drive. The moment she heard Chen Yan mention going to the hospital, she sprang up from her chair and threw herself onto him. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Have you been injured? Let us go. I have a private doctor at home. Chen Yan, caught completely off guard, felt her warm touch envelop him. Hey, we're at the office. Mind the impression? Sister. He quickly pushed her away, his face warming from the unavoidable contact. I'm neither ill nor injured. I just need to check on my sister at the hospital. All right then, if you can drive, hurry and take me there, or let me drive myself. Don't worry, I 1T run away. Clearly, her last statement was unnecessary. Even if he requested a helicopter, Zhong Shuqi would comply without hesitation. Let us go. Xiao Eizhu, ever observant, spotted them passing through the office and immediately rushed ahead to lead the way and call the elevator. She had just taken the opportunity to search for information about the Zhong family, and what she found nearly left her breathless. Her boss was the only daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. My goodness, if I perform well, how could I not expect a raise? While waiting for the elevator, Chen Yan cast a curious glance at the petite girl, who was grinning at him with a goofy smile, her eyes sparkling with an innocent foolishness. Xiao Eizhu, make sure to discuss your tasks clearly, and feel free to contact me anytime. As he was leaving, Chen Yan felt a surge of self-doubt regarding this adorable little creature, and couldn't help but remind her once more. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Xiao Eizhu guarantees to complete the task perfectly. I've added you as a friend. Please accept when you have time. Goodbye, boss and boss lady. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Xiao Eizhu waved her hand, her figure gradually fading away. What on earth? Even calling her the boss lady? Truly. Chen Yan shook his head in amusement, turning to Zhong Shuqi. Hey, don't take that silly girl seriously. She's just talking nonsense. Huh? Hey, why do you look so pleased? Your face is as red as a teapot. To his surprise, Zhong Shuqi was sweating, her ears flushed, lips moving silently as she repeatedly murmured, boss lady, boss lady, boss lady. Ha, love struck. Xiao Chen Yan. As the elevator descended to the 10th floor, perhaps due to it being a dedicated lift, it did not stop, leaving only the two of them inside. Suddenly, Zhong Shuqi grasped Chen Yan's arm, her voice small yet firm. I want to give your secretary a raise. A raise? Chen Yan stared at her in disbelief, shock evident in his eyes. Is it really necessary? Just because you call her boss lady, you Zhong family members can be so capricious with salary increases? He initially intended to refuse, but upon meeting Zhong Shuqi's determined gaze, realized that if he declined, she would find a way to grant Xiao Eizhu a raise regardless. Caught in the dilemma of preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, Chen Yan reluctantly nodded. Fine, give her a raise. I'll notify her shortly. Yay! Zhong Shuqi beamed, nodding vigorously, her joy palpable at having her small request fulfilled, prompting Chen Yan to glance at her again. This little one, despite appearing so composed, was rather adorable. No wonder a certain gentleman's saying had been deemed profound. I must see lovely ladies every day, not for any other reason, but for my own pleasure. Indeed, it was truly pleasurable. Ding-dong, the elevator reached the ground floor, and the two quickly exited, a luxurious Rolls-Royce waiting at the entrance. Mississippi. Young master. The driver courteously opened the door for them, greeting Chen Yan somewhat awkwardly. As he settled into the car, Chen Yan felt a mix of novelty and warmth. Over the past few days, he had seen many luxurious vehicles, from Ferraris to Autos, even the likes of Koenigsegg's. But this Rolls-Royce felt distinctly different. Once inside, he felt an immediate warmth. Oops, wrong set. Chen Yan glanced around, finding it somewhat dull after a brief exploration, and declined Zhong Shuqi's offer of champagne, turning his attention to his phone instead. Upon opening it, he noticed a new email notification. A reply from the foreign gentleman. Chen Yan was curious about this John Arthur. especially since it was a business card awarded by the system, leaving him unsure of its purpose. Is this Master Chen? Please reply with your contact information. I am John Arthur, sent by More Trust to seek you out. More Trust? Master Chen? Chen Yan was bewildered. Wasn't he the dividend from More Trust a reward from the system? Why would they be looking for him? Initially, a sense of unease gripped him, but soon, he realized that the rewards given by the system surely had a source. If that were the case, it made sense that More Trust would know him. But the question remained, why were they seeking him? His instinct as a small fry prompted him to shy away from potential danger. However, after examining the email twice, he concluded that it likely was in trouble. After all, how could they be so polite, even referring to him as Master Chen? Moreover, since the business card was a reward from the system, he couldn't believe that the often derided system would provide him with something detrimental. Hello, my phone number is 152XXXXXXXX whatever. I'll deal with it when they call. I have plenty of support now, not to mention whether in Shanghai or Shanghai City, where couldn't I walk with confidence, expecting that this foreigner might be adjusting to time zones. Chen Yan was surprised when, within a minute of sending the email, his phone vibrated. Indeed, the caller was an American number. Oh dear, I wonder if answering this call will be costly. He decided to answer anyway, ignoring Zhong Shuqi's puzzled gaze. Hello, Master Chen. I am John Arthur. Respected Master Chen. Oh my God, are you really Master Chen? Chen Yan's eyelids twitched. This foreigner spoke Chinese quite well, albeit in a rather disjointed manner. I'm Chen Yan. Are you looking for me? Is there an issue with my trust fund dividends? He didn't directly admit to being the Master Chen in question, but clarified his status as a user of More Trust. Oh heavens, you truly are Master Chen. Oh my God, you are so kind to poor little John. Master Chen, where are you? John Arthur needs to see you immediately. Chapter 74. Little Chen. What brings you here? Oh dear, the contract signing from earlier has already been altered. Please stop scolding me. QEQ. Frogs are truly seeking their own kind. Chen Yan hesitated, realizing that his free time today seemed rather limited. So, what is it that you require from me? Is it urgent? The business card was a gift from the system, related to Li Zhiqiu. If it were a meeting request, we might as well meet at the hospital together. However, it was essential to first ascertain what this foreign gentleman truly sought. It is urgent, exceedingly urgent, Master Chen. The poor little John has come to China solely to find you. You are the most esteemed member of our Mog Trust Fund, but we have unfortunately misplaced your information. Thus, we are eager to reconnect with you. Oh, for the love of God, could you spare a tiny bit of your precious time to meet with the unfortunate John? John Arthur spoke with such humility that Chen Yan felt he might shatter. The boyish, almost tearful tone made him want to chuckle. Well, very well, I suppose. I am en route to the first hospital of Magic City. If you wish to meet me, then come along. Chen Yan mused that the other party did not seem to harbor any malice. So why not just meet at the hospital? The hospital? Oh my heavens, Master Chen. What has happened to you? Do you require the services of the world's top hospitals, in which our Mod Trust Fund has invested? John Arthur assumed that Chen Yan was unwell and immediately began to shower him with concern. No, I'm fine. I'm merely visiting a friend. Let us discuss this further when you arrive. By the way, you must have a Chinese chat app. Add me as a friend, and I will send you my location when you arrive. Chen Yan was somewhat uncomfortable with a grown man acting so startled. It felt rather effeminate. All right, Master Chen. After hanging up, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his instincts telling him that John Arthur could indeed be of great assistance regarding Li Zhiqiu's situation. System, I have made it abundantly clear. Do you still require instincts? If he were of no use, would I have provided you with his business card as a relevant item? Who are you looking for? Upon seeing Chen Yan hang up, Zhong Shuqing inquired with curiosity. A foreign gentleman. He claims to seek me out for a meeting. Chen Yan vaguely waved his phone. He was not prepared to report everything. Moreover, a fiancé? Buffed. Do I appear as someone who would agree to such a thing? Even if I coveted your family's immense fortune, that is a matter for the future. Chen Yan had long since dismissed any covetous thoughts regarding the Zhong family's wealth. Indeed, it was quite substantial, enough to elevate him to the pinnacle of life. However, this Zhong family was merely a small reward bestowed by Brother Tongzi, indicating the high value of Brother Tongzi Yan's offerings. Furthermore, certain physical attributes could only be provided by brother Tongzi, which the Zhong family could never compare to. Oh, Zhong Shuqing pondered Chen Yan's response. Just a few days ago, the family had released news about assisting Mr. John Arthur of the Mog Trust Fund in locating a young gentleman with the surname Chen. Could it be such a coincidence? Never mind, it probably isn't that fortunate. If Mr. John Arthur could indeed find him on his own, there would be no need to contact the Zhong family for assistance. The luxurious car cruised smoothly through the Magic City. Such top-tier vehicles elicited merely glances rather than any raucous attention or photo opportunities. Fortunately, it seemed that the goddess's blessing kept traffic manageable, allowing a seamless journey. By the time they arrived at the first hospital of Magic City, it was nearly 3:30, perfectly timed. You may go ahead. I will send you my location later for you to pick me up. Chen Yan stepped out of the car, firmly preventing Zhong Shuqing from alighting alongside him. His expression grave as he instructed her. Behave, go amuse yourself, dear. Zhong Shuqing had initially intended to insist on exiting the car, but upon witnessing Chen Yan's serious demeanor, she involuntarily nodded, her cheeks flushed. All right, I shall be obedient. A sweet smile lingered on her face, and she whispered something too faint for Chen Yan to hear as he swiftly dashed away. Miss, where to now? The driver's voice came through the intercom. As the rear seat and driver's compartment were separated, necessitating the use of a walkie-talkie for communication. Please take me home. Also, have the designated designer wait for me at home. I need to redo my look. The thought of seeing Chen Yan again that evening sent delightful shivers through Zhong Shuqing, a sensation that made her involuntarily squeeze her legs together, her breathing quickening slightly. What is this feeling? How wondrous! The car departed slowly, and scarcely a minute after Chen Yan dashed into the hospital, another elongated Bentley approached. A handsome gentleman stepped out, donned in formal attire, his impeccably neat appearance complemented by well-groomed facial hair. Wait for me outside. I need to handle something inside. After instructing the driver and 3 beautiful ladies in the car, he entered the first hospital of Magic City with excitement bubbling within him. I see you. Master Chen must be visiting a critically ill friend. Should I prepare a fruit basket as a token of respect? No, that seems rather too simplistic. After taking a few steps, John Arthur abruptly halted, deep in thought once more. After a moment, he shook his head, deciding it was best to meet with Master Chen first before making any further plans. The culture of China is so profound. One must tread carefully. Chen Yan swiftly made his way to the 3rd floor of the ICU, but upon arrival, he found himself at a loss. So many intensive care units. Which one is it? He glanced around. The nurses assumed he was there for a visit and did not acknowledge him. Well, I suppose I shall have to check each room one by one. As he strode through the corridors, he peered through the small glass windows of each room. After several attempts, he finally caught sight of Li Zhiqiu. However, the moment he saw her, his expression darkened, and he forcefully pushed open the door, storming inside. Inside the room, Li Zhiqiu sat in a chair, surrounded by several individuals, each fervently speaking. Though he could not discern their word from behind the door, their expressions indicated that they were either scolding her or listing her shortcomings. Li Zhiqiu appeared somewhat dazed and haggard, her head bowed in silence. This scene was intolerable to Chen Yan. How dare they bully my wealthy sister? Their audacity seems to have grown wings. Sister Zhiqiu. Chen Yan slammed the door open, the loud crash startling everyone within. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Zhiqiu abruptly looked up towards the door, her eyes flashing with a myriad of complex emotions. Little Chen, what brings you here? Chapter 75. The Shrew Zhiqiu. Come here. Chen Yan swore he was genuinely furious, especially after witnessing the haggard expression on Li Zhiqiu's face, the bloodshot eyes, and the scratches adorning her elegant neck. Who are you, little brat? A middle-aged woman, hands on her hips, spoke up. Despite her gold and silver adornments and designer attire, she could not conceal her shrewish demeanor. As she opened her mouth, several other women around her joined in, spewing insults not only at Chen Yan, but also at Li Zhiqiu. Now I understand why you were reluctant to sign the contract and transfer the company. So, you really have found a lover. How shameless. Your man has been dead for just a few years, and you're eager to find another man, aren't you? Fine. Transfer the company and do as you please. Every harsh word fell upon Chen Yan's ears, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Anger surged through his veins as he lifted a nearby iron chair, ready to hurl it into the crowd. "Shut your mouths," Chen Yan bellowed, his voice echoing through the room and even into the corridor, forcing everyone present to fall silent in an instant. "Jiqiu, come here." He turned to Li Jiqiu, whose expression was a tumult of emotions, and a pang of sympathy flickered in his eyes. If just days ago Li Jiqiu had been the goddess of the business world, strong and alluring, now she resembled a fallen noblewoman, evoking deep pity. Li Jiqiu slowly rose and, unable to contain herself any longer, embraced Chen Yan's not-so-broad shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. He gently placed a hand on her trembling back, though his heart burned with anger. "Don't cry, Jiqiu, I'm here." His gaze was sharp, emanating an aura of dominance as he held her close, surveying the room with piercing eyes, including the elderly man lying in bed. "Now tell me, what are you planning to do?" Chen Yan's tone was calm, yet chilling, as if any dissatisfaction with their response would lead him to unleash his fury. "Who do you think you are? This is our family matter. What business is it of yours?" The initial woman, though somewhat intimidated, puffed out her thick neck and shouted at Chen Yan. Yes, get out of here. Let go of Li Jiqiu, or we will call the police. Are you out of your mind? Why you care about her affairs?" The barrage of insults left Chen Yan incredulous, his arm taut, ready to swing the chair. But unexpectedly, Li Jiqiu's soft, icy hand gently rested on his arm, stopping him. "Little Chen, let it go." Li Jiqiu wiped her tears and managed a bittersweet smile. "They're not entirely wrong. Qiushui Group doesn't belong to me. Is their Liu family S? My late husband's family." Chen Yan was taken aback. "Jiqiu, are they trying to snatch your company? You are the chairperson. On what grounds do they have to take it from you? Even if it's a joint asset with your late husband, it's still not theirs." His inquiry held merit, yet it seemed to strike a nerve with the Liu women, who began to shout once again. "What nonsense! You know nothing. Li Jiqiu has already signed the contract, transferring the company to Xinda Group, which is now in partnership with Mod Trust Fund. That is our Liu family's family fund. Billions in profits every year. Why should she, Li Jiqiu, have it all to herself?" Though Chen Yan didn't grasp the full implications, he was acutely aware that Li Jiqiu had successfully transformed a small company into the vast Qiushui Group over the years. There was no way she would make such a foolish decision. He glanced at Li Jiqiu, who bit her lip, her eyes flashing with resentment. "Yes, my secretary signed a contract on my behalf without my knowledge, but it's too late now." Li Jiqiu slowly explained, recounting that everything stemmed from that fateful night, and her secretary, her sister-in-law Liu Xiaoli, had acted without her consent. Reflecting on this, she felt a wave of regret for granting her sister-in-law such power, under the pretense of family unity, only to be betrayed in such a manner. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, fully trusting Li Jiqiu. However, he was more eager to understand the details surrounding the Mod Trust Fund. With a resolute stance, he entered the room, his imposing presence causing the shrewish women to retreat in fear. "What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't act rashly. We'll call the police." Chen Yan smirked disdainfully, placing the iron chair down before sitting and pulling Li Jiqiu onto his lap. Initially resistant, she soon found herself unable to escape his iron grip, eventually yielding with a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I want to know, what connection does the Mod Trust Fund have with your desire for Qiushui Group?" His question lingered in the air as the women exchanged glances. Reluctant to engage with this young man, their anger flaring at the sight of him holding Li Jiqiu so possessively. However, fear of his potential aggression kept them at bay. We reached an agreement with Xinda Group. As long as the two parties merge, we can directly entrust both companies to the Mod Trust Fund. This way, we stand to gain a substantial evaluation amount, reaping enormous dividends every year. The voice belonged to a younger woman, likely another of Li Jiqiu's sister-in-laws. Chen Yan realized, so that's the mechanism for the dividends. Then you already possess a signed contract. Why continue to torment Jiqiu? Chen Yan grinned menacingly. "Speak, and if your explanation displeases me, I won't hesitate to make you equally dissatisfied. Because, the woman, likely the sister-in-law, stood at the forefront. Perhaps fearing to be the first to face his wrath, quickly began to explain. Because Sister Xiaoli only signed the merger contract on her behalf. She didn't sign the transfer contract. The rules for the Mod Trust Fund dictate that the company's legal entity must be transferred there for it to work. Understanding dawned on Chen Yan. It appeared their underhanded tactics had led to an oversight, and now they were pressing Li Ziqiu directly. They should have demanded Li Ziqiu transfer the company. If she had complied, everything would have been fine, and she could still have received 5 million for her living expenses. Why shouldn't she agree? As Chen Yan paused, the elder shrew began to regain her momentum, launching into another tirade. Chen Yan frowned, preparing to unleash his fury, when suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully reached Li Ziqiu and entered the task program. Final task. Assist Li Ziqiu in overcoming her predicament. Current affection level of Li Ziqiu. 95, Chapter 76. The Blunder of John Arthur. The preceding section involving Li Ziqiu signing the contract has undergone significant revisions, as many readers expressed their discontent with its portrayal. Hence, it has been amended. Last night and today, an abundance of gifts has been received. Much love to you all. But kindly refrain from sending monetary gifts. Simple, free tokens of affection will suffice. I feel quite undeserving of such generosity. To extricate oneself from a predicament, does it imply physical escape from this place? Or is it about completely ridding oneself of the Liu family? Chen Yan found himself ensnared in contemplation. Yet fortunately, the system offered no riddles this time. Ding! The host may exercise discretion. Each outcome is regarded as successful completion of the task, with rewards based on the conclusion achieved by the host. Understood. A definitive resolution yields the highest reward. Ding! Affirmative. A smirk crept across Chen Yan's face. He was unfamiliar with the significance of a Xinda group. Yet if it were to be hastily bundled off to the Mog Trust Fund under the influence of Li Ziqiu's sister-in-law's secretary, it was evident that the organization was entangled in dire straits, perhaps even on the brink of bankruptcy. Such circumstances could only be characterized as classic commercial fraud, could they not? Who could that be? An outline of a plan began to formulate within Chen Yan's mind as he regarded the timid woman, thrust forward by a throng of elderly ladies to serve as a human shield. Please provide me with the information regarding the Xinda group. Me? The sister-in-law appeared momentarily taken aback, her confusion palpable. Yet upon witnessing the fierce glint in Chen Yan's eyes, she instinctively recoiled. The Xinda group is a downstream manufacturing entity in Xiahai City, specializing in the production of electronic components and other ancillary operations. Fearful of the impending wrath from Chen Yan, she hurriedly divulged all pertinent details, disregarding the protests from the women behind her. Goodness, you lot seem utterly consumed by greed. Chen Yan recorded her account of the Xinda group, then motioned for Li Ziqiu to rise. Gradually approaching the cluster of women, he crossed his arms, commanding, continue. Elaborate on your methods. Identify the principal orchestrators and disclose their actions and affiliations. The recording device remained active, unabashedly capturing the entire exchange, as everyone realized that Chen Yan was diligently amassing evidence. Do not speak, shouted one of the women. Shouting, control your tongue. You little wretch, scram. Call the police, hurry. The women erupted into chaos, their initial fear of Chen Yan's imposing demeanor dissipating under the allure of monetary gain. They were unperturbed by Li Ziqiu's potential disapproval or Chen Yan's temporary protection, as long as Li Ziqiu retained her status as a Liu family daughter-in-law. They could employ countless tactics to compel her compliance. Chen Yan grinned, amused by the audacity of these women. Their demeanor indicated they were gearing up for confrontation. Although unafraid, he recognized the physicality of these stout women. If they were to gang up on him, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Do not fret. I possess ample means to deal with you. He took a couple of steps back, subtly positioning Li Ziqiu behind him. You are aware of the Zhong family, correct? The illustrious Zhong family from the Magic City? Of course. The Zhong family is among the most esteemed aristocratic families in all of Huagua. What little wretch? Do you claim to be a member of the Zhong family? Huh, don't think you can deceive us. Leave. The women clamored, effectively silencing Chen Yan. Suddenly, they fell silent. As Lu Xiaoli, Li Jiqiu's sister-in-law's secretary, called in. Second aunt, good news. For some inexplicable reason, the Mod Trust Fund has suddenly agreed to proceed with our request. The elder matron, who is somewhat hard of hearing, had her phone on speaker, allowing everyone present to hear Lu Xiaoli's exuberant voice. What? Splendid, splendid, splendid. The room erupted into jubilant laughter, a cacophony of triumph echoing through the intensive care unit. Huh, Li Jiqiu, you little wretch. You should have complied with the transfer process sooner. Look now, you won't even secure 5 million. Indeed, you coveted others' wealth, and now look where you are. The laughter was raucous, even stirring the elderly man recovering from surgery, who coughed in irritation, yet no one paid him any heed. Chen Yan, taken aback, pondered the sudden turn of events. Was the Mod Trust Fund lowering its standards? Never mind. He would address it once John Arthur arrived. Jiqiu, let us step outside. With his arm around the lovely woman, Chen Yan guided her out of the intensive care unit. Though she showed no resistance, the sadness in her expression was unmistakable. The unfolding drama did not deter the women from mocking the pair, resembling spectators reveling in the misfortune of a stray dog. Feeling exasperated, Chen Yan leaned in and whispered, Jiqiu, trust me, they shall not be laughing for long. His assuredness sparked a flicker of hope in Li Jiqiu's otherwise dim gaze. I believe in you. Nevertheless, Chen Yan was somewhat disheartened. He had originally intended for Zhong Shuqi to resolve this troublesome matter, yet the Mod Trust Fund had unexpectedly thrown a wrench into the works. Unbeknownst to him, this complication had originated from John Arthur at the first hospital. Not long after he had disembarked from his vehicle, he received a call from his secretary, intending to report on the trust management of a certain company in Xiaohai City. However, in his eagerness to locate Chen Yan, he carelessly remarked, You handle it as you see fit. A relaxed approach is acceptable. I have no time to address each issue individually. This statement was misinterpreted by his secretary as a directive to grant leniency, leading to an expedited approval. Yet, John Arthur was completely unaware of this misunderstanding as he navigated the corridors toward the ICU. A few minutes later, after having consoled Li Jiqiu and elicited a smile from her, Chen Yan spotted a foreign man briskly approaching from the end of the hallway. His phone pressed to his ear. Simultaneously, Chen Yan's phone rang. Mr. Chen. Ha ha ha. Dear God, the poor little John has finally found you. Upon locking eyes with Chen Yan, John Arthur, still on the call, instantly recognized him and hurried over with outstretched arms. Greetings, greetings. Chen Yan, however, was not inclined to embrace the boisterous foreigner, particularly given the man's strong odor. Ah, Mr. Chen, I have searched high and low for you. My dear God, the poor little John is utterly exhausted. Chen Yan raised a hand to interrupt him. You're John Arthur, correct? You claim to represent the Mod Trust Fund? He had no time for idle chit-chat. Now that the principal was present, he could get down to business. Ahem, allow me to formally introduce myself to you, Mr. Chen, and this lovely young lady. John Arthur said, sensing Chen Yan's serious demeanor and instinctively adjusting his behavior to match the gravity of the situation. I am John Arthur, the designated representative of the Mod Trust Fund for the Huagua region, and your direct liaison, Mr. Chen. Your authority appears quite substantial, Chen Yan remarked with a sardonic smile. Within the confines of Huagua, one could say that, John Arthur replied, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Yet his straightforward nature prevented him from being evasive. No, you're not the issue. Chen Yan gestured toward the intensive care unit behind him. Sister Jiqiu, perhaps you could elucidate the specific circumstances to him, Chen Yan suggested, glancing at Li Jiqiu. Fear not. If he cannot manage it, I possess alternative means. Although John Arthur was perplexed by the situation, the tone of Chen Yan's voice indicated that the matter was of considerable significance. He promptly nodded in agreement, confidently assuring, I will certainly resolve it. Without a doubt. Chapter 77. Still want to take advantage? Dream on. Li Jiqiu was no fool. After years in business, she had seen all. When she heard John Arthur introduce himself, she instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. Though she remained silent, her gaze flitted back and forth between Chen Yan and John Arthur. Unable to fathom that her supposed little brother was acquainted with the representative of the Mod Trust Fund for the Chinese region, Moreover, the latter showed exceptional respect towards her brother, whom she had always regarded as a mere poor boy. Upon receiving Chen Yan's warning, John Arthur wasted no time. He made a phone call, berating his secretary before announcing the cancellation of the trust management. A second call was made, this time to the Chinese Economic Investigation Department, where he reported the situation truthfully, triggering immediate concern due to the gravity of the matter. After all, this was a report from the representative of a world-class financial institution, and the implications were both significant and severe. Meanwhile, everyone in the intensive care unit remained blissfully unaware of this development, still reveling in their excitement. However, Chen Yan had no intention of allowing them to bask in their joy for long. "Sister Jiqiu, please wait for me outside," he murmured, to which she nodded gently. With a subtle glance, he signaled John Arthur to follow him inside. With a decisive push, the door swung open once more, causing everyone in the room to stiffen. The residual shock of Chen Yan's previous entrance had yet to fade, and upon seeing him return, they instinctively huddled together. Yet, it didn't take long for them to regain their composure, angrily confronting Chen Yan. "What are you doing back here? Don't you realize we are important partners of the Moj Trust Fund? Get lost, or we'll call the police and ensure you face severe consequences. Get away from us, and keep your distance from that wretched Li Jiqiu. Don't even think about touching a penny of the Liu family's wealth." Amused, Chen Yan chose silence, casting a teasing glance at John Arthur. In contrast, John Arthur's demeanor darkened. The polite facade he had maintained moments ago vanished, replaced by a brooding expression. "You claim to be important partners of the Moj Trust Fund?" he said, his fluent Mandarin laced with disdain. "Do you realize you have trespassed upon the very limits of the Moj Trust Fund?" "What limits? And who are you?" sneered one of the women dismissively. "We have followed all the proper procedures. What's wrong with using a few tactics? We're not afraid to tell you, kid. Do you even know what the Moj Trust Fund is?" Scram. The women's arrogance was palpable, but while Chen Yan remained unfazed, John Arthur could not tolerate such insolence. His esteemed position meant he was accustomed to respect wherever he went, and the audacity of these women to demand he leave was intolerable. "Fine," he said, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile as he pointed a trembling finger at the group. "Do you truly believe I can't make you understand the consequences of your actions? Huh, spare us your threats. Just leave," they shouted, their voices rising. "Keep it up, and you might just disturb our patriarch's heart condition. You won't escape unscathed." As the women continued their tirade, pushing Chen Yan and John Arthur, the latter stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance. "Stay back. I can handle this," he assured Chen Yan, stepping back toward the door, while the women felt triumphant, believing that Chen Yan and his foreign companion had surrendered. "Just wait. I hope you can still smile after this," John Arthur replied coldly, pulling out his phone once more. This time, he was not contacting some investigative group or internal members of the trust. He was reaching out to a key figure in the local government of Modu. "Mayor Zhao, I demand to know why unlawful activities are permitted within your jurisdiction. Is your law enforcement so impotent?" John Arthur's voice was firm, and the recipient on the other end was none other than Zhao Bin, the vice mayor of Modu, a man whose influence often surpassed that of the provincial governor. Zhao Bin, initially in high spirits after reclaiming a piece of private land and donating a substantial sum to impoverished areas, was caught off guard by John Arthur's abrupt and accusatory call. "Mr. John, where is this coming from?" He stammered, bewildered. Despite his high status, he was accustomed to deference and respect, and he couldn't fathom why John Arthur was so irate. "I'll be waiting for you on the 3rd floor of the ICU at Modu First Hospital. Come and discuss it in person," John Arthur snapped, ending the call abruptly, leaving Zhao Bin bewildered. This visit from John Arthur was no trivial matter. Having promised significant investments in Modu if his visit went well, the stakes were exceedingly high. Therefore, Zhao Bin could not afford to overlook the situation. "Prepare the vehicles. We are heading to Modu First Hospital," he ordered, his expression grim as he gathered a contingent of officials to accompany him. Inside the ICU, the group of women continued to plot their extravagant spending while mockingly commenting on the vice mayor. "Oh, a mayor? TSK. How much did that foreigner pay you to put on this act? You think we believe you?" Vice Mayor Zhao is not someone you lowly creatures can sway. You probably haven't even seen him. Chen Yan's gaze was profound, his phone in hand, which John Arthur keenly noticed. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, if I, Little John, fail to handle this matter, I will withdraw from the financial sector for good, he declared with unwavering confidence. He was convinced that the glaring flaws in their scheme would not allow these women to escape unscathed. Moreover, news had already reached him that all documentation from the Xinda Group and Xiushui Group had been sealed and investigations commenced. This incident was relatively straightforward, involving forgery and illegal appropriation of assets. The challenge lay in making the Moj Trust Fund aware of it. With the representative present, John Arthur was confident that within an hour, the local law enforcement would apprehend these women and transport them for concentrated interrogation in Shanghai City. Still wishing to reap substantial financial dividends? Dream on. Chapter 78. Utilizing connections. Though John Arthur was a foreigner, his unique status commanded Zhao Bin's utmost attention, prompting him to swiftly make his way to the first hospital of Magic City. When the senior leadership of the hospital learned of Mayor Zhao's unexpected visit, they were utterly astonished, hastily converging to greet him. No one had anticipated a municipal leader's inspection today. This sudden check could it be aimed at our hospital? The hurried reception from these officials did not sit well with Zhao Bin, who instinctively suspected that John Arthur had faced exclusion and difficulties within the hospital. Consequently, he offered no warmth to these leaders, causing their anxiety to escalate. Mayor Zhao, are you here for an inspection, or? The hospital director inquired, albeit with a palpable tremor in his voice as he trailed behind Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin remained silent, merely casting him a stern glance. ICU, third floor. Lead the way. Yes, this way, please. The director rushed ahead, his mind racing with thoughts. Had a leader's family encountered an issue in the ICU? That shouldn't be the case. As the director, he would certainly be aware of such matters. Before he could ponder further, the elevator to the third floor of the ICU opened slowly. Zhao Bin strode out with an air of seriousness, only to spot John Arthur and the young man named Chun, who had acquired a plot of land that morning at the other end of the corridor. How were they acquainted? Did they know each other? Zhao Bin furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated this young man. Initially, he believed Chun was merely a familiar face from the Zhong family, but it appeared he had forged a connection with John Arthur as well. Mr. Arthur. He approached quickly, a practiced smile gracing his features as he extended his hand from a distance. Mayor Zhao, we meet again, John Arthur responded, his expression far from cheerful as they exchanged a perfunctory handshake. It was not that he was overly arrogant. He was, after all, an international acquaintance with a position at the embassy, given that he was here with investments amounting to hundreds of billions. Zhao Bin could not afford to treat him with anything less than the utmost respect. Ah, Mr. Chun, you are here too. What a delightful coincidence. Zhao Bin's face lit up with a smile as he greeted Chun. Mayor Zhao, perhaps you should first ascertain what is transpiring inside. John Arthur will clarify the specifics for you. We must take our leave now. Chun had no intention of staying with Li Zhiqiu, finding the presence of the raucous women utterly nauseating. Yet Li Zhiqiu held a different perspective. She clutched Chen's arm, her gaze resolute. Little Chun, I wish to witness their downfall. Oh, Chen raised an eyebrow, pulling Li aside as John Arthur began his discussion with Zhao Bin. Sister Zhiqiu, is that truly necessary? They will certainly face a poor fate without our interference. Li Zhiqiu shook her head firmly. I must see it with my own eyes. My kindness toward them has never wavered, and even due to my late husband, I have been exceedingly attentive to these relatives by marriage. They have wronged me so. I cannot endure it. This will serve as my final farewell to them. After this, I will sever all ties with the Liu family. Li Zhiqiu's intentions were straightforward, to witness the moment of her vengeance. Chen paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Very well, if Sister Zhiqiu wishes to see it, we shall remain. A brief exchange concluded, while Zhao Bin and John Arthur continued their discourse. Zhao Bin's visible anger began to swell, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of those accompanying him. In contrast, the hospital leaders breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. Bang! This time, the door was forcefully kicked open by none other than the now furious Zhao Bin. You fools! Why stir up trouble with the Mog Trust Fund? Are you out of your minds? If you choose to act recklessly, do it elsewhere not in my magic city. This was no trivial matter. It had escalated beyond simple issues, entangling two conglomerates and implicating leaders from two municipalities. Who dares to continue this farce? Call security immediately. If you don't escort that little vixen out now, we will have no choice but to involve the police. The women, their expressions contorted, lost patience after being repeatedly interrupted during their discussions. Some began to shout wildly, while others hastily dialed the police and called for security. Calling the police? Huh, how amusing. Zhao Bin retorted in fury, waving his hand dismissively. Take them back. Deliver them directly to the Magic City Public Security Bureau for detention. Lin Lai, coordinate with Shanghai City to determine whether this case will be handled here or in Shanghai. Wu Qiyuan, immediately liaise with Shanghai's Economic Investigation Team to establish a special task force. We must swiftly investigate and bring all involved parties to justice. His commands, laden with immense rage, sent the women into a stupor. Yeah, aunt. He looks so familiar. One of the women stammered. That's Mayor Zhao, the mayor of Magic City. Good heavens. We are in deep trouble. The women's legs turned to jelly, their faces drained of color, lips quivering as if all vitality had been siphoned from them, leaving them motionless. Several plainclothes security personnel swiftly approached, escorting the women out. As they passed the entrance, all eyes fell upon Li Ziqiu, whose gaze gleamed with satisfaction. Li Ziqiu, you wretched woman, how dare you conspire with outsiders against your in-laws? You traitor, save us. We'll offer you 10 million, even 20 million. You scoundrel, may you meet a dreadful end. The women shrieked in desperation, their outcries echoing as they were forcibly led away by security. Wait, Chen suddenly interjected, his icy demeanor causing the security personnel to instinctively halt and turn toward Zhao Bin. Chen stepped forward, addressing Zhao Bin. Mayor Zhao, may I inquire about the potential sentencing for their crimes, including that of Lu Xiaoli in Shanghai, should they be found guilty? Although Zhao Bin felt a twinge of annoyance at Chen's interruption, he pondered before responding. Approximately 10 to 15 years. Why, Chen Xiaoyu, do you have additional evidence to present? Zhao Bin regarded Chen with renewed respect, adjusting his address to Xiaoyu. No, Chen smiled, shaking his head as he approached within a meter of the women, allowing them to see him clearly, yet remaining out of reach. Is it true that you bully my sister Ziqiu? Chen murmured softly, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing. Hello, please investigate Lu Xiaoli, the secretary of the Qiu Shui Group's chairman, and her family. You should easily uncover their misdeeds. I have but one request. Chen's gaze swept over the dazed women, his words deliberate. Let them never emerge from this. As the final words echoed, the connection card he had previously acquired vanished without a trace. Chapter 79. What if everyone is in one room? Ah, you must read until the very end. If I were Chen Yan, I would certainly praise myself as quite the clever one. Alas, I am not Chen Yan. Good evening, my dears. A special chapter for Su Jingjing, who adores spicy cucumbers, and for those who have sent me reminders to update. Oh dear, it's so late. One must not stay up too late, or one's skin will become sallow and blemished. Ding, connection card has been used. Acquired contact, Wang Yongkong. Secretary of the Municipal Committee of Shanghai City. Phone number, 181 XXXXXXX. Unconditionally agreed to the entrusted matter. The influence of the connection card has expired. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Chen Yan's smile grew increasingly cold. The efficacy of the connection card had been explained by the system long ago. Once used, it automatically bound the contact to Chen Yan, who would unconditionally receive assistance with any request within their capability. Once fulfilled, the influence of the card would vanish. Yet the recognition would persist, and the contact would retain an inherent affinity towards Chen Yan. Initially, Chen Yan had hesitated to use it, feeling a sense of reluctance to owe obligations to Zhong Shuqing. However, he was taken aback by the formidable impact of this connection card. The secretary of the municipal committee in a directly governed city held a rank higher than Zhao Bin in the metropolis, especially since the incident primarily unfolded in Shanghai City, making it far more advantageous than Zhao Bin. The words spoken on the phone, aside from a few loud women, could only be clearly understood by Zhao Bin, whose expression grew noticeably grave. The indistinct male voice from the call felt eerily familiar. It was undoubtedly someone within the bureaucratic system. For Chen Yan to command such authority, the young man's identity must be significant. Let us go. Chen Yan turned, disregarding the pale, anguished faces of the women behind him, and wrapped his arm around Li Ziqiu as they prepared to leave. John Arthur had intended to stop them, but was swiftly restrained by Zhao Bin. Mr. Arthur, shall we move to a more private setting? Zhao Bin's face bore a serious expression. Even John Arthur, despite his usual bewilderment, sensed that Zhao Bin had something important to convey. Casting a glance at Chen Yan and Li Ziqiu, who were walking further away, John Arthur concluded that this was not the right moment to intrude upon them. After all, he had their contact information. They could arrange to meet later when Chen Yan was free. Mayor Zhao, please. The two departed side by side, leaving behind the hospital leaders who exchanged glances, while the loud women were escorted away through the service entrance. Hospital leader. Hey, there's still an old man inside. Are we saving him or not? Special Forces personnel almost forgot about the old man. Take him away. Oh, he is half paralyzed? Just leave him in the hospital. Li Ziqiu naturally returned to the Hilton Hotel with Chen Yan. Shortly after their arrival, without even removing their shoes, a deluge of messages from Qiu Shui Group came rushing in, all reporting various situations. Although chaotic, Li Ziqiu breathed a sigh of relief, having regained control of the situation that had previously felt like slipping away. Ziqiu. Noticing Li Ziqiu standing at the door, absorbed in her phone, Chen Yan swiftly turned, pressing his hands against the door, effectively cornering her. Ah, little Chen. Li Ziqiu was visibly startled. The mental strain of the past few days had made her jumpy, her face flushing a deep crimson. Seeing the young man, who had now developed a distinctly masculine aura, Li Ziqiu felt her heart race. Chen Yan gazed earnestly at his first affluent older sister, no longer hesitating, and leaned in deeply. The world blurred around them, and they found themselves breathless, parting only to catch their breath. However, their separation was not solely due to the need for air. Chen Yan's phone buzzed incessantly. A flurry of notifications chimed as if on cue. Chen Yan felt a twinge of annoyance and shot Li Ziqiu an apologetic glance. Little Chen, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll be busy for a bit. Hee, we'll catch up later. Li Ziqiu chuckled softly, her spirits lifted by Chen Yan's presence and their recent encounter, her pallor brightening considerably. All right. Chen Yan picked up his phone, eager to see who dared to interrupt him at such a crucial moment. Mo ran. Little Chen, I'll be in Magic City tonight at the Hilton Hotel, all set. Mo ran. Have you missed me? Hee, are you sneaking around behind my back? Mo ran. See you tonight. Oh no, see you later tonight. Chen Yan's eyelids twitched. Why was this older sister also showing up? Whatever. It was of no consequence since he and Ziqiu were already aware. Later at night? Huh. He was confident in his abilities. Closing her chat window, Chen Yan was taken aback to find additional messages. Chen Xiumei, little Chen, I have a meeting in Magic City tomorrow and will arrive tonight. I heard you're in town. Shall we have dinner? Chen Xiumei, I've booked a room at the Hilton. Do you have time? There is some new progress on the Zhou Tianyuan case. Chen Yan nearly choked. What was happening? Mo Ran and Chen Xiumei, one a prominent entrepreneur, the other a police chief, both had previous connections with him. Add to that Li Ziqiu, and it was quite the gathering at the Hilton Hotel. This was not merely a hotel, it was a potential battleground. He initially intended to decline and find a way to escape, but then the system intervened again. Ding, golden legend, great fortune moment. Limited time, great fortune task, purple matching complete, for eligible female players have entered the queue. Li Ziqiu, prepared. Mo Ran, not prepared. Chen Xiumei, not prepared. Lu Moli, not prepared. Please raise the emotional value of the 4 female players to above 90 within 8 hours tonight. From midnight to 8 a.m. The task is arduous. Please manage your time, energy, and stamina wisely. Note, the rewards for this task are exceptionally generous. Treat it with caution. If fewer than 2 female players meet the emotional threshold, 1 physical trait will be randomly selected for punishment. What? 4? Lu Moli? Am I dreaming? Chen Yan felt a sense of bewilderment. He had some understanding of the emotional value, but chose to set that aside for the moment. Focusing on the system's reminders. System, what do you mean by managing time, energy, and stamina? Are you suggesting I become a master of time management? My goodness. Dealing with 3 older sisters is already a challenge. Now you want to add an unknown Lou Moly to the mix? In a moment of uncertainty, Chen Yan hesitated, contemplating the impending challenge. Wait a minute. An audacious, yet seemingly brilliant idea struck him. What if everyone were in the same room? Chapter 80, Mr. Kidney, you can do it. Allow me to digress for a moment. I must confess that I am not particularly concerned about quantity, nor do I seek book endorsements or gifts. However, some comments have truly unsettled me. Generally speaking, when questioned about my gender, I tend to brush it off or even jest that I am male. But does gender truly hold such significance? Furthermore, some have made requests for me to share photographs, to which I am left bewildered. Am I to charge for such things? After some contemplation this afternoon, I realized I could no longer suppress my frustration. Very well. If you wish to see, I shall only share this once, this singular instance, and I shall not entertain such requests again. Oh, the photos are in the comments section of this chapter. View them at your whim. If you cannot access them here, so be it. And do not question why I posted 2 or 3 times. I had also shared in the segment reviews, but it did not appear for several hours. Perhaps it is due to a review mechanism I do not understand. I feared being accused of evading the matter and not responding regarding the photos, as my impatience compelled me to share directly. Now look and then forget. Chen Yan ultimately relinquished that audacious and reckless notion. If he were to voice it to them, it was likely he would be torn to shreds. For the sake of his own well-being, he could only fervently encourage himself inwardly. You can do it, Mr. Kidney. You must. However, prior to that, Chen Yan glanced back at Li Zhiqiu, who was engrossed in a business call, and sighed. It was still early. Would expending energy too soon increase Mr. Kidney's stress? As if sensing Chen Yan's gaze, Li Zhiqiu ended her call and looked over, offering a gentle smile. Little Chen, I have been rather exhausted these past few days. Shall we forego today? Her expression bore a hint of regret. It was evident that she would acquiesce if Chen Yan truly desired it. Chen Yan could hardly contain his eagerness. Observing her demeanor, he felt a pang of compassion and could not help but sigh. Sister Zhiqiu, I regret not arriving sooner. You have endured so much. Gently sitting beside her, Chen Yan spoke softly. Li Zhiqiu shook her head lightly, her smile deepening. The fatigue and weariness that had long lingered vanished in this moment. Chen Yan's presence was like a comforting hand, soothing all turbulence. The process held little importance. With the current outcome, she was already quite content. Li Zhiqiu seemed to imply something, though it was unclear what she meant. Regardless, seeing her like this brought Chen Yan a measure of relief. It was certainly better than a scene of tears and chaos. In this atmosphere, neither felt inclined to engage in other activities. After chatting for a while, Chen Yan's phone rang. Casting an apologetic glance at Li Zhiqiu, she gently nudged his arm. Little Chen, go ahead and tend to your matters. I still have plenty to handle. All right. Chen Yan answered the call, curious about the caller's identity. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yan? Yes, who is this? Chen Yan inquired, puzzled by the call from Shanghai. Hello, Mr. Chen Yan. This is the property management office of Jing Shui Huating. We have a client interested in renting your apartment for $8,500 a month with a 3-month security deposit. Would you like us to handle the lease on your behalf? Rent my apartment? Jing Shui Huating. Chen Yan furrowed his brow, trying to recall. After a moment, he remembered. It was the entire building rewarded to him by the system. A luxury apartment. Oh dear, I almost forgot about it. Sure, wait a moment, can I sign it myself? He initially intended to have the property management handle it, but the prospect of seeing the building he had yet to visit piqued his interest. It would be prudent to establish it as a future base. Of course, would you like to come over now? The voice on the line was clearly taken aback, then spoke with barely contained excitement. Chen Yan's reputation had already circulated within Jing Shui Huating. Owning an entire building was a privilege few possessed. His age and appearance, as per his ID photo, had also become well known, with many young women eagerly anticipating a glimpse of this enigmatic young tycoon, hoping to seize some ethereal opportunity. The caller was undoubtedly one of them. Yes, I'll take a taxi over. Chen Yan glanced at the time. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He would check out the apartment, then have Zhong Shuqing pick him up for dinner, ensuring a swift meal before taking his herbal supplements. He had no intention of bringing Li Ziqiu along, even for the evening gathering at the Zhong family's. After hanging up, he approached Li Ziqiu, who was diligently reviewing documents on her phone. Sister Ziqiu, I have some matters to attend to. I may be delayed. Please rest well in this room, and we shall meet again later. Chen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. Concealing matters and fabricating lies was always fraught with unease, as it was challenging to deceive his own subconscious. Yet, to his relief, Li Ziqiu paid little mind, not even lifting her gaze, merely waving him off. Go on. Later, I will book a room myself. Mo Ran told me she will also be arriving in Shanghai later. I will go out with her for a bit. You focus on your tasks. Li Ziqiu's words struck Chen Yan like a hammer, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. What? Mo Ran has contacted Li Ziqiu. This was madness. Was she deliberately raising the stakes for the evening? What if they ended up together? How could he manage that? Of course, Chen Yan could not voice his true thoughts, while Li Ziqiu remained blissfully focused on her work, oblivious to the underlying tension. All right, Sister Ziqiu, you carry on, and remember to eat, Chen Yan said as he approached the door, glancing back to remind her. Understood. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, leaving Chen Yan outside to take a deep breath. His heart felt heavy, and at this juncture, he could only resign himself to contingencies. If things proved unmanageable, he would abandon thoughts of Li Ziqiu and Mo Ran altogether. He would then turn his attention to Lu Meili and Chen Xiumei. Yet it was troubling. He had no insight into Lu Meili's thoughts, having never grasped her intentions. Would she resist? If all else failed, he would have to plead with the almighty kidney, willing to sacrifice anything but his vitality. The property management office of Jing Shui Hua Ting was more akin to a boutique club than a typical office. It boasted KTV, baths, a gym, and more, all furnished to an extraordinary standard. Naturally, such opulence came with a steep management fee, but that posed no issue. Residents, even tenants, were rarely ordinary individuals. At present, the property management office bustled with activity. Several welcome banners had been hastily erected, and a red carpet was rolled out at the entrance. Confident in their appearance, the women in the office shed their usual work attire and donned their most splendid ensembles. Why splendid? Some donned sophisticated attire, high heels, fishnet stockings, and short dresses, while others embraced a cute and charming look, sporting Lolita costumes, wigs, and ponytails. In conclusion, the scene was as lively as a festival, naturally sparking considerable curiosity among the residents and property owners. Almost everyone approached the staff with puzzled inquiries, yet without exception, they departed with expressions of astonishment. Indeed, a prominent owner who had purchased an entire building was about to make their inaugural visit to the community. Chapter 81. Arrival at the Tranquil Waters residence. A blue taxi screeched to a halt before the festively adorned entrance of the Tranquil Waters residence. "Young man, we have arrived," announced the driver. Chen Yan paid the fare and stepped out, momentarily taken aback by the bustling atmosphere surrounding the grand entrance. The imposing doorway, resplendent in its European style, gleamed with opulence, complemented by a large cherubic fountain. The marble steps exuded an air of extravagance, hinting at their substantial cost. Truly, this was a high-end apartment. One could only speculate the price per square meter. Chen Yan mused to himself that, despite currently possessing nothing, the ownership of this single property would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort for him and his descendants. As he moved forward, Chen Yan instinctively stepped onto the newly laid Arabian wool carpet. He had to admit that this Middle Eastern luxury was undeniably comfortable, akin to walking on a firm yet fluffy cloud. "Hey, sir, please don't step on that." A few property staff members rushed over, alarmed at the sight of a young man trampling the pristine carpet. Confused, Chen Yan wondered, wasn't this laid out to welcome me? Why then, was he being asked not to step on it? Observing the group of elegantly dressed, made-up young women before him, he inquired, "Who are you?" In his mind, property staff typically wore standardized uniforms. These girls seemed more like enthusiastic fans awaiting a celebrity. We are the property management of Tranquil Waters residence. Sir, would you kindly step off the carpet? One of the more mature-looking girls said apologetically, her demeanor far from aggressive. Oh, all right, Chen Yan scratched his chin, realizing he might have misinterpreted the situation, assuming the carpet was laid out for him. Thank you very much, sir. The young women bowed in unison, demonstrating their professionalism as high-end property staff. Sir, you seem unfamiliar. Are you visiting friends or merely touring? Unlike the exclusive Thompson one, which barred visits and required financial verification even for viewings, they allowed free and limited tours. Different positioning necessitated varied service approaches. Impressive that you remember so many owners. Chen Yan remarked, genuinely surprised, and regarded the girls with newfound respect. This is my first visit, but I am neither here for a tour nor to visit friends. I am, in fact, an owner here. Do you believe me? He grinned, his mind inadvertently flashing images from urban novels where the protagonist, initially underestimated, reveals their wealth with a flourish. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the girls exchanged startled glances, their bodies tensing as the possibility dawned upon them. May I ask your name? Sir? The lead girl stammered, her voice trembling slightly as the weight of her realization settled in. If he were indeed the mysterious major owner, then she had just asked him to step off the carpet. You should already know my name. Chen Yan chuckled. I am Chen Yan. If all goes as expected, I am indeed the person you are here to welcome. This was yet another moment ripe for dramatic flair. First, revealing his identity, only for them to scoff in disbelief, perhaps even suspecting him of impersonation, before ultimately being recognized by someone in the crowd, leading to an embarrassing yet triumphant reveal. Mr. Chun, the girls gasped, their faces paling as they realized the gravity of their earlier actions. If he chose to lodge a complaint, their jobs would be in jeopardy. Could we verify your identification? The mature girl asked, her voice quaking. Of course. Chen Yan produced his ID with a flourish. As a prominent owner, his identity was likely well known among these young women. Upon receiving it, they hurriedly compared the ID number with their mental records. It matches. It's really Mr. Chen Yan. They gasped, panic-stricken. What have we done? Who knew this major owner would take a taxi? Despite their distress, Chen Yan had no intention of holding a grudge, especially given their polite demeanor. Ah, ladies, my ID, he pointed out, prompting them to return it. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chun. Here you go, they exclaimed, handing it back. With hands in pockets, Chen Yan maintained a casual demeanor. I heard someone was interested in renting my property. I thought I might come by today to take a look. It has been quite a while since I last visited. Although the girls were younger and not quite at the standard, their post-makeup looks were certainly above average, comparable to social media influencers. Having beautiful companions to guide him through the property was indeed a pleasant prospect. What he needed to do now was to relax, utterly unwind, all in preparation for the evening ahead. Oh, by the way, please take me to sign the rental agreement first. It's my first time renting, and I should handle it personally to avoid keeping the tenant waiting. Certainly, Mr. Chun. Please follow us and watch your step. You can walk on the carpet freely now. The girls, now wary, refrained from asking Chen Yan to step off the carpet again. Following the flustered figures, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed the world was not as novelistic as he had imagined, devoid of bizarre emotions or ostentatious displays of wealth. He had to admit, the welcoming ceremony at Tranquil Waters residence was executed splendidly. No garish inflatable arches or raucous cheers, just a tasteful yet luxurious reception. Thanks to the heads-up from the reception girls, Chen Yan encountered no hindrances along the way. After a brief tour of the community, he arrived at the owner's club, the hub of the property management. Mr. Chun, your tenant is inside. Please follow me, announced a middle-aged man in a suit, introducing himself as the manager. After a brief introduction, they proceeded directly to the matter at hand. As the heavy glass door swung open, Chen Yan couldn't help but mentally scoff. Indeed, the doors of the wealthy are always automated, requiring no effort to open. Please, Mr. Chun, this way, the manager gestured. As the property manager shifted slightly, the moment their gaze fell upon Su Shuhan, a semi-transparent square unfolded before her eyes. Chapter 82. The tenant is a mature, lowly actress. Oh, How grateful I am for the delightful gifts from so many lovely souls. Thank you for the 10 love letters, Wang. How do you wish to confess your feelings? And as for the underripe tomato bubble tea, I desire only the bubbles, not the tea. Moreover, many sweethearts are calling me their wife. Is that appropriate? Shouldn't you call me husband instead? Su Shahan, young actress, age 30, unmarried, overall rating, 94, current affection level, 090. Oh dear, why hasn't the landlord arrived yet? I have an engagement tomorrow. If he doesn't come soon, I will truly miss my flight. Wait, who is that handsome young man? So striking. How charming. I am utterly smitten. Heavens, he is precisely my ideal type. No, Su Shahan, you must remain composed. You cannot let rumors circulate. Oh, how I adore him. Could he be the landlord? Surely not. Does he recognize me? If I were to ask for his contact information, would he refuse? As Chen Yan entered, a torrent of disparate thoughts surged into his mind, including Su Shahan's succinct personal details and her peculiar inner musings. He had not anticipated that his tenant would be an actress he had never heard of, evidently one who had risen to fame in the past 2 years. Miss Su, this is your landlord, Mr. Chen. The property manager introduced Chen Yan to the seemingly composed Su Shahan, whose inner turmoil belied her calm exterior. Hello, Mr. Chen. Su Shahan greeted him with a slight nod, causing Chen Yan to marvel. Truly, she was an actress. Her professionalism was commendable, as she concealed her inner excitement with remarkable poise. Impressive. Vitin, Miss Su. Oh my, it is indeed the landlord. Su Shahan, how fortunate you are. A paragon of elegance. I am so enamored I can reasonably obtain his contact information. Now, what should I name our child? Let us name the boy Chen Debeo and the girl Chen Mimi. Observing Su Shahan, who sat upright yet was preoccupied with thoughts of potential children's names, Chen Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Another striking older sister? However, this one appeared rather distinctive. She bore no semblance of maturity, resembling an 18 or 19-year-old lowly, quite reminiscent of Xiao Eizhu. Do all actresses possess some secret to eternal youth? Mr. Chen, Miss Su is quite pleased with your apartment, but she has a condition she wishes to discuss. Noticing the atmosphere grow oddly silent, the property manager, though puzzled, dutifully facilitated the conversation between both parties. Please, go ahead, Chen Yan replied nonchalantly, assuming it was a minor request. Mr. Chen, I would like to inquire if it is possible to reduce the property fee for this apartment. The property manager looked to Su Shahan, who directly stated her request. Of course, if you do not agree, I understand. It is a rather presumptuous demand. Su Shahan's voice was melodious, likely a result of her previous studies in broadcasting. This statement left the property manager utterly flustered. Miss, didn't you previously insist on a 50% reduction in the property fee? How have you come to accept that it may not be possible? This is rather awkward. You know, the property manager's face contorted in an awkward smile, initially believing Chen Yan would adamantly refuse the request. After all, which landlord would willingly forfeit income? Very well, let's split the fee. I have no objections. Chen Yan stretched lazily, articulating words that astonished the property manager. How what? Mr. Chen, are you certain? The property manager's face reflected sheer disbelief. To relinquish several thousand yuan a month without hesitation? That amounts to tens of thousands annually. Yes, indeed. Chen Yan was indifferent. After all, it was a fixed asset, and the revenue generated was already substantial. Most importantly, the charming actress before him was the true treasure, a potential source of fortunate encounters. At that moment, as if on cue, Su Shahan's affection level surged from 90 to 91. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Oh no, thank you. Landlord. Su Shahan's smile was enchanting, radiating a healing energy that uplifted Chen Yan's spirits, dispelling the clouds of his earlier troubles. All right, let us proceed to sign the contract. Chen Yan waved his hand, swiftly finalizing the agreement, exchanging contact information with Su Shahan and processing her payment. Miss Su, since that is settled, I shall not delay your move any longer. After signing multiple documents and witnessing the handover of keys, Chen Yan's face lit up with joy. Very well, Mr. Chen. I'll look forward to our next meeting. Su Shahan departed the office, her excitement palpable. Once she was gone, Chen Yan turned to the property manager. I would appreciate it If you could provide me with the rental status of my building. The property manager nodded, handing over a prepared document. Here are the rental details for building number 1, Mr. Chen. There are a total of 36 units, with 33 currently occupied, including Miss Sue's unit. That makes 34 occupied this month, with no upcoming lease expirations. Flipping through the report, Chen Yan was pleasantly surprised. The rental situation exceeded his expectations, yielding a monthly net income of over 300,000 yuan. As for the previous rental payments, he had assumed there were none until the property manager contacted the finance department for the transfer. Wow, over 1 million yuan in rent collected this year. Chen Yan marveled at the incoming notification on his phone, realizing that the previous rent had been retained by the property management. Your service is commendable, he remarked. Indeed, Mr. Chen, as you are quite busy, we took the liberty of collecting the rent on your behalf. Should you wish to manage it personally, we can assist in changing your account for rent collection. The property manager replied respectfully, aware that Chen Yan contributed 15% of the total property fees for the entire complex. No need for that. Please continue managing it for me. Just transfer the funds to me periodically. Chen Yan had no intention of becoming a landlord who had to run around collecting rents daily. However, he did recognize a new need emerging. It was time to find a financial advisor. Otherwise, with such substantial income, he would struggle to keep track of the accounts. By the way, could you send someone to show me the 2 unoccupied penthouses? If they're suitable, I would prefer to keep them off the market, as I have a use for them. Chapter 83. System Malfunction. Chen Yan indeed requires 2 sets of accommodations. It is often said that men are like cunning hares with multiple burrows. He does not need as many as 3. 2 will suffice. He harbors a strong intuition that the system will reward him with some real estate in the metropolis, so he is unperturbed about having enough. Ultimately, it is the mature beauty who initially took the lead that guides Chen Yan to view the properties. Her name is Xiao Qing, the property manager responsible for his building. Mr. Chen, currently, there are 2 vacant units on the top floor. Your building is divided into 2 sections with 1 unit per elevator. Which one would you like to view first? Xiao Qing inquired as they arrived at the base of Building 1. Since he had to view both, Chen Yan suggested starting with the first unit. He was indifferent, as there was still ample time. He could message Zhong Shuqi to come and pick him up after viewing the second unit. Very well, please follow me, Xiao Qing responded, maintaining her composure while explaining various details about the community, as this was Chen Yan's first visit. The upscale apartments in the metropolis indeed possess unique qualities. Even the simplest elevator revealed its distinctiveness to Chen Yan. The elevator ascended at an impressive speed, yet inside, one felt no discomfort of rapid ascent or descent. It took less than 10 seconds to travel from the first floor to the 19th. Welcome home, Mr. Chen, Xiao Qing smiled, holding the elevator door open. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an expansive sky garden of approximately 100 square meters, and the actual entrance lay beyond this verdant space. Wow, this is truly magnificent, Chen Yan exclaimed genuinely. The affluent live well, not just in terms of their consumption, but also in their living environments, which surpass the majority of the world. This place differs from the villas in Hongshu Bay, where opulence reigns. Here, life is elevated to an art form. If given a choice, Chen Yan would likely lean towards the latter. Moreover, in terms of value, this spacious flat might very well equate to the most luxurious villa in the area. Living in such an environment, it is hard to imagine any reason for unhappiness. Beep detected that the host has arrived at the private residence, triggering a temporary task. In this modern metropolis, as someone blessed with fortune, the host must possess self-discipline beyond mere vitality. Please remain in the metropolis for the next 30 days and complete a daily 2-hour exercise regimen. Each completion will enhance physical fitness, and after 30 days of consistent attendance, a random buff will be awarded. What? Exercise? Chen Yan was taken aback. Why must I stay in the metropolis for that? What is so great about it? He had no desire to linger in the metropolis, primarily due to the pressure he felt from the Zhong family. He had originally intended to resolve matters with them and return to his familiar city of Shanghai, but now they wanted him to stay for at least a month. Beep detected that the host has not grasped the system's good intentions, adding a new task. As a person endowed with a charisma buff, How can one not engage in entertainment befitting their status? In addition to daily exercise, please ensure that your vitality is maintained. Each fulfilling experience will yield random rewards. Note that the value of such rewards will be modest, but it is advisable to accumulate them, as small gains can lead to significant outcomes. Furthermore, the individuals with whom the host engages must be those who can be captivated by the charm buff. It is better to be selective than indiscriminate, as violations may lead to unforeseen consequences. Goodness, I was merely expressing my thoughts, and now you've turned this into a task? It seems I must forego any days of rest. Chen Yan was utterly flustered until Xiao Qing called him several times, bringing him back to reality. Xiao Qing, does the Homeowners Association have a gym? Yes, Mr. Chen. Do you have a need for exercise? The gym and trainers of the Homeowners Association are available to all residents free of charge. Xiao Qing paused, momentarily taken aback, as she had just mentioned this. By the way, I wanted to ask if you have any. Chen Yan hesitated to articulate his thoughts, as they were somewhat difficult to voice. Do you have any exceptionally beautiful women with great figures? Over 30 years old? Upon finishing his inquiry, Chen Yan felt his face flush. Was this a question a normal person would ask? Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing's face turned crimson as she subtly adjusted her posture, her chest rising slightly. Mr. Chen, do you think I meet your criteria? I just turned 30. Though flustered, Xiao Qing did not want to miss the opportunity to engage with a wealthy and handsome man. As she spoke softly, she discreetly leaned closer to Chen Yan. No, that is not what I meant. Chen Yan hastily waved his hands in retreat, feeling helpless. Xiao Qing met the age requirement, but her overall appeal did not align with the system's warnings to be discerning. Hearing this, Xiao Qing hurriedly bowed in apology, her inner turmoil reaching a peak. What type does Mr. Chen actually prefer? I'm not unattractive, and I maintain my figure well. It seems the expectations of the wealthy are indeed exceptionally high. She had not anticipated that this young gentleman would prefer women over 30. Perhaps she could act as a matchmaker and earn some extra income? With this thought, Xiao Qing set aside her regrets and tentatively asked, Mr. Chen, if I happen to know someone who fits your criteria, may I introduce you? Sure, of course, Chen Yan awkwardly replied. But please don't misunderstand. I'm just looking to make friends. Friends, huh? Xiao Qing thought. Upon receiving Chen Yan's affirmation, Xiao Qing felt a surge of joy. She had a friend whose looks and figure far surpassed her own and was of the same age. Shall we take a look at the property now? Chen Yan could not perceive Xiao Qing's inner thoughts. He felt a tinge of guilt for rejecting her, and the atmosphere had indeed grown awkward. So he quickly shifted the topic. All right, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Xiao Qing maintained her gentle smile as she entered the code to unlock the door. As night descended, a private plane landed at the Metropolis airport. Jasmine, I'm off now. Let us go shopping another time. Lila Shen. Mo ran, donned in a sleek black dress, descended from the plane, waved goodbye to Lu Meili, and hopped into a car bound for the Hilton Hotel. Let us plan for another outing. Lu Meili eagerly agreed, harboring her own plans. I wonder where that little Chen is in the Metropolis. I didn't inform him I was coming. Will he even come out if I suddenly ask him? He should, right? Old Lin, Hilton Hotel. Chapter 84. Is Zhong Shuqi aspiring to become the perfect object of the internet? The tour of the two apartments was brief, both exhibiting a similar layout and an abundance of luxury. However, since both units were expansive, exceeding 300 square meters, they remained unleased, inadvertently benefiting Chen Yan. Although the apartments were devoid of daily necessities, Xiao Qing, perceptive as ever, noticed that Chen Yan showed no intention of leaving and promptly informed the property staff, who delivered an ample supply of refreshments. Seated on the sofa with a chilled cola in hand, Chen Yan glanced at the time. Dusk was approaching. He sent Zhong Shuqi his location, inviting her to pick him up. To be candid, although Zhong Shuqi was undoubtedly the wealthiest among the affluent elder sisters he knew, she was also the one he least desired to engage with, despite the certainty that she would treat him with unreserved kindness. Her immediate proposal of engagement instilled a sense of apprehension within him, a fear of being ensnared. While he might appear to be a cad, did Chen Yan truly lack for older sisters? Hardly. Did he lack for money? Not at all. Wealthy as he was, he cherished his freedom. A week comprised of 7 days, One day for Li Jiqiu, one for Mo Ran, one for Lu Meili, one for Mo Jiao Jiao, and one for Chen Yan. He could even afford himself weekends. How delightful! As Chen Yan indulged in his whimsical thoughts, Zhong Shuqi's call came through. "Come out, I'm here." Her voice, tinged with excitement, rang out. "All right," Chen Yan responded, feeling rather indifferent. He had initially agreed to meet her solely due to the fortuitous timing of the event, contemplating that he could easily choose not to go. However, certain misunderstandings required clarification, so he decided to proceed. After securing the door, Chen Yan ambled out of Building 1. As he walked, he communicated with the system in his mind. "Hey, system, does the fitness check-in task commence today or tomorrow? Oh, and what about the task for mental and physical pleasure? Can that begin tomorrow? Beep, it commences tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly." That was a relief. Chen Yan exhaled, as today's schedule was rather packed, leaving little room for fitness, and even the pleasure task seemed uncertain. Wait a minute. System, hypothetically speaking, if I engage in pleasurable interactions starting 11 tonight and conclude at 12:30, would that count for today or tomorrow? His sudden query caused the system to stall for a moment, seemingly pondering the appropriate response. Beep. After meticulous calculations, the completion time is the determining factor, not the start time. Oh, understood. I have another question. If, during my pleasurable interaction with the elder sister, I suddenly experience stomach discomfort and need to rush to the restroom, and then return to continue, does that count as 1 or 2 sessions? This time, the system did not falter, as this inquiry was rather straightforward. Beep. Please refrain from asking such trivial questions. The system's computational resources are precious. Naturally, it counts as 1 session since you haven't completed the first. All right. No need to shout. I got it. Chen Yan chuckled, teasing the system a bit. However, this exchange led him to ponder something intriguing. Hey, system, are you male or female? You seemed rather exasperated just now. Do you have emotions? Are you perhaps an ancient spirit transformed after mastering profound abilities, or some peculiar manifestation of the heavenly will? This time, the system fell silent, offering no reply. TSK. Why act so aloof? He muttered to himself as he arrived at the entrance of the opulent community. The familiar luxury vehicle was already parked with its hazards flashing. Wait. You're driving? Don't you have a chauffeur? Where is he? As Chen Yan settled into the back seat, he realized that the driver was not the chauffeur, but Zhong Shuqi, clad in a delicate red evening gown. You drove here dressed like that? You aren't wearing heels, are you? Well, didn't you ask me to pick you up, little Chen Yan? Zhong Shuqi beamed, clearly delighted to have caught him off guard. Ah, you have a point, Chen Yan admitted, scratching his head and refrained from further comments, quietly fastening his seatbelt. As she shifted into drive, her somewhat awkward handling of the vehicle made him quite nervous. Thankfully, the luxury brand of the car provided an extra layer of assurance. Little Chen Yan, you reside in Jingshui Huating, right? It's quite expensive there. I had considered purchasing a property, but my father disapproved, questioning the need since we already have ample housing. Zhong Shuqi's eyes remained fixed ahead, yet her lips were incessantly animated. For reasons unknown, being with Chen Yan ignited an irresistible urge within her to converse continuously. Ah, yes, it is rather costly, Chen Yan murmured. With your family's substantial wealth, you aren't just lacking a few properties. You could easily acquire the whole community. Indeed, she replied, contemplating his jest seriously. We have quite a few such communities, some even pricier than Jingshui Huating. Dear sister, please refrain from flaunting your wealth, he implored, as if she had heard his silent plea. Zhong Shuqi laughed heartily, coming to a halt at a traffic light. Hey, once we're engaged, all those communities and riches will belong to you. Old Zhong Weigua has substantial assets. I recall he possesses a wine cellar filled with exquisite vintages. Oh, little Chen Yan, do you smoke? That old fellow even has a temperature-controlled room brimming with top-shelf tobacco. I'll procure it all for you. Zhong Shuqi enthusiastically detailed her family's wealth. From corporate holdings to investments, from antique collections to rare treasures, all revolving around a singular theme. If you desire it, I shall provide it. Chen Yan felt a mix of disbelief and admiration, his perspective on Zhong Shuqi's shifting. Hey, little Chen Yan, do you enjoy watching dance? I know most boys love it. It's that indulgent pleasure, right? I get it. So, this afternoon, I invited several classical dance instructors. Once I've mastered it, I can dance for you while you relax your feet. I'll ensure you experience the essence of Jiang and Misty Rain, the beauty of the summer lotus by Daming Lake, and the auspiciousness of it all, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chen Yan interjected, Sister, please stop. If you keep this up, you'll become the epitome of the perfect internet persona. Indeed, that is precisely who I am. She replied with a wink. If I were to break your heart, I fear the internet would have me shredded to pieces.